The Supreme Grandmaster traverses the realms, shattering the void with his fists, extinguishing divine nations with his palms, and enduring tribulations across the heavens, establishing his supremacy through martial prowess. This is a tale of the great Void Dragon, the master of extremity, the Terminator of Sorcerers, the Emperor of Martial Arts, the Commander of the Dark Army, and Byron, the Lord of Westberg, as they explore and conquer worlds, transcending all through an indomitable will of martial arts. Chapter 1. Arrival. An elderly man with white hair gazed into the distance, his expression tinged with melancholy. He gently caressed a coffin whose dark surface was adorned with intricate patterns of spirits and deities, a relic from the era of the Celestial Emperor. The era of the Celestial Emperor, a time shrouded in antiquity, was said to be an age where divine beings cohabited and martial arts flourished, a golden age of the medieval epic. Yet, it too could not escape the clutches of decline, destined to fade into the annals of history. Much like the present age of creation, the creators, despite exhausting their algorithms, could not grasp its essence. The armies of creation and the pantheon of gods had already succumbed to the void. The void exemplifies one of the manifestations of decline, residing in the realm of the abyss. Ever-changing and unpredictable, it is known that decline possesses 23 manifestations and has obliterated 67 eras. Even the mighty era of the Celestial Emperor has left traces of the celestial path, while weaker eras have scattered like sparks, leaving behind only fragments to glimpse their existence. The even frilier eras, devoid of even the spark of life, have vanished in a history without a trace, their echoes lost to time. Let the seeds of the age of creation burn with silver will, the old man declared, his gaze ignited with determination as he initiated the seed plan. The seed plan was devised by the creators as a contingency, aimed at preserving hope for a distant future. His responsibility was to oversee seed number 3, a product that perfectly fused the imperial path with the essence of creation, brimming with infinite potential, albeit in an era of decline where growth space was non-existent. The martial arts of the imperial path are profound and unfathomable, possessing boundless might, eliciting admiration even from the creators themselves. However, most beings of the age of creation have become mechanized, and such mechanized beings could never fully comprehend the imperial path, lacking the primordial essence of chi that binds flesh and blood as one, rendering transcendence elusive. Seed number 3 was conceived as an experimental vessel, designed to embody the power of the imperial path through the wisdom of creation, yet it had yet to be initiated before decline set in. Now, the seed lay preserved within a coffin of spirits from the era of the Celestial Emperor, buried deep underground. This coffin had survived multiple eras. Though many remnants had perished under the erosion of decline, it was now the most suitable vessel for safeguarding the seed. Well then, farewell, the old man smiled, watching as the coffin sank into the earth, and lifted his gaze toward the cosmos. Beyond the cosmic barrier lay an expanse of void, teeming with countless eyes that seemed to observe everything, akin to the maw of an abyss, devouring all existence. Record: the void has descended. Warning. Warning. High energy response detected. Energy level classified. External path level. Waveform unknown. Destructive parameters exceeding limits. Record: malevolent energy has descended. Warning. Warning. Detecting a starring level life settlement. Scale classified. Legion level. Action directive: annihilate. Record: celestial demon has descended. Warning. Warning. Unknown life form detected. Energy scan unknown. Consciousness scan unknown. Record: that undergoing unknown contamination. Executing self-purification protocol. Data modules have been reset. Recording modules have been reset. Calculation modules have been reset. Warning: energy is nearing depletion. Please replenish energy promptly. Entering hibernation mode. A consciousness awakened from darkness. The sights before the Bodis owner were bewildering. The dilapidated house lay in ruins, engulfed by fierce flames. A young man with black hair clad in charred chainmail half sat up, a gaping hole at the center of his armor, with a large pool of blood beside him. All signs indicated the body had endured great torment, yet the young man appeared unscathed. I am Byron. No, I am Yen Fade. He had been immersed in a game titled Imperial Path. This extraordinary game allowed individuals to descend in their true forms, and all cultivation attained within it was authentic. As one of the few grandmasters of martial arts within the game, he was on the brink of shattering the void, achieving a realm beyond that of the Supreme Master. However, in that fleeting moment of breaking the void, his consciousness had slipped into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in this bewildering scene, accompanied by inexplicable memories. Due to his humble origins and his mother's early demise, coupled with his own timid nature, Byron had never garnered much attention within the Duke's family. Yet, following the unexpected death of Duke Savar, Byron was unexpectedly bestowed a barony. What he assumed was a stroke of fortune was, unbeknownst to him, a prelude to the impending demon calamity. That barony lay on the edge of the calamity, and Byron was merely a scapegoat. Indeed, once the demon calamity erupted, all noble lords were forbidden from leaving their territories and were required to resist the calamity with all their might, as mandated by the church and the kings. Those who defied this oath would face severe penalties. After the calamity's outbreak, this timid young noble foolishly contemplated abandoning everything to secretly flee his domain, only to unwittingly encounter a few scattered minor demons along the way, leading to his untimely demise. Now, this body had been overtaken by Yin Fei's consciousness, truly inconceivable. Before Yin Fei could ponder further, a minor demon had already noticed his movement. This creature, with its red skin and two horns atop its head, represented the lowest tier of monsters within the demon calamity. Weak in strength, lacking intellect, and devoid of magical abilities, it resembled a human child, easily manageable even by an adult man. The original Byron had been surrounded and killed by such monsters in a moment of panic. The minor demon, witnessing the human it had previously slain apparently revived, was bewildered, yet its limited intellect precluded deeper contemplation. Oracle, it shouted in the demon tongue, summoning its companions to kill the enemy once more. A few minor demons slowly approached, emitting high-pitched screeches. Though still unclear about the situation, Yin Fei refused to relinquish his life easily, whether in the game or beyond it. He grasped the steel sword at his side tightly and rose with determination. What a feeble body. Yin Fei shook his head. This body was a far cry from his previous Grandmaster physique, yet it should suffice to deal with these monsters. Byron's memories contained information regarding these creatures, and Yin Fei was well aware of the strength of the minor demons. In truth, had Byron not been timid and flustered, his training from the Duke's family would have equipped him to easily defeat these monsters. One minor demon lunged forward, intent on tearing apart its foe. Yin Fei tilted his body slightly, evading the attack. Too slow. Whether considering Byron's physical attributes or his Grandmaster martial insight, it required little thought. He swiftly and decisively dispatched the minor demon with a single strike, detecting energy signature, activating the Heavenly Path system. System loading complete. Data modules have been lost. Record modules have been lost. Calculation modules have been lost. Information regenerating. Character, Byron Yin Fei. Occupation, Knight. Martial arts missing. Rank, Apprentice Knight, Supreme Master missing. Various information modules flowed through Yin Fei's mind like a stream of consciousness, but he gazed upon the most crucial section, which read, Skills, Forged Steel Breathing Technique LV1 Horsemanship LV1 General Swordsmanship LV1 Western Common Language LV1 Universal Truth Sealed Phoenix Shockwave Sealed Life and Death 8 Gate Seal Sealed. As Yin Fei had anticipated, his previous martial arts mastery appeared in gray within the skills section, rendered unusable. Simultaneously, information regarding the little demon was incorporated into the information module. Name, Little Demon. Type, Demon. Rank, Unranked. Weakness, Fear of Light. Energy content, Trace Amount. While perusing the system information, Yin Fei did not cease his movements. The shadow of his steel sword effortlessly drew blood from the little demon. He remained unhurried, with quick reflexes, striking at the ephemeral while waiting for the little demon to act before unleashing his blade. This approach effectively countered the encirclement of multiple foes, minimizing the risk of injury. He wielded the universal swordsmanship that Byron had brought. Yet though the techniques were static, the wielder was alive. The disparity in mindset and perspective endowed the same sword technique with varying potency in different hands. The little demons finally recognized that their adversary was unlike any they had previously encountered. The remaining two began to tremble, wishing to retreat. However, Yin Fei would not grant them such an opportunity. He suddenly accelerated, his steel sword tracing phantoms in the air. This blade, though not sharp, bore sufficient heft. With a forceful strike, one little demon collapsed heavily, breathing erratically, struggling yet unable to rise. With a gentle thrust, the blade pierced through the chest of another, sealing its fate as well. Gain trace energy. Skill enhancement activated. Forged steel breathing technique LV1. General swordsmanship LV1. Universal truth sealed. Insufficient energy. Chapter 2. The catastrophe of magic within the baronial castle of the Sibyl territory. A pall of gloom enveloped the gathering. The Baron Byron had inexplicably vanished, casting a shadow of dread over the assembly. Typically, the presence of this mediocre baron, appointed by the royal capital, would not stir excessive concern regarding his fate. Yet, amid the turmoil of the catastrophe of magic, his disappearance as their nominal lord could incite scrutiny from the church. Should the inquiry conclude that he fled the territory, all present would face dire consequences. Did the baron not confide in you regarding his whereabouts? Questioned a menacing bald man, his tone laced with hostility. My lord was in the castle this morning. However, when I sought him for lunch at noon, he was already gone, replied Paul. The steward and a servant brought from the capital by Byron himself. His visage was marked by anxiety, beads of sweat dotting his brow. As steward, you are utterly incompetent if you remain ignorant of your master's whereabouts. The bald man, filled with rage, cursed in the dialect of Sibyl. Here they were, risking their lives in defense of the baron's lands, while he had seemingly deserted them. Enough, Resso. Cease your futile invectives, even as a knight. Your manners leave much to be desired, interjected a middle-aged gentleman with graying temples and an air of refinement. Finding the baron is of utmost importance, he declared. Yet, before he could finish, a guard entered to deliver a report. Fear not, everyone. I merely went to inspect my territory, Byron announced, returning with a nonchalant demeanor. After all, the current magnitude of the catastrophe of magic was not severe. The demons that had appeared were of a rank beneath that of a demon baron. Utilizing his original identity would enable Yin Fei to establish a foothold in this realm, uncovering more secrets. Moreover, the catastrophe served as a reservoir of energy for him. How could he withdraw? According to Byron's recollections, the kings, the legends of the church, the saints who walked the earth, and the deities who ascended to the heavens were all immensely powerful entities. Even if he regained all his strength, they might not be his match. He needed to proceed with caution. My lord, you cannot possibly intend to flee? Resso sneered, disregarding Byron's presence entirely. Perhaps you are simply frightened. Resso could hardly believe that this timid baron would dare confront a demon. Mind your station, knight. Byron replied, his gaze sharp as a sword. In this world, with its rigid hierarchy, the nobility held absolute power over their subjects. Resso's audacity in Byron's presence underscored the former's weakness, for he wielded no authority even on his own land. Resso met Byron's fierce gaze, feeling an inexplicable tremor within him, followed by a surge of anger. How could he, a mere coward, intimidate him? He had not anticipated Byron would dare to rebuke him, just as Resso intended to retort. The middle-aged gentleman spoke again. He was Elaine, the tax officer of the Sibyl territory, hailing from one of the wealthiest noble families in the region. Resso, be mindful of your demeanor towards his lordship, Elaine admonished, maintaining a faade of respect for their baron. My lord, you are the linchpin of all Sibyl. With the onset of the catastrophe, the outside world is perilous. I urge you to consider your own safety. Previously, Byron would have stammered in the presence of Resso's fierce visage, let alone chastise him. Had the baroness' nature truly altered after slaying a few minor demons? Elaine marveled internally, but regardless, such a change was welcome. They required a strong leader. Even if he lacked true strength, anything was preferable to his former timidity. The current state of affairs was utterly dire. Given Lord Elaine's standing, I shall regard this as an unintentional slight. However, knight, I hope you understand who truly holds dominion over this territory, Byron stated. A smile gracing his lips towards Elaine before his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Resso. The former Byron would have been indifferent to Resso's attitude. But Yin Fei needed to swiftly establish his authority as the Baron to facilitate future endeavors. He understood that the key figures of Sibyl territory, despite their verbal acknowledgement, would remain unconvinced. The original Byron's ineptitude necessitated a demonstration of strength to alter their perceptions. My apologies, my lord, Resso grumbled begrudgingly, offering a reluctant apology. The original's weakness had emboldened his subordinate's arrogance. Once he asserted himself, Resso would at least be compelled to conform to the noble order. Anyone who dared to openly challenge the aristocratic hierarchy would find themselves without a place in this world. Tomorrow, summon all the knights and internal officials of the barony for a meeting. I need to strategize our response to the catastrophe of magic. Byron instructed Paul to notify their vassals. I hope for your support, my lord. Previously, Byron's demeanor had shifted only slightly, insufficient to evoke much response from Elaine. However, the Baron now intended to take charge of territorial matters and devise a plan against the catastrophe, which genuinely astonished Elaine. Paul, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. The Baron, who had always been compliant and averse to engaging with the affairs of the territory, now seemed transformed. Was it possible that his previous demeanor had merely been a survival tactic within the Duke's household? Had he finally begun to reveal his true self? If so, the depths of the young master's cunning were indeed formidable. Paul found himself struggling to comprehend this new iteration of his master. Such is the duty of a subordinate. Elaine readily affirmed, eager to witness whether the Baron had truly changed or was merely posturing. Upon returning to his chamber, Byron meticulously reviewed the state of the Sibyl territory in his mind. Prior to the outbreak of the catastrophe of magic, it was a prosperous barony. Though termed a barony, its expanse neared that of 2 baronies combined. Had it not been for the need to use Byron as a scapegoat, the ducal family would never have permitted him to inherit this land. The territory was shaped like an irregular oval, home to thousands of subjects. The baronial castle stood at its heart, surrounded by 6 knightly domains. To the west lay a mine rich in copper, to the east, vast arable lands. A tributary of the Hamo River coursed through the territory, providing ample water resources. Were it not for the catastrophe, the land's worth would be immeasurable. By gathering sufficient energy reserves amidst the catastrophe, he could swiftly restore his strength. After contemplating the state of the Sibyl territory, Byron turned his attention to his skill set. Under his conscious control, he gradually infused energy into one aspect. Steel breathing technique LV1, steel breathing technique LV2, constitution and strength slightly enhanced. Acquired new trait, primary stabilization. A warm current coursed through Byron's body, heightening his awareness of the changes in his physical prowess. Subsequently, all numerical indicators beside his skills vanished, indicating insufficient energy. He required more energy reserves. Byron sighed, gazing out the window. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the impending catastrophe. Chapter 3. Unity. Our defensive territory is far too extensive. We must compress our front lines. By relinquishing those lands devoid of value and consolidating our forces, we can endure the impending calamity. Byron gestured toward the meticulously crafted map of the barony. Present in the conference room were the various vassal knights, tax officials, and constables of the Sibyl domain. Although they bore the title of knights, with the exception of Resso, the lords of the other knightly territories lacked true knightly prowess. The title of knight not only signifies nobility but also represents a rank of power. In the Western territories, 2 forms of legitimate extraordinary powers prevail, the path of the sorcerer and the path of the knight. Sorcerers require exceedingly rare talents of the soul. Thus their numbers are few, and they are seldom seen, almost exclusively glimpsed in certain mythological epics. Conversely, one can become a knight through diligent training and breathing techniques. However, these precious techniques are predominantly possessed by the nobility, rendering it exceedingly difficult for commoners to ascend to knighthood. Lord Byron, is the copper mine that yields a fortune also one of those lands you deem worthless? A dissenting voice arose. He was the lord of a knightly domain, and the copper mine lay within his territory, from which he enjoyed a 30% share of the profits after paying the Baron. Halls, wealth pales in comparison to life. Byron replied, once the calamity officially erupts, where will these copper coins circulate? To defend this mine, we would have to expend a significant amount of manpower. Requiring you to abandon portions of your territory to focus on the castle's perimeter is not solely for my benefit. Each of your knightly territories can muster barely 20 guards, sufficient only to handle the current scattered calamity. Should the calamity escalate into a large-scale outbreak, resistance will be impossible. Byron spoke slowly. In such a dire situation, these rural lords remained unwilling to relinquish their lands and trivial wealth. Without consolidating their strength, they would be picked off one by one. Lord Byron, while you are a lord, you cannot compel us to surrender our lands, Halls asserted. Dismissing the perceived threat of the calamity, believing it merely to be an annoyance of scattered monsters, easily dealt with by the guards of his domain. This exemplified the short-sightedness of the newly elevated nobility. The cycles of the calamity are exceedingly prolonged, often exceeding the lifespan of small kingdoms. Only the libraries of the great nobles contain detailed accounts of the calamity. Thus, despite the royal and ecclesiastical mandates to resist the calamity, many rural nobles remained heedless. Hall suspected that Byron's insistence on concentrating their forces around the castle was merely a cowardly ploy to safeguard himself, or perhaps a scheme for Byron to seize a share of the copper mine's profits. Intrigues among the nobility are not uncommon. The revenues from these copper mines are a crucial lifeline for the operation of his domain, and he could not simply yield them. Of course, I merely offer a suggestion, Byron said, tapping his finger on the table with a smile. You all retain the right to defend your lands. However, I sincerely urge you to consider my counsel. It is a matter of life and death for each of you. If we all withdraw to the castle area, how will we sustain the food supply if the eastern farmland cease production? Elaine raised a pivotal concern, noting that without food security, they would perish even before the calamity struck. Firstly, the castle has ample food reserves to sustain us for at least half a year. Secondly, as a baron, I have the right to exchange merits earned during the calamity with the royal court and the church for resources, including food. Byron had anticipated this. Nobles of baronial rank and above can exchange the remains of demon legions for merits, which can then be traded for food, weapons, and other supplies. With sufficient merits, one could even ascend in rank. What about the subjects of our territories? Elaine pressed further. All those willing to withdraw to the castle perimeter would be welcomed, but they must provide labor or services. The construction of fortifications and the replenishment of fresh troops require a substantial population. Byron would not forsake these people. In his view, they were far more valuable than the lands the minor lords cherished. After the calamity, land would be abundant, but people would be exceedingly scarce. To preserve both population and land is crucial. Losing one means losing both. The short-term strain on resources from a larger population was, in his opinion, manageable. And what of our guard units? Can we still command them? Inquired another lord, voicing his apprehensions. If they could not command their own private soldiers, it would be unacceptable. You simply need to remain stationed within your designated areas. Should monsters approach, you can support one another. I will not stand idly by while you confront the threat. I will personally lead my guard to scout the movements of the monsters and provide assistance as needed. Upon hearing that Byron would not interfere with their private soldiers, the lord's expression softened, and several appeared contemplative. Stationing their forces around the castle would indeed allow for mutual support if they remained in their own territories. They would be isolated. The terrain surrounding the baronial castle, along with the fortifications, would better enable them to withstand the demon army. Moreover, Byron's promise of military aid reassured them, though they regarded his claim of personally leading the charge as mere rhetoric. I concur with the Baron's proposal. Elaine was the first to voice his agreement. Coming from a lineage of great nobility, he possessed a far deeper understanding of the calamity than these rural lords. The priority now was to contemplate survival rather than to cling to so-called lands and wealth. Byron's strategy appeared feasible to him. Survival during the calamity necessitated sacrifices. In this moment, unity would yield benefits, while division would spell disaster. Any isolated force would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the calamity. In peacetime, increasing the family's territory and wealth is the primary concern of the nobility. However, in these times, merely preserving their current strength is already a stroke of fortune. Elaine's decisive stance left the others somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated his resoluteness. Known for his astuteness, his support for Byron's proposal commanded their attention. I also agree. Unexpectedly, Resso, a notoriously unruly lord, was the second to endorse the proposal to safeguard the baronial castle perimeter. It seemed Elaine's influence had swayed him. Ultimately, aside from Halls and another knightly lord, the remaining lords and their vassals concurred with Byron's proposal. Excellent, everyone. I trust that through our collective efforts, we shall triumph over this calamity, Byron said with a smile. May this baron continue to surprise us, Elaine thought, observing Byron's confident demeanor. Chapter 4, The Hunt. This marks the sixth portion of energy. Byron's dark hair slightly obscured the brilliance in his eyes, as beneath his knightly sword lay a small, mutilated demon. My lord, why must you personally eradicate the demons surrounding the castle? Questioned a nearby attendant, perplexed as he accepted Byron's knightly sword. Clearing the monsters around the castle facilitates the subsequent construction of defensive fortifications. Moreover, my direct involvement in exterminating the demons better rallies the nobles from the knightly domains to join our cause. It was indeed astonishing that Byron led the guards in the purge of the scattered demons around the castle, especially considering the baron's previously lamentable performance in the royal city. At this moment, Byron's valor appeared somewhat obsessive to onlookers. Although he commanded 7 or 8 guards, he allowed them merely to provide support while he engaged the demons in personal combat. Regrettably, if I do not slay them myself, the celestial system cannot absorb the energy. Byron lamented, having previously attempted to allow the guards to eliminate the small demons, yet to no avail in acquiring even a modicum of energy. Byron had intended to hunt these stray demons alone, but following the recent incident of disappearance, the castle's inhabitants were already fraught with anxiety. And Elaine did not trust Byron's strength, insisting he take a squad of guards with him. Steel Breathing Technique LV2. Universal Swordsmanship LV1. After acquiring the 6th portion of energy, the enhancements for the breathing technique and universal swordsmanship illuminated once more, yet the martial arts segment within the system remained dim, indicating insufficient energy. Byron refrained from hastily elevating the levels of the breathing technique or universal swordsmanship. He had previously confirmed that enhancements gained through personal training were equally acknowledged by the celestial system. Maximizing benefits by utilizing the celestial system only when encountering a bottleneck was the wisest course of action. Just as now, Universal Swordsmanship LV1 to Universal Swordsmanship LV2. After hunting several small demons, Byron's universal swordsmanship became increasingly refined. Although his martial prowess was sealed, and those masterful techniques seemed entirely forgotten, his honed instincts and martial sensitivity remained intact. With continuous practice, it would be effortless to awaken his mastery of techniques. The diminutive demons were the lowest echelon of malignant creatures, never victorious as individuals, but instead overwhelming all through their seemingly inexhaustible numbers following the onset of calamity. However, during the initial stages of the calamity, the populace, having not encountered demons for centuries, had lost the courage to confront such monstrosities. Consequently, even many adult men, possessing far greater strength than these grotesque beings, fell victim to them. Yet, the small demons were merely the lowest tier of the calamity's creatures, existing as fodder within the chaos. According to Elaine, should the calamity deepen further, it would give rise to formidable demons, demon barons, and even hellish dukes, terrifying entities capable of razing cities and annihilating nations, far beyond Byron's current capacity to contend with. Thus, a sense of urgency lingered in Byron's mind. He must hasten the hunt for demons and swiftly acquire the strength to combat the calamity, lest he become prey himself. Indeed, the Baron displays remarkable valor. They are merely weak creatures, Resso muttered. Given his knightly prowess, dispatching these small demons was a trifling task. Byron instructed the guards to hang the demon corpses at the castle's periphery, a display meant to diminish the fear that farmers and soldiers harbored for such monsters. How many refugees have gathered now? Byron feigned ignorance to Resso's taunt, turning to Elaine. If he could hunt down enough monsters, his strength would soon surpass that of Resso, and he could then subdue him without needing to engage in petty disputes. Have so many gathered in just a few days? Byron nodded. With the castle as their focal point, they accelerated the construction of defensive works, with the original manpower of the castle supplemented by a few knights who had pledged allegiance. The pace of construction was commendable. Following Byron's suggestions and Elaine's plans, the defensive structures were being erected around the castle, with the innermost section capable of accommodating hundreds. Its walls exceptionally sturdy and boasting a vast underground space for ample storage of provisions and weaponry. The construction of this castle benefited from the long-standing presence of the Norton family, who amassed considerable wealth through the fertile lands along the Hamo River and the abundant copper mines, fortifying the castle over generations. However, during the last war with the Galancy Kingdom in the Western Territories, the Norton family, through their foolish arrogance, offended powerful figures in the royal city. Though their lands remained unscathed by war, they became victims. Duke Sivar effortlessly claimed this fertile land, having only to feign loyalty before the king of the Western Territories. Under Elaine's supervision, the outer walls of the castle were beginning to take shape. Although not yet robust, they could be further reinforced. According to the design, the entire outer perimeter could accommodate over 3,000 individuals, serving as the primary living quarters for the subjects in the future. Additionally, the walls enclosed a portion of the fertile fields surrounding the castle, allowing farmers to continue cultivation and produce essential food supplies, even amidst the calamity. While complete self-sufficiency was unattainable, they had effectively utilized the terrain around the castle. Byron generously allocated all military resources for arming and training the guards. The entire barony could muster 100 fully equipped guards, supplemented by the forces of several allied knights, allowing for the deployment of nearly 200 soldiers for defense around the castle. 200 fully armed soldiers could be considered a substantial army in the vicinity of the Sibyl territory, and merely maintaining this force's expenses would daunt many less affluent nobles. Yet, amidst the calamity, such a modest number was evidently insufficient. However, Byron remained unperturbed. With the outbreak of the calamity, an increasing number of refugees would arrive. As long as there were sufficient provisions and weapons, they could arm more troops, and numerous nobles would find themselves reshuffled in the chaos, creating a vast expanse of unclaimed land. Of course, opportunity and risk coexisted. Those who sought to exploit the calamity as a ladder for advancement would likely find themselves devoured, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Chapter 5. The night the technique of breath control was not particularly challenging. Byron stood in the training yard, having practiced the steel-breathing technique for several consecutive days. This method primarily serves to enhance pulmonary function, allowing the blood to rapidly absorb a copious amount of oxygen, thus significantly augmenting physical capabilities in an instant. By mastering specific postures and breathing rhythms, one could harness this technique to invigorate vitality. For Byron, this method was not esoteric. He recalled having studied a similar discipline, far more profound and powerful than the steel-breathing technique of the Cywil family. Though this technique was not the Cywil family's heirloom night-breathing method, it was still regarded as superior within the Western realms. In the early stages of the game Emperor's Path, Byron had acquired a martial skill known as the Tai Chi toad fishing technique, which encompassed the principles of breath control to cultivate a unique strength called toad fishing power, emphasizing flexibility rather than rigidity, relaxation without slackness. However, at this moment, he could only recall this skill vaguely, devoid of any concrete practice methods, and the inscription of Tai Chi toad fishing technique appeared dimmed in his system. Byron adjusted his breathing, gradually aligning himself with the so-called steel frequency of the steel-breathing technique. His blood circulated at specific intervals, the rhythmic beating of his heart subtly exercising his internal organs. Steel-breathing technique level 2, steel-breathing technique level 3, strength and constitution slightly enhanced. If other practitioners of the steel-breathing technique from the Cywil family were to learn of Byron's progress, they would likely be astounded. For ordinary individuals, capturing the frequency of breathing is exceedingly difficult, let alone maintaining it consistently. Hence, many cannot even begin to grasp it. Yet, in Byron's memory, the difficulty of mastering the night-breathing method was not on par with the martial arts, thus he did not perceive this technique as particularly arduous, achieving it with ease. Moreover, the enhancements in strength and constitution from leveling up the breathing technique paled in comparison to the growth derived from internal martial arts cultivation. He mused that only through martial arts could he fully unleash the unparalleled prowess of his former Grandmaster self. The breakthroughs in breath control were exceedingly subtle. Unless one experienced a significant advancement, it would often go unnoticed. However, the Heavenly Tao system quantifying the levels of breathing techniques allowed Byron to intuitively sense the minute changes within his body. Feeling slightly perspired, Byron abandoned his original posture, allowing his heartbeat and breathing frequency to return to normal. He picked up the knight's sword beside him and swung it a couple of times, preparing to further hone his swordsmanship. The general swordsmanship was based on the military techniques of the Western realms, rather than being true swordsmanship. It was more akin to a series of fixed maneuvers, slashes, chops, and thrusts. There were no special power techniques required, only the harmony of eye, hand, and body. Gripping the steel sword tightly, Byron exerted a sudden force, causing the sword to carve an arc through the air, severing two training dummies in half. "My Lord Baron, would you care to give it a try?" Resso, who had entered the training ground, provocatively remarked upon witnessing Byron's training. Byron maintained a facade of composure while internally calculating. Although his original self had been imparted the steel-breathing technique, he remained underestimated, lacking systematic training in the way of the knight. While he had some vague impressions of knightly combat, they were quite blurred. Resso before him was not like those noble knights. He was a true adept who had genuinely reached the knightly level of prowess. And Byron was eager to witness the strength that could be attained after breaking through to knighthood through breath control. "Prepare 2 wooden swords for me and Knight Resso," Byron instructed a guard. "Then I shall properly teach you what it means to follow the knightly path, my Lord Baron." Resso licked his lips. Though he dared not harm Byron, it would still be amusing to see him humbled and lose face. Resso, of humble origin, had fortuitously acquired the breathing technique and was ennobled as a knight due to his own strength after breaking through. He held a title but no territory. Due to his vile character, no noble wished to grant him land. He cared little whether they were nobles from the capital or the countryside. Without strength, they were all the same. Resso only bowed to the strong. "My Lord Baron, be careful." Resso gripped the training wooden sword, his tall figure striking a stance. His streamlined muscles glistening bronze under the sunlight, exuding a formidable aggression. With a quick step, he kicked up dust and shouted, swinging the wooden sword down forcefully. The power was significant, yet it had yet to achieve a qualitative change. The speed was not particularly swift. Byron remained unperturbed, making no move, appearing as if he were stunned in the eyes of onlookers. Still a coward, merely putting on a show, Resso thought, loosening his grip slightly to prevent inflicting serious injury on Byron. What? Resso was taken aback. That mighty blow fell to the empty air, just before Resso's sword descended. Byron subtly shifted his form, neither hurried nor slow, barely evading the strike. This must be a fluke. Resso felt a twinge of frustration, realizing he had held back and allowed the young Baron to dodge his attack. He swung again with renewed vigor. Byron smiled inwardly, opting not to block, shifting half a step to the side, allowing the swing to miss once more. No matter how great the force, if it could not strike the target, what was the use? His perception far surpassed Resso's, and Resso's speed had yet to match Byron's reflexes. Not to mention he possessed the sensations of a Grandmaster. Simply relying on instinct placed him in an invulnerable position. Nearby guards observed as Resso swung blow after blow, the air slicing with each strike, yet not even grazing Byron's garments. Now I understand. One guard's eyes lit up. Knight Resso must be putting on a show to support the Baroness' performance. Every action is perfectly timed. It seems Lord Resso isn't as arrogant as he appears. How infuriating. Resso, however, was too engrossed in his own efforts to care about others' opinions. He was genuinely exerting himself. Does the Baron only know how to dodge? He grumbled in frustration. Before he could finish, a sudden strike came from the air, landing squarely against him, leaving only a shallow white mark. The knightly physique was indeed quite formidable. Byron noted this without surprise. After all, the disparity in strength between him and Resso was considerable, and they were wielding wooden swords. Indeed, Resso dared not underestimate the young Baron any longer. Had Byron wielded a steel sword moments ago, he would have been injured. Very well, very well. Resso's voice grew low. He had not anticipated that the Baron's previous weakness was merely an act. Allow me to show you the true power of a knight. Heh. If not for my desire to observe the martial arts of this other world, why would I bother to engage with you? Byron had been waiting for this moment. According to others, when an ordinary individual breaks through to knighthood, not only does their physical condition enhance dramatically, but the greatest change lies in the activation of life energy, enabling them to unleash tremendous strength through this energy. In Byron's perception, Resso's power and speed suddenly surged to a new level, as if an explosion of energy erupted from within his body. Whoosh! A colossal sword wind swept past, carrying a hint of sword intent, though it dissipated too quickly. Still lacking intensity, the wind grazed Byron's head, severing a strand of hair. "Ha! How do you like this, my Lord Baron?" Resso boasted with laughter. This sword wind was a technique he could only unleash after activating his life energy, a skill that had always proven effective. And now it seemed to impress the young Baron. Byron felt a genuine astonishment, but not from fear of the sword wind. Rather, it was the method by which Resso activated his life energy. It was akin to the self-explosion of internal energy. By strengthening the internal organs through training, he harnessed the internal energy until it could be wielded through muscle, generating a sensation of energy within the body, transforming internal energy into inner chi. Although this force possesses immense power, it should not be wielded recklessly. Rather, it is meant to permeate every orifice, invigorating the entire body and refining essence into energy, ultimately condensing that energy into a formidable force. This is clearly articulated within the martial arts. Yet Lyso foolishly harnesses the power that both generates and annihilates such energy to unleash his strength. Does he not fear the toll it may take on his lifespan? Byron was taken aback. Does not the activation of life energy incur damage to the body? He inquired of Lyso. Indeed, activating life energy undoubtedly inflicts harm upon the body. Hence, even upon achieving knighthood, we shall not continuously invoke life energy. Did your knightly mentor not impart this wisdom to you? Lyso, bewildered by Byron's concerns, pondered. What of the rank beyond knight, the great knight? Byron pressed further. A great knight merely possesses the ability to summon a more potent life energy, and great knights have already reached the pinnacle of human physical potential, Lyso replied thoughtfully. As for the rank beyond great knight, I have only heard tales of certain noble bloodlines that can transcend limitations to become blood knights or assimilate the bloodlines of magical beasts to achieve such breakthroughs. Yet I have never witnessed this myself. What a waste! What a waste! A martial artist seeks the path within the cosmos. What does it mean to seek within the cosmos? It signifies that the human body itself harbors boundless potential. Thus, the martial way initially advocates for introspection, refining essence into energy, condensing energy into form, cultivating energy into spirit, and attaining enlightenment through spirit ultimately leads to transcending the void to behold the divine realm. When the essence, energy, and spirit harmoniously unite, culminating in the convergence of the three flowers atop the head and the five energies converging towards the source, one can resonate internally and externally, mobilizing the energies of heaven and earth. This amalgamation of inner and cosmic energies can yield various extraordinary phenomena. It appears that the path of knighthood in this realm has deviated. Instead of unlocking human potential, they resort to transplanting the bloodlines of magical beasts, relying on the power of lineage to achieve elevation. Setting aside the complexities of lineage, even if one were to attain power, achieving the unification of the three treasures remains a formidable challenge. It is indeed imperative to unlock the martial path at the earliest opportunity, Byron mused internally. Chapter 6. Martial Arts. It is said that a young baron from the royal capital has recently begun to gather the displaced. The Immortan family, an ancient lineage from the Western territories, once boasted great nobility in its ancestry, but has since fallen into decline. Presently, the Immortan family holds merely the title of baron, with their barony smaller than half that of the neighboring Sybil territory. They are mere offshoots of the Duke of Sywell, a son of little consequence. Whispers in the shadows suggest that appointing a disregarded younger son to inherit the Sybil territory is merely a ploy to find a scapegoat. Baron Immortan toyed with the ruby ring on his finger, gradually declaring, "The Sybil territory and the Rain territory will eventually fall into my grasp." A flicker of ambition gleamed in his eyes. The Baron Byron of Sybil is merely a debauched youth, yet the Rain Baron is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing the term demon calamity, Baron Immortan furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, as if a thought had crossed his mind. That thing will soon be resolved, and we shall naturally be able to withstand the demon calamity. Resisting the demon calamity is not as simple as you envision. Even if you acquire that thing, it will not suffice. The shadow beneath the cloak shook its head, dissenting from Immortan's confidence. That is the legacy of sorcerers, a mere demon calamity, huh? Baron Immortan dismissed the cloaked figure's words. In his view, once he obtained the sorcerer's legacy and became an apprentice sorcerer, no one in this remote land could oppose him. After all, the terrifying prowess of sorcerers is recorded in his family's ancient texts, far beyond the capabilities of so-called knights or even great knights. Sorcerers are the true rulers of the Western territories. After testing skills with Resso, the knight displayed increased respect towards Byron, at least refraining from embarrassing him in public. However, this was merely the beginning. Resso was not yet qualified to submit to the current Byron. Nevertheless, his youth and impressive strength indicated that he might one day ascend to the level of a great knight. Coming from a prominent noble family, he might even procure a beast bloodline to break through and become a bloodline knight, which Resso could not afford to dismiss lightly. Training has been satisfactory. Byron inspected the training grounds where Resso oversaw the soldiers' training, imparting foundational sword techniques. Despite being armed, many of the soldiers were former farmers and required further conditioning to become competent soldiers. "How's the grain procurement?" Byron inquired of Elaine beside him. With the impending eruption of the demon calamity, acquiring food has become quite challenging. Elaine shook her head and added, "However, the church has opened up channels. The corpses of those lesser demons can yield a significant amount of grain." "That is good. Let us exchange for a portion of grain to store. For we cannot foresee the aftermath of the full-blown demon calamity." In recent days, at Byron's behest, the castle guards had purged the scattered lesser demons around the fortress, acquiring dozens of their corpses. After notifying the church for personnel to verify their authenticity, they recorded their achievements. Under Byron's direct involvement, his energy points had increased to 20. Now, the lesser demons around the castle had been eradicated, necessitating a journey to more distant locations for energy acquisition. The walls required further fortification, and the construction of the outer arrow towers needed to be expedited. It must be said that the tax officer's capabilities had earned Byron's recognition, sparing him much worry. "You may leave. I wish to rest for a while. Do not enter without my command." The golden-haired maid gently set down the milk from her chest, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster curves as she bent, while Byron appeared oblivious to her display. The maid, realizing this, slowly retreated, closing the door softly behind her. Byron had certainly observed the maid's subtle actions, but he was no longer his former self, and thus lacked such composure. Excessive indulgence in blood cannot refine one's essence into energy. Only upon achieving the innate stage can a warrior lock their essence and conceal their energy, unafraid of its leakage. Alone in his chamber, Byron envisioned the heavenly Tao system. Upon accumulating 20 units of energy, the system underwent an inexplicable transformation. The martial arts system was preliminarily unlocked, with some martial arts options illuminated. However, due to the presence of many eyes, he had not scrutinized them closely. Would you like to consume 20 units of standard energy to unlock the martial arts system? Confirm, Byron willed. The energy reserves reached the minimum threshold, and a reward of one's choice from the condensed chi level martial arts was granted. The 20 units of energy promptly vanished, and the heavenly Tao system appeared increasingly complete, with information displayed in greater detail. A prompt resonated. Postnatal, innate, and then condensed chi. Possessing a martial art at the condensed chi stage would greatly benefit Byron, necessitating careful selection. Mystical fire true chi, available for learning. An internal cultivation method created by the elder of the Mystic Fire Palace, enhancing pure yang energy and refining the mystic fire breath. Mastery leads to mystic fire true chi, capable of incinerating all. Cold light magic technique, available for learning. An unparalleled skill created by the martial world prodigy, the ancestor of thunder light, condensing cold light internal energy. Upon mastery, it allows for instantaneous lethality, dominating the world. To incinerate all and dominate the world. Who believes such claims is destined to lose first? Byron scoffed at the descriptions of the two martial arts. Although they were commendable, achieving the proclaimed effect seemed more like a seller's boast. Suppressing his inner agitation, Byron continued to survey the subsequent martial arts. He was about to tread the path of martial arts once more, and his heart stirred with anticipation. In the game Imperial Path, few players attain the status of Supreme Masters, yet all share a common trait, an unwavering pursuit of martial arts. They endure tremendous trials and tribulations akin to ascetic monks. Only thus could they withstand the profound solitude of standing at the pinnacle. Innate formless sword chi, available for learning. 10 absolute killing blades, available for learning. Byron glanced over the techniques without lingering. For what he needed was an exceptional internal cultivation method to refine his essence into energy, without robust internal energy to support him. Even the mightiest techniques would merely be castles in the air, ephemeral illusions. Heaven and earth duality, great sorrow, available for learning. Bone-locking soul-capturing heavenly Buddha scroll, available for learning. Byron discovered that the martial arts cataloged within the heavenly Tao system far exceeded his prior knowledge, seemingly encompassing all martial arts within Imperial Path. This indicated that, with sufficient energy, he could learn from countless schools and forge an unprecedented path toward becoming a Grandmaster. I have found it. Despite the plethora of condensed chi internal arts, Byron ultimately chose the internal cultivation method he was most familiar with. The stone from another mountain can serve as a reference. This was indeed his gem. It was this martial art that established Byron's solid foundation within Imperial Path. While it may not be the most powerful martial art, it was undoubtedly the most compatible with him. There are no invincible martial arts, only invincible individuals. Innate chi, available for learning. The unparalleled divine skill learned by the supreme leader of the Alliance, also known as the immortal divine skill. Cultivating the energy of the 9-5, it is both firm and pure yang, yet this soaring dragon encounters a backlash during the full moon, leading to a significant depletion of power. Only upon achieving the innate realm can one be free from worry. Mastery of the divine skill enables the complete refinement of innate chi, forming a protective energy shield that is impervious to blades and fire, unbreakable like adamantine, ceaseless internal energy, and capable of controlling myriad true energies, truly the foremost chi in the universe. Chapter 7. The achievement of innate vitality. Learnable. Innate vitality, first level, requires 20 units of energy for enhancement. As the 20 units of energy dissipated, a torrent of scorching heat spread throughout Byron's being, infusing him with an overwhelming sense of vigor that coursed through his limbs and bones. Along with this came the teachings of the cultivation method for innate vitality. With the former mentor's guidance, Byron directed the flow of energy in a steady stream. The dual acupoints of the well and the pool ignited his strength, while the tortoise's tail raised the energy within, refining the spirit in his dantian. The energy descended to the depths, gathering in the heart of heaven. Byron had previously mastered the innate vitality to great heights, and now the martial arts techniques and numerous insights flooded his mind. He firmly concentrated his thoughts, transforming his inner breath. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Byron's eyes. His aura surged, muscles tensed, and he felt as if he had grown taller, exuding an unparalleled masculine energy. The innate vitality was exceedingly domineering. The moment the pure yang inner breath emerged, it sought to expel other energies, rendering the feeble breath cultivated through the steel breathing technique akin to a flickering candle in the wind, trembling within Byron's body. Indeed, only martial prowess could perceive the subtleties of his surroundings. Byron was able to clearly sense his own blood flow, heartbeat, and the openings and closings of various orifices through the method of circulating energy. The principles of breathing felt akin to a blind man groping an elephant, a crude process lacking systematic refinement. Upon detecting the innate vitality, first level, the steel breathing technique at level 3 could be combined. Without hesitation, Byron issued the command. Instantly, the designation of steel breathing technique level 3 vanished entirely, its steel-like essence being transformed into pure yang energy by the innate vitality, albeit with some loss during the conversion process. After all, the quality of the weak breath cultivated through the steel breathing technique fell far short of the innate vitality. Not to mention the consumption incurred during the operation of the techniques. Innate vitality, first level, evolved into innate vitality, second level, enhancing strength and constitution. The second level required 30 units of energy for elevation. A colossal force erupted from within Byron, granting him the sensation of tearing apart tigers and leopards, of overturning rivers and seas. However, Byron understood that this was merely the disparity brought about by the rapid increase in strength. He steadied his mind and soon adapted to this newfound power. With a single punch, he shattered the air. The force behind this strike was immense, several times greater than the strength Byron previously possessed. Even the ferocious beasts in the nearby forest would likely suffer grievous injuries from such a blow. Remarkably, Byron felt no significant exhaustion after unleashing this full-force punch. His breathing remained steady, and he felt no fatigue, indicating that his endurance had significantly increased after mastering the innate vitality. In a pure comparison of physical strength, even a knight like Lyso would pale in comparison. However, should he unleash his so-called life energy, he would pose a considerable threat. Byron mentally juxtaposed himself with Lyso. Although the path of knighthood was rudimentary, the years of relentless training by others had not been in vain. Those who broke through to the knight level, despite their lower quality of inner breath, possessed ample quantity, albeit lacking in knowledge of how to wield it. If Lyso were to unleash his life energy, it would not be easy for Byron to defeat him. Yet, that was the extent of it. The innate vitality was divided into 6 levels, each layer exponentially increasing in power. Achieving the 6th layer would bestow an unfathomable might, capable of parting armies and surpassing the strength of dragons and elephants. Once the breathing technique reached the Grand Knight level, one's path of self-cultivation would reach its limit. Byron knew without a doubt that those so-called bloodline knights merely relied on external aids, failing to cultivate their own bodies and uncover their potential, making it difficult to truly control forces that did not belong to them. Until the innate vitality was fully realized, he needed to remain discreet. During the full moon, the phenomenon of the dragon in regret and the reversal of energy flow required caution. He could not allow anyone to uncover his secret. Byron resolved that from then on, he would periodically enter seclusion around the time of the full moon, making it a norm. If he vanished on every full moon, it would be too easy for others to discern the pattern. The dragon in regret and the reversal of energy flow were indeed the innate vitality's own demands for the refinement of its utmost yang essence. Only through repeated honing and elimination of the superfluous could the true essence of yang be retained. Though the process was cumbersome, it was worthwhile for the sake of solidifying his foundation. After all, many intricate and convoluted internal arts surpassed the complexities of the innate vitality. For instance, the martial Zen school and the wedding garment technique were so fiercely potent that upon reaching 60 or 70% mastery, one had to completely destroy the cultivated power and start anew. The old adage of to use its benefits, one must first blunt its edge encapsulated this principle. After undergoing such a refinement, practitioners could wield their powers with ease and precision. Roy, do you really think this place is safe? A girl with black hair, clad in a grayish-brown gown and bearing a somewhat pallid complexion, inquired of a boy named Roy. The walls surrounding the castle had been partially constructed, and some of the local residents and recently gathered refugees had already been settled. At least it's much safer than our village, Roy, a red-haired boy, replied. He and Ellie had escaped from a nearby village. After the onset of the demonic disaster, those small villages had been among the most perilous, lacking any defensive strength and merely suffering from the onslaught of the small demons. Look at that castle, how tall and sturdy it is. And the outer arrow towers. If those monsters try to rush in, they'll surely be turned into pincushions. Roy's eyes sparkled with excitement. under the sunlight. The Baron's castle did not appear ominous at all. Instead, it radiated a warm, yellowish glow, evoking a sense of comfort. Occasionally, guards patrolled the vicinity, maintaining order. Clad in interlinked chainmail and wielding glinting longswords, they seemed far more formidable than the farmers in the village wielding pitchforks. If only I could live in the castle, Roy mused. I was so foolish. Those demons that destroyed their homes are no match for the Baron. It is said that he has slain dozens of such monsters. He thought in awe. Ellie, let us stay here. The Baron is so powerful, there is no need to worry, he reassured the girl named Ellie. She had not yet recovered from the fear of losing her parents. She had witnessed her mother being killed by a small demon while her father fought valiantly to protect her, ultimately sacrificing himself to allow Ellie to escape. If only Doran, along with my father and mother, could come here too. Ellie thought of her family, her throat tightening with emotion. Though the refugees had to work while staying here, the kind Baron did not treat them as cattle, allowing them to engage in reasonable labor. Safety and food were assured. Ellie, don't be sad. Roy struggled to find words. His parents had passed away long ago, making it difficult for him to empathize with her plight. We must continue to live well. He had already resolved that the next time soldiers were recruited, he would enlist. He wanted to protect this place and safeguard Ellie. Under normal circumstances, someone of their lowly status would have no chance of becoming a soldier, but in this moment, they could experience a life entirely different from before. Perhaps it would lead to glory through slaying enemies, or perhaps they would meet a fate akin to their ancestors, becoming mere bones. Chapter 8. The demon spider Byron sat serenely in his chamber, his heart open to the cosmos, channeling his innate vital energy. His breathing, initially slow and gentle, gradually evolved into a deep, almost imperceptible rhythm, reminiscent of the breath of a tortoise. The energy within him swelled, steadily growing and consolidating. The process of refining energy in blood, fortifying bones, and harmonizing the meridians, these preliminary martial arts practices are collectively categorized as the postnatal realm, constituting the first step in the martial path. Yet, his progress felt sluggish. The alchemical arts of potion making and herb concoction needed to be prioritized. Byron assessed his own training pace, finding it unsatisfactory. The postnatal realm demands the tempering of both energy and the physical form, necessitating vast reservoirs of vitality, which is why many miraculous elixirs have been developed to assist martial practitioners. Byron possessed knowledge of numerous potions and formulas, yet he was uncertain whether the requisite herbs existed in this world. Perhaps there were botanicals with similar properties, but identifying them would require extensive experimentation, a colossal undertaking. This was also a reason Byron had chosen not to relinquish his original identity and venture forth alone. Cultivating a power base proved invaluable for resource acquisition, facilitating his training. After circulating his innate vital energy for a complete cycle, Byron exhaled deeply, concluding his session and rising to his feet. It seemed that only the nobility could indulge in such exquisite fare. The adage about the rich in martial prowess and the poor in literary talent rang true. Byron felt a tinge of nostalgia. A meticulously prepared and roasted suckling pig lay on the dining table, its vibrant skin glistening enticingly, igniting one's appetite. With a single bite, the skin crackled and the tender meat melted in his mouth, rich yet not overwhelming. Byron swiftly devoured the entire pig, with the most prime cut of roasted calf awaiting him nearby. Excellent, he commended the culinary skills of the castle chefs. After consuming such calorically dense dishes, he resumed circulating his innate vital energy to enhance the efficiency of energy conversion, allowing vitality to surge throughout his body. "My Lord Baron," came the voice of Elaine, accompanied by a knock at the door. "Is there something amiss?" Byron quickly stood, as Elaine seldom interrupted him during lunch, indicating an urgent matter at hand. "We have discovered a new type of monster." Indeed, a new creature had emerged. Byron gazed upon the massive spider before him, affirming Elaine's report of this new entity. This was no mere mutated beast. It was a higher-tier monster born from the demon calamity. Name: demon spider type, demon. Beast rank: none weakness. Fear of fire energy content. Minimal. Had the energy content shifted from trace to minimal? Byron noted the change in the celestial system's energy content description. This giant spider, roughly the size of a bear, possessed 8 constantly shifting eyes and formidable pincers, with visible bristles adorning its surface. Its legs, sharp as blades, plunged into the ground with lethal precision. The entire appearance of this new monster was menacing and malicious, unmistakably engineered for the purpose of hunting humans. "Do not approach," Elaine cautioned softly. As long as they maintained their distance, they would not provoke an attack. This demon spider had been discovered near the copper mines, where miners from Hars had suffered significant casualties from its onslaught. Despite the emergence of such a formidable monster, Hars remains reluctant to relocate? Byron inquired. Recalling his previous call to the lords of various knightly domains to unite against the demon calamity, noting that several lords, including Hars, had chosen not to respond. Elaine shook her head. He is still unwilling to abandon the copper mines. Then let him take his pile of copper to the grave, Byron replied indifferently. It was not his place to force Hars's hand. If Hars was intent on courting death, Byron would not intervene, especially since some among them harbored ulterior ambitions. Archers. Prepare to fire. Ignite the arrows, Byron gestured. Several archers took their positions, while nearby soldiers doused the arrows in oil, lighting them ablaze. Rizzo, ensure the Baron's safety. Elaine turned to the knight beside her. Rest assured, my lord, Rizzo replied, fixating on the demon spider, gripping his sword tightly, keenly aware of the danger it posed. Lawrence. Your priority is to ensure Lord Elaine's safety. Do not concern yourself with me, Byron instructed, signaling for his attendants to encircle Elaine, for in this moment, she was the one most in need of protection. Acknowledging the Baron's strength, Lawrence discreetly withdrew, forming a protective perimeter around Elaine. Release. Upon seeing the archers and Rizzo prepared, Byron wasted no time issuing his command. The flaming arrows soared forth, striking true. The oil-soaked tips ignited upon contact, setting the demon spider ablaze. The creature screeched in agony, a sound akin to leather being violently scraped, unbearably shrill. It quickly discerned the presence of these tiny adversaries, its legs moving with alarming speed. Be cautious, scatter, Rizzo shouted. The demon spider unleashed a spray of green bile, which erupted midair. Byron rolled to evade the toxic substance, which sizzled upon contact with the ground, leaving charred remnants in its wake. A soldier, unable to evade in time, had bile splatter onto his leather helmet, corroding it instantly and searing his face. The soldier screamed in anguish, clutching his head as he frantically fled, only to collapse moments later, lifeless. Damn it, Andy. Rizzo roared in fury, realizing that the soldier, trained under his own supervision, had fallen so easily. Swiftly, Rizzo charged at the demon spider, raising his steel sword to deliver a powerful strike. But even with his knightly strength, he could only inflict a wound upon its hide, failing to sever its form. The spider's forelegs lashed out with blinding speed, striking like twin swords, producing a cacophony of metal clashing against metal. Soldiers nearby attempted to assist, only to be halted by Byron's command. Retreat. To engage in such a battle would be to court death. These soldiers have been meticulously trained by Rizzo, though they need practical experience. This is not the occasion for recklessness. Use arrows to distract it, aim for its eyes, Byron directed the soldiers while unsheathing his sword, preparing to advance. My lord. Please exercise caution. Elaine's brow furrowed with concern. Lawrence watched the battlefield intently. Although he had faith in the Baron's abilities, the sight of the formidable creature caused him to waver. Byron remained silent, gesturing with his back to signal that there was no need for worry. At that moment, he was wholly focused, observing the combat between Rizzo and the demon spider, searching for an opportunity. Several arrows flew through the air, while most missed their mark. One struck the demon spider's eye with precision. Seizing the moment, Rizzo unleashed his life force, and a gust of sword energy sliced through the air, severing the demon spider's two pincers. The monstrous arachnid reared back, thrashing in pain, completely unaware of the deadly peril that loomed ever closer. Byron would not let this chance slip away. His gaze sharpened with determination as his innate vital energy surged within him, muscles taut and breath becoming increasingly fierce. One decisive strike was all that was required. The distance of 10 meters closed in an instant, and Byron's sword arced through the air. Passing by the creature in a flash, its grotesque head was severed and sent soaring into the sky. What incredible speed and strength! Rizzo marveled, astonished that the Baron's physical prowess now rivaled his own, especially considering that merely 10 days had elapsed since their training match. Chapter 9. The Priestess Indeed, a Demon Spider. A woman, exquisitely beautiful with delicate features, exhibited a hint of excitement. Her ample ceremonial robe and sacred sash could not fully conceal her alluring curves, and the pure patterns adorning her garment exuded an unusual allure. Was it you, Baron Byron, who personally vanquished this demon spider? The priestess inquired, somewhat astonished. As it was rare for nobles to engage directly in battle, most were exceedingly cautious of their lives. Byron nodded in response, acknowledging that this was indeed the war priestess dispatched by the Holy See, following the eruption of the demonic calamity. Numerous war priests had been sent to various locales to document the achievements of nobles in slaying demons and to provide them with resources. Priestess Judith. We can all attest that the Baron severed the head of this creature with a single stroke, Elaine corroborated from the side. It matters not who eliminated the demon spider. For as long as its corpse is available, the merits can be recorded. Judith gazed at Byron, who continually surprised those around him. First with the corpses of numerous lesser demons and now with that of this demon spider. However, I must express my admiration for your valor. There are few nobles today who demonstrate such responsibility. Byron smiled modestly. I merely performed the duties expected of a lord. There is no need for excessive praise. Humility is also a virtue of knighthood. The noble's self-effacement won the priestess's favor, though she remained unaware that Byron's demeanor was merely habitual courtesy. The value of this corpse far surpassed the act of slaying a demon itself. Judith commanded the Knights of the Holy See to transport the body onto a cart, preparing to send it to the glimmering city to the west, the largest city adjacent to the territory of Sybil, governed by a powerful viscount. Studying the characteristics of new demonic creatures will allow us to mitigate many sacrifices in the future. Judith intended to send the corpse of the demon spider to the Holy See's branch in Glimmering City, where specialists would research its weaknesses. With the addition of the previous lesser demon corpses, the Baron had accumulated a total of 30 merit points. 10 merit points could be exchanged for 10 tons of grain. However, the Baron was certain about using his merits for food. If you can accumulate 100 merit points, you could secure the title of Viscount, Judith proposed, presenting an enticing offer. A noble with an empty title could accomplish nothing during a demonic calamity. Yet, 10 tons of grain could sustain 200 people for nearly a year. Byron remained unmoved by her words. He opened a cloth bag with his sword, revealing golden wheat that Elaine had previously procured from the Holy See. A marquis is only as strong as his resources, without sufficient power. Even the title of King of the West is but empty rhetoric. You certainly possess a pragmatic outlook, the priestess remarked, surprised yet again. The youthful noble, exhibiting a calm demeanor, seemed to see through the facade, recognizing how the Holy See had harvested countless merits with their worthless titles. Following his practice of innate energy, Byron's masculine aura had grown significantly, rendering him taller and more imposing than his previous, softer self. I hope you will bring me more surprises in the future. If you accumulate enough merit, the Holy See could establish a temple in your territory. A temple is a sanctuary dedicated to the divine, typically established in regions with strong faith. A temple could cultivate priests and paladins for the Lord, provide baptisms, heal ailments, and wield considerable influence. Judith and the Knights of the Holy See departed with the corpse of the demon spider. The value of this corpse was the reason she had come in person, previously. Elaine had sent someone to deliver demon corpses to Glimmering City. What truly are the so-called gods of this world? Byron harbored doubts regarding the Holy See's exaltations. According to their scriptures, the gods created the world and are the source of all existence, each deity possessing different faith requirements, collectively forming the Supreme Holy See. The Earth Goddess, whom Judith worshipped, is one of the deities within the Supreme Holy See, symbolizing harvest and life. As of now, I am not yet qualified to explore these matters. Byron temporarily halted his contemplation. The truths surrounding gods, saints, sorcerers, and demonic calamities seemed complex, for now. Maintaining a low profile and developing steadily was the prudent path. With this supply of grain, we need not worry even if the harvest is poor. Elaine smiled, instructing Wreath to escort the grain into storage. At that moment, a weight lifted from his heart, allowing him to relax. Indeed, this will suffice to see us through until next winter. Byron nodded but noted that if the number of refugees continued to rise, the pressure for food would only increase. Lawrence, have you gathered any information about those demon spiders? In pursuit of additional merits, Byron had sent his attendants to investigate in the territory of Harles. As the demon spider had initially been discovered near the copper mines. Given the nature of demonic calamities, such creatures typically do not appear alone. A single demon spider could yield Byron 5 units of energy and 10 merit points, a remarkably profitable venture. My lord, there have been no further sightings of such creatures nearby, Lawrence reported on his findings. However, according to those initially attacked, it is likely that the creature emerged from the copper mines. Since the incident involving the demon spider devouring the miners, Harles has significantly bolstered security around the copper mines, with the majority of his garrison stationed there. Yet, it seems Harles is concealing something. Lawrence shared his suspicions. There are far too many guards stationed at the copper mines, and entry is strictly forbidden, even for the former miners. He has even neglected the defense of his own territory, concentrating all his forces at the mines. This is clearly abnormal. Indeed, it is quite suspicious. Harles is not one to act without profit. There must be some secret hidden within those copper mines. Elaine, drawing from her knowledge of Harles, articulated her judgment. If there are doubts, we should investigate directly. After all, Harles is ostensibly my vassal, and a portion of the copper mine's yield belongs to me. Byron resolved to lead a party to investigate personally, as this was crucial for his ability to hunt more demon spiders. Upon unlocking the innate energy cultivation, the system displayed specific details regarding martial arts, clearly indicating the energy required for unlocking various skills. Sun-moving profound art, innate level internal skill. Requires 20 units of energy, shadow-watching divine sword, acquired level sword technique. Requires 15 units of energy, prajna palm, acquired level palm technique. Requires 10 units of energy. The energy required for acquired martial arts was noticeably lower, while innate martial arts generally demanded at least 20 units or more, with the energy needed for condensation techniques often exceeding 100 units. It was evident that the rewards for unlocking martial arts seals were quite substantial. As for the more advanced master-level martial arts, they seemed to require a resource known as an energy core in addition to energy itself. Byron had yet to encounter such a thing and was uncertain where to procure it. However, he felt no urgency for the time being. For now, he would focus on steadily cultivating his internal energy to condense the innate energy, and would also need to exchange for an external skill to enhance his lethality. Byron glanced at his remaining 5 units of energy and instructed Lawrence to gather a squad of guards in preparation for their journey to Harles's territory. Chapter 10. Annihilation. Lord Harz, if the Baron discovers our clandestine extraction of this underground silver mine. Colonel Colin, the commander of Harz's garrison, expressed his unease. As long as we proceed discreetly, how could the Baron ever learn of it? Harz replied, fixing a menacing glare upon the colonel, his tone laced with a sinister edge. Are you contemplating betrayal, Colin? Upon hearing this, Colin's face turned ashen, and he hastily denied the accusation. Of course not, Lord Harz. Everything I possess is granted by you. I would never betray you. Very well. Just follow my orders. There is no need for further contemplation. Harz nodded in satisfaction. Since the outbreak of the demonic calamity, the copper mine had experienced considerable tremors. Initially, Harz had dismissed these events until a monstrous creature emerged from a fissure deep within the mine, devouring numerous miners. The creature that escaped was the demon spider slain by Byron, which had since prowled the forests near the Sibyl territory. Harz dispatched scouts to investigate, discovering that the fissure had been formed by the tremors, leading directly underground, where a vein of mithril lay exposed. A copper mine could sustain a wealthy baron. A mithril vein implied that Harz could potentially ascend to the rank of viscount. Mithril, a precious metallic substance, is also known as true silver or silver steel. The dwarves were the first to mine mithril, cherishing it above all else. Its hardness surpassed that of steel, yet was lighter, impervious to damage during forging or polishing, and it would never lose its luster. This silver-hued metal possessed exceptional malleability and was regarded as light as a feather, yet as sturdy as dragon scales. Many master smiths and court sorcerers coveted it, rendering it priceless. When Harz discovered this mithril vein, he felt as if he were dreaming, momentarily unable to believe its existence. A vein of mithril had lain dormant underground for centuries, its brilliance obscured and protected by the copper mine, waiting solely for its destined master, Sir Harz, the future nobleman. By secretly extracting the mithril, I can leverage this wealth to free myself from that insufferable brat's control, Harz mused, recognizing the need for discretion in his actions. He promptly ordered the copper mine sealed off, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. As for the creature that had escaped, Harz remained unconcerned, still convinced that the demonic calamity was merely Byron's sensationalist exaggeration. Beast tides occasionally surged through the forest. This so-called demonic calamity was likely just a peculiar uprising of wild beasts. Those minor demons appeared fierce, yet were less formidable than a brown bear. This exemplified the narrow-mindedness and shallow heritage of the rural nobility, confined to their limited perspectives. What a miracle, Harz lamented. Since discovering the vein, he had spent nearly 2/3 of his time underground, personally supervising the miners to ensure that none hoarded any for themselves. Glistening, hard, and shrouded in mystery, Harz held a small piece of mithril in his hand, savoring its temperature, even kissing it with rapturous delight. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. What is that noise? Haven't we investigated yet? Harz chided sternly. Since the discovery of the vein, no creatures had emerged from the fissure, yet the eerie environment was rife with unsettling sounds, sending shivers down his spine. Truly useless. Hars muttered irritably, vowing to reorganize his army once he became a viscount, dismissing this worthless fool. "What is that?" a miner exclaimed, sensing something amiss. "Sam is missing." Abel, putting down his pickaxe, became alert to his surroundings. He had been laboring day and night with this group of miners for several days. Feeling that the avaricious Hars regarded them as mere tools, he had always sensed an unknown danger lurking in the dark, as if a terrifying beast was watching them. Just moments ago, Sam had vanished into the shadows, and in the dim light of the torch, Abel caught a fleeting glimpse of something. "Ivan is gone too," another miner shouted in panic. The unknown terror gradually overwhelmed the miners' rationality. Forced into labor by Hars, they were not permitted to leave and had grown increasingly disgruntled. Now, their fears ignited into a full-blown riot. "Do not let them escape. Colin, stop them," Hars yelled in desperation. If news of the mithril vein leaked, his dreams of becoming a viscount could shatter, and he would have to face Byron's wrath. Failing to report the discovery of mithril to the Lord was tantamount to evidence of embezzlement. Yet the miners had long endured this oppressive, dark, and freedomless environment. Ignoring Colin's commands, the crowd surged together, attempting to break through the knight's blockade. "Show them what for," Hars signaled to Colin as the situation began to spiral out of control. "Attack." The knights drew their swords, and those miners at the front were impaled, instantly shocking the others into silence. Blood and death were no trifles. "Run. They're SA monster. Fight back." The crowd, already frightened, fell silent, but suddenly someone screamed in terror, and chaos erupted anew. "What is that?" Colin initially assumed the monster was merely a rumor fabricated by the miners to incite panic, yet he too had seen a dark shadow dart past. A horrifying scream pierced the air as a knight was pierced by the creature's enormous fangs, blood gushing forth, innards spilling onto the ground in a gruesome display. "My God!" Colin was rendered speechless by the gruesome sight. At that moment, the crowd, aided by the flickering torchlight, finally saw the monstrous visage lurking in the shadows, a grotesque, gigantic spider, its mandibles dripping with warm blood, making a chilling crunching sound as it feasted on its victims. "Colin, lead the charge and slay it." "It is but a beast," Hars commanded, refusing to allow anyone to lay claim to the mithril vein. With a resounding clang, the iron door at the exit slammed shut. No one is permitted to leave. The monster rampaged amongst the miners, who became the targets of its wrath, fleeing in all directions. Under Hars's orders, Colin had no choice but to lead the knights in an attempt to slay the monstrous spider. "Damn it, if I stay here, I will surely die." Abel, seeing the iron door shut, felt despair wash over him as he glanced at the body strewn across the ground. He could only grasp a torch and flee into the depths of darkness. Chapter 11. The passage without Lord Hars's command. No one is permitted to enter. The soldiers stationed by Hars have sealed the passage, allowing no one to proceed. How audacious! Who dares obstruct the Baron? Lawrence drew his blade, and the guards behind him stepped forward in unison. The opposing force, though numerous and comprised of nobles of higher rank than Hars, felt their confidence diminish in the face of his notorious cruelty, which had long instilled fear. Their livelihoods depended on this knight, and should they allow these intruders into the mine, the consequences would be dire for themselves. "I am the lord of the Savar territory. Even Hars is but my vassal, who grants you the authority to impede my progress." Byron's tone was resolute as he reprimanded the obstructionists. "Those who dare to block my path shall be slain on the spot." "As you command, my lord." Lawrence and the guards prepared to draw their swords and force their way through. One of Hars's confidants placed a hand on his sword hilt, attempting to stop Lawrence. Byron suddenly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto the would-be obstructor. The latter faltered under the weight of Byron's formidable presence, retreating 2 steps in an involuntary reaction. Before the confidant could draw his sword, Byron had closed the distance. Without hesitation, he swept his sword, and a head rolled to the ground. The Supreme Master is forged through rivers of blood. When the time comes to kill, there is no mercy. "Proceed," Byron commanded, not even glancing at the decapitated corpse. Striding into the darkness, Lawrence and the guards followed closely, and no one dared to impede their passage. The expression of disbelief on the severed head's face became a grim warning to any who might wish to pledge allegiance to Hars. "My lord." "There is not a soul in this mine," Lawrence remarked, puzzled. As the group ventured deeper, they discovered that no one was mining copper. Only scattered fragments of were lay about. It seemed Hars was concealing a significant secret. Byron, too, observed the absence of miners in this copper mine. Despite the lack of visible activity, the area was heavily guarded, hinting at undisclosed mysteries. "My lord, there is a passage here." The guards noted a gap in the mine. clearly showing signs of entry and exit. It appeared to lead underground. Lawrence peered into the darkness, which seemed to stretch infinitely. "Prepare the torches. We shall descend," Byron commanded. It appeared that Hars's secret lay buried within. "Jeff, Bobby, you two take a couple of men and guard this entrance. No one is to approach." Lawrence selected several individuals to secure the opening. Since following Byron, this knightly squire had become increasingly adept at handling situations, a testament to Byron's deliberate training. As their wealth and territory expanded, Byron would require more hands to assist in managing his affairs. After all, his primary focus remained on his cultivation. Without adequate support, the mundane tasks of governance could consume all his time and energy, leading to a net loss. The passage left by this gap was not lengthy. The stone walls were dark and damp, riddled with irregular, sharp protrusions that could easily pierce skin if one were careless. However, the path beneath their feet was reasonably traversable, suggesting that someone had smoothed it slightly. Before long, they reached the end, where an iron door firmly barred their way. "Let's take a look," Lawrence instructed, sending a guard with a torch towards the iron door as the darkness ahead obscured their vision. At that moment, when the firelight illuminated the door, Modi's face turned ashen. He stumbled back several steps, nearly collapsing onto the ground. It was no wonder he was so shaken. The sight before them was reminiscent of hell itself. Behind the iron door was the upper half of a figure, its hands clutching the door tightly, the scalp partially torn away, blood covering its face, and its eyes filled with terror. The lower half of its body was missing, leaving only bones and exposed intestines. Even in death, it clung desperately to the door, its grip imprinted into the metal, showcasing its longing to escape. Byron approached, and upon seeing the half-body, his pupils constricted. Hars. Though covered in blood and contorted in agony, Byron recognized the lord of this territory. His death was horrific, suggesting he had endured severe torment in life. "It is Hars," Lawrence exclaimed, having recognized the corpse after a moment of shock. "What on earth happened?" "Baron, there may be danger inside," he cautioned, concern evident in his voice. Byron knelt to examine the iron door closely, noting charred marks and a pungent odor. He deftly pried a fragment away with his sword. "It is the work of the demon spider." Byron held the fragment in the bright flame, confirming what had slain Hars. The evidence matched the effects of the venom from the giant demon spider. "Is there that terrifying creature within?" Lawrence, having encountered demon spiders before, understood their fearsome nature. Ordinary soldiers stood little chance against them. Byron nodded and turned to Lawrence. "Do we have sufficient torches and oil?" Fire was a potent weapon against such monsters. While Byron was confident in his ability to slay a single demon spider, his concern lay in the potential number they might face. "We have ample oil and enough torches," Lawrence replied, having followed Byron's previous instructions to ensure the guards were well equipped. Beastly demon creatures seemed to universally fear flames, suggesting a shared trait among them. "My lord, perhaps we should descend first to ascertain the danger before you follow?" Lawrence suggested, though he felt apprehensive. Whatever horrors lay behind that iron door, the safety of the Baron must take precedence. He was a devoted squire, prepared to sacrifice everything for his lord. "No need. We shall all go down together." Byron rejected Lawrence's proposal, clearly pleased with his squire's loyalty. Loyalty is a precious quality at all times. Although Lawrence was formidable in strength, he was still merely a match for ordinary soldiers, far from the prowess of Resso or Byron. Should they encounter a demon spider in such a confined, dark space, escape would be unlikely. Only Byron possessed the strength to vanquish such a creature, and he had come to hunt them. By slaying several of these monsters, he would earn the opportunity to exchange for a coveted skill, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. "We shall descend and not delve too deeply." He faced the lifeless eyes of Hars without flinching, gripping the iron door tightly. With a sudden surge of strength, the iron bars began to bend under his might, creating a space just wide enough for a person to pass through. Lawrence and the guards were astonished by the Baron's immense power, as long as he was present. Even that terrifying demon spider seemed less formidable. Their anxiety eased slightly. With the shift in pressure, Hars's lifeless hands released their grip, and the upper half of the corpse fell aside. Byron was the first to plunge into the darkness, the sound of crunching bones echoing beneath his feet. Chapter 12. The ground was littered with corpses, miners and soldiers intermingled, many faces corroded beyond recognition by venom. Numerous dismembered bodies lay scattered, showing clear signs of having been chewed by beasts. It was Colonel Lawrence who identified one of the corpses, the commander of Hall's garrison. The colonel's head had been partially bitten off, and several bloodied holes punctured near his spine, A broken sword lay quietly beside him, a testament to the fierce battle this commander had faced in life. A few of the weaker guardsmen began to feel nauseated, the gruesome scene before them resembling a veritable slaughterhouse. What was the purpose of their descent into this abyss? Lawrence pondered, questioning why Halls allowed so many to perish here, even becoming prey for the monsters himself. Such greed and arrogance rendered his demise tragically fitting. Byron sighed, picking up a piece of, or from the ground. It was mithril. A vein of mithril lay hidden here. Byron held the mithril aloft. Under the flickering torchlight, it shimmered brilliantly, emanating an alluring glow. No wonder Halls refused to vacate his territory. Truly, men die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. The matter of the mithril must not be spoken of. Byron surveyed the guardsmen, his tone serious. A mithril vein would be of utmost importance to even a count, and a viscount would go mad over it. Though he feared no covetous eyes, it was best to minimize trouble. If this mithril vein could be developed, it would significantly bolster the power of the Sibyl territory, allowing Byron to exchange these riches for more resources to combat the scourge of monstrosities. Have you heard the Baron's words clearly? Consider who has provided you with everything you possess now. Your families reside within the Sibyl territory, Lawrence proclaimed loudly, conveying what Byron could not, both emphasizing and threatening. The guards nodded solemnly, affirming they would not reveal a word. Are there no survivors? Byron inquired, eager to discover if any remnants could shed light on the situation. He urged the soldiers to search the vicinity. Everyone here is dead, Lawrence shook his head. They had conducted a thorough search, and not a single soul remained. These creatures were brutally savage, not driven by hunger, but rather by a sheer enjoyment of torturing humanity. Let us press forward, Byron contemplated briefly, deciding to delve deeper into the darkness, hoping to slay this demon spider. He was in need of additional energy. The extraction of mithril could wait, at least until he had eliminated the nearby beasts, lest they face an ambush that would jeopardize the safety of the mithril mining. Having witnessed the ferocity of the creature, the group closely followed Byron, fearful of lagging behind. In their hearts, Byron had become the steadfast anchor of the Sibyl territory. It seemed that as long as they followed him, all monsters would stand no chance. The soldiers and citizens of Sibyl gradually began to trust and revere him. After all, amidst the calamity of monsters, a lord who displayed exceptional martial prowess and led his people could instill a profound sense of security. The previous rumors of the lord's cowardice and ineptitude were now but distant memories. With torches in hand, they continued to navigate the vast underground expanse. Though the paths available for passage were scarce, they moved almost exclusively along a single route. The flickering flames of their torches illuminated the darkness, akin to the sun, easily attracting unwelcome attention. Halt! Remain vigilant, Byron commanded, urging the group to cease their advance and heighten their alertness. Douse the area with oil, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Coat your swords with oil. Flames are the bane of such creatures. The group understood the lurking danger and swiftly complied with Byron's orders, applying oil to their swords and arrows while tossing oil pouches nearby. Here it comes, ignite, Byron shouted, alerting everyone. A shadow darted forth as the flames illuminated a colossal figure. The spider's head twisted, its maw gaping wide, as the demon spider lunged from the darkness towards them. Thanks to Byron's warning, the group ignited the oil, and the surroundings were bathed in light, dispelling the shadows. This giant spider thrived in the dark, yet now deprived of its advantage. It hesitated, driven by an instinctual fear of fire. The demon spider recoiled at the sight of the flames, emitting a piercing shriek as its ferocity intensified. It dared not cross the fire, its 8 eyes glaring intently at the group, leaping 3 to 4 meters high. A fire arrow soared through the air, illuminating the darkness. The arrow struck the demon spider with such force that it impeded its leap, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. The Baron is formidable, a soldier exclaimed. Visibly invigorated, it seemed this creature was not as terrifying as they had imagined. The group quickly readied their bows, unleashing a volley of flaming arrows. A multitude of oil pouches ignited upon contact with the spider, transforming the creature into a moving ball of fire, causing it to flee in agony. Driven mad by the flames, the demon spider no longer feared the fiery barrier, charging through the inferno towards the group. Pull the line, Lawrence bellowed. Soldiers positioned across the way braced themselves, pulling taut a rope that caught the creature off guard, causing it to trip and fall. The sheer force of its momentum sent several soldiers tumbling. They had already prepared their tactics against the beasts of the forest, capable of subduing even a wild bear. Yet they had not anticipated the raw strength of this monster. Byron relinquished his longbow, drawing his steel sword. Seizing the moment while the demon spider struggled to regain its footing, he leapt forward with decisive force, severing one of its legs. Without the restraints of the rope, finding a fatal strike would prove difficult. As the demon spider attempted to rise, it unleashed a torrent of venom in a desperate fight for survival. It raised its remaining forelimbs to stab at Byron, who danced away from the onslaught, rolling to evade the attack that shattered the ground beneath it. Recognizing the opportunity, Byron drew his longbow and aimed at the spider's head, loosing 3 arrows that pierced its 3 eyes, followed by a 4th that struck true at its heart. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. 5 standard units of energy acquired. Thus, the ruthless creature that had decimated the Hall's Night Order fell to Byron's might. While his rolling tactics lacked elegance, they proved exceedingly effective. Chapter 13. The secret place were it not for the presence of the Baron, we might have become mere prey to this monstrous creature. Lawrence gazed upon the lifeless body of the demonic spider, sighing, his strength still fell short. Without your intervention, I would not have been able to vanquish this giant spider so swiftly, Byron remarked, shaking his head. His words were sincere, devoid of false modesty. Although his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced after cultivating innate vital energy approaching knightly standards, he lacked the secret techniques necessary to fully unleash his martial capabilities. However, after slaying this demonic spider, he had acquired 5 units of energy. With 10 units, he could exchange them for a martial art of postnatal mastery. Byron contemplated this in his mind. He also intended to bolster the strength of those around him once he had amassed a diverse array of martial skills. Otherwise, Lawrence, Resso, and others would inevitably struggle to keep pace with him. Clear the battlefield and carry the spider's corpse over, Byron commanded in a low voice. Although the giant spider had been charred beyond recognition, its identity could still be established, and the church would duly record their merits. Wait, Byron furrowed his brow, sensing footsteps nearby. Could it be that another demonic spider was approaching? The group immediately drew their weapons, on high alert, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The soldiers were tense, bows drawn, ready to unleash their arrows at any moment. It is a person. Byron discerned a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, signaling for the others not to attack. Abel, upon seeing the towering flames, inferred that someone was engaged in a fierce battle with the monster and prepared to investigate. After much deliberation, Abel resolved to approach, deeming the risk worthwhile. Such a terrifying creature had been slain by someone. Abel stared at the giant spider's corpse, his expression one of astonishment. Are you one of the miners extracting mithril for halls? Byron surmised the newcomer's identity from his disheveled appearance, hair matted with grime, and garments of linen riddled with creases, holes, and mining debris. His calloused hands suggested he was a miner who had miraculously escaped. Honorable sir, my name is Abel. Halls forced us to toil underground extracting mithril ore. When I encountered this beast, I fled into the depths of darkness and narrowly escaped death. Abel spoke with respect, acknowledging the noble's extraordinary demeanor and prowess in defeating the demonic spider far beyond Hall's capabilities. Abel implored, although he was uncertain whether his hiding place held any value to this nobleman. It was all he had to offer. He dared not gamble on whether this noble would be kind-hearted, as he was merely a lowly miner of little worth. Oh, Byron's interest was piqued upon hearing Abel mention a secret place. It might contain artifacts that could unveil the origins of this underground realm. Abel remained unaware that Halls had met his demise within the belly of the spider, yet he did not believe Halls could defy Baron Byron's commands. At your service, my lord. It would be my honor to serve the Baron. Please allow me to guide you. My memory is exceptional, and I can navigate even in the dark. Abel quickly pledged his loyalty to the noble before him. Let us proceed. Byron instructed him to lead the way, with the group following closely behind. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet Abel indeed possessed a remarkable ability to remember the terrain, not one straying from the path. A talent indeed, Byron mused inwardly. We have arrived, my lord. Abel led the group to a concealed location, stopping before a stone door. The door was adorned with ancient, exquisite engravings, though it was coated in dust, suggesting it had been untouched for many years. A portion of the door was fractured. It was through this flaw that Abel had escaped death. Byron held the torch closer, scrutinizing the engravings on the stone door. They bore no resemblance to any common noble decorative patterns he was familiar with, surpassing his understanding. Let us investigate further. The group entered the secret place one by one through the gap. The chamber was not large, and they quickly reached its end. A skeleton lay on the ground, remarkably pristine despite the passage of time, untouched by dust. However, this was unlike any human skeleton, as the bones were slender and delicate. and the height surpassed that of an average human. Byron recalled having encountered a reference to a creature known as an elf in an ancient text, which bore a striking resemblance to the skeleton, though he could not be certain, as his knowledge of natural history was merely rudimentary. Aside from this skeleton, there was nothing else within the secret place, and Byron felt a sense of disappointment. His hopes of unraveling the mysteries of the underground space had been dashed. Abel's anxiety grew. Should the Baron leave empty-handed? He feared the consequences. It seemed Byron perceived Abel's apprehension, as he reassured him not to be troubled. Byron would not take out his frustrations on others due to a lack of findings. Relieved, Abel thought serving under this Baron was far preferable to working as a miner for Halls. Wait, there appears to be a mechanism here, Lawrence interjected, having made a discovery. He led the soldiers, carrying torches, as they meticulously searched the secret place brick by brick. Byron approached, noticing a circular indentation on a stone wall that seemed capable of rotation. Stand ready, he signaled, preparing to activate the mechanism. With a click, as the indentation was turned, a stone wall rotated into view. Upon its surface was a pedestal, upon which rested a journal and a longsword. This is, Byron picked up the journal. Its contents written in a language he could not comprehend, seemingly an ancient dialect of an alien race. Discover Valyrian Elvish language, 1 energy unit required for learning. A system prompt echoed in his mind, yet he refrained from learning the language immediately, as he had other uses for his current 10 units of energy. Byron grasped the longsword, unsheathing it. The blade immediately radiated a dazzling cold light, as if imbued with a spirit. Rejoicing at being revealed after ages, its edge glimmered like autumn frost, before settling into tranquility. Unlike the prevalent knightly swords of the time, this blade, while double-edged, had a streamlined form, resembling a ceremonial dagger Byron had seen in his past life, a single-handed straight-sword. All things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible. Move through the shadows. Serving the light. Chapter 14. Swordsmanship item. Void secret sword, Quelsra type. Weapon material. Mithril, Eternium, Kryptonite, Valyrium steel, Rune steel, elemental particles, dragon scales. Attributes. Sharp, sturdy, agile. Energy conduction, elemental weapon effect. Void. The wielder of this sword can activate the power of the void, concealing their presence and achieving an effect of invisibility. Introduction. The sword of the upper elves of Valyrium. Only the elite assassins of the Void sect are worthy of possessing it. Inscribed with the motto, all is void. All is permitted. Walk in the night, serve the light. What a fine blade. Byron held Quelsra in his hand. The sword was almost weightless, enhancing his swing speed by nearly 30%. Clang. The sound of steel shattering echoed as Quelsra struck the steel sword Byron had previously wielded, resulting in the knight's sword breaking instantly. Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring this divine sword. Lawrence's eyes sparkled. Owning an extraordinary weapon is every knight's dream, and the long sword in Byron's hand undoubtedly met this aspiration. This journey was not in vain. Byron smiled, recognizing that this sword would significantly enhance his prowess, bringing him great satisfaction. With a thought, Byron activated the inherent void power of the sword. In an instant, he was enveloped by an inexplicable substance. His presence diminished to an almost imperceptible level. To Lawrence and the soldiers, it seemed as if Byron had vanished from this world, though he stood before them. Their senses were disturbed by the void power, creating a paradox and dislocation in perception. Byron was equally astonished by this otherworldly power, which was far beyond the capabilities of a knight. He had never heard of such a force as the void power, yet its profound intricacies rivaled martial arts. Byron mused, "It seems I must not become complacent. This realm is superficial in physical refinement, yet may possess strengths in other areas." He silently warned himself, since his arrival in this world, he had faced little adversity, leading to a somewhat inflated self-perception, a timely reminder to remain vigilant. It's merely the function of this weapon. Byron dismissed the void power's effect. This sword was perfectly suited for assassination, rendering it incredibly advantageous. He had already conceived several martial techniques that could complement it. This long sword is truly remarkable, everyone marveled. This was where he differed from Elaine. He would execute Byron's commands without question, regardless of right or wrong. Though he worried for Byron's safety, he was bound to follow the Baron's orders. Byron's decision to explore the underground alone was deliberate. With Quelsra, he could conceal his movements in darkness. Having others accompany him would counteract this advantage. Additionally, with 10 units of energy, he could select a martial art to greatly enhance his lethality, making him unafraid of the demon spider's attacks. Once Lawrence and the guards had retreated from the secret lair, Byron did not rush to exit. Instead, he accessed the celestial path system, preparing to exchange for a martial art. Drawing technique, postnatal sword skill, requires 10 units of energy. Description: a sword art that initiates an attack from the state of drawing the blade from its sheath. Its core philosophy is to achieve a one-hit kill by utilizing the instant speed of drawing the sword to strike the enemy unexpectedly. It can be upgraded to the innate martial art God of Death's Blade / at the cost of 20 units of energy. The martial art Byron sought was precisely the drawing slash. Though it consists of only one move, it allows for the full expression of his strength at a single point, especially when paired with Quelsera, resulting in formidable power. Moreover, this martial art can evolve into the God of Death's Blade / an invincible killing technique. He exchanged 10 units of energy. As Byron focused his mind, the hard-earned 10 units of energy dissipated, and the technique of the drawing slash was imprinted in his mind. In that moment, it felt as though he had swung a blade countless times, standing atop the tide and cleaving through the clouds, seeking the weakest point in the endless currents, one strike to kill. Learning the drawing slash strength enhancement, Byron's hands felt as though they had swelled, a testament to the increased strength gained from mastering the drawing slash. The system's training in martial arts not only imparted techniques, but also enhanced his physical attributes. Acquired trait: Heart ILV1 detected Grandmaster Martial Sense. Heart ILV1 can be merged. Although Byron had changed bodies after crossing into this other world, the Grandmaster-level martial physique no longer existed, yet the martial intuition forged through countless battles remained intact, allowing him to anticipate his opponents in combat. The drawing slash also demands such foresight, after all. Achieving a one-hit kill requires not only sufficient personal strength but also the ability to discern the enemy's weakest point to exploit it effectively. Merge. The Celestial Path system can merge similar abilities to optimize and enhance them without consuming energy, merely seeking the optimal solution. One of its most powerful capabilities: deduction. Grandmaster Martial Sense. Heart ILV1 merged into Martial Heart I Perfect. Martial Heart I Perfect, seeing with the heart, perceiving all things. Derived trait from Perfect Martial Heart I Sword. I Sword, using the eye as a sword, injuring the enemy's spirit. A glimmer flashed in Byron's eyes, as if a sharp sword had pierced from his gaze. A near-divine ability born from the perfection of the heart eye. Once formed, this ability cannot be enhanced, only strengthened through a robust inner spirit. Regrettably, the art of refining the spirit is exceedingly rare, accessible only after reaching the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, Byron could transform this eye sword technique into the heart sword technique, reminiscent of the divine right of kings, where one could kill with mere intent. Excellent. My strength has increased once more. Byron was thoroughly pleased with the drawing slash. This technique could unify all his capabilities and fully harness the power of Quelsera. With the heart eye, he could navigate the darkness as if it were daylight, perceiving every subtle movement around him without the need for light, even adapting better to the shadows than creatures like the demon spider. It is time to commence the hunt. Byron was eager to experience the formidable synergy of the lethal sword technique and the secret assassination sword. Chapter 15. The inner eye. After converging his aura and activating the power of the void, Byron extinguished the torch and departed from the secret chamber, ready to continue his exploration. He lay in wait within the darkness, relying on the power of the void to conceal himself, resembling a cold stone in the shadows or a wild blade of grass devoid of any life force. Although the absence of firelight did not obstruct his vision, Byron could perceive his surroundings with clarity through his inner eye. No rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could elude him. He sensed the movement of demonic spiders in the darkness, and not just one. Indeed, these vile creatures often appeared in swarms. Byron moved slowly, blending into his surroundings. In the eyes of the demon spiders, the space ahead seemed void of anything, only the chilling wind stirring the weeds. Rather than approaching the demon spiders, Byron was merely lying in wait, discerning their movements and calculating their trajectory, preparing to strike. There it was. Byron gazed ahead. The world observed through his inner eye diverged from that perceived by the naked eye. In his consciousness, a mass of energy materialized before him. This energy represented the demon spider, existing within every living being, manifesting various traits and intensities according to the form of life. The aura of the demon spider was rife with brutality and malice. The demon spider drew nearer, unhurried in its advance, for there were few prey in the darkness. Often, these fiends moved chaotically, hoping for luck. Byron placed his hand on the hilt of Quelsera, slowly tightening his grip. The trajectory of the energy became increasingly distinct in his mind, transforming from an initial mass into a web, with strands of varying thickness and length, indicative of the demon spider's life force. Byron refrained from acting hastily, utilizing his inner eye to seek the weakest point in the demon spider's life force. At times, 8 eyes proved less useful than 2. At that moment, the demon spider was only 20 meters away, yet it remained blissfully unaware of Byron's presence. Found it. Corsola was drawn from its sheath. The bright yellow blade illuminated the surroundings, the void secret sword crafted from special metals and elemental particles radiating a flame-like brilliance. With a swift draw and slash, the innate energy surged to its zenith. Byron's muscles quivered, his heart raced, and his internal organs vibrated in unison, as if his arm had suddenly swollen. In an instant, he swung the sword. As Corsola sliced through the air, it traced a line akin to the sun's arc. The demon spider's 8 legs, once in motion, abruptly ceased, and its 8 eyes, which had been scanning in different directions, froze in place, rendering its entire body seemingly motionless. Suddenly, the round spider head tumbled to the ground, extinguishing its life force. A small amount of energy was acquired. The exertion, however, was considerable. Although Byron had dispatched the demon spider in a single stroke, it exacted a toll on him. Fortunately, his mastery of innate energy endowed him with remarkable endurance. Had he been practicing the tempered steel breathing method, he likely would have been left utterly fatigued after such a strike. Byron estimated that he had expended about 30% of his stamina. He could manage a maximum of 3 sword strikes at once. Notably, the draw and slash technique was inherently a surprise attack. If employed repeatedly, its lethality would diminish significantly. "Sir, what are you observing?" Lesso approached the battlements, noticing Elaine scanning the horizon intently. "Nothing much, just assessing where our defenses need strengthening," Elaine replied, continuing to survey the area. "How are the new recruits faring in their training?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I am employing all my efforts to train them. Food and space are ample. And with the armaments provided by the Baron, we can adequately equip them," Lesso reassured. "That's good to hear," Elaine nodded. "You needn't worry so much. With such a formidable army and these strong walls, we are well prepared to face the demon calamity." Lesso was quite optimistic about the future. Had it not been for the demon calamity, he believed he could secure a barony for Byron with the forces at his disposal. "Let us hope so," Elaine replied, not disputing his optimism. It would be beneficial if Lesso could maintain such a buoyant disposition. She too wished that the demon legions recorded in ancient texts were mere figments of imagination. But the gravity with which the church and the royal family regarded the matter suggested otherwise. Presently, the majority of the inhabitants of the Sibyl territory had retreated near the castle. The castle could accommodate 500 people, primarily the nobility's kin and attendants, representing the heart and safest haven of the territory. The area within the castle walls constituted the core defense zone established by Byron and Elaine, with the entirety of the territory stored stone and timber invested therein. Due to its proximity to the Hamio River, the walls had only required construction on 3 sides. Despite the pressing nature of the work, the walls had taken shape, complemented by numerous wooden palisades on the outer side to serve as buffers. Almost every 10 meters, a watchtower had been erected, manned by a skilled archer to survey distant movements and guard against demonic incursions. Byron's strategy did not involve passively defending behind these walls. Upon detecting small groups of demons, he intended to take the initiative and strike, turning battle into a means of sustenance. He aimed to continually enhance the outer defenses with the resources at hand and gradually extend their reach. Relying solely on the walls and the demon army for decisive confrontations would inevitably wear down the fortifications. Elaine concurred with this assessment. Passive resistance would lead to ruin. She intended to report to Byron about strengthening the defenses on the northern side of the castle, which faced the Black Forest, a primary haunt for the monsters. Not yet. He might have made some discoveries in Hars, Lesso speculated. Hars, the old fox, usually had his own agenda, yet this time he had miscalculated. He would not stand as a rival to the Baron. "Why do you hold the Baron in such high regard?" Lesso queried, puzzled. This country noble, known for his keen insight, rarely bestowed such praise on anyone. Anyone capable of enduring so long amidst the great noble families, remaining silent until their moment of brilliance, is far from ordinary. The Baron's current demeanor only reinforces this notion, Elaine replied. If Byron were aware of such thoughts, he could only shrug in resignation. He lacked such profound depth. It was merely a case of overthinking on their part. "You now refer to him as my Lord Baron," Elaine remarked with a smile, recalling how this uncouth fellow had once addressed Byron by his first name. "Humph, that was merely a reflection of my recognition of the Baron's strength. He is nothing like those hypocritical and feeble nobles," Lesso admitted unabashedly. "Respecting the Baron is for your own good. After all, haven't you always sought a way to become a blood knight?" Elaine mused. The family of Dukes of R was known for its noble lineage, though it remained uncertain whether the Baron had inherited it. Elaine recalled encountering a blood noble in her youth, who possessed the strength of a knight at a tender age, strikingly similar to Byron. Yet, even among the illustrious families that boasted extraordinary bloodlines, the awakening of such powers was a rarity, especially for an unappreciated younger son. If Byron possessed such lineage, how could Dukes of R overlook him? As Elaine pondered this, she couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, realizing she was overthinking. While she hoped for Byron's strength to grow, it seemed a far cry from the legendary power of a blood noble. Chapter 16. The Mother Spider. Byron, utilizing his inner vision, stealthily hunted in the darkness and had already slain 3 demonic spiders. With 15 points of energy acquired, he felt a profound sense of assurance. However, it was also possible that the vastness of this space caused the demonic spiders to be widely dispersed, making them difficult to encounter. What was this? In Byron's perception, a massive current of energy lay ahead, emanating from the same source as the demonic spiders, yet it was significantly larger, devoid of their savage malice, and imbued with an essence of darkness and heat. The current bore a faint crimson hue, indicating the extraordinary nature of this life form. Byron activated the power of the void, moving with greater subtlety. After several successful hunts in the darkness, he had grown adept at concealing himself. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the shadows, gliding through the gloom. He halted, for there was no path ahead. A precipice loomed before him. Lowering his stance, he cautiously approached the edge, for the master of the Crimson Aura resided just below the cliff. In the obscurity, 2 enormous gemstones radiated red light, and an immense spider hovered in the air, its back adorned with molten patterns, ensnaring the cliffside with webs. This lava giant spider was 5 to 6 times the size of a demonic spider, its molten coloration flickering like a pulsating sun suspended in the void. In Byron's perception, numerous demonic spiders were traversing the web, at least a dozen, while on one side, a cluster of white spider eggs lay piled, with many hatchlings already emerging. Byron gazed at the lava giant spider, and the heavenly system unveiled pertinent information. Name: Ember Matriarch. Type: Demon. Beast. Rank: Silver. Weakness: Unknown. Description: An Ember Matriarch can only be born from thousands of demonic spiders. After its transformation, this beast, imbued with demonic blood, will no longer fear flames and will develop the ability to manipulate lava. It weaves a searing web throughout its lair to ensnare careless prey. Energy content: Moderate. This was Byron's first encounter with a ranked monster, marked with the word silver, while its weakness remained a mystery. All of this signified that this Ember Matriarch would not be easily subdued. Byron scrutinized this creature with his inner sight, noting that its aura web was extraordinarily dense, several times thicker than that of ordinary demonic spiders. Each breath it exuded was tinged with crimson, flowing and circulating continuously. A minuscule amount represented 1 point of energy, a small quantity 5 points, and a moderate amount indicated even more. This suggested that slaying the matriarch could yield immense rewards. Yet it equally implied the formidable challenge of vanquishing this entity. After observing for a full quarter of an hour, Byron ultimately refrained from attacking. He lacked confidence. Even the weakest point of that aura might be beyond his capacity to sever. Moreover, the colossal web teemed with countless demonic spiders in motion. Byron clearly discerned a colossal stone door at the base of the cliff, an entrance to the subterranean passage, possibly concealing immense secrets. Yet, with the Ember Matriarch obstructing his path, he had no choice but to withdraw for the moment. He also heard the sound of flowing water below the cliff. If this underground space harbored a hidden river, it suggested the potential presence of other life forms. The location of the lava matriarch aligned perfectly with this notion, as it could easily ensnare any prey attempting to climb up by casting its web from the cliff. Byron gradually retreated from the precipice, the image of the Ember Matriarch fading from his sight. The acquisition of 15 points of energy was already commendable. There was no need to court danger. Furthermore, this subterranean realm would remain accessible to him, and as long as he steered clear of the Ember Matriarch's domain, hunting demonic spiders would be relatively effortless. "My lord, you have finally emerged." "It's nothing. I merely took a stroll. There are still 3 demonic spider corpses inside. Bring a few men to haul them out." Byron had not forgotten those 3 demonic spiders. Selling them to the church could yield over 10 merit points. "You truly are." Lawrence chuckled wryly. "Just a stroll. And you've dispatched 3 demonic spiders? Keep in mind that a single demonic spider could easily obliterate our small team, yet you treat it as a trivial feat." Although the Lord's formidable strength spared his attendant much trouble, standing idly by as a mere spectator was a blow to his dignity. However, He remained oblivious to the fact that some individuals, endowed with exceptional talent and the experience of 2 lifetimes, possessed extraordinary advantages. Byron cautioned Lawrence. No one is permitted to enter here without my command. There are still many demonic spiders wandering below. It is exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, any discoveries made down there must remain confidential. Byron reiterated the importance of keeping the secret of the mithril undisclosed. Let us depart. Harris deserved his fate. Elaine shook his head, feeling no sorrow for Harris's demise. Often, greed blinds individuals to their own folly. A mithril vein, indeed. Even Elaine felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Yet, Reza appeared indifferent, for only power piqued his interest. Upon hearing that Byron had killed 3 demonic spiders underground, the veins on his forehead throbbed. Reza understood the challenge of slaying such creatures in darkness. Byron's current strength might very well surpass his own. Could it be that the Baron was truly of noble blood? Reza refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently doubting. It was not that he was hesitant to inquire, rather. Even if he were to ask, Byron might not divulge the secrets of becoming a Blood Knight. Reza resolved to accumulate sufficient merit before seeking answers from the Baron. Unfortunately, the underground demonic spiders had yet to be eradicated, preventing the mining of the mithril vein. Elaine sighed regretfully. If we could obtain such wealth, the strength of the Sybil territory would ascend to new heights, perhaps even allowing us to procure some crossbows or firestone vehicles. Should we craft a batch of mithril equipment? It would significantly bolster our military's combat prowess. Fear not. The time for mithril mining shall not be distant. Byron reassured Elaine, brimful of confidence, believing he would soon vanquish the Ember Matriarch. Chapter 17. The manuscript. Byron successfully acquired the Valyrian Elvish language. Valyrian Elvish Level 1 requires the consumption of 2 units of energy for advancement. He retrieved the manuscript he discovered in the underground space, eager to unveil its secrets, expending a modicum of energy to learn this ancient tongue. However, upon opening the diary, he found himself still unable to comprehend the text, grasping only disjointed meanings. Reluctantly, Byron consumed 4 additional points of energy to elevate his Valyrian Elvish to level 3. At this moment, he could finally decipher the contents of the notes. Amira, influenced by the whispers of the void, had succumbed to corruption and fled the Great Tree. Here, I refer to the Void Knight, Wendell. After a protracted search, I have finally pinpointed her location. She constructed an underground lair to absorb the corrupting energies from the Earth's core. I am prepared to enter and investigate. Amira has become utterly corrupted, merging completely with the relic. She will become the vessel to usher in the void. I must thwart her, lest a catastrophe ensue. Byron noted that the manuscript appeared disordered and hastily written. Wendell must have encountered some dire circumstances. I have failed. Even with the utmost mastery of the arcane arts, I cannot vanquish Amira. Could it be that, as Alethea posited, one cannot combat the void with the void itself? The Red Moon Archmage had warned us of this. Yet the Patriarch paid it no heed. Now, only the Patriarch or the Red Moon Archmage can extinguish Amira. It is futile unless one possesses a mythic bloodline or the prowess of a Morningstar mage. I am on the brink of death. The text abruptly concludes here. According to Wendell, there seems to be a terrifying, aberrant life form buried deep within the earth. A monster infected by the void? Byron closed the manuscript, lost in contemplation. He found it challenging to grasp the implications of void infection, for in the martial world, such complexities of terms and phrases were non-existent. Whatever demonic entities appeared, they could be subdued with a single punch. Of course, the notion of complex terminology is merely a barrier to understanding stemming from differing systems. If one were to speak of meridians and dantians in front of a group of sorcerers, they would similarly be baffled. Although Byron was unaware of Wendell's strength in life, the fact that his remains had not decayed after centuries, that he possessed the Void's secret sword Qualsera, and was regarded as a premier assassin within the Void sect suggested he far surpassed Byron's current capabilities. After all, to achieve an indestructible skeletal form, one must possess at least master-level prowess. While Wendell's remains were not indestructible, Byron perceived them as equivalent to the level of golden bones and jade flesh in martial arts. It appeared that such a formidable physique was not merely a result of cultivation, but rather a product of the so-called power of the void. This was evident in Wendell's manuscript, and there were no signs of high-pressure training on his remains. Byron had previously examined the corpse, despite lacking any evidence of bone tempering. It remained remarkably resilient and uncorrupted over time, likely a result of some enigmatic force. Another ticking time bomb. Byron felt a sense of helplessness. The demon calamity had yet to be resolved, and now an unknown, terrifying life form emerged from the underground. Nonetheless, he sensed a potential connection between the two. The aberrant life form had lain dormant for centuries, only to stir now, making it difficult not to associate it with the demon calamity. Time is of the essence. Byron acutely felt the world's malice towards him, yet he remained unflustered. As long as he adhered to his training regimen, he was confident in his ability to resolve everything. The most pressing concern remained the demon calamity. The underground threat likely had a long time before it erupted, having been dormant for so many years. There should be a buffer period before it began to wreak havoc upon his arrival. Nonetheless, Byron resolved to keep vigilant watch over that area, preventing any prying eyes from intruding. In the future, he would permit only himself to venture underground until the aberrant life form was thoroughly dealt with, as he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Suddenly, Byron felt his entire being grow rigid, as if the currents of blood within him were reversing. The innate vital energy began to swirl, threatening to entrap him like a stone figure. The dragon's fury brings regret. Byron swiftly regained his composure, sitting still and channeling his mental techniques to counter the reverse flow of blood and energy. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his strength gradually waned. Though he had anticipated this, the regression of his power was indeed displeasing. 2 days prior, he had instructed that no one was to disturb him, with Lawrence guarding the entrance, ready to execute anyone who dared intrude. Not even Elaine or Resso were exempt, for this pertained to Byron's life and death. It was not that he harbored distrust towards them. Rather, he simply preferred to have his fate in his own hands, eliminating even the slightest chance of mishap. Byron had entrusted all matters of the territory to Elaine during these days, which demonstrated his profound faith in the Old Lord. His prestige and power within the territory had grown increasingly formidable. Even Elaine would not dare to contest the decisions he made. Whether he ventured out alone or took time to meditate, Byron had become resolute in his authority. His strength and strategy had earned the trust of both the Old Lord and Resso, who believed that Byron's actions were not without purpose. The reverse flow of energy caused Byron's meridians to react violently, bringing forth intense pain. His blood vessels throbbed, veins bulging, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His inner energy was tempered inch by inch in the throes of the dragon's fury, becoming ever more substantial and solid. Indeed, as long as he continued to refine his innate vital energy, the energy required for advancement diminished. When his innate vital energy broke through to the second layer, the energy required for further advancement was 30 points. Now, it was merely 25. After accounting for the 5 points consumed in learning Valyrian Elvish, Byron was left with 10 points of energy. He did not intend to exchange for postnatal martial arts just yet. Instead, he preferred to reserve energy for potential upgrades to his innate vital energy or exchanges for formidable techniques. In the event of an unforeseen situation, he could swiftly upgrade or obtain powerful moves to safeguard against any eventuality. Chapter 18. The Army Resso. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training. Byron, mounted upon a majestic brown warhorse and clad in a breastplate forged of pure steel, with Quelsira sheathed at his side, gazed intently ahead. A crimson battle standard fluttered behind him, emblazoned with the sigil of the Cywell family, a golden phoenix. This emblem has led to the Cywell family being colloquially known as the Phoenix Clan. Rest assured, my Lord Baron, this army shall not disappoint you. Resso's expression was grave, his tone earnest. The former bravado he often displayed was absent. In the art of warfare, he was undoubtedly serious, having nurtured these soldiers for 1,000 days. It was now time to employ them. Byron, disregarding the cost of resources, had provided Resso with ample arms and provisions for training. The moment of reckoning had arrived. As the demon calamity intensified, a growing number of demons emerged upon the land. Reports of baronial territories being overrun reached Byron, though the Baron in question was situated far from his domain. In the region of Sibir, the demonic presence had not yet reached such alarming levels. However, a clearly organized demonic army had recently manifested within his jurisdiction, comprising nearly 70 to 80 minor demons. While this demonic force was not particularly formidable, Byron, with sufficient patience, could likely vanquish them single-handedly after a prolonged siege. Yet, such an approach would not bolster the strength of his territory. Moreover, as energy acquisition increased, the Heavenly Tao system's criteria for harvesting minor demons had shifted. Now, the army loyal to Byron could also generate energy by slaying these creatures, albeit in reduced quantities. The further one strayed from Byron, the greater the diminishment. Beyond 3 kilometers, no benefits could be gained. Additionally, the energy obtained from repeatedly slaying the same type of demon had diminished, dissuading Byron from relying solely on their repeated extermination for energy. With the influx of energy into the heavenly Tao system, its rules have become more refined and omnipotent. Upon unlocking the martial arts module, the system's consciousness began to awaken, gradually adapting to the new world's concepts and frameworks. This development, however, was not entirely beneficial for Byron as a player. If the heavenly Tao system possessed sentience, it would likely express indignation. Although the rules had altered, the portion Byron was entitled to remained intact, merely redistributed in a more equitable manner. One must remember that without its guidance, players would not have achieved their current status. It would be akin to nurturing ungrateful wolves. Form ranks, Resso urged, spurring his horse forward. His commanding voice resonated through the air, and instantly, the 100-strong army split into 4 formations, executing the maneuver with remarkable precision and speed. The discipline was commendable. Byron nodded in approval. Regardless of combat capabilities, their demeanor was impressive, especially considering many had been mere refugees not long ago. Resso had indeed proven his mettle, and Byron's respect for the towering figure grew. Elaine was well aware of Resso's prowess. It was he who had advised Byron to overlook past grievances and reinstate Resso. Elaine was taken aback by Byron's swift agreement, a testament to his magnanimity, which was indeed extraordinary. However, Byron was indifferent, for it was he who had suffered previously, not Elaine. Lawrence stood behind Byron, guarding the Lord. He had not been assigned as an officer within the army. Byron intended to cultivate him as his personal guard. The 4 squads advanced in unison, their synchronized steps resonating against the earth, nearly devoid of sound. All soldiers were clad in steel armor and wielded steel swords. While merely chainmail, this was a remarkable standard compared to the leather armor typically worn by a baroness guards. These armaments had consumed nearly a third of Sybaris' original wealth. Elaine winced at Byron's extravagant spending. No matter how affluent one was, such expenditure was unsustainable. Yet, the thought of the hidden mithril vein beneath eased his mind considerably. 2 additional squads flanked the sides, composed of the private soldiers of the knightly nobles who had previously allied with Byron. He had promised not to confiscate their military authority. Hence, these soldiers remained under the command of their respective minor nobles. Naturally, to retain their autonomy, they would need to lead their troops into battle, a prospect that had begun to instill trepidation in many of the lesser nobles. They were unaccustomed to such grand displays, having participated only in petty scuffles in the countryside. The disparity between Byron's disciplined army and these noble retainers was stark. In terms of discipline, morale, demeanor, and equipment, Byron's forces overshadowed them entirely. My Lord Baron, after this battle, I am willing to relinquish command to you, spoke a middle-aged nobleman with golden hair, a lord of a knightly territory. Gary gazed anxiously at the distant horde of demons, already feeling the weight of apprehension despite their remoteness. His territory had been inherited from his father, the elder Gary having been a genuine knightly powerhouse who had labored tirelessly to secure their lands. In contrast, the younger Gary lacked his father's strength, often indulging in the frivolities of youth, having rarely encountered such grand spectacles. Oh, I would be most pleased, Sir Gary. I trust Resso will train your troops well. Byron replied with a smile. The notion of transferring command was, in essence, a transaction of his forces, for Byron would not train Gary's army out of mere altruism. Due to his promise, Byron refrained from directly reorganizing the forces of these minor nobles, as it would seem excessively mercenary. However, he harbored thoughts of integrating these noble troops and redistributing territories, for many would surely earn commendations in the fight against the demon onslaught. Land and wealth would serve as their greatest rewards. Yet, suitable justification was lacking for the moment. Byron would not allow an inept figure like Gary to continue occupying a position of feudal lord under his name. He would not harbor idlers or incompetents. Advance the guards. Prepare the archers. A squad of soldiers skilled in archery readied themselves, remaining stationary as they drew their bows, holding their breaths in anticipation of the command. The remaining 3 squads stepped forward, forming a triangular formation, shielding the archers in the center. Resso stood at the apex of the formation, prepared to lead the charge, relying on his knightly prowess to carve a path for the forces behind him. The soldiers stood poised for action, ready to engage at a moment's notice. As the footsteps of the demons drew ever closer, "Let me see if this sword is as sharp as you claim, Resso," Byron remarked, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 19. The Infernal Abyss. Thus, the lower-tier demons are predominantly solitary warriors, each fighting their own battles, making them relatively easy to dispatch. However, there exists another scenario wherein higher-ranked, Yet unawarded demons can command these lesser fiends. Nevertheless, such leadership fails to unify the demonic legions effectively. A title is a form of rank, a privilege bestowed upon certain exceptional demons by some greater will. While it is generally true that demons of noble rank possess formidable strength, not all powerful beings are granted such titles. This is evident in the case of Jad, a great demon of the infernal abyss. The sin of flesh and blood wafted through the air as Jad licked its lips, envisioning the power it would gain by consuming these humans, even if it could not ascend to the rank of a demon baron. Relentless slaughter would surely attract the favor of a greater will. Foolish humans. With a derisive chuckle, Jad surveyed the throng of humans, noting how they foolishly lined up, revealing their utter vulnerability. Leading a band of lesser demons, Jad had already decimated several villages, even laying waste to a knight's stronghold. These humans, too, would gather together, weapons in hand, but with the mere loss of a few, they would soon scatter. Yet, unbeknownst to Jad, the army before it was unlike the peasant militias it had previously encountered. Even with the intellect of a great demon, comprehending the intricacies of human warfare proved challenging. Prepare, Resso bellowed, raising his knightly sword. Clad in black iron armor, his helmet obscured his face, leaving only his eyes visible through the visor. The weight of his armor was formidable, as he resembled a human fortress. Charge! At the command, Resso abruptly thrust himself forward. Leading the charge as infantry surged forth like a dark torrent, the sound of clashing scales echoing like a thunderous symphony. The archers, in perfect synchrony, drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows. Dozens of arrows soared toward the demonic horde, instantly bursting forth in a spray of crimson as the lesser demons shrieked in agony. Before the echoes of their cries faded, Resso's charge struck, akin to a hammer crashing down upon the demon ranks, sending several of them flying and enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust. It must be noted that a knight clad in heavy armor possesses immense destructive potential in warfare, while not single-handedly capable of turning the tide. Breaching enemy formations and routing foes is remarkably easy. Rumor has it that the Galancy royal family boasts a legion known as the Swordwing, composed entirely of knightly champions. One can only imagine the terror such a force would invoke. Byron observed Resso's ferocious assault within the demon ranks, a surge of restlessness igniting within him, his hand unconsciously reaching for Quelsera. Yet he refrained from acting, for he sensed a presence lurking amidst the demons that far surpassed the lesser foes, an unseen threat. Byron resolved to hold his position as a contingency. As Resso pierced through the lesser demon ranks, a wedge formation surged forth, directly following Resso into the enemy's lines, akin to a blade plunging into the heart. Soldiers unsheathed their swords, coordinating their attacks, propelled by the momentum of their charge, swiftly advancing like a meat grinder, claiming the lives of the lesser demons. Many soldiers, taken aback by the ease of their combat, remembered the terror these fiends had instilled in them, having suffered losses at their hands mere months prior. Now they stood tall, ready to confront their tormentors, invigorating their spirits. Among them was Roy, a new recruit whose diligent training and exceptional aptitude had quickly distinguished him, earning the mentorship of Resso himself. Annihilate them. The thrill of slaughter ignited the primal urge for destruction within Roy. Like a wild beast, he wielded his longsword with ferocity, tearing into the flesh of his enemies, undeterred even by the wounds inflicted by the lesser demon's claws. This fiery-haired youth exuded an unyielding tenacity. Ailey, I shall avenge your parents, he thought, driving his blade with increased fervor, even as fatigue began to weigh on him. Damn it, how can these humans be so formidable? Jad, concealed within the demon ranks, was caught off guard by the rapid collapse of its forces. This would not do. The tide of battle must be turned. As Resso led the guards in dispatching the lesser demons, a searing, oppressive aura suddenly enveloped the battlefield. A blazing fireball hurtled forth, exploding upon impact, sending a dozen soldiers flying, while those caught in the center were instantly reduced to cinders. Foolish humans, you shall pay the price. Jad's form expanded. Towering to a height of 3 meters, this was the true visage of a great demon, with sharpened, twisted horns, a massive physique, a spiked tail, and skin the color of scorched earth. Jad commanded the battlefield with an iron grip. With a mere wave of its hand, it effortlessly sent several soldiers sprawling, while its tail swept through the air, claiming another life. Yet, the most fearsome aspect of Jad was its ability to launch fireballs, an arcane power that mortals found nearly impossible to resist. Of course, even as an infernal demon, Jad could not hurl fireballs indiscriminately, for doing so would deplete its energy significantly. The lesser demons, emboldened by the presence of their great master, ceased their retreat and prepared to rally once more. They banded together in groups of 3 or 4, some leaping onto the heads of the soldiers, using their claws to sever throats. Stay calm. I shall handle this red monstrosity. Maintain formation and continue the advance, Resso commanded, raising his long sword and channeling his life force into a powerful strike, piercing Jad and creating a gaping wound. "Ah, you wretched human!" Jad, caught off guard, roared in pain, retaliating with a furious blow that sent Resso crashing aside, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Captain!" The soldiers, witnessing Resso's injury, felt a surge of urgency within. Jad, gathering its infernal energy, conjured a fireball, intent on eliminating the human that posed a threat. Several soldiers, including Roy, charged forth, desperate to intercept Jad's attack. "Seeking death, are you?" The malevolent aura flickered as Jad turned its blood-red eyes toward the swarm of hapless mortals. With a swift motion of its tail, it cleaved through 2 soldiers' necks. Jad raised its other massive, crimson arm, its claws poised to strike down mercilessly. For an ordinary person, the mere thought of standing against such a terrifying creature would elicit paralyzing fear. Yet Roy, despite the oppressive aura of the great demon, fought against the urge to succumb. "You shall not break me, you scum," he exclaimed, raising his sword defiantly. "Ailey, forgive me. I may have to go back on my word." In his final moments, Roy contemplated. Chapter 20. Divine Palm. However, the scene that Roy had anticipated did not unfold. He was still alive. A spray of blood erupted as the formidable arm of the great demon was severed at the root and cast into the air. It was the Baron. Roy's heart surged with excitement as he beheld the towering figure who, in the face of life and death, had cleaved through the demon's limb. Such valor! The figure turned to offer a word of praise before confronting the great demon, exuding an aura as formidable as mountains. Byron had been aware of the great demon's presence since its emergence. Name: Fiery Inferno Demon Type. Demon rank: Black Iron. Weakness: Fear of light. Fear of cold. Description: a demon from the fiery depths of the Inferno, evolved from lesser demons, wielding secondary fire magic. Energy content: minimal. This demon, infused with magical prowess, significantly surpassed that of a lesser demon, attaining a strength categorized as Black Iron within the celestial system. Byron scrutinized the fiery Inferno demon with his inner eye, noting its fiery aura was strikingly intense on the battlefield, tenfold stronger than a common lesser demon, yet still inferior to the lava spider matron. It posed a threat, yet remained within manageable bounds, a preliminary assessment by Byron. He glanced at his remaining energy, 30 points. Sufficient to elevate his innate vigor by 1 tier or exchange for a martial art technique. The slaying of lesser demons by Resso and his troops had provided Byron with 20 points of energy. A one-strike kill would be challenging. Byron analyzed the demon's vulnerabilities, discerning its weakest point of airflow in its arm, realizing that a single strike would not suffice to end its life. If 1 strike was insufficient, 2 would do. There was no need to force the issue. Without hesitation, Byron brandished his sword and leaped into the fray. The crucible of blood and fire had been ample. The performance of this army had met his expectations. He needed to retain enough seeds for future growth, ensuring that not too many were sacrificed. Ellen observed the Baron stepping into the fray without objection or words, recognizing the formidable presence of the demon that far exceeded that of a lesser demon. Relying on human lives to combat, it would likely result in countless casualties. They could only depend on Byron now. The black steed surged forth like a meteor. To maintain his speed, Byron donned half armor rather than the full heavy gear favored by Resso. He witnessed Resso being swatted away like a cannonball by the great demon. Yet Byron remained unperturbed. Such force likely would not seriously injure a knight-level warrior. The true peril lay in the black fireballs, whose core temperature sent a chill through Byron. If struck, Resso would surely perish. He urged his horse into a gallop, racing at breakneck speed. Fortunately, several soldiers had drawn the great demon's attention, buying time by slowing the fireball's formation. In a critical moment, Byron leaped from his steed. Blade drawn, Quizera once more radiated brilliance. In an instant strike, the demon's arm was severed. A piercing pain erupted in Jard's mind. This accursed human had severed one of its arms, something it had never experienced since evolving from a lesser demon. The excruciating agony disrupted Jard's concentration on conjuring the Inferno fireball, and in a fit of rage, it lashed out with its remaining claw at the foe who had inflicted such a wound. This strike nearly exhausted Jard's strength, propelled by pain-fueled fury. its speed leaving Byron no opportunity to draw his sword. "Come at me." Byron advanced rather than retreating, discarding his sword in favor of a palm strike. There was a technique he had long coveted, previously unexchanged due to insufficient energy. Now, the moment had arrived. Exchange, Rely Divine Palm. Rely Divine Palm, innate level technique. Exchange cost, 20 points of energy. Description, it is said in the martial world that two unparalleled techniques exist, the Rely Divine Palm and the Celestial Ruin Kick. The Rely Divine Palm was perfected by the ancient sword spirit of the fire cloud evil god, wielded to exact vengeance upon the world and slaughter the martial realm. Gathering energy within, channeling force through the lesser merchants, the palm manifests four seams, reversing the flow of meridians. Byron envisioned the image of Rely in his mind, a profound aura of Buddhism enveloping his heart. As the hand seal and force application method of the Rely Divine Palm crystallized within him, a pure inner breath of Buddhist energy was born within Byron's being. The light of Buddhism first appeared. As his palm emerged, it seemed to resonate with the sound of sacred chants. Beside Byron, Roy beheld the emergence of a brilliant yellow light, feeling the essence of mercy and illumination as if bathed in holy radiance. "What is this?" Jard perceived a divine figure, unlike any it had ever encountered. The aura was radiant, immense, and compassionate, akin to a god of light, truly a nemesis for demons of its kind. The demon's massive claw clashed against Byron's palm, yet it was the towering 3-meter demon that faltered. Jard was momentarily stunned by the flash of Buddhist light, its form weakened. Coughing blood and retreating repeatedly. What on earth is this? Panic surged within Jard as it lost composure. It had never encountered such power. A force surged violently within its body, causing its blood to boil and its internal organs to suffer. This great demon had been internally wounded by Byron's palm strike. Byron focused intently, drawing in breath before executing another lightning-fast blade strike. A warning flared within Jard. Sensing a deadly threat, its demon heart raced, as if a pump drawing on all its strength for a final stand. Yet the chaotic energy disrupted Jard's ability to gather its full power. It had never experienced such a peculiar injury before. In the short term, it seemed inconsequential, yet it had disrupted the balance within its body. In its final moments, Jard roared and unleashed a fiery inferno fireball, but in its haste, it failed to strike Byron. Quizera's blade flashed, severing its head, gaining 10 points of energy. The celestial system's notification chimed. What a loss. Considering the cost of exchanging for the Rely Divine Palm, Byron had incurred a deficit of 10 energy points. Nonetheless, the Rely Divine Palm had been part of Byron's plan all along. This battle had merely expedited its acquisition. According to Byron's strategy, he intended to exchange for a demonic martial technique, preparing to walk the path of merging Buddhism and demonic practices, ultimately achieving the state of 3 parts returning to origin, where all rivers converge into the sea. By synthesizing the strengths of the 3 teachings, he aimed to distill the essence and establish a robust foundation for supreme martial arts. Impressive, Baron. At this moment, Resso had risen, witnessing the great demon's demise at Byron's hands. Surely, he must be of noble blood. Only those of noble lineage could attain such rapid growth and power. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Merely a trifling skill. It pales in comparison to your technique that ignites life energy, Byron jested, recalling how Resso had once snipped a strand of his hair with that very move. Vividly remembering Resso's smug expression. Resso chuckled awkwardly, brushing off the dust from his attire, hastily retreating. A rare comical expression graced his fierce visage. I shall lead them to eliminate those fleeing lesser demons. Chapter 21. Triumph with the formidable demon no longer exerting its influence. Lyso swiftly mobilized his soldiers to encircle and eradicate the remaining forces of the lesser demons. This group of cowardly demons, who thrived only on the weak, crumbled at the first touch of resistance, scattering in all directions. However, their short legs hindered their speed, and they were quickly caught and slain by the guards. As each lesser demon fell, Byron's energy gauge gradually rose, albeit insignificantly. The meager returns from these demon fodder proved woefully inadequate. The energy yield from the major demon was labeled as minimal, akin to that of the demon spider, yet it provided a 10-point gain, 5 points more than the latter. This discrepancy illustrates that while both yields are categorized as minimal, the quantities of energy provided are far from equal. The battlefield lay strewn with the carcasses of demons, alongside numerous shattered steel swords, broken arrows, and the dismembered remains of fallen humans. Despite Byron's forces gaining the upper hand, casualties were inevitable. Furthermore, The claws of the major demon, along with its fireballs, inflicted considerable damage even during their fleeting presence on the battlefield. A rough tally indicated that Byron's army had suffered approximately 30 casualties, half of which were attributable to the major demoness onslaught. The dominion and authority of such extraordinary beings on the battlefield were unmistakable. As the war drew to a close, Elaine began attending to the aftermath. "You have all done remarkably well," Byron remarked, observing the victorious soldiers returning, many bearing signs of exhaustion and wounds, yet each stood tall with gleaming eyes. This army had acquired a newfound air of lethal determination, evolving from timid cubs into fierce predators. Indeed, a true strong army must be tempered in the crucible of war. A fine sword is honed only through blood. "United, we shall not fear the demons," Byron declared, standing atop the colossal corpse of Jade, leaning on Corsola. Lawrence stood resolutely behind him, expressionless as a statue, guarding his lord. The imposing form of the fallen major demon elevated Byron's stature, instilling a profound sense of respect and admiration among the soldiers. Lyso gazed at Byron, his black hair billowing beneath the banner of the phoenix. His heart stirred. He had finally fulfilled his long-held aspiration of leading an army into the fray. The demons were not invincible, provided one had the courage to wield a sword. Byron's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across each bloodied soldier, their cheeks stinging yet resolute in their focus on their lord. When Byron's eyes momentarily met Roy's, he noted the red-haired boy's bravery. Despite facing an enemy 10 times his strength and under the oppressive aura of the major demon, he still dared to wield his sword. Such courage hinted at great potential. One's future is often dictated by their resolve. Some may wield swords yet act as sheep, while others, even barehanded, embody the ferocity of tigers. Only through the crucible of battle can true nature be revealed. All who participated in this battle would be rewarded. For each demon slain, a gold coin would be bestowed. For now, it was merely wealth. But I promise, in the future, there will be land, titles, and much more. Upon hearing Byron's words, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with renewed fervor, their spirits soaring. They envisioned a future where they could rise to the heights of the nobles they once envied. Opportunities that had previously eluded them now lay within reach. Use your swords to carve out territories, seize wealth. I am not stingy with my warriors. Byron's words were succinct yet resonant. He eschewed the ostentation of the highborn, offering instead genuine rewards and a hopeful future. Thus, we should not fear the demons, for they are our quarry. This statement emanated from the depths of Byron's heart, for he relied on these demonic beings to provide him with an unending supply of energy. And now, flowers and fine wine awaited you. Byron had prepared provisions and rituals to celebrate his troops, ensuring the victors received their due honors. Yet, a number of minor nobles felt a twinge of discontent, sensing their exclusion from these festivities. Their 2 battalions, framed as a reserve force, were in truth sidelined due to their lack of qualifications to participate. The Baron commands, slay 10 cattle and 10 sheep, and prepare the finest mead to honor his warriors. Lawrence proclaimed. The army erupted in exuberant cheers, a cacophony akin to a tidal wave, reverberating through the air. In that moment, Byron's image was indelibly etched in their hearts, and they pledged their lives to their lord. Long live the Baron! Lyso was the first to raise his voice in fervent support. At this moment, he had fully surrendered to Byron, not solely due to Byron's formidable prowess, but also because he had been granted the opportunity to lead, aligning with Lyso's temperament. Many duplicitous nobles merely offered empty promises, uttering lofty, insubstantial words, demanding loyalty with little to no merit, unlike Byron's straightforward generosity. Having witnessed too much arrogance and entitlement, Lyso understood the true value of Byron's commitments. Which noble did not dream of extravagance, seeking to expand their already vast fortunes? Even to the extent of discarding leftover milk rather than offering a drop to the starving? Elaine, too, felt a surge of emotion, though his demeanor remained composed. Unlike Lyso's overt displays of loyalty, the more he observed Byron, the more he felt a regal essence in him, reminiscent of princes or dukes. While he could not envision the likeness of ancient kings in their youth, he surmised it must have been similar. Even the demon calamity that had long weighed on Elaine's mind was momentarily forgotten as he pondered whether Byron could forge a grand vision amidst this chaos. Rather than dwelling on the imminent threat of a demonic siege on the castle, with a towering presence to rely on, he no longer bore the burden alone. The cattle and sheep had been prepared and roasted. Today, the territory of Sybil would resonate with laughter and joy. The carts overflowed with the corpses of demons, forming a mountainous heap, among which lay the notably large body of the major demon, strikingly prominent. Heavens! Gasped the crowd in amazement, observing the bloodied, grim-faced soldiers. The local populace felt an unparalleled sense of security. A young girl, her expression fraught with worry, searched desperately among the ranks. Roy, at last. She found the person she had been seeking. Ellie. The red-haired boy's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward, and the two embraced tightly. I was so afraid I would never see you again, Ellie said, her voice trembling. I was scared too, Ellie. Thank goodness for the Baron. Chapter 22. Examination. The art of military training emphasizes a balance between tension and relaxation. After a great battle, soldiers require respite, yet indulgence must not persist. Save for a few wounded who may recuperate, the remaining soldiers are expected to continue their training the following day. The carnage on the battlefield has granted Byron a total of 40 energy points, augmented by his original 10, and after accounting for the expenditure of the Buddha palm technique, he now retains 30 points. In the heat of battle, Byron hastily exchanged for the Buddha palm to counter the great demon, injuring Jade with a swift strike. Though he had not yet fully grasped the intricacies of the technique, now he is beginning to delve deeper into its profound essence. Within the heart and technique, there exists a visualization of the Buddha, an ethereal image that, while it offers a glimpse into the Buddha's essence, cannot truly reveal the entirety of the Tathagata. After all, it is merely a congenital level technique, insufficient to fully depict the true Buddha's form. The initial manifestations of Buddha light, the golden-topped lamp, and the mountains and rivers stirred by the Buddha represent the first three forms of the Buddha palm, which are not difficult to master. With a modicum of practice, Byron will be able to wield them proficiently. As the celestial system imbues him with the technique's power, Byron's hands undergo a transformation, becoming more resilient and robust. Although the Buddha palm is merely a congenital level technique, its execution necessitates the use of pure Buddhist energy, thereby enhancing his Buddhist aura during practice. Upon exchanging his energy for this martial art, he immediately finds that the practice of the palm technique reciprocates with his own Buddhist energy. The essence of Buddhist power is characterized by luminosity and grandeur, while this energy may not match the pureness of the congenital essence produced by the innate energy. It is not easily extinguished. The two energies coexist harmoniously within Byron for the time being, yet he cannot utilize them simultaneously. He can only harness the Buddhist energy when performing the Buddha palm. Only through the harmonious flow of both Buddhist and Taoist energies can one truly employ the powers of both disciplines concurrently. As his inner energy strengthens, Byron's congenital essence also progresses, bringing him one step closer to achieving the third tier of power. Once he reaches the third tier of congenital essence, he can commence the practice of muscle and bone refinement and the cleansing of marrow. Upon breaking into the fourth tier, he will be able to initially manifest true energy, transcending the congenital stage. It is only after surpassing the congenital stage that the true power of congenital martial arts can be unleashed. For the quality and intensity of true energy far exceed that of inner energy. Currently, Byron can only produce a small orb of bright yellow light with the Buddha palm. However, if he were to infuse it with true energy, he could condense the light of the Buddha and manifest the image of the Tathagata. Yet, this technique exacts a significant toll, consuming nearly 50% of his inner energy, rendering it a last resort. If driven by true energy, he would not suffer from subsequent weakness. This is also why Byron has not hastened to upgrade his blade draw technique to the congenital level, the Slayer's Blade. Utilizing congenital martial arts while relying on an acquired foundation is somewhat precarious. Had he not condensed pure yang energy with his congenital essence, he might have found himself exhausted after employing congenital techniques. One must take life step by step, savoring each morsel. Byron calls forth his personal information. Character: Byron, Yin-Fei. Occupation: martial artist. Rank: acquired skills, congenital essence, second tier, Buddha palm, third form, blade draw, perfected, horsemanship LV4, general swordsmanship LV5, Western Common Language LV3, Valyrian Elf Language LV3. Talent: martial insight, perfected. Eye of the Sword LV1, unimprovable. Energy: 40 points. Items: Void Secret Sword. Coursera. Compared to when Byron first traversed into this realm, his character panel has undergone a remarkable transformation, now possessing a technique for condensing essence, a congenital palm technique, and an acquired sword skill. Various foundational skills have also seen tremendous enhancement through diligent training. Lawrence, come in. Byron beckons to the attendant stationed at the door, preparing to issue instructions. Lawrence gently pushes the door open and steps inside, awaiting Byron's command. Are you practicing the incomplete breathing technique? Byron recalls that Lawrence's family had once faced decline, resulting in a portion of their inherited breathing technique being lost. Yes, my Lord Baron. Divine breathing technique I practice is indeed incomplete. Take this, review it, and incinerate it immediately, ensuring no one else sees it. Byron opens a drawer and retrieves a scroll of parchment inscribed with distinctive postures for training. What is this? Lawrence inquires as he accepts the parchment, glancing over it and noticing the term forged steel inscribed upon it. He cannot suppress his astonishment. Could this be the forged steel breathing technique of the Sewell family? My lord, this. Lawrence struggles to comprehend the enormity of the gift. One must understand that nightly breathing techniques are closely guarded secrets among families. A superior breathing technique can solidify the foundation of a knightly lineage. The forged steel breathing technique is not easily obtained and surpasses the divine breathing technique by several tiers, facilitating breakthroughs to the knight level. Reason admonishes Lawrence against accepting such a grand gift, yet the opportunity for a breakthrough is tantalizingly near, making it difficult to relinquish. Accept it. Byron perceives Lawrence's hesitation and decisively urges him to accept the breathing technique, as he is currently unable to practice all his martial arts, with numerous advanced skills awaiting cultivation. This forged steel breathing technique is akin to a delicacy, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. Were it not for the fear of causing too much uproar, Byron might have even considered disseminating this technique throughout the army. Should everyone attain the knightly level, he would command a formidable force. However, after considerable contemplation, Byron refrains from such action. Firstly, breathing techniques hold immense value in this world. If easily bestowed, others may not appreciate them. They are best reserved as rewards. Moreover, not everyone can master a breathing technique. A certain level of comprehension is required, and indiscriminately spreading it may not yield a significant number of knights, instead risking chaos. Train diligently, Lawrence. Do not let me down, Byron encourages as he pats the attendant's shoulder. Lawrence solemnly tucks the parchment away and stands at attention, preparing to dedicate himself night and day to mastering this breathing technique, striving for an early breakthrough. My lord Baron, I will not disappoint you, he affirms with a nod. Have the bodies of the minor demons and the great demon been delivered to the church? Byron inquires, trusting in the attendant's capabilities as he shifts to another matter. Knight Rezer is personally escorting them. They should be nearing Shining City, Lawrence responds. The soldiers only need to deliver the demon heads to the church. Transporting the bodies each time is too cumbersome, as the church merely needs to verify the authenticity of the demon slayings. Excellent. With this achievement, we will have many avenues to explore. Byron contemplates the future of his territory with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 23. Candidate, what are your thoughts, Judith? An elderly priest clad in a gray robe, adorned with the sacred emblem of the earth goddess, gazed at the priestess. Just moments ago, they had recorded the merits of a nobleman, having vanquished 70 or 80 lesser demons alongside a single greater demon, a commendable feat in the early days of the demon calamity. To slay a greater demon, one typically requires the prowess of a grand knight. Judith recalled a young man with raven hair she had once encountered, initially believing him to be merely a valiant young nobleman, only to discover his remarkable strength. Have you met Baron Byron? The red-robed priest remembered that the priestess had traveled to the Sibyl territory in search of a new species of demon beast carcass. Young, valiant, and ambitious, Judith described Byron with these three adjectives based on her impression of him. I recall he hails from the Savar family, does he not? The priest recalled the nobleman's lineage. He had once taken a slight interest when the Savar family dispatched someone to the front lines of the demon calamity, but later dismissed him as merely an inconsequential second son. Could it be that he underestimated him? The old priest furrowed his brow. Do you remember the 3 demon spider carcasses that were sent during the second delivery? Judith's words pulled the priest from his reverie. What about them? Had they not already been handed over to the observatory for research? Father Adrian was merely a man of faith, despite his pure devotion and divine favor. He was not skilled in combat. Judith, as a priestess of war, possessed considerable strength, allowing her to discern certain details from the wounds on those demon spiders. They were slain by an exceptionally refined swordsmanship, a single strike delivering death before they even had a chance to react. Judith's expression turned grave. Such a feat could not be achieved solely through brute force but required honed sword techniques and a keen eye. Is it truly so difficult? Father Adrian expressed surprise, for he was well aware of Judith's prowess. She was indeed among the elite of mortals. I wish to achieve such mastery, but it is no easy task. What do you think of listing that nobleman, Baron Byron, as one of the candidates? Adrian proposed. That young noble is no simpleton. He possesses a clear mind and considerable ambition. Judith recalled how Byron had disregarded the allure of titles, opting instead for provisions and armaments. Ambition is not to be feared. What noble lacks ambition? The true danger lies in the absence of strength to support that ambition. Adrian remained unfazed by the shifting tides of nobility and the rise and fall of dynasties. Their church would forever stand resolute. Do you remember the emblem of the Savar family? Adrian suddenly interjected, prompting Judith to pause momentarily before a realization dawned upon her. The phoenix, she exclaimed. Adrian nodded with a smile. Do you believe he is of noble blood? That cannot be. Setting aside the fact that the Savar family has not produced a phoenix bloodline in decades, if he were truly of noble blood, how could the old duke remain unaware? Judith did not consider Byron to be a noble by blood. Even with such strength, it simply was not sufficient. Adrian recalled his readings in ancient tomes regarding bloodlines. The emergence of noble blood often begins at birth. Yet a significant portion arises during adulthood or through certain stimuli. Are you suggesting he awakened his bloodline only after arriving in the Sibyl territory? It is certainly plausible. Adrian adjusted his glasses with a smile. We can continue to observe. There is no rush. Let us classify Baron Byron as one of the candidates. If he has inherited even a trace of the Phoenix bloodline, he is worthy of investment. Immortan harbors considerable ambition as well. Yet I have still included him among the candidates. Ambition may be poison to mortals, yet to us, it is mere illusion. The divine reigns above in its own kingdom. When has it ever concerned itself with the dust of the earth? Adrian's expression turned reverent as he recited the name of the earth goddess. Seeing this, Judith too closed her eyes and bowed her head, silently reciting scripture. Resisting the demon calamity is a divine mandate, and the church will spare no effort in its execution. As for the royal family and those noble lords, as long as the flames of war do not reach them, they can continue to revel in their pleasures. Lost in dreams. However, the royal family will not dare to offend the gods. They still require the church's aid to maintain their rule, especially since resisting the demon calamity is inherently their duty, albeit lacking in motivation. The church and the various kings have agreed that those who achieve remarkable feats during the calamity will be elevated by the royal family to become grand nobles. Such grand nobles possess not merely titles and honors, but real authority, lands, and wealth. After all, there are plenty of noble families in the Western territories that have lost their bloodlines and heritage, stripped of their greatest support, and can be cast aside at any moment. Even the Savar family, which Adrian and Judith had previously discussed, falls into this category. Since the passing of the last noble bloodline, the old duke, the family's status has become precarious. Noble bloodlines do not possess the longevity of deities or those enigmatic sorcerers, even with mythic bloodlines. They seldom live beyond 150 years. Immortan and Byron are seeds chosen by the earth goddess, while other divine factions seek to cultivate their own representatives in different realms. These seeds can only yield champions through relentless struggle, akin to nurturing a poisonous creature. What all factions seek is merely the faith of the grand nobles ruling their territories, and this transition of nobility signals a reshuffling of divine worship. Ultimately, nobles require only lands and wealth, returning what belongs to the earth, and what belongs to the heavens to the heavens. Let us extend our goodwill to that nobleman, Adrian instructed Judith. Be reminded that the merit mechanism is a collaborative initiative among various factions and kingdoms, yielding only ordinary rewards. In contrast, the precious offerings of the earth goddess, whether it be high-yield crop seeds, accelerated growth fertilizers, healing holy water, or higher-tier life wonders, necessitate the opening of privileges for exchange. Each deity presides over distinct domains. The earth goddess embodies the earth and life, serving as the goddess of agriculture. She is the most beloved goddess among farmers, as devotion to her merely requires respect for the earth and life, devoid of excessive rites and regulations. Conversely, the deities of light and war impose much stricter demands, with their orders governed by severe rules and rigid doctrines, which even the nobles within their territories are not permitted to violate. Chapter 24. Bloodline. Once again, we meet, my dear Baron, Judith said with a smile, her beauty leaving the soldiers beside her momentarily spellbound. Thank you for your generosity, Sister Judith, Byron replied, his spirits lifted. The church had valued the demon corpses transported from Resso at 50 merits, far exceeding their original worth. Father Adrian is also astonished by your accomplishments and specifically asked me to extend his congratulations to you. Judith presented Byron with a small pouch of seeds, cultivated by the earth goddess sect to yield a bountiful harvest. She bent down to open the pouch, her holy robe lifting to reveal her alabaster skin, while her hair shimmered with golden light under the sun. Byron's pupils constricted slightly, not out of shock at Judith's beauty, but rather from the sudden realization that this priestess was a formidable figure, far surpassing Resso, at least of the caliber of a great knight. A dense stream of vivid yellow energy began to rise in his mind's eye, both in density and mass, leading him to contemplate how many moves it would take to defeat her. After absorbing Byron's memories, Yenfei's personality had softened from its previous ruthless and domineering nature. Yet the latent will to kill still stirred within him at the sight of a powerful opponent. In an instant, Judith felt a shiver run down her spine. Her senses heightened, as if she were being watched intently. What remarkable crops, Byron remarked, realizing he had lost his composure. The murderous intent dissipated as he held a handful of seeds. Ah, indeed, Baron, Judith said as she regained her composure, believing it to be merely her own illusion. Planting this wheat can triple your yield. Consider it a congratulatory gift from Father Adrian and myself. Please extend my gratitude to him. The small box containing a ruby, though not large, glimmered with a radiant hue, indicating its considerable worth. Judith happily accepted it, passing it to a nearby knight of the church. Then I shall convey the goddess's thanks for your generous donation, my Lord Baron. This statement carried an underlying meaning, and Byron, with a moment's contemplation, grasped its significance, choosing not to dispute it. If the Earth Goddess sect could offer him sufficient benefits, he would not mind his subjects worshipping whichever deity they chose, as long as such faith did not threaten his rule. Grateful for the first sect to extend an olive branch, Byron was inclined to show goodwill, especially since he had heard favorable reviews about the Earth Goddess sect. With these seeds, his food security was further assured. In addition to this pouch of seeds, we have also granted you the authority to exchange for certain items. Byron received a manual from the Earth Goddess sect, detailing items available for exchange at the basic level. Magical fertilizer, 10 merits, which can significantly accelerate crop growth. Rock mud, 10 merits, which can reinforce city walls. Life spring water, 20 merits, capable of curing ailments and disabilities. Life fruit, 50 merits, imbued with potent life energy. The manual recorded numerous wondrous items, captivating Byron, who was seeing such marvels from another world for the first time. They resembled the rare treasures of the martial world, though most were cultivated by human hands or divine powers. I suggest the Baron consider exchanging for the life fruit, which can hasten the awakening of your bloodline. Judith remarked deliberately. Hasten the bloodline? Byron was slightly perplexed, unsure of Judith's meaning. Are you feigning ignorance? Or? The priestess maintained her calm demeanor, her thoughts working behind the scenes. Have you heard of bloodline nobles? Judith asked directly. I have a vague idea, Byron nodded, acknowledging his limited understanding. I have not systematically studied the path of knighthood. Much of my knowledge is self-acquired. It is somewhat embarrassing that, despite being born into a ducal family, I lack sufficient knowledge due to my previous lack of learning. Byron openly admitted the shortcomings of his past, humbly seeking guidance. Judith, hailing from the church, undoubtedly had a broader perspective than the rural knight Resso and a deeper understanding of the world's power structure. Oh, I see. Judith feigned belief but remained somewhat skeptical. However, she did not feel the need to discern the truth of Byron's words just yet and continued on. The potential of humanity has its limits, capped at the pinnacle of great knights. Once this limit is reached, no amount of training can yield further growth. Byron listened quietly, though he harbored doubts, until someone bathes in dragon's blood and awakens their bloodline. Only then does humanity realize it can transcend its own limitations through bloodline power. The height of the bloodline determines the limits of strength. Those who possess bloodlines are known as bloodline nobles. At this point, Judith glanced at Byron, noting his expression remained unchanged. However, not everyone can inherit a bloodline. The difficulty is extraordinarily high. The strength of the bloodline one can inherit varies. Silver level, gold level, legendary level, mythic level. These are the 4 tiers of bloodlines. The mythic bloodline represents humanity's ultimate limit, as countless experiments and practices have proven that no human can bear a lineage higher than that of a mythic level. This is not merely due to the physical realm, but also pertains to the soul, and each individual can only choose one bloodline. Of course, the vast majority of people in the world are not even eligible to choose a single bloodline. Judith elucidated a clear path for Byron beyond the realm of great knights, though it appeared to be one that required fate's favor, largely contingent on luck. Is it akin to the impoverished relying on mutation? Byron pondered inwardly. And the wealthy? Wizards? Relying on technology? Are you a bloodline knight as well? Byron inquired, sensing Judith's strength was not to be underestimated, perhaps even beyond that of a great knight. I am not, Judith replied, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. I am a paladin. If Baron Byron is willing to embrace the faith of the goddess, I could introduce you. To gain the favor of divine power can also allow one to surpass the pinnacle of great knights. Thank you, Sister Judith. But I have not yet reached the pinnacle of a great knight. I fear I am unworthy of such a blessing. Byron declined Judith's kind offer, as he did not wish to rely on external forces to break through. Even if he were to achieve such a breakthrough through these inexplicable powers, could he still command his own fate? The majority of people in this world, however, possess no opportunity for choice. Judith found Byron's attitude puzzling. He seemed to know nothing of bloodlines yet refused so decisively. She carried a life fruit with her, evidently believing it would be immensely beneficial to Byron. Then I shall exchange for a life fruit. Byron decided to heed Judith's advice, spending 50 merits to acquire a life fruit. This was not due to a desire to hasten any bloodline, but rather because he had noted the system's prompt. Name: life fruit category. Rare item effect: a fruit imbued with abundant life essence. Consuming it can cleanse impurities, strengthen one's inner vitality, and enhance life force. Chapter 25. Breakthrough. Upon the completion of the exchange, Judith departed, leaving Byron enriched with a wealth of knowledge from this divine priestess. The path of knighthood in this world lay clearly before him, yet its reference value was limited, as he lacked the so-called bloodline. This bloodline could be acquired in two ways: inheritance and transplantation. Inheritance occurred when a descendant of a lineage containing noble blood had a chance to inherit ancestral blood, although this probability dwindled with each generation. Consequently, many noble bloodlines sought rare artifacts that could enhance the likelihood of inheritance, though such items were exceedingly scarce, and even their use only marginally increased the chances. The second method was transplantation, whereby one could become a first-generation noble bloodline. This approach was fraught with difficulties, as it required finding an extraordinary life form, whether through purchase, hunting, or other means, an endeavor nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Even a lowly silver-tier magical beast would prove formidable for a great knight. Should one miraculously obtain the corpse of such a being, the blood within would need to be concentrated and purified to a degree suitable for human injection. This hurdle barred 99 of individuals, as strength, wealth, status, and connections were all indispensable. This thorny path of evolution constituted the knightly way in this other world. Byron found the situation both tragic and absurd. Nonetheless, this was the culmination of countless knights' relentless pursuit of ascension, paid for with innumerable lives. This path I shall not tread. Byron scoffed, recognizing the perilous nature of this road, with its high barriers and limitations, and its evident ceiling, the ultimate threshold of mythic life. Although beings such as dragons, giants, krakens, and hydras were immensely powerful, ordinary individuals would scarcely encounter such mythic creatures, let alone obtain their corpses. The path of martial arts, however, remained the grand and righteous way, a boundless avenue allowing all to soar like dragons. Byron could not help but admire the wisdom of the martial ancestors and the countless sages who had paved the way for martial arts. The imperial path was far more than a mere game of descent. Not only were the skills acquired within it genuine and tangible, but Byron also believed that many figures and events were authentic. This game appeared to be a masterpiece of gods and demons, encompassing the endless martial prowess of the myriad worlds. I hope this fruit does not disappoint me. Byron gazed at the life fruit before him, which had cost him 50 merits, effectively depleting the rewards he had earned from vanquishing the demon legion. According to Judith, this was offered to him at a friendship price. The fruit was smooth and translucent, its verdant hue emanating a sense of vitality. Byron shed his garments and, following the instructions in the exchange manual, swallowed it whole. It was slightly sweet and quite palatable. This was Byron's initial impression. He did not hastily gulp it down but savored it instead, as the sweet, cool juice swiftly flowed down his throat. An immense surge of life essence erupted within him, the vast energy contained in the fruit rapidly coursing through his limbs and body. The system had verified its quality. Indeed, it was a premium product. As Byron felt the colossal essence within him, he focused his mind and activated the innate chi cultivation technique, methodically digesting the energy within. Innate chi, pure yang spirit, when gathered, it takes form. When dispersed, it becomes wind. The effects of this fruit were somewhat akin to the marrow-cleansing elixirs Byron had consumed in his past life, yet the benefits were distinct. He embraced the essence and grounded his energy, allowing his spirit and meridians to be gradually refined, enhancing his strength. The process of digestion and infusion from this fruit was far less domineering than that of the marrow-cleansing elixir. Yet the energy and essence it contained were not to be underestimated. The cleansing of impurities from his body allowed him to undergo a profound transformation. Byron's chi and blood surged, his pores opened wide, and warm air flowed out, gradually expelling the impurities within him. The pure yang essence progressively solidified and grew stronger, seemingly reaching a limit before suddenly surging like flames. The system notification chimed as Byron's muscles tensed, his eyes shimmering with light. In an instant, his bones creaked, and his stature increased by an inch. The cleansing process had completed, elevating his innate chi to the 3rd level. Next, he needed to refine his physique through the muscle transformation technique. He sprang to his feet, his internal energy surging, shaking off the dust of impurities expelled during the cleansing. At that moment, Byron felt a sense of lightness and ethereality within him, as if he were as agile as a swallow, his body feeling incredibly unburdened. With blood circulation flowing seamlessly, his strength, speed, endurance, and vitality had all undergone further enhancement. If he were to confront a great demon again, he felt confident in his ability to deliver a decisive blow without concern for consumption. According to Judith, Byron believed he had now attained the strength of the Black Iron tier, which represented all those standing at the pinnacle of humanity in this world. This classification included the limits of great knights, temple knights who had yet to receive divine power, and apprentice wizards, among others. This was merely a general categorization below humanity's threshold, lacking strict distinctions and levels. Thus, even among those at the Black Iron tier, disparities could be vast. After all, some formidable individuals, unable to reach the pinnacle of humanity, would continue to enhance their strength through skill refinement and combat experience accumulation. Of course, such training, aimed at furthering one's innate capabilities, yielded relatively meager results compared to transcending power levels, yet it was better than nothing. To advance further was to attain the innate level. Byron clenched his fist tightly, keenly sensing the enhancement of his strength, drawing ever closer to a breakthrough into the innate realm. The innate chi, 3rd level, required 50 points of energy for the next elevation. Byron accessed the celestial system, discovering that the energy required for the next tier had increased. If he could exchange for more life artifacts within the Earth Goddess sect, he would soon ascend to the innate level. Byron pondered deeply. Although utilizing the system offered direct feedback in the form of strength and experience from martial arts cultivation, it ultimately lacked the profound insight required for a breakthrough. The essence of martial arts lies in self-reliance rather than complete dependence on external aids. Could it be that without the system, he would be incapable of becoming a Grandmaster? Byron remained confident in his martial comprehension and innate talent. Acquiring energy through exchanges for martial arts was indeed more advantageous. As for breakthroughs, this should only be employed when energy was abundant or in times of dire need, relying solely on gaining points for practice, even if the attained skills were genuine, would foster a detrimental dependency on the system, impeding the cultivation of martial resolve. In his past life, everyone possessed a system, yet only a select few transcended to become Grandmasters on the brink of breaking through the void, highlighting that the system was not infallible. Strengthening the collaboration with the Earth Goddess sect was essential. Seeking out an apothecary might provide reliable assistance. The eradication of demons must not cease. Allowing Lesso to lead the army and purging small demon factions would serve to train the troops while yielding substantial rewards, addressing the significant demand for energy and merit. Byron resolved the short-term developmental direction for his territory. Chapter 26. The meeting. A month has elapsed since the last confrontation with the demon. During this period, Byron experienced a resurgence of vitality, a moment of reckoning, as his powers diminished significantly, confining him to his abode. However, following this episode, his pure young internal energy became increasingly refined. The Sibyl territory has enjoyed a relatively tranquil month, with various affairs being conducted in an orderly manner under Elaine's supervision. Byron has only participated in discussions and decisions concerning significant matters, demonstrating himself to be a lord who understands the importance of delegation. It is essential to focus on paramount issues. Otherwise, being preoccupied with trivialities can lead to early decline, as evidenced by Elaine, who, despite being only in her 50s, already bears the marks of exhaustion. Throughout this month, sporadic magical disasters have plagued the region, yet they have merely been the work of scattered brigands, not warranting Byron's intervention. Resso's forces have been sufficient to quell them. The construction of the castle's perimeter has officially been completed. During this time, Byron exchanged some rock mud with the Earth Goddess's sect, a material that, when mixed with soil, greatly enhances the resilience of the walls. He also enlisted Elaine to engage a designer to meticulously plan the outer space and roads of the castle. While magical disasters must be confronted, the development of the territory cannot be neglected. In Byron's vision, he can seize this opportunity to transform the area surrounding the baronial castle into a town, delineating various zones for commerce, military, craftsmanship, and culture. Once the magical calamities have fully abated, he intends to level the farmland and pave it with stone bricks. However, this vision remains distant, as all plans must await the complete resolution of the magical disasters. Currently, the core castle accommodates over 500 people, while the outer territory houses more than 3,000, with hundreds of refugees arriving this month. Byron does not intend to reduce the acceptance of these refugees. Although the population of his territory has reached its limit, and living spaces are nearing capacity, temporary tents can still be erected within the walls. While the living conditions in tents are inferior to those in houses, they are certainly preferable to the wilderness. As long as he can provide these refugees with enough food to stave off starvation, they are immensely grateful. After all, the willingness of nobility to accept them is exceedingly rare. To feed a group of commoners without any profit is seen as unwise by other nobles. However, Byron's perspective diverges. These free laborers can undertake simple construction tasks, and those with education and skills can serve as potential administrators for the territory. The magical disasters will eventually conclude, and these individuals will prove invaluable in the future. Byron perceives population, at any time, as a vital resource and the foundation of commerce, production, and military endeavors. Naturally, this undertaking hinges on the availability of sustenance. Byron's unintentional actions have also garnered him a commendable reputation within the Earth Goddess's sect, as the elders regard him as a benevolent lord who exemplifies a respect for life. At Elaine's behest, Byron is set to convene another territorial affairs meeting to deliberate on specific matters. If anyone has questions, please feel free to voice them, Byron stated. Seated at the head of the long table, his hands clasped and leaning back in his chair, prepared to hear the reports from his ministers. This format of meeting serves as the primary means for nobility to govern their territories, typically comprising significant figures within the domain. Present at the Sybil territory meeting are 6 individuals: Byron, tax officer Elaine, sheriff and garrison commander Resso, inner guard Lawrence, and 2 representatives of minor nobility, Davis and Robert. Aside from Byron, 3 of the members are his allies. Even though Lawrence usually refrains from discussion, his presence ensures that the outcome of the meeting remains under effective control. According to the proposed design, the territory's roads require further leveling. Elaine is the first to speak, offering insights primarily concerning territorial construction. Now that the outer walls of the fortress have been completed, we can continue to refine the internal structure and shape the town's prototype. This phase will require an initial investment of approximately 300 Galency gold coins. Byron attentively considers Elaine's suggestions, finding them in alignment with his own aspirations. What are your thoughts, everyone? Resso is the first to express his support, asserting that he has no reason to oppose any suggestions put forth by Byron or Elaine. We have no objections. The 2 noble representatives also express their tacit approval, as it does not require them to expend their own resources. Lawrence's participation as an inner guard is merely a precautionary measure to address any unforeseen circumstances. Typically, he does not engage in discussions. In order to ensure the meeting's outcomes reflect democratic principles and procedural integrity, Lawrence will exercise his voting rights when necessary. Let us proceed. Byron nods in affirmation, and a scribe promptly records the proceedings. The next report comes from Resso. I need to forge a new batch of weaponry, including arrows and stirrups, as I intend to establish a cavalry. Elaine's brow furrows at this news. The cost of forming a cavalry is considerably high, primarily due to the expense of acquiring horses. The Sybil territory only produces small ponies, which are unsuitable for war. Thus, they must be procured externally. Byron is supportive of Resso's ambition to form a cavalry. Yet he is also mindful of the territory's financial situation, perceiving this as an inopportune time. Elaine, how many gold coins do we currently possess? He inquires, seeking insight into the fiscal health of the territory. Less than 5,000 Galency gold coins. Elaine responds, the territory's routine expenditures amount to over 100 coins, meaning that 5,000 coins will not last long, especially now that the copper mines have ceased operations, cutting off the primary source of income, and they are largely relying on dwindling reserves. However, neither Byron nor Elaine is overly concerned. They are aware that a secret silver vein lies beneath the copper mines, and even a modest extraction would suffice to remedy their current predicament. Only Byron, Elaine, Resso, and Lawrence are privy to this knowledge. The 2 minor noble representatives remain oblivious. as Byron keeps the territory's significant secrets from outsiders. Weapon production can proceed, but let us temporarily postpone the establishment of the cavalry. We can initiate training in the meantime, and later procure horses, Byron asserts, setting the tone as the group raises their hands to vote, and this agenda is likewise approved. My lord, we wish to increase the daily expenditures of the nobility and to conscript some slaves from the refugees, Davis interjects, advocating for the minor nobles' interests. Byron scoffs inwardly. These idlers have feasted lavishly since residing in his castle, with all their needs being met at his expense, yet they remain unsatisfied. Reports of their mistreatment of female servants and their abusive behavior towards retainers frequently circulate. They have been nothing short of tyrants. The majority of these provincial nobles are mere parasites, and Byron will not indulge their whims. Were it not for their deplorable state, they would have been prioritized for further responsibilities, especially after the magical disaster, when they are needed to manage their former fiefs. Nevertheless, Byron has developed other intentions. I shall not employ any slaves. Each noble may be permitted no more than one personal servant. Byron leads by example, not only outright rejecting Davis's proposal, but also intending to cut expenses and reduce the number of slaves. Elaine, Resso, and Lawrence immediately raise their hands in agreement. Davis's aspirations are thwarted. Chapter 27. Conspiracy of furious noblemen with brown hair and a mustache violently shattered vases and scattered books and scrolls across the room. The servants stood quietly nearby, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of incurring his wrath. Offending him in a moment of rage could lead to a beating or, in the worst case, death. How dare he? Summon Camille at once. His eyes glinted with a predatory light. He sought an outlet for his pent-up anger and desire through the female slave. My lord, Camille has been assigned to the castle's cleaning staff, the butler, Davis reported reluctantly, but with a resolute tone. Ever since Byron's proposal was approved at the meeting, Elaine swiftly implemented Byron's will. Aside from the existing servants of these lesser nobles, only one slave was permitted to remain, all others were dismissed. Unlike servants, slaves possessed no dignity or status and could be beaten or sold at their master's whim. Naturally, Byron would not abandon the dismissed slaves. Instead, he repurposed them for managing the castle's public affairs and daily operations. Davis felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him upon hearing the butler's words. Perhaps it was the culmination of his fury that rendered him oddly calm. A commotion erupted at the door, filled with curses and inquiries. It was Sir Gary, whose own slaves had also been significantly reduced, including several of his carefully selected prime specimens. All my female slaves have been dismissed. Did you not claim you would propose the recruitment of more slaves at the meeting? Gary's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. They had elected Davis as their representative, yet his interests conflicted with theirs. Calm down, Gary. My slaves have also been dismissed, Davis replied, his expression darkening. What about the Baron? I shall confront him. We are nobles. What is wrong with employing a few more slaves? Gary shouted, refusing to relent. Davis could not help but smirk internally. Should he truly meet the Baron, he would not dare utter a word, only bully him here. Yet, he knew Gary's disturbance represented the sentiments of the faction of lesser nobles who supported him. Gary, this decision was made by the Baron. Do you dare defy his will? Davis said coldly. The memory of the merciless lord, whose gaze alone could kill, silenced Gary. But we are all nobles, Gary exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Nobles ought to uphold the collective interests of their class. Those slaves were as lowly as weeds, easily replaced. So why bother? Davis envisioned a broader horizon. The Baron's intentions extended beyond mere slaves. This was a display of dissatisfaction towards the lesser nobles and vassals. He regretted listening to that insolent youth, pondering why he did not simply reign as a local king in his territory. Yet, Davis failed to realize that had he not come to the castle, he and his people might have already perished at the hands of the demons. After all, he did not dare confront Byron, relying solely on Davis. Since you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust, Davis resolved inwardly. Bring Crow over. All of you. Leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Crow, a servant of Davis, had never been treated as such. He was regarded as an esteemed guest. This puzzled the other servants, yet they dared not inquire. Sir Davis, have you considered this thoroughly? Crow entered Davis's chamber, observing his darkened expression. Do you have complete assurance? Despite the resentment simmering within, Davis dared not unleash it before Byron. He understood the Baron's formidable might and his mercilessness when it came to violence. At that moment, Davis hesitated, lacking the resolve to proceed. Sir, reflect on your current miserable plight. I cannot bear to witness it. Can you endure this any longer? Crow embellished his words. This remark ignited the resentment within Davis. He now questioned whether Byron would ever return their territory. The loss of his lands was intolerable. However, that fellow was not easy to deal with. Davis no longer addressed Byron with honorifics, determined to make the barons suffer. Yet he was cautious, without a foolproof plan. He could not easily ally himself. Baron Imiton was far kinder and more benevolent than Baron Byron. Had he governed the Sibyl territory, he would surely have valued the opinions of the nobles. Byron was indeed powerful, but only when compared to ordinary men. Among mortals, he might be exceptional, yet not insurmountable. Crow appeared confident in his lord, Imiton, dismissing Byron as a threat. Davis furrowed his brow at this notion. He did not wish to collaborate with a group of arrogant fools, risking his life in vain. Observing Davis's hesitance, Crow prepared to apply more pressure. Have you heard of the wizard? Crow said, feigning mystery. Davis was taken aback. Wizards were mythical beings, rumored to possess incredible powers beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. However, as a humble country noble, he had never encountered a true wizard. Could it be that a wizard would assist them? Davis hesitated to speculate that Imiton himself might be a wizard. Crow nodded with a smile. But if a wizard were to aid you, what need would you have of me? Davis felt skeptical. If wizards were indeed so powerful, why would they require his covert support? According to our estimates, Baron Byron is likely a bloodline noble. Even a wizard would find it challenging to confront him. Moreover, with your assistance, Baron Imiton could expedite his takeover of the territory, sparing unnecessary bloodshed. Bloodline noble? Davis gasped, recognizing the immense and mysterious power associated with it. Every opportunity carries risk. Indecision leads to dire consequences. Crow's words bore a hint of threat. Recalling how Byron had humiliated him at the meeting and dismissed his slaves, Davis finally resolved to act. How may I assist you? Seeing Davis's willingness to cooperate, Crow felt a weight lift from his chest, his tone becoming light and cheerful. Excellent, Sir Davis. You shall not regret your choice. While bloodline nobles wield considerable power, they pale in comparison to wizards. Before we initiate our plan, you need only to remain patient. Byron, in his meticulous calculations, never anticipated these schemers would consider him a bloodline noble. All bloodline nobles must face a threshold before fully awakening, known as the blood tide. When the blood tide arrives, the strength of bloodline nobles significantly diminishes. Only after completely awakening their lineage does the blood tide dissipate, marking a process of awakening and stabilization of their bloodline. Though Byron would not suffer the blood tide, the innate energy flow reversal and the consequences of hubris were not far removed from such a state. By a twist of fate, someone had indeed surmised the reason for his seclusion. Chapter 28. Undercurrents within the confines of the Crimson Castle. Baron Amorton was leisurely perusing a tome bound in leather. The book's black cover bore the image of a vertical eye, its yellow pupil appearing as though it had just been extracted from some creature, exuding an unsettling realism. Halika, how goes the matter? Baron Amorton inquired, his gaze still fixed on the book. Halika, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, reported to Elaine. The flickering candlelight barely illuminated the room, shrouded in curtains that had long denied it the sun's embrace. Rest assured, Crow was once a purveyor of intelligence in the City of Radiance. His skills and cunning are commendable, Halika replied casually, displaying confidence in Crow's abilities to infiltrate without concern for failure. Who would have thought that young Baron's prowess would burgeon so swiftly? Truly unexpected, Immortan mused, still engrossed in the tome. If he truly embodies the Phoenix, he will indeed be a formidable adversary. Halika recalled that Duke Sivar was a renowned powerhouse of Galanxy, and the Phoenix lineage endowed him with an almost immortal essence. Bloodline development necessitates time. Moreover, he likely lacks the secret scroll of the Phoenix bloodline. The Duke would never bestow it upon him. Thus, even if the young Baron has inherited the Phoenix, we have ample time to address the situation. I would prefer his bloodline to be as potent as possible. The lineage of the Phoenix is exceedingly rare. Should he choose to submit to me, I would gladly share my dominion and wealth with him, for bloodline nobility is a rarity indeed. Immortan had already envisioned the Sibyl territory as his own. And what of Davis? He has made promises to this young nobleman, Halika interjected. Merely a provincial noble, devoid of any value compared to bloodline aristocrats. If necessary, we may offer him as a token of goodwill to placate the young Baron later. Davis would never fathom that Immortan had never regarded his life or death as significant, merely viewing him as a pawn to be discarded when convenient. You are indeed generous. One fears others may not appreciate it, Halika remarked. Having received intelligence from Crow that Baron Byron was now a man of singular will, rich in ambition, unlike those who would bow to another. Let us see. It will cost us little more than a few words, Immortan decided, contemplating a chance to recruit this suspected bloodline noble should Byron find himself in dire straits, thus gaining a valuable ally. I have heard that the Earth Goddess sect is quite close to this Baron. Halika knew from Crow that Judith had visited the Sibyl territory multiple times. As a priestess, she represented Adrian's will and was one of the elders within the sect. The Earth Goddess sect will not interfere in the matters of lords, Immortan asserted confidently. For he believed that the disputes among nobles of their caliber would not draw the sect's attention. Rather, they would relish the chaos. They always maintain a diversified portfolio. However, I shall demonstrate that their choices have always been singular. Immortan closed the book, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. After the recent territorial meeting, the lesser nobles harbored grievances against Byron's actions. Although they dared not voice their dissent openly, whispers of discontent had reached Byron's ears. Just a collection of incompetent fools. Byron dismissed the rumors, perceiving these cowardly, ineffectual nobles as incapable of achieving anything meaningful. This could tarnish your image among the surrounding territories, my lord, Elaine cautioned. Noting that these lesser nobles were fabricating tales of Byron's tyranny. Have Rizzo teach them a lesson. If they remain obstinate, let Rizzo assist them discreetly. Byron was indifferent to how these petty individuals labeled him, be it a demon or a tyrant. If that was their desire, he would grant them their wish. He had no inclination to engage in subterfuge with those lacking power, for in his eyes, they were destined for ruin. Are you not concerned about exacerbating tensions with the lesser nobles? They might resort to extreme measures, Elaine analyzed, aware that desperation could drive them to reckless actions. Elaine, do I rely on them to combat the demonic calamity? Byron's stare was unwavering, recognizing that the old man was too lenient. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay in the Sibyl territory, which dulled his resolve against these lesser nobles. I did not wish for it to come to this. But look at these people, greedy, cruel, incompetent, cowardly, disloyal to me, and lacking ethics towards the common folk. A pitiful rabble. Allying with such individuals would lead only to self-destruction. Byron's words were sharp, observing that these parasites had long since lost the luster of their ancestors and were irredeemable. Who assists us against the demonic calamity? The so-called slaves, lowborn, farmers, those they deem beneath them. Their cherished bloodlines, in my view, are worth nothing. We live in chaotic times, Elaine. A woman's compassion only invites disaster. What I require are heroes capable of aiding me against the demonic scourge and restoring order, not those I must support with coin. Those capable shall rise. The weak shall fall. I have given them opportunities. Byron's gaze burned fiercely, his resolve unyielding. These nobles, upon arriving in his territory, had done nothing but indulge in excess, contributing nothing of worth. One would think unity would fortify our resistance against the calamity, yet it seems only to offer sanctuary to the inept. You speak the truth, my lord, Elaine acknowledged, fully aware of the validity of Byron's observations. However, the ingrained beliefs of nobility urged him to preserve Byron's image among the aristocracy. After all, it was the nobles, not the commoners, who sustained the dominion. But without their support, we may find ourselves in dire straits. If we violate the unwritten rules among nobles, the rules are dictated by the strong. Supporters are measured by the benefits we can provide. I can offer the church and the crown military might and glory. What can they bring? Byron shook his head, illustrating the disparity in perspective. Though wise, the elder had spent his life in the countryside, adept at managing territorial affairs, yet lacking in decisive fortitude. I am not arrogant, Byron asserted, fully aware of his intentions. He sought to rejuvenate and reorganize. For only then could he truly mobilize all to contribute to the territory's growth. Without distinction in reward and punishment, the valiant grow complacent. Without clarity in benevolence and authority, disorder ensues. I respect your opinion, my lord. I shall support you unconditionally. Elaine ceased his entreaties, recognizing the futility of aiding those who were merely a burden. Has there been progress regarding Judith? Byron inquired, reading a letter recently received from Pole, dispatched from the City of Radiance. The connections of the Earth Goddess sect are indeed formidable. Chapter 29, The Apprentice My Lord. This is Victor, the disciple of Masterwood from Radiant City. Currently an apprentice alchemist. The steward, Paul, escorted the newcomer into the castle to meet the Baron. Although Byron had requested Judith's assistance in finding a suitable alchemist to develop the territory, attracting a true master of the craft proved to be a formidable challenge. Victor hailed from humble beginnings, emerging from the slums of Hark Street in Radiant City. After 3 years of laboring as a handyman, His diligence and intellect earned him the opportunity to become an apprentice under Master Wood. However, the mentor would not bear the cost of his tuition. This education was a fair exchange, requiring Victor to pay Master Wood for his lessons and also to cover the expenses of the alchemical materials consumed during his studies. This financial burden was insurmountable for someone of Victor's background, and had it not been for Wood's initial reduction of tuition fees, he would never have been able to step into the realm of alchemy. While Master Wood held a deep appreciation for his apprentice, he adhered strictly to the rules. Knowledge, at any time, comes at a price. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, Victor was compelled to seek work that could sustain his studies in alchemy. Other apprentices were reluctant to venture into the countryside during the calamity. But he needed to earn his tuition, and Byron offered a considerable remuneration. Just an apprentice alchemist, Byron mused as he reviewed Victor's feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It seemed a daunting task for an apprentice to identify plants with similar properties based on his formulas and to concoct potions of comparable efficacy. Nevertheless, Byron maintained a composed demeanor as he warmly welcomed the apprentice. After all, he was aware of the territory's situation, and given the ongoing disaster, it was already commendable for anyone to come forth. He could not afford to be overly ambitious. "Welcome to the Sibyl territory, Scholar Victor," Byron smiled, instructing Paul to prepare the most comfortable room and exquisite refreshments for the young man. Though Sibyl territory could not rival the wealth of Radiant City, Victor would undoubtedly enjoy the finest treatment here. Victor raised his gaze to the youthful lord, who exuded a natural confidence and spoke with a steady, convincing tone, qualities rare in young nobles. He had witnessed too many of his peers in Radiant City, who were ostentatious, hypocritical, immature, and brimming with arrogance. "Thank you, my lord. I assure you that my service will be worth your investment." Victor adhered to the principle of fair exchange, a philosophy instilled in him by Master Wood. Having chosen to serve Byron, he would endeavor to excel. Byron regarded the somewhat naive apprentice, clad simply yet exuding a sense of earnestness. According to Judith, Victor possessed considerable talent. Had it not been for his mother's profession, many nobles would have gladly sponsored him. "Come, let me show you the shop and workshop I have prepared for you," Byron said, rising to summon Lawrence to prepare the carriage for their departure. "Please, just call me Victor. I am not worthy of the title scholar yet," Victor replied humbly, aware that the designation belonged solely to certified alchemists. "It is only a matter of time before you attain the title, given your innate talent. Do not take offense. However, I respect your wishes, Victor. I shall celebrate your achievement when you officially become a scholar," Byron acknowledged, ceasing to refer to him as such. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Victor appreciated the Baroness' attitude. Although work awaited him everywhere, serving an enlightened lord would certainly bring him some joy. This is the residential area, home to over 3,000 people. Though modest in scale now, it will expand in the future. As the carriage traversed the residential district, Byron elaborated on the territory's conditions. The area primarily housed the common folk of Sibyl, and the houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, reflecting Byron's considerable effort in planning and design. Victor observed that the residents did not exhibit signs of anxiety or fear due to the disaster upon seeing their lord. They paused their activities to show respect to the Baroness' carriage. He discerned that their respect and affection were genuine, indicating that the Baron enjoyed considerable goodwill among the people of Sibyl. "These vacant spaces are yet to be developed, but I intend to establish a cultural district here in the future. The outer areas of the castle still appear somewhat barren, yet the plans are beginning to take shape. Indeed, in time, I shall transform this place into a town," Byron envisioned. And Victor could almost see a city brimming with hope rising from the ground, a prospect undeniably worthy of investment. "We have arrived, Victor. This is the shop and workshop I have prepared for you." The carriage came to a halt, and Lawrence lifted the curtain as Byron disembarked and assisted the frail apprentice down. "I apologize, my lord. My health has never been robust," Victor admitted, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the Baron's kindness. The shop was modest yet exceptionally organized, perfectly suited for storing potions and materials, clearly designed with care. The workshop lay beneath this room, equipped with basic alchemical tools, a set that, if assessed in monetary terms, was of considerable value. However, Byron had acquired it through merit, costing him less than 20 merits. The subterranean location was chosen for convenience, allowing immediate access to potion research and safety in the event of an accident. One could quickly ascend and secure the area with iron plates to effectively evade explosions. "This is excellent, my lord. I can commence potion production immediately." Victor was quite content with the space. Though it paled in comparison to Master Wood's alchemical workshop, it was undeniably his own, imbuing it with a unique significance. There is no need to rush, Victor. You have just arrived at Sibyl territory. You may take some time to rest and explore, Byron suggested. As he was not inclined to have Victor dive into potion research so soon, harboring certain reservations, he preferred to wait until the apprentice officially became a certified alchemist before presenting his requests, even if Victor could not concoct potions for Byron. Having an alchemist capable of producing elixirs would still yield substantial benefits for the territory. Many potions were in demand beyond Sibyl, even in Radiant City. Healing potions, strength potions, wisdom potions, and so forth. Although Victor could currently only brew basic healing potions, which were not particularly difficult to produce and could yield a considerable monthly output with a broad market, the future stretched long ahead. And Byron hoped Victor would find joy in his stay at Sibyl territory. He instructed Lawrence to hand over the keys to the shop and workshop to Victor. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Victor bowed respectfully to Byron. As per our previous agreement, I shall provide the materials, and you will retain 80% of the proceeds from all potion production, in addition to a monthly payment of 10 Galaxy gold coins. Is that correct? Indeed, my lord. That is precisely the arrangement we discussed. The remuneration was quite favorable, coupled with a share of the profits, an offer the nobles of Radiant City would scarcely provide, as they typically offered fixed salaries while claiming all potion profits for themselves. This is your advance payment. Following Byron's instructions, Lawrence presented 10 Galaxy gold coins to Victor. The potion materials would be delivered at the start of each month by Elaine. Should Victor have any needs or concerns, he could approach Byron directly. If Byron were unavailable, he could also speak with Elaine or Lawrence. Thus, the apprentice alchemist from Radiant City settled into his new life in Sibyl territory. Chapter 30. Potion. Is this the minor healing potion? Byron held a vial of alchemical elixir that Victor had brought him, its viscous green liquid concentrated within the crystal container, appearing rather unpalatable. This dark green potion primarily consists of golden ginseng and mountain mouse grass, the latter of which is abundantly found in the Black Forest and can be easily harvested by any knowledgeable hunter. The former, however, is considerably rarer, especially the aged and superior quality golden ginseng, which is essential for crafting superior healing potions. It is said that golden ginseng also enhances vitality, making it highly sought after by many nobles. Were it not for the unbearable bitterness of consuming it raw, it would likely already grace the tables of numerous aristocrats. Item: minor healing potion type. Alchemical product ingredients: golden ginseng X2, mountain mouse grass X4, crystal vial X1 effect, capable of healing minor injuries and restoring stamina. The Celestial Tao system has documented information regarding this potion. I have heard that the finest healing potions are red. Byron had previously heard within the Savar family that such potions could only be concocted by master alchemists. Indeed, my lord. The highest grade healing potions must be personally crafted by a potion master, requiring a special ingredient known as divine blood. This potion can restore any injury to a dying person instantly, rendering it exceedingly precious. Victor had seen descriptions of such potions from Wood, but had never encountered one in reality. It is likely that only the royal family can afford such a luxury. The raw materials for a minor healing potion cost approximately 10 silver coins, yet it can be sold for a gold coin, making it undeniably profitable. After all, potions are a commodity that is perpetually in high demand, especially during times of calamity, as many injured individuals seek healing. Byron is currently very satisfied with Victor's output. This apprentice alchemist is remarkably efficient, able to produce around 30 bottles of minor healing potions each month. After deducting material costs and shares, Byron nets 12 gold coins. While not a vast sum, it is stable, and over time, it amounts to a considerable fortune. Furthermore, once Victor matures into a full-fledged alchemist and trains his own apprentices, this income will surely increase. Although alchemists can concoct potions, they typically do not sell them directly. Instead, they rely on the patronage of a noble. After all, wealth can be enticing, and lacking protection makes one vulnerable to targeting. The resources owned by nobles can support the alchemist's necessary tools, workshops, and a steady supply of materials, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, only formally recognized alchemists earn the respect of nobles. Apprentices are merely subjects of exploitation. Before becoming a formal alchemist, apprentices receive only basic commissions. Once these potions are sold, I will allocate your share accordingly. Byron instructed Lawrence to take the potions downstairs, awaiting an opportune moment to sell them, while also reserving a portion as a resource for the territory. Thank you, my lord. Victor is currently in dire need of money, which is why he toils day and night to produce potions. He must learn another potion formula and pay the requisite tuition. After Victor departed, Byron pondered alone in his chamber. The arrival of the apprentice alchemist has illuminated a path for his development. Although his initial intent was to craft potions, it must be acknowledged that even if Victor fails to create the desired potion, this transaction is still exceedingly worthwhile. Prior to the calamity, the income of the Sibir territory primarily relied on copper mining. Additionally, the fertile lands near the Hamo River ensured bountiful harvests, allowing for self-sufficiency in food production, with surplus available for sale to other lords. However, with the onset of the calamity, mining operations ceased, resulting in a significant loss of primary income. While the costs of maintaining the territory have escalated, expenses for food, military, construction materials, and more have nearly depleted Byron's resources. Upon arriving in the territory, he inherited a box of jewelry from the Grand Duke, valued at approximately 10,000 Galaxy gold coins, which he has yet to utilize. The ruby gifted to Judith was one of these jewels. When he reaches a point of desperation, Byron can withdraw this wealth from the bank in Shimmer City. But that would only serve as a temporary solution. The fundamental issue remains. The territory must generate revenue to establish a positive cycle. Byron has already devised a plan for this. The most crucial step is to resume the mining of copper and mithril simultaneously. Mining copper can conceal the extraction of mithril, and the profits from copper mining are also significant. Once Byron eliminates the lava spider matron, he will immediately send miners to the mines, for he is already making preparations. He intends to select strong and experienced individuals from among the refugees for mining tasks. Additionally, he seeks those skilled in smelting and forging. While such individuals often find stable positions due to their expertise, there are always exceptions, and he hopes to strike it lucky. The original territory of Sibir had few blacksmiths, and not a single master smelter. The previous lord sold raw or without processing it, resulting in a substantial loss of profit. By processing copper and mithril into ingots or directly forging them into weapons and armor, they can not only arm themselves, but also establish an industrial chain that significantly enhances the territory's revenue. Beyond the mining and metallurgy sectors, Byron perceives vast potential in the Sibir territory. Proximity to the Black Forest provides an abundance of medicinal herbs, furs, timber, and other valuable materials, enabling the formation of a hunting guild to exploit these resources. The Hamo River allows for river transport, and given the many precious resources, trade can be developed by establishing a marketplace. Before the calamity, numerous adventurers would settle in the Sibir territory after exploring the Black Forest, resulting in a substantial flow of people. Thus, Sibir is indeed a fertile, promising territory. Given sufficient time, it could become the next Shimmer City. Were it not for the calamity, the Savar family would have dispatched a core figure to take charge of this territory, to unlock its value and transform it into a stronghold in the east. The calamity altered everything, inadvertently benefiting Byron. Of course, this cannot be deemed a true benefit. For had it not been for Yin Fei's arrival, the original host would have perished long ago, even before the calamity fully erupted, losing his life in the process. Chapter 31. The Undertaking. Robert, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Davis summoned another noble representative into the room to conspire. He needed to unite more forces, as instructed by Crow. However, everything must be conducted in secrecy, and only the most trustworthy individuals could be recruited into the rebellious army. Robert was evidently the best candidate, representing the interests of the lesser nobility, and he shared a long-standing camaraderie with the Davis family, having always stood together through thick and thin. Look at that arrogant young brat, who, with his meager display of might, dares to disregard us. Do you think he would return the territory to us once the calamity has passed? As Robert listened to Davis's impassioned rhetoric, he appeared to be moved, furrowing his brow in contemplation of Davis's words. If Baron Amorton were to rule this land, he would inevitably require assistance in governance. Thus, we could become the true central figures of this domain. It is utterly absurd that even that country bumpkin, Resso, can lord over us. A knight without even a fiefdom has no right to command an army. Davis spoke fervently, his words laden with incitement. After being swayed by Crow, this rural noble had become a staunch advocate for Amorton. Thank you, Davis, for considering me in such times. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Robert grasped Davis's hands tightly, his tone sincere, as if deeply moved by an old friend's kindness. I have long been displeased with that insufferable brat. We provide him with so much military support, yet he won't even part with a few slaves. He is not aligned with us and will inevitably drain us dry. We have merely endured due to circumstance. Now, with Baron Amorton's backing, we can seize the opportunity to break free from his grasp. Robert's tone was resolute. He joined the rebellious cause without hesitation. Splendid. Robert, it is truly wonderful that you feel this way. After this matter is settled, we can serve under Baron Amorton together. We must celebrate with a few drinks then. Davis had not anticipated that persuading Robert would be so effortless. With his support, the chances of success had significantly increased. After all, Robert represented a portion of the nobility, possessing considerable military resources. Before taking action, they must proceed with utmost discretion, Davis solemnly advised. Rest assured, this is a matter of life and death. Robert was exceedingly cautious and understood the gravity of the situation. However, Baron Byron was no trifling adversary, apart from Resso's army. His own formidable power could easily rend us to shreds. If it were just the two of us, it would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Though Robert was willing to unite against Byron, he was equally averse to courting his own demise. I could not overlook that, Davis. Were it not for the tangible support from Baron Amorton, I would not have resolved to take this step. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the sorcerer under Crow, Davis was now wholeheartedly convinced. Davis, do not be easily deceived. What if this is a ruse to ensnare us? Indeed, Baron Amorton held considerable strength among the nearby nobles. But Robert had also witnessed Byron's martial prowess. He was curious about what had emboldened this once timid acquaintance. Have you heard of the sorcerer? Davis feigned mystery, mimicking Crow's demeanor. A common tactic among negotiators. A sorcerer? Robert doubted whether his old friend had lost his senses. Sorcerers were mere fairy tales to lull children to sleep. How could they possibly be real? Indeed, a sorcerer. With the sorcerer's backing, Baron Amorton's army will be invincible. The bloodline nobles suffering from the blood tide will become exceedingly weak, unable to wield a sword. Even though Byron's innate energy may wane, he will never weaken to such an extent and can still command over half of his forces. While Amorton had inadvertently discerned Byron's vulnerability, the process and outcome were fundamentally disparate. During this period, even an ordinary soldier could easily slay him. At that point, envoys dispatched by Baron Amorton would naturally resolve the issue. We need not confront him directly. Our only task is to coordinate from within and support Baron Amorton's army in annihilating Resso's forces, thus aiding Baron Amorton in better taking over the territory. Davis laid out their plan, confident that the young Baron would soon be dealt with. Indeed, I knew you would not act without a comprehensive plan, Davis. Robert was thoroughly convinced, no longer hesitating. I would never gamble with my life. Davis relished Robert's admiration, fully aware that if they were to successfully overthrow Byron's rule, he would be Baron Amorton's foremost benefactor. Robert would never eclipse him. Coincidentally, Robert shared this sentiment. We must proceed with utmost caution, enlisting only the most trustworthy individuals. Rest assured. Davis, I too would never gamble with my life. Davis nodded in satisfaction. Yet he seemed oblivious to the cunning glint in Robert's eyes and the slight smile gracing his lips. After tightly embracing Davis, Robert departed with a smile from his old friend's chamber. He chuckled softly, reflecting that previously he could not be certain that the Baron would return the territory to him. Now, however, he felt assured. To think that Davis would attempt to intimidate him with such nonsense about sorcerers, was he truly so foolish? Or did he believe Robert was? It was utterly ludicrous. Robert scoffed at Davis's words, harboring no belief in them. If Baron Amorton were to take control of the Sybil territory, then Davis would be the chief contributor. Conversely, if he assisted Baron Byron in quelling the rebellion, Robert would emerge as the principal benefactor. He calculated this tally in his mind with clarity. Moreover, Baron Byron had already made arrangements. It was laughable that these individuals fancied themselves astute. Since the last dispute with Elaine, Byron had realized that this group of lesser nobles might not remain docile. While he did not expect them to stir significant trouble, he nonetheless made the necessary preparations. Byron tasked Lawrence with conveying goodwill to some of the lesser nobles, assuring them that as long as they behaved and recognized their missteps, they would not face repression. Should they exhibit merit, they would be richly rewarded. Robert received Lawrence's warning and also represented the Baron's sentiments. This task was executed with the utmost secrecy, as Lawrence's intention was for these individuals to serve as the Baron's eyes and ears, reporting any disturbances promptly. The true path lay in suppressing some while supporting others. Byron had no desire to annihilate them entirely. If they complied, why would he resort to bloodshed? Chapter 32. Temptation. What audacity. Byron gazed at the confidential letter delivered by Lawrence, detailing the recent disturbances within the territory. He had long anticipated that the nobles would not remain docile, but their brazen actions indeed took him by surprise. It seemed that outsiders had emboldened them to stir chaos. If Immortan dared to encroach upon his domain, he must be prepared for the consequences. Byron had heard of Baron Immortan, a formidable figure who had garnered significant achievements on the demon battlegrounds to the south. However, he remained wary of the sorcerer mentioned by Robert. The letter chronicled Davis's actions and included Robert's speculations, which stemmed from his limited understanding of the sorcerer's true power. Byron would not make such a grave error. If Robert were to discover the authenticity of such mystical forces, it was uncertain whether he would still choose the same path. To his astonishment, the territory had been so easily infiltrated, it appeared that his notion of establishing an internal guard with Lawrence was indeed prudent. Byron had previously devised a military strategy for the territory. Commander Resso would lead the regular army for military operations, while Lawrence would oversee internal security and execute clandestine missions. However, given the multitude of pressing matters at hand, the formation of the internal guard was not an immediate necessity, and thus Byron had not rushed into it. Nevertheless, it was evident that the threats facing the territory were not solely from magical disasters, but also from within humanity itself. Byron pondered why everyone perceived him as a bloodline noble. He found this puzzling. His own kin were aware of their lineage, and he felt no trace of bloodline response within himself. It seemed that the world's understanding of physical strength was predominantly tethered to lineage. This was a revelation for him. The absence of martial prowess in this world necessitated some degree of concealment. Should others discover that Byron could transcend human limits without relying on bloodline, it would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. In the absence of sufficient strength for self-preservation, this knowledge could place Byron in grave danger. The title of bloodline noble indeed served as a clever disguise. Should he don this mantle, he would need to acquire further knowledge on the subject. Byron suddenly regarded being mistaken for a bloodline noble as a fortuitous circumstance, one that could resolve numerous issues for him. It appeared he had not exercised enough caution. However, if they attempted to deduce his weakness based on bloodline cycles, they would likely find themselves hoisting a stone to crush their own feet. Bloodline nobles experienced periods of weakness before their lineage awakened, while Byron's innate vigor only waned on the night of the full moon. The distractions he had previously employed remained effective. Byron never engaged in solitary meditation on the full moon. He would remain in his chamber for several consecutive days. Immortan and his ilk would be prone to such misconceptions, largely due to this habit. After all, the coincidences were striking. Byron appeared to embody every characteristic of a bloodline noble. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Byron resolved to turn the tables and ensnare these schemers in one fell swoop. In the following days, Byron conducted himself as usual, making no overt moves, which allowed the lurking rodents to breathe a sigh of relief. Has Lawrence entered seclusion again? Davis stood at the door of Byron's chamber, seemingly anxious about a pressing matter. Indeed, Sir Davis. The Baron does not permit anyone to intrude during his training, Lawrence replied firmly. But I have something of utmost urgency to report to the Baron. Davis insisted, his brow furrowed with concern, pacing outside Byron's room, unwilling to depart. Such significant matters could only be conveyed once the Baron emerged. Lawrence remained resolute, strictly adhering to Byron's orders. This pertains to the safety of the territory. If you delay, can you bear the consequences? Seeing Lawrence's refusal to relent, Davis raised his voice, attempting to force his way in. The Baron has decreed, any intruder shall face execution without mercy. A sharp blade hovered at the entrance, and should Davis dare advance, he would meet a swift end, as if before Lawrence stood not a noble, but an inconsequential stranger. Davis found himself momentarily paralyzed, daunted by Lawrence's imposing presence. Though he possessed the strength of a squire, he was now intimidated by Lawrence's aura. Had Byron's attendant silently ascended to the rank of knight? Baron, I have urgent matters to report. With his attempt to breach the door thwarted, Davis resorted to shouting, hoping to catch Byron's attention. Sir Davis, please maintain your composure. If you continue thus, I shall have no choice but to summon the guards to escort you away. Lawrence glared menacingly at the unruly noble, gripping his sword tightly, aware that Davis's intentions were far from innocent. Until Byron issued specific orders, he intended to uphold his duties as a servant, preferring to err on the side of caution. Wait. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Lawrence, Davis realized that should the guards be summoned, he might be executed on the spot, leaving him no recourse for justice. He dared not gamble with his life. Yet, without directly confronting Byron, he could not ascertain whether the Baron had entered a period of weakness, which was crucial for the entire plan. He would have to seek another opportunity. Just as Davis contemplated departing, a feeble voice emerged. Lawrence, allow Sir Davis to enter. Byron had spoken. As you command, my lord. Lawrence said nothing further as he opened the door. I told you, the Baron would not refuse to see me. Can you bear the consequences of delaying such crucial matters? Davis sneered as he stepped inside, but Lawrence paid him no heed, as if he had not heard. Davis, what is it that you wish to discuss? Upon entering, Davis beheld Byron seated in a chair, his complexion pale, appearing as though he were parched. My lord, what ails you? He feigned concern, probing cautiously. It is nothing, an old ailment. Byron waved dismissively, indicating that Davis need not worry. Cough, cough. Byron's frail coughs punctuated the air intermittently. Indeed, Baron Amorton had not deceived him. Davis suppressed his excitement, striving to avoid direct eye contact with Byron, fearing his true intentions might be discerned. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? He mused silently. Speak quickly, Davis. As you can see, I am not in a position to entertain guests. Apologies, my lord. I did not anticipate your illness to be so severe. I come to convey apologies on behalf of Gary and the others. They have spoken ill of you recently, but it was merely due to their misunderstanding of the reduction in slave numbers. I have reprimanded them sternly. Now they are aware of your concerns. For our safety within the castle relies entirely on your protection. We are willing to entrust you with command over all military forces. Davis's tone was filled with contrition, his demeanor one of profound sorrow. Your willingness to understand brings me great relief. As long as you do not commit any grave errors, I shall not hold it against you. Let Gary and the others remain at ease without harboring other thoughts. Very well, Davis nodded repeatedly. Now, depart. Byron signaled for him to leave. I shall not disturb your rest further, my lord. Please take care of your health. Davis bowed and slowly exited the room. Ah, you must perform admirably. It would be a shame to waste this elaborate charade. The moment the door closed, a glint of coldness flickered in Byron's eyes. Chapter 33. Approaching in recent days, while the surface of the Sibyl territory appeared calm, beneath it, turbulent currents brewed, concealing deadly intentions. Has the young Baron entered a state of weakness? Rest assured, Lord Kroll, I have personally verified this. I risked my life to meet with the Baron. He is so feeble that he can hardly lift a sword. Davis, eager to demonstrate his worth before Kroll, lowered his demeanor, knowing he would need the Amorton spies' favorable words once their plan succeeded. That is reassuring, but I still have my reservations. Years of intelligence work have honed Kroll's instincts, making him sense something amiss, though he could not articulate it. Just yesterday, Resso's army faced a devastating encounter with a legion of demons, suffering significant losses. Even the Baron did not intervene. He could not even meet with Resso to bolster troop morale. This clearly indicates his extreme weakness, leaving no room for doubt. Davis, feeling anxious, recognized this as a rare opportunity. The territory's forces were severely weakened, and Byron had fallen into a state of frailty. The longer they delayed, the more likely their plans would be exposed. If Byron learned of their intentions prematurely, the consequences would be dire. Very well then. We shall proceed according to our previously agreed-upon plan. We will instigate a coup tomorrow night, at which time Captain Barton will lead his troops personally. Kroll resolved to inform Baron Amorton that they would act as planned. Barton, a military officer under Amorton, would arrive with 50 guards to take over the Sibyl territory. With the support of Davis, Robert, and their ilk, they would easily breach the castle under the cover of night. Moreover, by capturing the king first, they could compel the others to submit without resistance. Byron's garrison captain, Resso, had recently sustained considerable injuries from fighting demons, resulting in significant losses to his forces. Currently, fewer than 60 guards remained in the Sibyl territory. In contrast, Barton's 50 men, combined with Davis and Robert's private troops, would vastly outnumber them, exceeding 100 in total. Given this advantage, Kroll felt confident that nothing could go awry. The only potential complication lay in capturing Byron. However, Amorton had dispatched a Black Iron-level assassin, a being of extraordinary prowess, more than capable of dealing with a noble yet to awaken his lineage, who remained ensnared in the tides of fate. It is worth noting that Baron Amorton had also provided the assassin with a magical artifact. Kroll received word. Halika emerged from the shadows, delivering a confidential missive. Kroll signaled that they could proceed. Amorton read the letter and handed it to Halika. What do you think? Amorton did not rush to a decision, preferring to hear the master of the Thieves' Guild speak first. There should be no issues. I have confirmed that a legion of demons indeed appeared on the northern front yesterday, ambushing the forces of the Sibyl territory. Jennifer is a paragon within the guild, having assassinated countless individuals, including many formidable foes. given her strength. Even an average knight would struggle against her, let alone a mere noble yet to awaken his bloodline, still caught in the tides. Furthermore, with the ring of flames you provided her, success seems assured. Securing the Sibyl territory would enable Immortan to expand northward and control a vital shipping route. Immortan's domain lay to the southeast of Sibyl, and due to mountain barriers, it could not directly border the Hamo River. The northern route through Sibyl was the only safe passage. Otherwise, one would have to traverse the perilous Black Forest. Eliminating Byron was inevitable. Otherwise, Immortan could not extend his influence. The southern region was dominated by the mountain dwellers, fierce warriors whom Immortan wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Although routes through Macallan Mountain Pass or Baron Ryan's territory could lead south to the Sword Mountain Valley, such endeavors would require long, arduous journeys, far less appealing than seizing the ripe opportunity before them. Thus, let us act tomorrow night. Inform Jennifer that, if possible, we should spare the young Baroness life. Capturing a noble of bloodline would greatly benefit us in the future. Although Immortan had inherited his ancestors' legacy and formally became a wizard apprentice, his own extraordinary powers remained scarce. Moreover, a wizard's progression is far from straightforward. Their training and advancement are immensely intricate, with many apprentices forever trapped at the apprentice level, unable to achieve formal wizard status. However, wizards enjoy lifespans far surpassing those of bloodline nobles. Once a wizard attains full status, their life can extend beyond 3 centuries. An achievement beyond the reach of bloodline nobles. Furthermore, in terms of mystical application and combat prowess, bloodline nobles typically fall short when compared to equally ranked wizards. Mythical bloodlines represent the pinnacle for knights, while wizards possess limitless potential. I bear the sigil of the Flame Fortress, though the time for their apprenticeship recruitment has yet to arrive. When the moment is right, I shall pursue further studies at the academy. Immortan mused, aware that he was merely a third-tier apprentice. Without the school's insignia, he would never have caught the attention of the Flame Fortress. Only by expanding his territorial holdings could he support his future endeavors in wizardry. Third-tier qualifications are still challenging on the path to becoming a wizard. Immortan felt a sense of frustration regarding his own qualifications, as wizard qualifications are divided into 5 tiers, with the third tier being relatively common, offering only a 40% chance of advancing to full wizard status. Nonetheless, compared to his ancestors, he considered himself exceedingly fortunate. The Immortan family's legacy had persisted, yet no one had managed to unlock it. Wizard qualifications are exceedingly rare. Only Immortan among many generations possessed them. Since I possess this qualification, it is destined that I will bring revival to the Immortan family. The title of Viscount is merely a stepping stone. In Immortan's eyes, Byron was but a minor obstacle on his journey, and with wizard qualifications, he would not be confined to the small kingdom of Galancy. It is the entirety of the Western realm that can accommodate his ambitions. Inform Barton to lead 50 elite infantrymen, ensuring absolute success. Chapter 34. Assassination tonight. We shall take action. Everything is meticulously prepared. In Davis's chamber, 7 or 8 minor nobles gathered, including Robert and Gary, who had previously hurled insults at the entrance. When the time comes, we will open the city gates and allow Baron Immortan's troops to enter. There exists a grand gate on the eastern side of the wall, facilitating the passage of the army. However, sentinels have already been replaced by Robert's men. Everything is proceeding too smoothly, to the point that Davis feels a sense of emotional uplift, as if the heavens themselves are aiding him. Though injured, Resso remains a formidable knight, and we must exercise caution. Robert suggested that among those present, only he and Davis possess knightly prowess. Should Resso unleash his full strength, they could very well lose their lives. Indeed, it would be prudent for us to refrain from direct confrontation. Captain Barton, a knight under Baron Immortan, can handle Resso. We need only to lend our voices in support, offering symbolic assistance, for only the living may savor the fruits of victory. Davis wholeheartedly agreed with Robert's sentiments. A misstep leading to death at the brink of dawn would be exceedingly unfortunate. Their rebellion is not driven by justice, but rather by the desire to continue indulging in the privileges of nobility. Sacrificing oneself for others is simply out of the question. Soon, I shall possess new female slaves, Gary thought, his mind ablaze with visions of youthful, exquisite forms. This selfish, cowardly assembly of nobles envisioned a bright future, oblivious to the danger that quietly approached. Cheers to our anticipated success. The group drained their cups, with Robert being the first to finish, smashing his goblet upon the ground with a resounding crash. We shall prevail, he proclaimed with laughter, though it was evident that he did not include the gathered company in this declaration. Robert felt immense relief at his decision. These individuals were utterly incapable of achieving anything significant, their weakness starkly contrasting with Byron's strength. It was indeed tragic that Baron Amorton had aligned himself with such collaborators. Robert had once aspired to great deeds, but the conventions of the nobility constrained him. Transforming the youngest squire of the Sybil territory into a mere pawn in the petty intrigues of rural gentry, slowly succumbing to a life of mediocrity. Yet now, the long-buried passion within Robert began to rekindle. If he could aid Baron Byron in quelling this rebellion, he would undoubtedly earn the Baroness' favor. To hell with familial ties. Back when you ruthlessly fought over mere scraps of territory, Davis, you showed no mercy. As he shattered the goblet, Robert severed ties with his past. The night deepened, and the castle grew eerily silent, a shadow stealthily infiltrating the Lord's chamber. Wasn't there supposed to be a squire of knightly caliber? Jennifer pondered, slightly perplexed, for according to the intelligence provided by Crow, there should be a squire guarding the entrance to Baron Byron's quarters. Moreover, the ease of her infiltration was decidedly alarming. She effortlessly located Byron's chamber. The castle's defenses were alarmingly lax, as if it bore no guard at all. How foolish of me to be so cautious. Harlequin is overly meticulous. What storm could a mere rural baron conjure? Jennifer clenched her dagger's hilt, the blade's gleam concealed by her form, the edge coated with the most potent of poisons. In accordance with Amorton's instructions, she employed a paralyzing toxin, though not lethal. A single drop could incapacitate an elephant. She concealed herself, evading the flickering flames, and prepared to enter the room through the window. Next time, Harlequin must assign me a more challenging task. Otherwise, this becomes exceedingly dull. As a leading assassin of the Glimmer City Thieves Guild, she had eliminated numerous nobles, often amidst formidable protectors. She relished this sensation, akin to a viper poised to strike, unleashing venom in a deadly embrace, providing her with unparalleled satisfaction. Come now, dear little brother, let me see what you are up to. Gently pushing the window open, she rolled into the room without a sound. The moment Jennifer entered, she sensed something amiss. The chamber was utterly vacant. This is bad. It's a trap. Years of assassination experience heightened her awareness, prompting her to retreat. Yet, before she could react, a figure emerged from behind the curtain, radiating an ominous presence, striking her abdomen with a powerful punch. There had been no one there moments before. Jennifer's pupils constricted as a master of stealth. She should have discerned the presence of another behind the curtain. Yet, a strange illusion had clouded her senses, causing her to overlook this area. The force of the punch was overwhelming, akin to a meteor crashing down. Naturally, Jennifer could not allow such a blow to land. Her form quivered, contorting like a serpent, twisting in a manner nearly impossible for a human to achieve, narrowly evading the blow. Oh, this is intriguing. The figure emerging from behind the curtain appeared somewhat taken aback, or rather pleasantly surprised at Jennifer's evasive maneuver. You must be Baron Byron. You have not succumbed to weakness at all. Jennifer regarded the tall, imposing man before her with a serious demeanor. He exuded an intense aura of pressure, reminiscent of facing a beast in a dark forest. This was not the gentle, endearing lamb she had envisioned, but rather a wolf clad in human guise. Though she could not fathom the source of this feeling, her instincts warned her that the seemingly genteel Baron concealed a profound, latent threat. The earlier punch still lingered in her mind, and had it landed, it would have likely resulted in her demise. The skin at her waist merely grazed, yet it felt as if seared by a hot iron, blood oozing forth. You are correct, but alas, there is no reward. Byron smiled at the female assassin before him, as though admiring a rare quarry, sending shivers down Jennifer's spine. She had once looked upon those she had slain with the same gaze, yet now, the roles of hunter and prey had been irrevocably reversed. What a jest! Even if you are not weakened, as long as you have not transcended your bloodline, you may not be my match. Jennifer's resolve hardened. She would not allow herself to be underestimated. With the swiftness of a viper, she launched her assault, her poisoned blade striking with lethal precision. This was a technique she had honed over many years, and combined with her venomous edge, it rendered her nearly invincible. What is certain. What cannot be is simply not to be. There has never been a notion of uncertainty. Byron, unhurried, concluded his statement, seemingly dismissing Jennifer's attack entirely. As the dagger, akin to a striking serpent, approached him, he moved. Chapter 35. The Viper Byron leaned slightly backward, twisting at the waist to harness the strength of his entire body, extending his palm like a malevolent dragon's claw. The secret technique of the serpent sect that Jennifer practiced was a pinnacle art of the Thieves' Guild. Though she wielded only a fragment of it, she could already fully embody the essence of a venomous serpent. Sensing Byron's focus on her breath, her body began to contort unnaturally, shifting like a serpent's shadow in midair, with attack trajectories seemingly emerging from all directions, leaving behind flickering afterimages. Yet Byron remained unperturbed, his palm unwaveringly extended, intent on seizing the serpent by its vulnerable spot, regardless of how Jennifer twisted and turned. How could this be? Jennifer's heart raced with alarm. This maneuver was a secret technique of the serpent sect, capable of veiling its deadly fangs in the shape of a snake, striking at the most inconceivable moment to end her opponent's life. She had once employed this technique, combined with a dagger laced with potent venom, to eliminate several formidable knights. Those brutish fools, devoid of skill and finesse, had been nothing more than living targets before her. Yet now she felt as if Byron had seen through all her actions, leaving her as exposed as if stripped bare, with no secrets remaining before this man. Byron, with his martial insight, locked onto Jennifer's form. In his eyes, regardless of how the dagger's trajectory morphed, there remained only that singular point, an ability to anticipate the enemy's movements. As the dagger approached, Byron seized her wrist with a fierce grip. No matter how she struggled, the venomous blade could not advance a single inch. After grasping her wrist, Byron did not relent, his hand tightening like a vice, crushing her wrist bones to a pulp, blood spraying forth. In an instant, this slender, captivating female assassin contorted in agony, her face smeared with blood, a visage of horror. One of her hands had been utterly crushed by Byron. Yet in that moment, the assassin could think of nothing but movement. If she remained under Byron's lethal gaze, death was inevitable. The exceptional training and years of experience kept Jennifer composed even amidst excruciating pain. She pressed forward, intent on a desperate struggle. Among the serpent sect's techniques was one known as Serpent's Embrace, capable of wrapping around an opponent like a constrictor, tightening with all one's might to shatter bones and crush organs. Since you have crushed my hand, I shall allow you to experience similar torment. Hidden beneath her silver waves of hair, her eyes glimmered with vengeful fervor as she unleashed her life force, swiftly enveloping Byron's form like a ferocious python. As the immense force bore down upon him, Byron felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, alongside a peculiar sensation coursing through his body as Jennifer slithered around him. This was yet another technique of the serpent sect, utilizing constricting movements to induce immense pleasure in the opponent's body, thus causing them to relax and become vulnerable to the kill. One could not deny that this assassin, proficient in top-tier techniques, possessed strength, speed, and skill at the black iron level. However, she had encountered Byron, who could easily overpower her in every aspect. Innate vital energy. Byron remained unfazed, channeling his innate energy. His pores slightly opening as pure young energy surged forth, akin to steel needles piercing his skin, delivering a crushing blow to Jennifer's writhing form. She felt a fierce aura invade her body, rendering her unable to control her movements. The venomous serpent within her suddenly softened, as if about to collapse. Byron had struck at her acupoints with his internal energy, temporarily robbing her of power, and coupled with the relentless nature of his innate energy, it lingered within her acupoints like a persistent affliction, difficult to eradicate. This Baron is too powerful. If I do not flee, I will perish here. In that moment of impending collapse, Jennifer lightly tapped her toes, leaping towards the window she had entered. Never had she felt such an urge to escape a place as she did now. This Baron was no mere man. The fear in her heart gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning joy of impending escape, the gentle moonlight outside casting a warm and tranquil aura. Yet, just as she was about to seize her freedom, a large hand firmly grasped her calf and yanked her back. No. Despair filled Jennifer's eyes as she realized she had been captured by that demon behind her. At that moment, anyone witnessing Jennifer would scarcely believe her to be a top-tier assassin, but rather a pitiful, delicate woman. If I allow you to escape, would I not lose face? The hand swung, spinning the assassin, rendering her unable to leverage her waist. Her remaining hand fell heavily, while Byron swiftly advanced, seizing Jennifer by the throat with a single hand. At this moment, the life of the female assassin hung precariously in his grasp. Now let me go, Jennifer gasped, expending her last ounce of strength to utter those words. Her gaze was beguiling, adopting a feeble, pitiful demeanor, just as Byron prepared to respond. An ominous sensation washed over him, as if something posed a threat to his life. He had no particular desire to take the life of this female assassin, after all. Under severe interrogation, she might divulge more valuable information. Yet, in that instant, he acted decisively, opting for the kill, rather than risk letting her escape. Jennifer feigned submission, but her eyes burned with hatred and venom. Summoning all her remaining strength, she slowly raised her remaining hand, revealing a ring adorned with strange patterns. Flam! Before she could finish her incantation, Byron swiftly snapped her neck, her pupils dimming, her head drooping lifelessly. With a flick of his wrist, the serpent-like beauty fell to the ground like a discarded rag doll. What is this? Byron removed the ring from the assassin's hand, sensing a threat emanating from it. As Jennifer began her incantation, a flicker of flame had passed over the ring. Item: Ring of Flames. Category: Sorceress Artifact. Effect: Capable of storing a sorceress fireball. Requires recharging after use. Usage: 1/1. With the assistance of the celestial system, Byron gleaned insights into the artifact. Intriguing. He tucked the ring away for further study, realizing that had he not acted swiftly, this female assassin might have posed considerable trouble for him. Suddenly, a blaze erupted outside, and voices clamored, as if an army was on the move, approaching from the east. What a pity! The performance had yet to commence, and one audience member had already departed. Byron gazed at Jennifer's mangled corpse, shaking his head in apparent regret. Why do these people fail to comprehend the value of life? Taking a life brought Byron no energy. He harbored no fondness for killing. Though he had taken many lives in his past, it was never his intention. Compared to hunting monsters, he was indeed far more adept at killing humans, not out of malice, but simply out of familiarity. Chapter 36. Ambush. Quick! Lower the drawbridge. After the completion of the walls, Elaine, under Byron's direction, dispatched laborers to dig a trench on the outer side, allowing the waters of the Hamo River to flow through, thus creating a moat. However, this trench remains quite narrow. A battle-hardened warhorse could easily leap across, though foot soldiers would find it more arduous. Davis urged his men to hasten the lowering of the drawbridge to welcome Imitan's army. He had staked everything on tonight's operation, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. Captain Barton, we have been waiting for quite some time. Once the drawbridge was lowered, 50 infantrymen entered the castle in orderly fashion, led by Barton, Imitan's martial officer, a knight of considerable skill. Upon entering, Barton observed Davis standing nearby with a sycophantic demeanor, akin to a lapdog eager to please its master. The tall, brown-haired man regarded Davis with disdain. Such shameless traitors who betrayed their lords filled him with contempt. Nonetheless, under Imitan's orders, Barton chose not to confront Davis. The martial officer bore a long scar across his face, stretching from the corner of his eye to his lip, a remnant of a grievous injury sustained while hunting monsters for Imitan. This incident earned him Imitan's unwavering trust, and he was entrusted with the finest infantry guard. Although the troops accompanying Barton were not the entirety of Imitan's forces, they represented the elite. Imitan had invested heavily in training these soldiers, with half of the barony's expenses allocated to their upkeep. Advance swiftly, Barton commanded, urging the soldiers to quicken their pace in a bid to capture Byron's castle before the guards of the Sibyl domain became alert. Davis and Robert's forces followed closely behind, their combined numbers reaching around 50 or 60. However, their discipline was lax, and their equipment subpar. They were more for show than reliable combatants. I wonder if Jennifer has succeeded. Crow, riding behind Barton, felt a twinge of unease. The entire Sibyl domain seemed unnervingly quiet. According to their plan, the top assassin from the Thieves' Guild had already infiltrated Byron's chamber, and capturing this key figure would grant them control over the territory. Of course, should anything go awry, their army could swiftly overpower the defenseless Sibyl domain. After tonight, the ownership of Sibyl would change hands. It was hoped that both would speak kindly of him before the Baron. Davis approached Barton and Crow, attempting to engage them in conversation, with the Baron in question being Imitan. However, Barton barely acknowledged the buffoon at his side, focusing instead on riding and observing the surroundings. Rest assured, Sir Davis, what I promised you will be delivered in full. Suddenly, Barton tightened his grip on the reins, halting his horse and signaling the soldiers to cease their advance. What is the matter? Davis inquired, perplexed. Shouldn't they be pressing forward to seize Byron's castle? Once they captured it, everything would be settled. Do you not find it too quiet? As if they were already aware of our approach. Barton, having participated in numerous battles in his youth, possessed an acute battlefield intuition. I too sense an unsettling silence. Even with the defenses being sparse, the absence of patrolling guards is peculiar. Crow's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings, echoing Barton's apprehension. Suddenly, a volley of arrows filled the air. Barton looked up to see fiery projectiles soaring, their oil-soaked shafts illuminating the night sky like scattered stars. Enemy attack! Retreat! The martial officer shouted, commanding a withdrawal, but it was too late. The flaming arrows ignited the surrounding fuel, and the army was engulfed in flames. Byron had already laid an ambush along the rebels' path, all thanks to the chief architect of this trap, Robert. And now, this architect had vanished without a trace. Fury ignited within Barton. They had clearly fallen into a trap. Seizing Davis, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" I don't know," Davis stammered, panic evident on his face. He swore he was unaware of what transpired. In his confusion, he scanned the crowd for Robert, realizing not only was his family ally missing, but so was his entire contingent. Connecting the dots, he remembered that Robert's forces had initially marched at the rear, and he suddenly grasped the truth. Robert has betrayed us. It was all Robert. Davis desperately defended himself, trembling at the thought of the wrathful officer ending his life. He was merely a squire, out of practice for years, while Barton was a knight forged in the crucible of battle. A single blow could easily extinguish his life. Fool. Barton threw Davis to the ground and charged towards the enemy archers, intent on disrupting their formation and seizing any chance of survival. Davis, staggering to his feet and spitting dirt, scrambled to mount his horse, but seeing Crow's grim expression, he wisely retreated to the sidelines. "Lead your troops forward. And you too must follow," Crow commanded, his patience wearing thin with Davis, whose incompetence had jeopardized their plans. "My Lord Crow, Davis attempted to protest. But Crow unsheathed his sword, and several infantrymen from Imiton's domain closed in around him. "Move forward, or die." Crow's eyes glinted coldly. He had exhausted his patience. With their lives hanging in the balance, he had no time to waste on Davis's foolishness. Faced with no alternative, Davis reluctantly led his troops into the fray, his men resembling thugs being herded into battle. Unbeknownst to them, footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by flickering flames. A contingent had silently entered the castle, severing their escape route. This was Lawrence's army, poised to flank Barton's forces alongside Resso, intent on annihilating Barton's division. This army comprised the soldiers who had previously gone missing from the Sibyl domain. Although Resso had indeed encountered the demon horde, he had not engaged in battle. Successfully retreating with his legion, Byron had orchestrated a ruse, allowing some soldiers to conceal themselves in the Black Forest, pretending their forces had suffered a crushing defeat to lower the guards' vigilance. Moreover, the watchmen atop the castle towers were loyal to Robert. He had ordered 2 sentinels to lower the drawbridge shortly after Barton's entry, thereby facilitating Lawrence's army's entrance. The 2 sentinels had discreetly refrained from reporting the presence of Lawrence's troops. Chapter 37. Defeated by Smith, Batten Rizzo gazed intently at the figure darting across the battlefield, his expression grave. He recognized the knight before him, an old veteran of the War of the Galaxy Kingdom, known for his participation in the Battle of the Hibiscus. Despite his mediocre talents, he had persevered through the brutalities of war, emerging as a knight through sheer will and tenacity. He was indeed a legend among the knights in this vicinity. It was imperative that he did not penetrate their ranks. Rizzo was acutely aware of the devastation a knight could unleash among a company of archers. Infantry formation. The soldiers quickly assembled into a barrel-like formation, encircling the archers for protection. If it weren't for my injuries, damn it, Rizzo thought with frustration. He had sustained considerable wounds while confronting the demonic army. It was his solitary stand that had shielded the troops of the Sibyl territory from harm. Now, he lacked the certainty to halt Batten, yet resolutely. He charged forth on horseback to intercept the officer. The 2 steeds raced like lightning, their steel swords clashing with a resounding impact. Rizzo's grip faltered under the force of the blow, his hand tingling from the shock. Such immense strength. The knight before him, Batten, was no mere pretender. In this clash of raw power, Rizzo found himself at a disadvantage. "Are you the rustic knight?" Batten scoffed, eyeing his fierce-looking opponent, who bore the reputation of being a coarse and ill-reputed knight in the surrounding lands. A commoner who had managed to rise to knighthood through a stroke of luck. He showed no respect for nobility. This was the consequence of a lack of proper upbringing. Today, a country bumpkin like you shall meet his end at my hands," Rizzo shouted defiantly, recognizing the arrogance that stemmed from having transcended one's original station. "But weren't you once a peasant as well, Batten? What makes you so proud now that you're a knight? My grandfather saw your mother toiling in the fields of Imiton." Fury ignited within Rizzo as he unleashed his life energy, swinging his sword with all his might against his opponent. Indeed, Batten was a brutish individual. He raised his sword high to meet Rizzo's fierce strike, hearing the barbarian hurl curses as he swung. In mere minutes, Rizzo had insulted his ancestors repeatedly. "You will pay for that." Batten, finally incensed by the insults, was determined to teach this knight a lesson in decorum. Cross/slash. Unlike Rizzo, who had no formal training, Batten had mastered secret techniques of the Galaxy Army, skills designed to maximize a knight's combat prowess. Channeling his life energy into his hands, he unleashed a cross-shaped wave of sword energy. As the wave formed, Rizzo felt a chilling threat to his life and raised his sword in a desperate defense. The cross wave collided with his blade, sending it flying from his grasp and hurling him off his horse. Coughing violently, blood spewed from his mouth, a consequence of his accumulated injuries. If it weren't for my wounds, I'd have taken your head and kicked it like a ball. Even in his weakened state, Rizzo continued to hurl insults, refusing to yield even in the face of death. I hope you remain this defiant when facing your demise, Batten declared, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a warhorse charged forth, diverting his strike and saving Rizzo from certain death. Lawrence, Rizzo exclaimed, recognizing Byron's squire intruding onto the battlefield with surprise, though concern quickly followed. Lawrence was no knight, and against Batten, he would likely be no match. Be careful. This man is formidable. Rizzo shouted a warning to Lawrence, urging caution. A mere squire, yet displaying such courage, Batten mused, admiring the squire's audacity. The chasm between knights and squires was akin to a vast chasm. Batten's steel sword swept through the air, descending with ferocious might. In an instant, Lawrence felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, his body plummeting as his steed's legs buckled under the overwhelming force, collapsing in anguish. The horse cried out in pain, its eyes bloodshot, struggling futilely. Lawrence strained to hold back the sword, his body trembling, bones creaking under the immense pressure. Lawrence, fall back, Rizzo shouted, witnessing the perilous situation of the squire, yet powerless to assist. Seeking your own demise, Batten thought, feeling humiliated that a mere squire had withstood his strike. Channeling his life energy, he aimed to cleave Lawrence in two. Despite the fatal threat, Lawrence did not retreat, fueled by an indomitable will to endure. I will not disappoint the Baron. The squire's gaze remained calm, unwavering even in the face of death, embodying a statue's stoic resolve. Batten felt a flicker of admiration. He recalled his own fearlessness on the battlefield during the Battle of the Hibiscus, a trait that had once propelled him to knighthood. Yet, just as Batten prepared to unleash another forceful strike to obliterate Lawrence, he sensed a sudden surge of power emanating from the squire's sword. Having mastered the steel-breathing technique taught by Byron, Lawrence had trained tirelessly, and now, under the pressure of life and death, he achieved a breakthrough to knighthood. Batten was taken aback but quickly dismissed the concern. A newly minted knight would hardly be a challenge. What a pity, if not for this encounter. Perhaps this knight could have forged his own legacy, he thought, lamenting the imminent demise of a potential rival. Cross/slash. Another wave of cross energy erupted, and before Lawrence could fully grasp the essence of his newfound power, he was sent sprawling. Lawrence, how infuriating. Rizzo, initially elated to sense Lawrence's burgeoning life energy, felt despair wash over him as he realized even the newly knighted squire was no match for Batten. Was this truly the day of his demise? Despair gripped his heart. Chapter 38. The decisive strike. Let me be the one to end your lives. After Batten sent Lawrence flying, there was no one left on the battlefield to thwart this martial officer. He was poised to completely eliminate his adversaries. Killing two knights was no small feat for Batten, particularly since, following the Battle of the Lilies, he had rarely engaged in direct confrontation with knight-level experts in the Immortan territory. In this remote countryside, even aspiring knights were a rarity, let alone those who had awakened their life energy. Knights appeared in droves only during grand wars of the kingdom, where their numbers could be as numerous as wild grass. Even for the Grand Knights, amidst a national conflict involving hundreds of thousands, they seemed utterly insignificant. Batten approached slowly, while Lawrence struggled to rise. However, the cross-slash had shattered several of his ribs, rendering him incapable of standing, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, a spherical shadow whirled towards Batten at great speed. Sensing the danger, he instinctively grasped the object. A clumsy tactic. Batten dismissed the ambush from the shadows with disdain. Yet, as he focused, his heart raced, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his breath grew erratic. In his grasp lay none other than Jennifer's head. The visage of the woman was contorted in terror, as if she had endured immense suffering in her final moments, her expression ghastly, and her eyes wide open in death. Batten recognized Jennifer's identity. She was a top assassin from the Thieves' Guild, a practitioner of the secret arts of the Serpent Sect, adept at severing the heads of grand knights with ease. Yet, the severed head now lay in his hands like a mere toy, sending a chill of fear through him. Had this assassin been sent to assassinate Baron Byron? Who was this newcomer? A figure gradually emerged on the battlefield, moving not on horseback but with a slow, unwavering gait, exuding an increasingly palpable aura of menace as he advanced. Even Batten's steed grew restless, sensing the unseen threat, emitting low whinnies of distress. It was the Baron. My lord. Lyso and Lawrence recognized the arrival, struggling to gaze at the silhouette that brought them comfort and warmth. Their lord, Baron Byron of the Sibyl territory. You truly are in a sorry state, Lyso, Lawrence. Byron observed his two subordinates, one gravely injured and the other half-broken, unable to rise. Lawrence's breakthrough to night level surprised him. His efforts in imparting the steel-breathing technique had not been in vain. However, even with this advancement, he had been reduced to a pitiful state, which was indeed embarrassing. I apologize for disappointing you, my lord. Lawrence lowered his head. You have done your best. Leave the rest to me. Byron's gaze turned to Batten, the one who had inflicted such grievous injuries upon Lyso and Lawrence, his eyes filled with deadly intent. Despite being his subordinate, Byron felt the need to address the matter personally. The newcomer was clad in an ornate noble shirt, its embroidery and golden floral patterns harmonizing exquisitely. The sober yet luxurious color scheme presented an image of refined elegance. Yet, Batten felt no sense of facing a humble noble. Instead, he was confronted with a fearsome beast, akin to a vibrant tiger in a dark forest, or even something more menacing. He had previously struggled to fathom the torment Jennifer had experienced before her demise. But now he began to grasp it. Batten's body bristled with dread as he sensed the impending confrontation. One strike will suffice to end you, Byron uttered nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. You dare insult me? Batten, resolved to fight to the death, understood that while he could accept death, he could never tolerate such disrespect from an adversary capable of killing Jennifer. This night, disregarding the limits of his body, unleashed his life energy with all his might, nearly burning through his own life force to gain strength. Veins bulged grotesquely across his body, muscles swelled, and his eyes reddened, all while he bore the immense pressure of his own exertion. In this moment, Batten was perilously close to becoming a grand knight. Secret technique, silver flash, a commendable move, but alas, your power still falls short. Byron's critique was accurate, yet it amounted to little more than that. The Rulai Palm, welcoming the Buddha from the West. This was the fifth style of the Rulai Palm, embodying the essence of welcoming the Buddha from the West, portraying the dignity of the venerable, transcending the mundane, and gazing down upon all living beings. Byron had finally mastered this technique after days of rigorous practice. With a hand forming the swastika seal, he concentrated the energy within. Striking forth, the force surged like a tempest, akin to monstrous waves or a fierce storm. The luminous yellow palm energy shattered the flickering star-like light, piercing through Batten's body, shattering his bones. This martial officer was indeed a tough man. Not a single bone in his body was left intact, yet he did not utter a sound. With his life force sustaining him, he still clung to life. Batten could not comprehend how this man, exuding the aura of a beast, could also radiate such a grand, compassionate presence, as if he were a divine messenger. Yet even the divine can unleash wrath, sending forth their emissaries to collect the lives of the irreverent. In the instant Byron unleashed the Rulai Palm, he swiftly moved forward, seizing Batten's head and lifting him off the ground. Do you have any last words? Byron surveyed the hard man before him, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. This officer of Amorton had indeed been a formidable talent. Alas, a hero to one is a foe to another. I shall await you below. Batten, steadfast to the end, did not plead for mercy. You may find that day never comes. Byron remained unfazed by Batten's words, pressing his fingers down upon the officer's head with force. In an instant, the skull shattered like a watermelon, leaving Batten's remains utterly obliterated. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unmoving. At that moment, Davis, compelled by Crow to ride forth, happened to witness this horrifying scene. Davis felt his blood run cold, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. Despair enveloped him. The gruesome end of Batten lingered vividly in his mind, and he feared that the demon would shred him to pieces next. Run. Flee quickly. That is a demon, not a human. The dread emanating from this demon was far greater than that which the demonic army had instilled in him. He tightened the reins and turned his horse around, galloping in the opposite direction. To hell with Crow, let whoever wishes to come, come. He departed without even a word. Utterly lacking in courtesy, Byron observed Davis turning tail and shook his head. He mounted Lyso's black steed and pursued. Can you escape? The inquiry echoed as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. Chapter 39. Slaughter. Stop him. Stop him. Davis frantically waved his whip and commanded his mercenaries to intercept Byron. The newly arrived soldiers were bewildered, witnessing their lord desperately fleeing the battlefield. Byron, observing the disorganized group of soldiers, dismissed them entirely. An incompetent general can lead 1,000 troops to ruin. Under the inept leadership of Davis, this army was as fragile as a house of cards. The Black Stallion charged recklessly, sending several soldiers flying in an instant. Byron reined in his horse, trampling the spines and bones of those unfortunate enough to be in his path. His fists flew with blinding speed, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. And he encountered no opposition. With innate energy coursing through him, each punch held the power to fell a Siberian tiger. The soldiers, lacking any will to resist, scattered in panic, and he was akin to a tiger unleashed among sheep, reveling in the carnage. Blood sprayed and entrails ruptured, cries of despair echoed across the battlefield, as everyone sought to escape this nightmare. Yet Byron felt an exhilarating joy. Since his arrival in this realm, he had not experienced such delight. The will of Yin Fei seemed to awaken within him. The soul that traversed time was a blend of Byron and Yin Fei, with Yin Fei's essence prevailing, inheriting Byron's memories. However, the original character's influence lingered, rendering him less bloodthirsty in daily life, a rational lord. Yet when faced with battle, the Supreme Grandmaster's ferocity emerged, intoxicated by blood and conflict, reminding him of his past as a martial madman, a master of the martial arts. Too slow, far too slow. Byron refrained from employing Quisara. As to slay, these men would be an affront to the sword. He unleashed the third form of the Buddha's palm, channeling his inner energy. This technique did not concentrate force into a single point, but rather dispersed it outward, striking all around him. Had he perfected his true energy and transcended to the realm of innate power, this very technique could shake the earth. Now, though his internal force was diminished, it was more than sufficient to annihilate the fleeing soldiers. The bright yellow energy swept through the air, clearing a path before Byron, leaving no obstacles between him and Davis. The battlefield was littered with bones, rivers of blood flowed, and Byron showed no mercy to those who dared betray him. Victory belongs to the conqueror. Defeat must be acknowledged. Impossible. How could this be? In his frantic flight, Davis glanced back, witnessing his soldiers being cut down like weeds, disbelief etched on his face. How could I have dared to offend such a lord? Despair and regret consumed Davis's mind. He only wished to escape with his life. Yet, to his dismay, the sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer, signaling that he would soon be caught. Each thud of the hooves echoed like a hammer striking his heart, terror gripping him. You're not running fast enough, Davis. Byron seized the traitor by the nape, violently throwing him from his horse. In that fleeting moment, Davis braced for dismemberment or his head to burst like a watermelon, much like Barton. Overwhelmed by tension, this would-be knight lost control of his bodily functions, collapsing to the ground, stunned. Spare me, my lord. I was wrong. I swear I shall never offend again. The knightly vassal wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face as he frantically slapped himself, pleading for mercy from the lord before him. He knelt and pounded his forehead against the ground, drawing blood yet unable to cease, gripped by sheer terror. Am I truly so fearsome? Byron regarded Davis's pitiful state with confusion. Bloodshed was commonplace on the battlefield. Why should he display such abject fear? Others, like Barton, faced death with valor. Why did Davis cower in such a grotesque manner? Killing him felt somewhat sullied. Nonetheless, the execution was warranted. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently. With a sigh, Byron's fist pierced through Davis's chest, grasping his spine and yanking it forcefully. Davis died instantly, devoid of pain. Defeat must be accepted. Shaking the blood from his hands, Byron removed his gloves and discarded them, not sparing a glance at the corpse. Men like Davis, cowardly and incompetent, would soon fade from his memory. He surveyed the battlefield ahead, where Emiton's infantry was besieged from all sides, already weakened by prior rocket and explosive ambushes. Yet, these soldiers were indeed elite, fighting valiantly despite their dire circumstances. A stark contrast to Davis's disgraceful army. My lord, you are truly formidable. Resso and Lawrence, leaning on each other, limped to Byron's side. In that moment, the once arrogant and ruthless man was utterly convinced of Byron's superiority. The image of Byron, who had vanquished Barton and swept through the ranks, resembled that of a war god. Such was the power of noble blood. This was true nobility, the kind that emanates from bloodlines. Those who merely possess titles without merit are but pretenders, while only those of true lineage can claim the title of noble. It is not that I am too strong. Rather, they are too weak. Byron did not accept the flattery from his subordinates but spoke with unembellished honesty. Resso and Lawrence exchanged dry smiles. If Barton was merely weak, what did that make them? Were they less than weak? Byron had a knack for deflating their confidence. Drink these. Byron tossed them 2 vials of dark green potion, the lesser healing elixirs. He had chosen not to sell all 30 bottles created by Victor, keeping some for emergencies, though it seemed they were more often for others than for himself. Isn't this wasteful, my lord? Lawrence hesitated to drink. However, Resso wasted no time, uncorking the vial and downing it in one go. Ugh, this stuff tastes horrendous. He felt as if he had consumed putrid egg liquid. Hurry and drink. Lawrence, do you wish for the Lord to clean up this battlefield himself? Resso forced the potion into Lawrence's mouth. How does it feel? Can you move? Byron inquired, eager to test the effectiveness of the lesser healing elixirs. Recovered about 20% of my strength, Resso declared, managing to stand and ready to mount a horse once more. Go on, finish this battle. Byron commanded the two to conclude the rebellion decisively. Chapter 40 Epilogue. Under the leadership of Lawrence and Resso, the two armies executed a pincer movement, utterly vanquishing Imiton's infantry corps. Aside from the deceased, approximately 1/5 of the soldiers chose to surrender. However, they did not spot the elusive figure of Crow, the spy who had seemingly slipped away from the battlefield at the first sign of danger. This insurrection was swiftly quashed. All who had participated in the rebellion against Byron's rule, including the deluded Sir Gary still lost in dreams of servitude, were apprehended. Upon learning of the failure of the uprising, he could hardly believe it, incessantly demanding to see Davis. When he finally laid eyes upon Davis's lifeless body, he fainted on the spot. How many were captured? Byron surveyed the densely packed report filled with the names of those involved in the insurrection, primarily minor nobles. The precise count was 36, as Lawrence revealed. Quite a considerable number indeed. This aligned perfectly with Byron's intentions. He sought to eliminate the petty nobility within his domain. Only by eradicating this group could he create space to promote his subordinates. He had no time to squander on a cadre of idlers who knew only indulgence and leisure. In times of turmoil, any ruler who had not succumbed to complete debauchery would act similarly. Much like the papacy and the monarchy, they instituted meritocratic mechanisms, eliminating those who could not be contained, rewarding only those who resisted the scourge of calamity, much akin to Byron's current endeavors. A lack of ambition would inevitably lead to downfall. After all, this was hardly a time for revelry. You have performed admirably, Robert, Byron remarked, casting a smile at the informant. It is merely the duty of a subject, Robert replied, refusing to take any credit. After the battle, he inspected the field, where the corpses lay disfigured, particularly Davis's, which could only be described as a mangled remains. Upon seeing Davis's body, he inhaled deeply, a chill coursing through him as he felt a twinge of fear. Had he chosen the wrong side, he too might have ended up among the dead. Those who commit murder and consume human flesh are aptly named. Wouldn't you agree, Robert? Byron observed with a knowing gaze, noticing Robert's unease. That is utterly absurd, Robert retorted, his expression one of indignation, as if his ancestors had been insulted. Merely jesting. Do not be so tense. Byron's tone grew serious. Robert, I am not a tyrant. I shall never wrong those who contribute to the growth of the territory. Conversely, I will not spare those who dare to conspire against me. The fate of Davis serves as a prime example. Byron considered himself to be quite enlightened. He had never subscribed to the notion that all fortune stems from the sovereign's grace. As long as one served him well, he was generous with rewards. Perhaps his previous kindness had misled individuals like Davis, leading them to their doom. Indeed, my Lord Baron, Davis got what he deserved, Robert asserted firmly. Although the main instigator had been dealt with, those who had followed Davis in rebellion could not be spared. All directly involved in the insurrection would face the harshest penalties, their heads displayed for all to see. Relatives and servants would be expelled from the castle, forbidden from residing in the Sibyl territory. Byron was not one to indiscriminately punish. Many had been unwittingly swept up in the chaos and might not have even known of their lord's treachery. However, he would not allow them to remain within his domain to avoid any potential unrest. Expelling them was the greatest mercy he could offer. Robert, I entrust this matter to you. Do you understand my intentions? I have no patience for the inept, Byron stated, preparing to offer Robert an opportunity. At your command, my lord. I shall see to it with utmost diligence, Robert pledged, determined to execute this task flawlessly. He had discerned the subtext in Byron's words. This was a chance to purge the territory of the resentful and the ineffectual. After all, Byron's discontent with these individuals had been long-standing. and this incident provided a perfect rationale. Once the calamity had passed, half of the territory previously held by Davis would be entrusted to you, Robert. Byron commenced bestowing rewards, acknowledging Robert's significant contributions. Had he not reported promptly, the suppression of the rebellion would not have been as decisive. This insurrection had resulted in minimal losses for him, not only ridding the territory of instability but also inflicting severe damage on the ambitious Baron Imiton, effectively achieving two goals with one action. Thank you, my lord. You are exceedingly generous. Robert felt a surge of emotion. Initially, he had considered himself fortunate to reclaim his former territory, but Byron had now granted him half of Davis's land. If this task were completed successfully, further rewards awaited him. That will be all for now, Robert. I have matters to discuss with my attendants. As you wish, my lord. Robert exited the room with discretion. What is your assessment of this individual, Lawrence? Byron inquired of his attendant. After several days of recuperation, Lawrence had largely healed, now possessing the strength of a knight, ranking as the third most formidable in the Sibyl territory. I am certain you have completely won him over. Following this defeat of the rebellion, none within the territory would dare to instigate further unrest. The bodies of the insurrectionists have been displayed publicly, and all potential malcontents have been largely purged. Even if there are any remaining hidden miscreants, they would be too fearful to reveal themselves. As for the common populace, they applaud your actions. To them, Baron Byron embodies mercy, having provided for their current well-being, while the petty nobles who oppressed them now lie defeated, deserving their fate. I concur. Robert's return to the right path indicates he is still of use. Following this purge, the castle will have vacancies for 200 to 300 individuals, and I intend to reward those who have contributed to the territory with these rooms. It is far better to grant accommodations to those who have earned them rather than allow the idle to reside within the castle. Byron articulated his thoughts, believing it wiser to offer rewards to the deserving rather than allow the unproductive to occupy valuable space. Once you descend, commence the selection of those qualified to inhabit the castle. I trust you will act impartially. I have faith in your integrity. At your command, my lord. Also, impart the steel-breathing technique to Resso, stating that it is from me. Both of you must strive to attain the rank of Grand Knights soon. Byron recalled Resso's breathing technique was not particularly advanced. Sharing one or two techniques was inconsequential, so he opted to provide both. It was time to settle accounts with Baron Imiton, for Byron would not allow this hidden serpent to escape retribution. Chapter 41. Purge during this calamity of magic. Being expelled from the territory is scarcely different from a death sentence. Regret, resentment, and fear now engulf the heart of this traitor. Yet, no matter how fervently he pleads, his fate is sealed. He is led to the gallows, to be hanged alive. Kill him, this traitor. He dared to betray the Lord Baron. He deserves it. It is this Gary, who, relying on his noble status, has stolen my daughter. Oh, Paula, my sweet child. Thank the heavens and the Baron for finally bringing this villain to justice. As Gary is on the brink of execution, the crowd erupts in fury, their curses revealing the profound sins of this small noble in the hearts of the common folk. You filthy peasants! Gary glares at those he once mercilessly oppressed, his heart brimming with anger. My father is a knight. What are you wretched commoners? He roars within, just as a rotten egg splatters across his face, silencing him. The gallows turn, and this criminal meets his end. Bravo! The crowd bursts into resounding applause. Today, not only Gary meets his demise, but also a host of minor nobles, all complicit in the rebellion. No, I don't want to leave. Speak to the Baron. Spare us. A noblewoman pleads desperately, knowing that if they are cast into the wilderness, they're doomed. After all, aside from adorning themselves in finery, they possess no skills whatsoever. Faced with the horrors of magical beasts, they would starve without sustenance. Go, Vera. Do not force us to take action. Robert gazes upon the pleading woman, feeling a twinge of compassion, but resolves to adhere to the Baroness' will. How these individuals survive after their expulsion is of no concern to him. Guards, drive them away. Those who refuse to leave, execute them. With this command, the exiles scatter like frightened birds, for the territory still bears the grim sight of hanged corpses, many of which belong to their own kin. They cannot doubt Robert's orders to kill. Thus, the former nobles, ladies, gentlemen, and maidens are thrust into the wilderness, facing an uncertain fate. Well done, Robert. Byron is exceedingly pleased. Robert has diligently purged the dissenters. Under Byron's directive, even those nobles who did not partake in the rebellion but had stained reputations were eliminated. Following this bloodletting and reorganization, the cohesion and combat capability of the Sibyl territory would ascend to new heights. ensuring that Byron need not worry about instability at the rear during his campaigns. While purging the internal ranks, Byron also prepares for military maneuvers. He knows that Baron Immortan has suffered significant losses this time, and he will not squander the opportunity to strike while his enemy is weakened. If Immortan desires his Sibyl territory, Byron covets the annexation of Immortan land, albeit with caution regarding the sorcerer lurking within Immortan realm. Over the past few days, Byron has studied the peculiar ring, which harbors a unique energy capable of conjuring a fireball against enemies through incantation, albeit as a one-time use. Thus, Byron refrains from employing the ring. I know nothing of sorcery, my understanding is woefully inadequate. Byron contemplates, aware that knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory. He needs more information about this enigmatic profession. Robert, you shall henceforth serve as the overseer of the territory. Having completed the tasks assigned to him, Byron decides to afford Robert an opportunity. He also intends to seek someone skilled in accounting to take on the role of tax officer, elevating Elaine to the position of interior minister to oversee all matters without direct involvement. After all, he wishes for the old man to live a few more years. Such exertion may well shorten his life. Do well, Robert, do not disappoint me. Byron offers his customary encouragement to this vassal. Indeed, subordinates require frequent motivation. In recent days, Lyso and Lawrence, having recuperated, have been training tirelessly, their fervor such that even Byron feels a twinge of inadequacy, suggesting that their confidence has been shaken by his prowess. It seems that sometimes, a bit of psychological support is necessary. Individuals are not all alike. Remember, the conqueror is strong, but the one who conquers oneself is stronger. Go. Summon Lyso. I intend to lead the troops against Immortan myself. Byron instructs Robert to withdraw. At that moment, Elaine rushes in, concern etched upon his face. Baron, I fear you must delay your campaign against Immortan for the time being. He then presents a letter from Judith, who has now become Byron's liaison within the Earth Goddess Church. Byron accepts the letter, reading it with care. As its contents unfold, his brow furrows deeper. This Immortan wields considerable influence in the City of Light. According to Judith, following the failure of his scheme against Byron's territory, Immortan swiftly engaged in activities within the City of Light, garnering the support of Viscount Oberon, the city's lord. This Viscount soon characterized the situation based on Immortan's account, framing it as Sir Davis's rebellion against Byron's territory, with Immortan assisting in quelling the insurrection, even suffering the loss of 50 guards, an exemplary neighbor. The Earth Goddess Church is aware of the underlying deceit, although they do not prohibit conflicts among the nobility. After all, territorial annexations will still see new lords bearing the responsibility of protecting against the magical calamities. However, they are outraged by Immortan's clandestine dealings with Oberon, for the latter does not worship the Earth Goddess. Consequently, Byron's standing has been bolstered within the church, which has resolved to abandon Immortan as a candidate. Ambiguity of allegiance is a grave misstep. Upon receiving this news, Judith promptly wrote to Byron, conveying another crucial piece of information. Chapter 42, The Wheel of Demons is the calamity about to erupt in full force? The news brought by Judith pertained precisely to this disaster. She advised Byron against seeking immediate retribution against Immortan, suggesting instead that he conserve his strength. However, should Byron persist in his intentions, the Earth Goddess sect would offer their support, aiding him in resisting the pressures from the Viscount of Oberon. Yet, following the complete outbreak of the calamity, this Viscount would ascend to the role of commander of the Ha-Imo frontline legions. Thus, if he were to undermine Byron, it would likely result in dire consequences for him. Byron, however, scoffed at this notion. Even if he refrained from attacking Immortan, the Viscount had already aligned himself with Immortan, placing Byron firmly in opposition, and he would not receive a warm welcome. It was merely a matter of denying the Viscount any pretext to suppress him. Clearly, the upper echelons of power were embroiled in conflict. Byron understood that the Viscount's decision was not made lightly. It was likely tied to the tumultuous situation within the City of Shining Light. To strike or not to strike? Byron found himself wavering. He was not one to hold grudges without cause, yet he was weighing the timing of making Immortan pay a price. What do you think, Elaine? He resolved to seek the counsel of the old lord. My lord, I advise that we should focus on fortifying the defenses of our territory at this moment. Elaine offered his sage advice. The paramount threat remained the calamity itself, which threatened to erupt imminently. When it did, countless magical beasts would surge forth. It was uncertain if even Shining Light would endure. According to Judith's letter, such an outcome was not without possibility, which was why she urged Byron to exercise caution. If targeted by Oberon now, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage when facing the calamity. Oberon and Immortan. Byron clasped his hands together and closed his eyes in contemplation. In his mind, these two individuals were already as good as dead. Let us proceed as you suggest, Elaine. Intensify our acquisition of supplies, fortify our defenses, and hasten all preparations against the calamity. Time is of the essence. Byron ultimately resolved to have the Old Lord make the final preparations for resisting the impending disaster. The tide of events was undoubtedly in my favor. Byron was acutely aware that given time to grow stronger, he would soon be capable of overpowering both Immortan and Oberon. Even the Viscount of Shining Light would prove no match for him. Yet, there was no need to take reckless risks at this juncture, which could lead to unnecessary troubles. After all, he had suffered no losses in this conflict and had even acquired a cache of military equipment. Judith had indicated that if Byron were willing to reconcile, the Earth Goddess sect could assist him in extorting some territorial resources from Immortan. Still, it was somewhat irksome. After all, he had never been one to spare an enemy's life. Byron even contemplated leveraging his energy to break through to the innate level, infiltrating Immortan's territory to eliminate him directly. After all, the Viscount could hardly object, given that Immortan had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. As the Lasso army continued to purge the surrounding demons, Byron's energy had been steadily increasing and had now reached 50 points, sufficient for him to break through to the innate level. This was indeed an option, yet ultimately, Byron chose caution as his guiding principle. He preferred to remain dormant for now, and when he acted, it would be with overwhelming force to eliminate all future threats. At present, it was wise to recuperate. He was unwilling to disrupt his plans for the sake of Amir Immortan. Without having cultivated the trifecta of Tao, Buddha, and Demon, Byron did not intend to advance to the innate level. Only at the later stage, when he could consolidate the three distinct internal energies, could he hope to achieve a robust foundation. Should he break through to the innate level now, he would not attain the desired outcome. Very well. I shall temporarily entrust my life to your hands. Once he made his decision, Byron did not dwell further. He prepared to lie low. Once the calamity erupted in full force, the entire situation would be thrown into disarray, presenting ample opportunities. The demise of a few lords amidst the calamity would be entirely unremarkable. No one would dare question it. Now, Byron's objective was to enhance his strength once more before the calamity fully unfolded. According to Judith, this was no trivial matter. Even Shining Light itself faced the threat of annihilation. Without sufficient strength, self-preservation amidst the calamity would be exceedingly difficult. After all, Oberon was a bloodline noble. Shining Light boasted thousands of valiant soldiers, and the power of the church was also involved. Even such forces were not entirely secure, highlighting the precariousness of the situation. Exchange. Sacred Art of the Demon Will category. Innate level cultivation technique description. A premier technique from the primal demon sect. Founded by the ancient demon lord of the primordial eye in conjunction with the Indian martial art of Sunchange technique. It refines the body by harnessing the principles of Indian chakra techniques, allowing practitioners to transform their bones and blood, achieving a state of rebirth. Mastery grants one the formidable qualities of golden bones and jade flesh, as well as azure eyes and golden gaze. This sacred art of the demon wheel was precisely what Byron intended to acquire. This technique was exceedingly profound, possessing the ability to forge the body, enhance Byron's progression to the innate level, and substantially bolster his physical defenses. Should he achieve golden bones and jade flesh, not even 1,000 armies would be able to inflict harm upon him, allowing him to truly claim the title of a formidable warrior. However, this technique was notoriously difficult to master, with the requirement of 50 energy points for exchange illustrating its rarity among innate techniques. Unlike conventional martial arts, this method involved refining the body from within, intricately combining ancient Indian martial arts. The refinement process was meticulous, embodying profound wisdom. From one thought arises, and from one thought it ceases. In the realm of birth and extinction, the essence of this technique lies. The practice is categorized into the 6 harmonies, progressively cultivating chi, meridians, and chakras to unlock the latent potential of life, harmonizing with the cosmos to seize the creation of the universe. The chi, meridians, and chakras refer to the 5 energies, 3 meridians, and 7 chakras, which constitute the internal cultivation system of Indian martial arts. The 5 energies represent the root of life, the ascending, horizontal, pervasive, and descending energies, indicating the pathways through which internal and external energies traverse the 3 meridians and 7 chakras. The 3 meridians consist of the central, left, and right pathways. The central meridian extends from the base to the crown, connecting via the spinal cord, akin to the governing vessel of the central land. The left and right meridians originate from the reproductive organs, running parallel to the central meridian, interconnecting with the 7 chakras. The 7 chakras, akin to the acupoints of the central land, descend from the crown chakra, between the brows, the throat chakra, the heart chakra, the navel chakra, the reproductive chakra, to the base chakra. This cultivation method, while entirely distinct from the martial arts of the central land, can fully unlock the potential of the human body. If only this technique would merely be a premier form of internal cultivation rather than a technique for forging the golden body. However, the ancient demon lord, building upon the first 7 chakras, innovatively conceived the 8th chakra, known as the demon wheel. The demon wheel is a conceptual wheel, not manifesting within the physical body. Yet by contemplating this wheel, one can enhance their entire being through the advancement of the 7 chakras, achieving a similar effect to that of the golden body forging technique. As Byron completed the exchange, he felt his aura instinctively operating in accordance with the sacred art of the demon wheel. It was as if his meridians and marrow were undergoing refinement. As his realm deepened, his muscles and blood would be trained, culminating in the complete transformation of his body. With the infusion of power from the celestial system, upon achieving the apex chakra, Byron would no longer fear ordinary blades. His skin and bones becoming so resilient that only a night-level expert could hope to breach his defenses. In Byron's mind, he also envisioned the existence of a demon wheel, devoid of sinister energy, instead emanating a sense of calm, steadfast as the earth, and profound as a hidden treasure. Upon achieving mastery of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, he would instantly attain golden bones and jade flesh. Even a great knight would find it impossible to inflict harm upon him. However, he pondered whether it could withstand the onslaught of the fireball spell. This, he suspected, could only be determined through experience. Chapter 43. Compensation. Damn it. At this moment, Imiton had completely lost his usual composure. With a sweeping gesture, he sent the pen holder and map on the table crashing to the floor. Davis was nothing but a complete failure. As for that little man, Crow, he had dared to sneak away without reporting to me. Did he think I would let him off the hook? Imiton was furious. The losses he had suffered were truly heart-wrenching. It was not merely because his knightly officer had perished in battle, nor the obliteration of 50 elite infantrymen, but rather due to the fact that he had sacrificed a powerful magical artifact to persuade Oberon to assist him, an artifact far superior to the inferior flame ring. When he sought the aid of the illustrious Viscount of Glimmering City, he had been exceedingly humble in his approach. After his failed attempt to seize the territory of Byron, and with the annihilation of Barton's infantry guard, the Viscount had become deeply wary, convinced that everything was a trap set by Byron, the astutely cunning Lord of Sybil. In Imiton's eyes, Byron had morphed into a highly insidious schemer. He even suspected that the Baron had fully inherited his lineage and ascended into the realm of the extraordinary, all while masquerading as an ordinary knight. A noble of silver lineage was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere apprentice wizard like Imiton to contend with. Furthermore, the Earth Goddess sect, which would not punish Byron on his behalf, would similarly not offer him protection. Thus, Imiton made a decisive request for the patronage of the Viscount Oberon, knowing full well that the Viscount had always been at odds with the Earth Goddess sect and would not disregard his fealty. Of course, to ensure the Viscount's protection was robust, he had invested significantly. Although this would undoubtedly offend the Earth Goddess sect, Imiton felt he had no other choice, as they would not advocate for him. According to his narrative, it was the knightly vassal Davis from Byron's territory who intended to instigate rebellion, and upon learning this, he had immediately dispatched Barton along with 50 guards to assist Byron in quelling the insurrection, thereby maintaining Byron's dominion. When the Lord of Glimmering City received this report, he scoffed, naturally disbelieving such hypocritical claims. However, upon viewing the exceedingly precious gift, he promptly resolved to protect this lord. Not only would he acquire a valuable addition to his collection, but he could also diminish the influence of the Earth Goddess sect and gain the goodwill of a future wizard. This transaction was, in Oberon's eyes, remarkably advantageous. As for the Lord of Sybil, Oberon dismissed him entirely, knowing that even a noble of silver lineage would pose no threat to him. After all, Oberon himself was a noble of lineage, commanding an array of talented individuals and extraordinary beings. This pawn of the Earth Goddess sect was destined not to walk the same path as Oberon. Merely refraining from actively suppressing the Lord of Sybil was already a display of mercy on Oberon's part. Thus, through various negotiations, the current situation unfolded. Oberon had spared Imiton, yet he could not entirely disregard the Earth Goddess sect's dignity. The resources to compensate Byron would be borne entirely by Imiton himself. Under the retaliatory extortion of the sect, Byron had even managed to come into a small fortune. Imiton's heart bled. These resources had been accumulated by his ancestors. And now they were being offered as compensation to the very Byron he despised. Didn't you say Crow was reliable? What has become of that? Imiton's tone was harsh as he turned to question the shadows. His abilities are commendable, but loyalty is somewhat lacking. After all, he is a mercenary. It is somewhat reasonable for him to flee after mishandling matters. Halika waved his hand helplessly, not wishing for the situation to end in failure. Moreover, had Crow not escaped, it was likely that Imiton would not have spared this spy either. You must provide me with an explanation for this. Imiton refused to relent. Halika's words could not compensate for the substantial losses he had suffered. I will place a bounty on Crow within the Thieves' Guild. As long as he has not left Glimmering City, he will not escape. Halika straightened, as if shadows were extending around him, though he was working for Imiton. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation, and it seemed he needed to remind this Baron of certain truths. I have also lost Jennifer, a top assassin of the Serpent faction. Halika's tone grew increasingly grave after he paused. I invested a considerable amount of resources in her training. My losses are no less than yours, my lord. No one wishes to see failure. Anger resolves nothing. The Master of Shadows spoke, his words devoid of emotion. Halika, I am not blaming you. Imiton recognized that he had been somewhat excessive and softened his demeanor. He knew he still relied on Halika's assistance. Their relationship was one of mutual need, and he could not compel Halika into any actions. I have been somewhat out of line. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room as neither party spoke for a long while. Take it easy, my lord. I recall an ancient proverb that states, a true gentleman knows when to yield. Your future is still long ahead. A momentary setback means little. Halika offered solace, noting that this lord was typically quite composed and rarely erupted in such fury. You speak true, Halika. Imiton calmed himself, preparing to attend to matters of his territory in the impending magical disaster. My lord, Baron Byron has sent 2 boxes, claiming they are your belongings. The steward reported as he entered. Halika instantly melted into the shadows, completely undetected by the steward. My belongings? Imiton gazed at the 2 wooden boxes, puzzled about what Byron was up to. Let us open them. He was not apprehensive about any traps, for he could activate a mental barrier at any moment. As the boxes slowly opened, one contained the severed head of a woman. Terror, shock, fear, and distortion. It was Jennifer's head. The other box held a collection of shredded flesh. Given that Barton's head had been crushed by Byron, it was already exceedingly rare to find any skull fragments, much less flesh and marrow. As the steward glimpsed the contents of the boxes, he was immediately overcome with nausea, but managed to suppress it. Imiton, however, felt his previously settled emotions once again roiling within him. There is also a note. Imiton lifted a piece of paper from the corner of the box and read its contents. Thank you for your generosity, Baron Imiton. The gold is exceedingly brilliant, and the gems are quite lovely. My soldiers found the 50 sets of armor to be quite fitting. I hope you will visit my territory again. Byron not only took advantage but also delivered a stinging slap to Imiton's face. Since enmity had already been established, why bother with further caution? Byron's words were like daggers piercing Imiton's heart, reopening his wounds anew. I vow not to rest until this vendetta is avenged. The Baron once again succumbed to a fit of rage. Chapter 44. Eruption. Imiton, the duplicitous individual, will inevitably pay the price for his actions. Judith remarked with irritation that altering one's allegiance is a blatant act of betrayal in the eyes of the faith. You are still too young, Judith. These nobles do not comprehend the sanctity of belief. Adrian, having witnessed such characters throughout his long existence, was unfazed. They had never possessed genuine faith in the divine, merely seeking mutual benefit. Although Adrian was not angered by the situation, he recognized the necessity of a response. Otherwise, the sanctity of the faith would diminish, allowing anyone to forsake it without consequence. While the various sects had united to form the Holy See, their collaboration remained superficial. In the far reaches of the kingdom, sects worshipping different deities still pursued their own interests. The Earth Goddess sect had deep roots in Shining City, having been established there for a considerable time, with the previous Viscount being a devoted adherent. However, following an unforeseen event, the former Viscount's sudden demise allowed Oberon, a follower of the warlord, to seize control. Their conflicting interests naturally bred discord, yet amid the threat of demonic calamity, neither side wished to openly confront the other. They found themselves on the front lines of the demonic disaster, facing an incessant horde of demons, necessitating collaboration. Has Imiton compensated Baron Byron adequately? This Baron possesses considerable strength and is worth nurturing, Adrian mused. He had his own intelligence sources within the city and was aware of Jennifer, an infamous assassin from the Thieves' Guild, whose mere name instilled fear among the nobility. Her abilities were formidable. To eliminate her would likely require the prowess of a bloodline noble. Furthermore, upon discovering that his vassals conspired with outsiders to plot rebellion, Byron had chosen to remain silent, biding his time to ensnare all involved. His cunning and decisiveness marked him as a leader of great potential, a prime candidate for investment by the Earth Goddess sect. To ascend to the ranks of the great nobility, one must possess both personal strength and strategic acumen. It will not be so easy for Imiton to extricate himself. His losses exceed 30,000 Galaxy gold coins, Adrian reflected. Judith would not easily forgive this traitor, although direct action was impractical under Oberon's pressure. Ensuring the Baron suffered significant financial losses to avert disaster was certainly feasible. Very well, we cannot allow Baron Byron to perceive us as ineffectual. It is true that refraining from meddling in noble disputes is our principle, yet we must not dishearten our agents. Adrian nodded, satisfied. 30,000 Galaxy gold coins was no trifling sum. The struggles among the sects often unfolded in the shadows. They would support lords to engage in conflicts without direct involvement. A strategy that contributed to their enduring strength, with losses typically confined to a fraction of their faith. Suddenly, Adrian perceived an anomaly in the light map within the temple, an extraordinary artifact developed by the faith to monitor the demonic disaster. It could dynamically assess the levels of the impending calamity. A deep, dark magic surged across the land, as if an ancient, unknown entity sought to emerge from the shadows. With the chaotic magic erupting forth, colossal fissures appeared across the land, akin to a massive sword plunging downwards, cleaving the earth asunder. Green hellfire and lava surged forth, completely severing the realms situated at the fissures, resulting in untold casualties. After consuming vast quantities of life, the gaping maw began to spew forth countless demonic entities. An uncountable horde of demons clawing their way out, howling frantically and brandishing their claws. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Now was the time for slaughter. The entirety of Shining City trembled, and Adrian, with Judith's support, struggled to maintain his footing. The demonic disaster had irrevocably commenced. A profound worry reflected in the old priest's eyes, although his faith in the Earth Goddess compelled him to face death without flinching. He harbored doubts about safeguarding Shining City amidst such a catastrophe. In the twilight of an era when the divine could not walk upon the earth, even saints had not been seen for centuries. Rumors of ascendance in the Asmar Empire had surfaced, but these were fleeting whispers. For the Western territories had not ignited divine flames for nearly a millennium. Some predicted that this was due to the ebbing tides of magical energy, as it had also been nearly 1,000 years since a celestial mage had been born, and even the Morning Star mages seemed to have become mere legends. While chaotic magic had opened gateways for demons, it also unveiled paths to divinity and greatness. Countless strong individuals lay in wait for this moment. Among mortals, innumerable heroes would emerge, destined to be immortalized in epic tales, with the most formidable among them grasping the opportunity to ascend to the divine, akin to the warlord, the god of light, and the earth goddess. The path to divinity remained the greatest secret of the mortal realm. Even Father Adrian was unaware of its specific intricacies, known only to local bishops and perhaps the archbishops. Yet, he believed that only mythic knights and morning star mages might touch the divine flames. For mere mortals could not grasp the brilliance of faith. Such soul power would render all who coveted it foolish. The war has begun, Adrian observed, gazing at the immense plume of smoke rising from the plains beyond Shining City. They are far more fortunate than those in the cities adjacent to the rifts of magical energy, who became sacrificial offerings without a chance to resist. The term magical energy rift was the Holy See's designation for the demonic fissures, which housed vast chaotic magic capable of birthing countless monsters. Shining City stood at the forefront of the calamity, precariously situated on the edge of a narrow magical energy rift, aligning with the conclusions drawn by the observers. Had they been at the core of the fissure, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the demonic horde in an instant. Fortunately, the Holy See and the kings had prepared in advance, establishing front lines and key locations to unify the living forces of the area. All were mandated to heed the orders of the frontline commanders and actively resist the demonic disaster. This will be a protracted campaign, Adrian sighed, foreseeing the brutality of the war to come. Chapter 45. Preparation. How is the food supply? Byron and Elaine are currently assessing the resources in their territory. The reserves of barley, rye, salted fish, smoked meat, and other provisions are abundant, sufficient to sustain them for an entire year. Elaine, glancing at the list in her hands, reports to Byron that they had invested considerable wealth in stockpiling food before the magical catastrophe. What about the armaments? Byron inquires further. There is an ample supply of arrows and swords, as most of the raw materials from the territory's mines have been converted into weapons. Although there were not many suits of armor initially, the foot guards of Baron Amorton contributed several dozen sets. Byron smiled slightly upon hearing this. He knew that those 50 suits of armor were of good quality, all made of iron, with only a few damaged, thus fit for arming 50 soldiers. The residential area has also seen the construction of additional houses, capable of accommodating thousands. Excellent, Byron nodded in satisfaction. While they are not entirely prepared, they have mobilized sufficient resources from the Sibyl territory. However, he desires to establish a backup camp, a secure location for retreat should the castle fall. In the face of such crises, no one can guarantee victory. It is prudent to have contingencies, as even the cleverest of rabbits has multiple burrows. Yet, this matter is not urgent. Byron has already contemplated potential sites for the camp and will commence construction when the time is right. Byron also witnessed the ominous plume of magical energy rising into the sky. The earthquake had struck, causing chaos throughout the Sibyl territory, rendering humanity as insignificant as ants beneath the might of nature. According to intel from the Earth Goddess Church, they are merely adjacent to the tendrils of the magical energy fissure. Should they hold their line, there remains a substantial chance of weathering the magical disaster. Of course, this is merely an optimistic statement from the Church, which seeks to bolster the confidence of the surrounding lords. Otherwise, succumbing to despair from the outset would significantly dampen morale. The Church asserts that the magical catastrophe will not persist indefinitely, lasting 3 to 5 years at most, after which the fissures will naturally collapse, provided they can endure. The Church claims that divine power has been bestowed to expel the chaotic energies, yet no one knows the truth. They can only tentatively place their faith in these declarations. In terms of territorial divisions, they belong to the eastern front of the Hamo River battlefield, commanded by Oberon. As per the orders issued by this Viscount, they must steadfastly defend their territory while actively assisting the lords besieged by the magical disaster. Elaine slowly relayed the arrangements made by the Viscount of the Shining City regarding the campaign. Although Byron is technically subordinate to this eastern commander, Oberon cannot arbitrarily assign him tasks, as the authority of commanders is also subject to oversight by the Church and other lords. If he were to assign Byron nearly impossible tasks, the Church would not remain passive. Defending their territory and providing assistance constitutes a relatively conservative strategy, yet aligns with the interests of most lords. Each lord focuses on safeguarding their own domain, leaving little room to concern themselves with others. What is the situation around us? Byron scrutinized the terrain map. The Sibyl territory is indeed well positioned. To the west lies a river, to the south a mountain range, and to the east a forest, with only the north bordering numerous other territories. The Hamo River is quite wide, serving as a natural barrier to the west. The Dragon Backbone Mountains stretch for miles. It seems unrealistic for magical creatures to traverse such heights to assault Byron. The southeast could allow passage through Baron Ryan's territory and Baron Amorton's lands. But this assumes both barons have already perished. Similarly, Byron has also secured the defensive line to the northwest. The Black Forest teems with peril, harboring countless unknown magical beasts. Prior to the outbreak of the magical disaster, it was already an exceedingly dangerous locale. Even the demons would find it challenging to traverse the Black Forest in organized formations. Although scattered demons are certainly present, only the north and southeast are severely affected by the magical catastrophe. Long before the disaster fully erupted, numerous lordships had been breached, and their owners slain, resulting in a surge of refugees. The situation is dire. To my knowledge, 3 knightly territories have already fallen, and Baron Yalman's domain has not transmitted any news for quite some time. It is likely that calamity has befallen him as well. The closest territory, that of Baron Yalman, is now completely unresponsive, likely having succumbed to the forces of darkness. We cannot simply wait. We must send someone to investigate the situation. Byron made his decision. Oberon will hardly care about the fates of these peripheral noble families, as long as they can be used to deplete the strength of the demons. It serves the interest of this lord. Following this strategy, they will inevitably be picked off one by one. It is essential to have a strong figure consolidate the forces of the surrounding territories for self-preservation. When the north of the Sibyl territory falls, the demise of the Sibyl itself will not be far behind. If Baron Yalman can endure, we ought to extend him our support. What do you think, Elaine? You are truly compassionate, my lord. I believe we should assist Baron Yalman, as he is known to repay kindness. Elaine nodded, recognizing that this would help dispel the unfavorable rumors circulating about Byron from the Sibyl territory. However, Byron did not consider this in such altruistic terms. His intention to aid Yalman was not merely out of compassion. By rescuing another lord, he could claim the moral high ground, uniting the surrounding lords under his banner. Furthermore, according to the agreement with the church and the crown, aiding fellow lords during the magical disaster entitles one to seek recompense from them. Territories already overrun by demons. Whoever recaptures them will naturally be recognized as their rightful lord, with their claim legitimized by both the church and the crown. Byron is not one to passively endure. He intends to swiftly annex territories amidst the magical disaster, expanding his power through conflict. This is the righteous path. Remaining isolated and vulnerable will inevitably lead to ruin. He has no intention of emulating the self-isolating lords. This time, Byron will not adopt the previously lenient policies toward his vassals. Such caution was merely a remnant of his early days after crossing over. As his strength gradually returns, he shall adopt a far more assertive stance. Mobilize the army, Resso, and maintain readiness for deployment. Once we ascertain the situation, we shall act immediately. Byron issued his command. At your service, my lord. Elaine promptly set off to prepare. Chapter 46. The fall of the city. Baron Yalman gazed upon the overwhelming horde of demons before him, his spirits plummeting to the depths of despair. As a veteran of the Battle of the Purple Blossom, he had risen to his rank through valorous deeds, proving himself no fool. Yalman had long prepared for the impending catastrophe of demonic invasion. Although he had not fully mobilized his forces, he had taken the matter seriously, coordinating with his vassals to form a united front for mutual support. Initially, this strategy sufficed against the sporadic assaults of lesser fiends. However, when the demonic plague erupted in full force, the small demon surged forth like a relentless tide, swiftly breaching his vassals' nightly domains. Now, these greedy and brutal demons, having feasted upon the lives of several nightly territories, approached his castle with insatiable hunger. Damn it! Prepare for battle. Yalman unsheathed his longsword, resolute in his decision to fight to the death against this demonic onslaught. He had poured countless sweat and blood into safeguarding this land. He would never relinquish it easily. Moreover, behind him stood hundreds of defenseless subjects. Should he flee, they would be as lambs led to slaughter, destined to become fodder for the demons. A contingent of soldiers fortified the castle, archers gazing at the frenzied demons surging towards them, their throats tightening with fear. They swallowed hard, forcing themselves to steady their nerves and maintain their grip on their bows. Fire! With Yalman's command, the archers stationed atop the castle towers began to rain arrows upon the advancing enemy. Yet, their numbers were insufficient, and they could only manage to take down a few lesser demons. Bang! The lesser demons relentlessly battered against the castle gates, the sound echoing through the air. Release the boulders. Baron Yalman had not been unprepared. He had positioned numerous falling stones along the battlements, capable of effectively hindering the demons' advance. The soldiers pushed massive boulders off the walls, the 5 or 6 meter wide stones plummeting downwards with tremendous force, crushing several demons into a bloody pulp. Excellent! A glimmer of determination shone in Yalman's eyes. He would fight tooth and nail to defend his castle and inflict damage upon the demons. Nunu. Show these humans a thing or two. They merely hide in their turtle shells and hurl stones at us. A towering demon commanded a hellhound named Nunu to assault the castle gates. This hellhound, however, did not merely obey the orders of the towering demon. It was summoned by the demon baron to assist in the siege. Nunu's head was a bizarre blend of wolf and lizard, with elongated jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. Curved horns extended from its back, and its red-scaled hide, covered in wild black spots, symbolized death. A tuft of coarse brown fur ran from its head down to its back. Each of its 3 toes bore thick, hard claws, taking up half the size of its paw. Its hind legs were slightly shorter than its forelegs, and 2 leathery tendrils, resembling whips, shot forward from its back, ending in suction-like mouths. This 3-meter-tall beast immediately captured everyone's attention. Ordinary hellhounds were never this enormous. This was a named aberration, bestowed upon the Crimson Demon by its baron for the siege. What monstrous creature is that? The soldiers of Yalman were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of this grotesque beast. Nunu advanced slowly towards the castle walls, barking fiercely, spewing forth a torrent of venom as it roared. The archers atop the walls were caught off guard, doused in the toxic spray, and instantly transformed into mere puddles of sludge, unable to utter a sound. Damn it. Be careful. Evade. Release the boulders. Fire arrows. Yalman urgently commanded his soldiers to avoid the splattering venom while increasing the number of falling stones. The boulders struck the hellhound, but it merely shifted slightly, the thick red scales covering its body resisting the blows. Regular arrows barely scratched its hide, inflicting no significant harm. The hellhound raised its head, nostrils flaring, and charged at the great gates, its colossal force making the wooden doors creak ominously. With a resounding crash, the mighty beast slammed into the gates, bringing them crashing down. Soldiers, to me. Yalman observed that the beast was undeterred by his presence. As a battle-hardened veteran, despite the years of indulgent noble living having added a slight paunch, his courage remained intact, and he was undaunted in facing the foe. The Baron led his soldiers into the fray to block the gaping hole in the gates. His steadfast commander, a knight himself, closely following behind. Alfred, the usual, left and right. Baron Yalman called out, and his commander understood immediately, charging to the right. They were comrades forged in the fires of the Battle of the Purple Blossom, possessing an extraordinary synergy. Under the leadership of these two knights, the soldiers clashed fiercely with the horde of lesser demons, engaging in a bloody melee. With the might of knights backing them, their resistance initially held firm. Yalman led the charge, cleaving through a lesser demon with a single stroke, fighting valiantly at the forefront. The soldiers behind him overcame their fears, desperately grappling with the demons. Their comrades falling around them, cries of agony piercing the air as they succumbed to the demon's claws. Suddenly, a massive demon leapt into the fray. Landing heavily at the gates, it was the Crimson Demon. This creature was unlike the one named Jade that Byron had previously encountered. It hailed from the Crimson Abyss. With a mere flick of its monstrous claws, it pierced through the abdomen of a soldier, tearing him to shreds. Yalman fixated on the Crimson Demon before him, his expression grave, sensing a pressure akin to that of a great knight emanating from it. If it were merely lesser demons, he would have confidence in his escape. Yet, with the presence of this greater demon, his prospects appeared grim, especially with a hellhound lurking at the entrance. In an instant, he made a crucial decision. Channeling all his life energy, his muscles swelling with power. Cross-slash. This technique, once capable of cleaving through the mightiest foes, faltered against the Crimson Demon, which crossed its arms to deflect the sword-shaped wave of energy. The strike merely left 2 shallow gashes on its arms, failing to inflict serious injury. Yalman burned his life energy, grappling fiercely with the Crimson Demon. Yalman. Alfred heard his lord's command, but hesitated, torn by indecision. If he fled, Yalman would surely perish. Go. The Baron bellowed, his sword crashing against the demon's horn, sending sparks flying. Hearing the furious shout, Alfred cast one last glance at Yalman before ultimately obeying his lord's command, charging towards the castle. Chapter 47. Demise Young Master Abel, Miss Eliza. The Baron has instructed me to escort you from the castle. Alfred found the children of Yalman, prepared to sacrifice his life to protect the last remnants of their lord's lineage. Yalman was a man of profound devotion after the passing of his beloved wife. He never remarried nor fathered another child, leaving only Abel and Eliza as his final heirs. But what about father? Abel, merely a 9-year-old boy, appeared shy and was remarkably different in temperament from Yalman. The Baron intends to fight to the last moment within the castle. I will not leave. I wish to stay with my father. Tears brimmed in Abel's sapphire eyes. Though his father often appeared intimidating and distant, he had always looked up to him as a role model. This is the Lord's command, young Master Abel. We must depart swiftly. The demons are about to breach the castle. Alfred, too, was reluctant to abandon the battlefield, as dying alongside the Lord was a matter of honor for him. Yet, he recognized the necessity of survival, carrying forth the Lord's bloodline, for it would be impossible for the siblings alone to endure in the wilderness. Is the castle truly beyond salvation? Eliza, the noble lady, appeared far more composed than her brother, though her pallor betrayed her turmoil. Indeed, Miss Eliza, the demons are overwhelming. Akin to a relentless tide, we must retreat. Abel, heed Uncle Alfred's words. We must go. Eliza clenched her fists, making this decision was far from easy. But she could not allow her father's sacrifice to be in vain. Preserving the Yalman lineage was imperative. But father, Abel's spirit sank, his gaze fixed on the ground, motionless. Uncle Alfred, take Abel and leave. We must withdraw through the back entrance of the castle. Eliza did not afford her brother a moment for sentiment, commanding Alfred to carry Abel away. Open the back gate. Let the subjects flee as well. Their survival depends solely on fortune. Eliza sighed, realizing that they could only disperse the subjects now. Remaining would only lead to their demise at the hands of the monsters. Father. She looked towards the front of the castle, where flames roared and the air was filled with cries of battle. Eliza knew Yalman was there, fighting valiantly. Let us go. You wretched beast, come forth. Yalman taunted the demon before him, striving to buy time for Alfred's retreat. The longer he could hold out, the farther Eliza and Abel could escape. Secret technique, blood ignition. Yalman unleashed the blood ignition technique, a method that accelerated the activation of life energy, albeit at the expense of his physical potential, inflicting several times the usual damage on his body. The knight's steel sword met the demon's claws, slowly pushing them upward. The Crimson Great Demon felt a sudden surge in power from the human before it, which presented considerable pressure. It must be noted that both Barton and Yalman had mastered multiple knightly techniques, enabling them to fully harness the knight's strength. Compared to the rustic Rizzo, they were indeed the epitome of true knights. Though Yalman could momentarily fend off the Crimson Great Demon by burning his life force. An increasing number of lesser demons had already infiltrated the castle. Several lesser demons besieged a solitary soldier, despite the soldier's valiant effort in slaying one. Another wave of foes quickly surged forth, causing his sword to dull from continuous combat. Ugh! The soldier panted heavily, fatigue overwhelming him. The claws of the lesser demons inflicted wounds upon him, gradually sapping his strength. Finally, as he bled profusely and faltered, one lesser demon launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a fatal blow. The warrior, who had fought fiercely and slain several lesser demons, ultimately fell on the battlefield. Such tragedies unfolded everywhere. The demons multiplied, and the fallen soldiers increased. Flames soared, and blood flowed like rivers. Sinister hellhounds squeezed through the castle gates, forcing their way in as bricks crumbled under their weight. Finally, the hellhound's entire form breached the entrance. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of green venom upon the defenders, instantly reducing them to sludge. Numerous lesser demons were also harmed by Nuniel, though it showed no regard for their lives. In the eyes of all demons, lesser demons were merely fodder to expend. How infuriating! Yalman observed as the number of soldiers dwindled, his heart sinking deeper. Numerous lesser demons encircled him, preparing to join the great demon in their assault. While Yalman battled the Crimson Great Demon, several lesser demons stealthily approached, seeking to ambush him. Yalman was struck hard to the ground by the Crimson Great Demon, the effects of the blood ignition technique waning. As life energy could not be infinitely summoned, he felt his strength waning. He knelt on one knee, straining to remain upright. As the pressure from the demon's claw increased, causing cracks to form in the floor beneath him, three lesser demons seized the opportunity, launching themselves at Yalman and striking him fiercely on the back. You worthless scum! Blood gushed forth as he was wounded, and with that blow, Yalman's strength ebbed away. He could no longer withstand the assault and was flung aside by the great demon. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure struggled to rise from the rubble, surrounded by silence. All the soldiers had perished at the hands of the demons. Dozens of lesser demons surrounded Yalman, with the Crimson Great Demon looming in front, relishing the thought of feasting on the flesh of a powerful human, which was always tender and packed with energy. Come forth! Yalman roared at the demons, gripping his sword tightly. As he struggled to stand, memories of the Violet Blossom campaign surged forth, recalling when he and Alfred were but naive youths, forged in the crucible of blood and fire, becoming the best of friends and partners. He remembered his over a decade-long tenure as Lord. Though it could not be deemed exceptional, he had genuinely endeavored to ensure his subjects were well-fed and clothed. The acts of cultivating crops, reclaiming farmland, and constructing irrigation systems flashed before his eyes. And then there was Sarah, the woman he cherished most dearly. After her came Eliza and Abel. How swiftly time passes. The knight reflected. Chapter 48, Annihilation, Part 1. Byron made a swift decision to personally lead his troops to rescue Baron Yalman. His forces were robust, comprising 120 infantry, 60 archers, and 20 cavalry. No private soldiers from minor nobles remained in the territory. All military units had been reorganized into Byron's legion. These soldiers were divided into 3 corps. The infantry commanded by Resso, the archers led by Lawrence, and the cavalry under Byron's direct command. Lawrence had also advanced beyond the knight rank, and Byron intended to deploy him on the front lines before the establishment of the inner guard. As wasting a knight's martial prowess would be unwise, given his limited number of available military officers, the 20 war horses forming the cavalry were seized from the rebellious lords. a scarce resource, all allocated to the most skilled and promising warriors. The 200 guards marched resolutely along the road, with Byron at the forefront, closely followed by Lawrence and Resso. However, without secret techniques, even Resso's elevation to a high knight would not fully unleash the power associated with that rank. The techniques refined through generations were invaluable assets for martial practitioners. For someone of Resso's lowly background, the mere acquisition of a rudimentary breathing technique was already a stroke of fortune, let alone the luxury of possessing secret martial arts. In truth, even the cross-slash and silver flash techniques learned by Barton would have been unattainable without the incident at the Bougainvillea campaign. Typically, such esoteric skills were the hereditary martial arts of the nobility, seldom shared with outsiders. My lord, ahead there are many refugees fleeing from Baron Yalman's territory. It must be noted that Abel displayed remarkable talent in reconnaissance. His perception seemed to surpass that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to detect anomalies with acute sensitivity. Had something already befallen Yalman? Byron pondered, realizing that if Yalman had indeed fallen, he would need to alter his strategy, as confronting demons on open terrain was not the wisest choice. My lord, there are those who claim to be descendants of Baron Yalman. The guards guided Eliza and Abel before Byron, with Alfred standing protectively by their side. They asserted their lineage from Baron Yalman and sought an audience with Byron. Under Alfred's protection, the siblings had traversed Yalman's territory, heading south, encountering sporadic minor demon attacks which Alfred effortlessly dispatched. From a distance, they spotted Byron's marching army, and the sight of the Phoenix banner indicated that this was indeed the force of Baron Siebel, heading towards Yalman's territory. Eliza and Abel had not anticipated any rescue, let alone from a noble who had never before interacted with Yalman. My father, I fear, has perished. Eliza's voice trembled as she beheld the strikingly youthful noble before her. Bring them warm water and food, Byron commanded, recognizing the siblings' distress. It was evident they had not tasted a warm meal throughout their journey. Byron did not doubt their identities. Not just anyone could afford the protection of knights, and the black-horned emblem on Alfred's armor revealed their lineage, the crest of the Yalman family. Thank you for your kindness and righteousness, Baron Byron. However, I fear the castle and the territory has become ruins, and your advance there would force you into battle with the demons. Despite Eliza's fervent desire for Byron to lead his army to the castle, hoping against hope that her father might still be alive, she could not allow her selfish wish to endanger a lord willing to risk his entire domain for their rescue. Their family's tenet was one of reciprocity, and although Byron's arrival had been delayed, Eliza already deemed his actions a great favor. May I inquire, approximately how many demons does that army comprise? Byron sought to assess the situation before making a decision. There should be around 300 to 400 lesser demons, along with a large demon and a giant hellhound, each possessing considerable strength, at least that of a high knight. Alfred regarded Byron's forces as formidable. Not only were they numerous, but their discipline was commendable. They matched the caliber of the regular army seen in the Bougainvillea campaign, presenting a significant opportunity to vanquish the demon horde. A regular army is characterized by strict discipline, rigorous training, and superior equipment, with soldiers thoroughly prepared. Such forces are the backbone of the kingdom's defense, integral to safeguarding various regions. Alfred noted that the Bougainvillea campaign had also featured first- and second-tier troops, with these elite classes requiring soldiers of exceptional individual prowess and specialized equipment to enhance overall military effectiveness. 300 to 400 lesser demons, you say? Byron resolved to confront this demon army. The anticipated number fell within his expectations. He could handle the 2 higher-tier monsters himself. However, engaging the demon horde at Yalman's castle would not offer him an advantageous position. Lawrence, bring me the topographical map of the surrounding area, Byron commanded. Chapter 49, Annihilation, Part 2. Byron opened the topographical map in search of a suitable location for an ambush. With Yalman now deceased, the objective of the conflict had shifted from rescue to the complete annihilation of the Demon Legion. The castle had already fallen to the demonic forces. Engaging them there would not provide a strategic advantage, and even if they managed to rout the demon army, it would not effectively prevent their retreat. It was essential to identify an appropriate site where they could decisively eliminate the demonic horde. Byron located a canyon on the map, not far ahead, flanked by steep cliffs and a narrow passageway, ideal for an ambush. This rectangular, enclosed canyon would effectively prevent the demons from escaping. What do you think of this location? Byron inquired, gesturing towards the canyon on the map. It's excellent. If we can lure the demon army here, we will have the upper ground to attack them. Rizzo immediately grasped Byron's intention, acknowledging that it was indeed a highly advantageous position. Moreover, based on their previous encounters with demon legions, most of them lacked the foresight to consider ambush tactics. Thus, there was a significant likelihood of drawing them in. Archers could conceal themselves on the cliffs while infantry hid in the underbrush. Once the demons fully entered the canyon, they would be trapped. Rizzo contemplated the feasibility of the plan, realizing that a successful ambush could yield the annihilation of the enemy at minimal cost to their own forces. Indeed, Byron nodded, affirming his thoughts. This is the Mora Cliffs, which is indeed quite suitable for an ambush. Alfred, having overheard the discussion between Baron Sybil and the infantry commander, knew Byron had not excluded them. Are you familiar with the terrain there? Byron inquired, noting the middle-aged knight's eagerness to contribute. We often pass through there during hunts with Baron Yalman. Alfred approached, continuing, it is not far from Baron Yalman's castle. With an enticing bait, we should be able to draw the demons in. I could lead a squad of infantry, Rizzo suggested, ready to serve as the bait himself. That won't do. Alfred shook his head. There is a demon hound among their ranks that could easily catch up to an infantry unit. Only cavalry would suffice. Moreover, one must be well acquainted with the terrain to accurately guide the demon army into the ambush. May I ask who you are, Sir Knight? Byron discerned that the middle-aged knight was likely volunteering to attract the demons. This is Sir Alfred, my father's commander, Eliza introduced. Please allow me to request, Baron, that I serve as the bait to lure the demons. Alfred spoke earnestly, feeling immense guilt over Yalman's death. He felt compelled to avenge him. Were it not for the need to protect Eliza and her brother, he would not abandon his lord. Byron hesitated, aware of the inherent risks. If the demon army pursued him, the outcome could be dire, and he was also uncertain of Alfred's equestrian skills. How could we send a guest to face the enemy? Allow me to go, my lord, Rizzo insisted, eager not to be overshadowed by the people of Yalman's territory. He had always been at the forefront of battle. This matter is not merely about hospitality, Sir Knight. My lord fell at the hands of those demons, and I have an unquenchable vendetta against them, Alfred replied solemnly, fixing Rizzo with a steadfast gaze. Feeling the fervent hatred emanating from the middle-aged knight, Rizzo, usually brash, fell momentarily silent, moved by Alfred's loyalty. I respect your opinion, Baron Byron, Alfred acknowledged, though he knew the decision rested solely with Byron. If the lord favored another, Alfred would not impose. Roy, follow Sir Alfred with the cavalry. Remember, your task is to lure them in, not to engage. Byron resolved to grant Alfred the chance for vengeance. With Yalman slain and his territory in ruins, winning Alfred's favor would enhance Byron's control over the land. Lawrence, lend him your steed. Lawrence dismounted and handed the reins to Alfred. Roy signaled, and 20 knights formed an orderly line behind the middle-aged knight. This red-haired boy was exceptionally talented and had quickly mastered equestrian skills under Rizzo's guidance, also honing his combat abilities, and was now integrated into the cavalry. Byron intended to cultivate him as a potential military officer for the territory. Envisioning a future where he might rise to the rank of cavalry captain, Alfred mounted the horse. A powerful steed known for its endurance, but with a fiery temperament that was often unkind to unfamiliar riders. It bucked and jostled, attempting to unseat him. Alfred gripped the reins firmly, his feet planted resolutely in the stirrups, exerting control over the spirited horse, feeling a surge of emotion as he considered avenging Yalman. During the Battle of the Bougainvilleas, they had survived countless trials together, sharing both hardship and triumph. Uncle Alfred, Eliza, and Abel glanced at the middle-aged knight. Anxiety etched on their faces, for he was their last remaining kin in this world. Though not bound by blood, their bond was deeper than that of family. Do not worry, Eliza. I vowed to look after you both in Yalman's stead, Alfred assured with a smile, ruffling Abel's hair. Abel, listen to your sister, and do not cause trouble for Baron Byron. Byron understood Alfred's sentiment. It seemed the only thing weighing on his mind was concern for the siblings. Rest assured, Alfred, they will be safe, Byron replied. By securing Eliza and Abel, he effectively controlled Yalman's territory, and he was eager to offer them protection. Moreover, safeguarding them would lend credibility to his noble cause, as Byron's mission to rescue Yalman was fundamentally about uniting the strength of the region. He required the living bloodline of Yalman as a testament to his righteous endeavor. Then good luck, Alfred. We shall meet at the Mora Cliffs. Byron waved his hand as Alfred, accompanied by 20 knights, set forth towards Yalman's castle. Chapter 50, Annihilation, Part 3. Byron led the legion to the Mora Cliff, where the sheer precipice loomed ahead, as if cleaved by an axe, its surface smooth and vertical. Behind the cliff lay a canyon, accessible only by a single passage. If sealed, it would serve as a trap. At the base of the cliff, low shrubs with deep brown leaves formed a dense cover, effectively concealing the soldiers. Resso guided the infantry into the thicket, seeking suitable positions for concealment. Though the cliff was steep, its elevation was not significant, with narrow paths on either side allowing ascent. Lawrence carefully led the archers to the summit, crouching to survey the distance. They would easily spot Alfred the moment he appeared on the horizon. Byron and Resso each commanded a squad of infantry, hiding on either side of the cliff, prepared for battle. As the strongest force of the Legion, Byron was determined to engage personally. In silence, he activated the Wheel of Magic, honing his physical prowess and ensuring his vitality remained intact. Inwardly, he contemplated the wheel, his breath steady, and his mind gradually attaining a state of serene tranquility. This magical technique, derived from the celestial teachings of the Indian Sun Exchange, was birthed from the transition of Buddhism to demonology. Though it lacked the sinister and bloodthirsty essence typical of dark magic, it was nonetheless an essence of pure magical energy. As the saying goes, what seems incomplete may be complete, what appears false may be true, and what embodies great darkness may embody great enlightenment. With this mastery, Byron could glimpse the path of unifying magic and enlightenment. Elisa and Abel remained atop the cliff with Lawrence, a location deemed sufficiently safe from common magical creatures. Elisa pondered why Baron Byron did not join them, as the Lord's safety was of utmost importance. Miss Elisa, the Baron is not in danger. Only the demons pose a threat, Lawrence replied with a gentle smile. The noblewoman had yet to witness Byron's terrifying might, and she would soon be astonished. With everything in place, they merely needed to wait patiently for their prey to take the bait. Are you ready, red-haired lad? Alfred galloped at the forefront of the cavalry. Mr. Alfred, my name is Roy, the young man retorted, puffing out his cheeks, not wishing to be seen as just a child. Very well, Roy. Make sure to stick close to me and do not fall behind. Alfred laughed heartily, finding a resemblance between Roy and a younger version of himself. Rest assured. If it weren't for my respect for the elders, I would have already outpaced you, Roy replied defiantly, embodying the competitive spirit of youth. Ahead, the castle of Yalman gradually came into view, engulfed in flames and shrouded in thick smoke. The entire fortress was under the shadow of demons, and the cavalry could clearly hear the roars and sounds of slaughter. Prepare yourselves, Alfred said, his expression serious. A moment's lapse could see them overwhelmed by the demonic horde. Merely circling the outskirts of the demon army would not suffice to lure them. They must incite their wrath and awaken their thirst for bloodshed to lead them to the Mora cliff. Everyone must stay close, advancing together under my command. As the spearhead of the cavalry, Alfred would be the first to pierce through the enemy ranks, responsible for the lives of those who followed him. Follow the knight's orders, Roy commanded loudly, assuming leadership in Byron's absence. Yes, the cavalry echoed, tightening their reins as they prepared for the impending race against death. The demons, having breached the castle of Yalman, were indulging in their feast. Their numbers were overwhelming, and the small fortress could hardly contain them. Many had spilled into the surrounding manor, fighting over the remains of humanity. Kill. The cavalry charged like arrows through the outer ranks, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Remarkably, the cavalry exhibited commendable training. Their movements were synchronized and their charge fierce, striking swiftly and decisively. The steel swords, empowered by the momentum of the horses, effortlessly sliced through the skin of lesser demons. And as the cavalry penetrated the depths, nearly every rider claimed a demon's life. Delightful. Alfred turned his mount, maneuvering in a crescent trajectory. With knightly strength, he swung his sword, each stroke eliciting the anguished cries of demons, a symphony of suffering that was music to his ears. They would pay for their transgressions. Yalman, I have come to avenge you. The crimson greater demon had fixated on the cavalry, having savored a knight's flesh, and now sensed the same exquisite vitality emanating from their leader, igniting its hunger anew. Capture them. It commanded its minions, drawing the lesser demons to Alfred's position. Flesh. I crave that delectable flesh. The crimson greater demon roared, consumed by madness, convinced that consuming a few more knights would elevate it to a new form. The life energy within these formidable humans was worth more than 100 frail beings. They were ensnared, prepare to break through. Cross/. Alfred unleashed this secret technique, releasing life energy to carve a cross-shaped wave, disrupting the encircling demon forces and creating an opening. The knights swiftly surged through the gap, each one focused and vigilant. For any misstep could lead to their demise amidst the tide of demons. The lesser demons clawed desperately, but ultimately fell short. merely brushing against the horses' tails without grasping a single hair. What a useless bunch. The Crimson Greater Demon seethed with rage, frustrated by the incompetence of its minions who had been deftly outmaneuvered by humans. Chase after them. The insatiable hunger for knightly flesh had driven the Greater Demon into a frenzy, commanding its army to pursue the wretched insects. Go ahead. Seek out Baron Byron. Alfred intentionally slowed his pace, having found himself at the back of the formation. He needed to afford the demons an opportunity to close in, lest they abandon their pursuit due to being left too far behind. Chapter 51. Annihilation, Part 4. Being a decoy is no easy task. You must leave first and inform the Baron that the demon army is approaching. Roy instructed the cavalry, yet he chose to maintain the same pace as Alfred. Little boy, now is not the time for heroics, Alfred remarked, observing the red-haired youth beside him. The knight captain displayed considerable courage, though still somewhat immature. Yet he was brimming with potential. With over a decade of military experience, Alfred had honed his exceptional equestrian skills, and he perceived that the only gap between him and Roy was merely that of experience. Technically, this knight captain was already qualified to be part of the local cavalry in Gallancy, a unit comprised of elite horsemen. If Alfred were to learn that Roy had only begun riding a few months prior, he would surely be astonished. Sometimes, innate talent can indeed overshadow decades of toil. Mr. Alfred, I am not being reckless. I can also help you bear the pressure from that hellhound, Roy replied, catching a glimpse of Nunur, a truly terrifying creature. The little demon paled in comparison to the massive hound, akin to a lapdog nestled in the arms of a noblewoman. Be careful, Alfred warned, as the hellhound approached, its breath like a whisper in their ears. Nunur gazed hungrily at the two delectable morsels before it, uncertain of which to devour first. It opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, venom trickling from them. It was ravenous. Damn it! The Crimson Demon, witnessing Nunur's intent to snatch its prey, seethed with rage. Yet it could do nothing to deter the hellhound, merely driving the lesser demons forward in a frantic bid. Just as the monstrous jaws were about to snap shut, Alfred surged ahead, causing Nunur to miss its target. With a furious roar, Nunur swiped its claws forward. Roy, feeling the rush of the hellhound's claws, pressed tightly against his steed, narrowly evading the attack. Create some distance, Alfred commanded, recognizing the perilous proximity that could lead to a fatal encounter with the beast. Both of them cracked their whips, accelerating away from the hellhound's range. Crossing paths, Roy gestured, and Alfred immediately grasped the intent of the red-haired boy. By continuously altering their trajectory, they aimed to confuse the hellhound's line of sight. When hunting, hounds typically fixate on a singular target, and an unexpected intrusion can disrupt their pursuit, throwing them into disarray. Maintaining a synchronized pace, their forms weaved left and right, their paths intersecting. Nunur, having fixated on Alfred, was suddenly distracted by Roy's intrusion, its head bobbing in uncertainty. Well done, lad. You possess some skill, Alfred praised, acknowledging that the red-haired boy was not merely seeking bravado. Thank you for the knightly compliment. Ha, Roy replied, but before he could finish, Alfred drew his knightly sword, unleashing a surge of life energy that cleaved through the air, narrowly missing Roy's head. The venom that Nunua had just spewed was sliced apart by that gust of sword energy. Do not let your guard down, young man, Alfred warned sharply, having just saved Roy's life. At that moment, the knight captain was still shaken. Had it not been for Alfred's timely intervention, Roy might well have met his end. Roy dared not be careless again, focusing intently on guiding his steed. We are almost there. The cliff loomed on the horizon. They had spotted Mora Cliff. They're coming, Lawrence observed as the cavalry charged forward, with Roy and Alfred perilously close to the demon army. Prepare, Lawrence signaled, and the archers drew their bows, aiming ahead. Tell the Baron, the enemy is upon us. A scout swiftly descended using ropes, rolling into the bushes to relay the impending news of the demon army to Byron and Resso. In truth, even without Lawrence's words, Byron had already sensed the faint tremors in the ground. Enhanced by the magic wheel, Byron's hearing had sharpened, enabling him to detect even the slightest vibrations. Stand ready. Everyone unsheathed their swords, holding their breath, bracing for the imminent clash. A dozen knights surged through the canyon, followed closely by Alfred and Roy. The demons harbored no suspicion of an ambush at Mora Cliff. Although the great demon possessed intelligence, it was but a rudimentary form. Moreover, the Crimson Demon was now consumed by its ravenous desire for knightly flesh, fixated solely on devouring Alfred. Ordinary humans could no longer satiate the Crimson Demon's appetite. Such premium fare was exceedingly rare, and it was determined to claim it. The Hellhound charged over the cliff, followed by the legion of lesser demons plunging into the gorge. Loose arrows. Engage. In a heartbeat, Resso and Lawrence issued their commands. Countless fire arrows rained down, swiftly inflicting casualties among the demon horde. As the frontline lesser demons fell, injured and dead, they toppled those behind them, creating a chaotic pileup. Meanwhile, Byron and Resso's forces rapidly sealed off the path, trapping the entire demon army and launching a direct assault amid the turmoil. The lesser demons were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of foes. Before they could react, they were met with a wave of devastation. Byron drew Quizilla, the blade rising and falling like a scythe. Quizilla was astoundingly sharp, slicing through the bodies of the lesser demons as effortlessly as cutting through cheese. Faced with such a dense throng of enemies, Byron refrained from expending his internal energy too rapidly. The sheer number of foes necessitated that he conserve his strength. Should he become encircled, excessive depletion of his energy could swiftly lead to exhaustion. Byron perceived with his mind's eye that at the heart of the demon army lay a massive stream of crimson energy, undoubtedly the location of their commander. "Stay close to me," Byron urged, charging towards that direction, with the soldiers following suit, cleaving through the surrounding lesser demons in their wake. Kill. 20 knights turned, cracking their whips and brandishing their swords to confront the enemy. Chapter 52, Annihilation, Part 5. Byron gripped Quizera tightly, and amidst the tide of demons, this void secret sword thirsted for blood. He did not need to observe his foes with his mind's eye. He merely swung the sword repeatedly, sweeping away all enemies in his path. No minor demon could withstand a single slash from Byron. His speed was astonishing. Often, the body of one demon would be cleaved before its shattered remains had even settled, thanks to Quizera's sharpness. The fragile flesh and delicate bones of the minor demons were as insubstantial as paper before the void secret sword. Yet, in his fervent slaughter, Byron remained oblivious to the subtle gray mist swirling around Quizera's bright yellow blade, vanishing after each life was taken. Under Byron's relentless onslaught, he quickly carved a path through the demon horde, allowing the infantry to surge through the gap and penetrate the heart of the enemy ranks. "Protect the Baron," Resso shouted, channeling his life energy as he clung tightly to Byron's rear, struggling to keep pace with the latter's astounding speed. It was too swift. The shadows of the blade flickered, dazzling the eye, leaving only dismembered corpses in its wake. Byron became a living embodiment of a killing machine, smoother in his execution than even the most seasoned butchers who had spent decades honing their craft. Within Byron, the innate energy surged uncontrollably, fueling his movements. Otherwise, he could not sustain such speed. Though Quizera was remarkably light, each swing barely drained his stamina. Moreover, as he continued to slice through the minor demons, he developed an almost poetic rhythm, akin to a master chef dissecting meat. The anatomical structure of these creatures bore little difference from that of a human child, save for their diminutive size. Every thrust of his sword pierced the flesh of the minor demons, guided by his understanding of their anatomy and structure. Quizera danced through the sinew and bone, effortlessly parting flesh. Given enough time, Byron could flay a minor demon to its very skeleton in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the act of killing was merely a matter of familiarity. Byron realized that only through combat and slaughter could one refine their skills. Isolating oneself in practice was akin to stagnation. Even this relentless massacre contributed to the enhancement of his swordsmanship, not to mention the honing of his sword intent. He suddenly recalled a technique from the Wanjia Blade Manual, one he had once mastered, the Celestial Demon's 7 Kills. This technique could only be grasped through endless slaughter. In his youth, the once broken-level expert Feng Ming had acquired the Wanjia Blade Manual from the Blade King. But the methods within could only be learned by those who had achieved a golden physique, lest they invite calamity. Feng Ming, through his study of medicine and human anatomy, had cleverly evaded this calamity, ultimately mastering the Celestial Demon's 7 Kills, which he fused with his divine intent. At that time, this technique, alongside the divine blade executed by the demon blade Shalu during a spring rain, was revered as one of the 2 foremost demonic blade techniques of innate level. While not necessarily the most powerful of techniques, it was undeniably sinister and filled with malice. The Celestial Demon's 7 Kills. As Byron awakened fragments of martial consciousness, the energy required for this technique diminished. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, with the revival of certain memories from his past life. The requisite energy for this technique decreased. This awakening was not merely a cursory recognition of its name or a vague recollection. It required a profound understanding of the essence of the martial art to reduce the energy needed. Byron had nearly forgotten the name of this blade technique. Yet through the act of killing, he experienced a familiar sensation and mastered the requisite skill. Some techniques are innately suited for certain individuals, even if all memory is lost. They will inevitably tread the same path. The Celestial Demon 7 kills seemed to be a blade technique destined to be mastered by Byron. Initially, this innate level technique required 20 points of energy for exchange. Perhaps it should not even be termed a technique, but merely a single move derived from the master-level Wanja blade manual. After the reduction in energy consumption, Byron would only require 10 points to exchange for this move. However, at present, he lacked sufficient energy, having spent 50 points to acquire the Holy Will Sacred Art. The diminishing returns from the minor demons provided him with but 5 points from such extensive slaughter. It felt as though something lost was on the verge of returning. He opened his mind's eye to locate the great demon, not far away. If he could vanquish this beast, he would acquire the energy he needed. Innate energy. As his internal force surged ceaselessly, Byron felt a tremendous surge of power. With the aid of Quizera, a weapon capable of conducting energy, even a pure infusion of yang energy allowed him to execute strikes akin to sword chi. Ordinary weapons suffer from significant energy loss when conducting power, often yielding less than half their potential. Only rare metals like mithril can reduce this loss to below 1/3. Yet, Byron sensed that Quizera's energy conduction loss was merely about 10%, enabling the complete release of internal force, true chi, and elemental energy. Suddenly, the Crimson Great Demon sensed a powerful presence approaching at an alarming speed, the life force of the minor demons before it fading rapidly. What was it? A human? It pondered, bewildered by the velocity of the slaughter, reminiscent of the 6-armed demons of hell, known for their thrice-accelerated killing pace. I have found you. At last. Byron pierced through the demonic tide, reaching the very core of the horde. Wait for me, Baron. Resso called, still attempting to follow. But the passage Byron had carved was quickly filled by the surrounding demons. He, along with the infantry guard, fought fiercely, claiming substantial victories. Though their advance was steady and methodical, systematically reaping the lives of the demons. Under the cover of Lawrence's archers, the demon army was frequently harried by arrows, significantly alleviating the pressure on the infantry. The demons were compelled to contend with both their immediate foes and the arrows raining from above. The minor demons, caught off guard, struggled for footing, and with the narrow terrain of the Mora cliff, the demonic forces could hardly spread out. They were effectively being overrun by the infantry. The soldiers unsheathed their blades and engaged the minor demons in close combat, meticulously recalling Resso's training. They coordinated and protected one another, steel swords piercing forth to create gaping wounds as their line advanced slowly yet resolutely. Kill. Seeing that Byron's figure had vanished from sight, Resso ceased his internal conflict and focused on commanding the troops against the demons, for he was the commander of the infantry and bore the responsibility for the entire army. As for Byron's safety, Resso felt no concern. Even should he perish 1,000 times, the Baron would likely remain unscathed. Chapter 53, Annihilation, Part 6, Thori is Gala. The Crimson Archdemon roared frantically at the man before it, sensing an overwhelming presence, as if countless vengeful souls were howling and moaning within Byron. This was a killing intent forged solely through relentless slaughter, exuding an incredibly oppressive aura. Byron, however, was entirely oblivious to the demon's words. As he was utterly ignorant of the demon tongue, he glanced at the introduction of this creature in the Heavenly Tao system, noting some discrepancies with the Hellfire Demon. Name: Crimson Archdemon type. Demon rank: Black Iron weakness. Light, cold. Introduction: a demon from the Crimson Hell, evolved from lesser demons, wielding secondary blood magic. Energy content: minimal. Unlike the Hellfire Demon, this archdemon hailed from the Crimson Hell, suggesting a division of factions among demons. A clue Byron discerned from the Heavenly Tao system's description. This archdemon was larger than the Hellfire Demon, its physique more robust, seemingly more suited for close combat. Unlike the Hellfire Demon, which could launch fireballs. With no time to waste, Byron unleashed a powerful strike, akin to the Buddha's palm, driven by an intense desire to slay the archdemon before him. If he could defeat this demon, he would accumulate enough energy to exchange for the Heavenly Demon 7 kill technique. The golden palm force surged forth, scattering the surrounding lesser demons, granting Byron ample space to confront the Crimson Archdemon. However, he knew he must act swiftly, otherwise, the lesser demons would regroup. And although they posed no substantial threat to him, they could disrupt his movements. Should the Crimson Archdemon seize that opportunity to flee, it would be a regrettable outcome. Kazeel. The Crimson Archdemon, infuriated by the sight of its lesser kin being sent flying, roared in fury, raising its hands to rend the human before it into shreds. "You're quite the nuisance, you know," Byron retorted, forming a mudra and drawing upon the Buddhist energy within. This technique was a powerful upward strike, channeling all his energy upward, his hands converging as if to manifest a brilliant golden Buddha lamp above his head. After mastering the sacred wheel of demons, Byron's hands had become broader, his palm power intensified, and his meridians could withstand a greater influx of energy, indirectly enhancing the might of his Buddha palm. The enormous crimson hand descended, intent on flattening Byron. Upon the clash of palms, the Archdemon felt an excruciating pain as Byron's golden Buddha lamp pierced through its palm. Having transcended the third layer of innate vigor and attained the pinnacle of the 7 wheels, Byron's internal energy had grown immensely. He was but a step away from breaking through to the innate realm, and wielding the Buddha palm was now effortless. Despite the Archdemon's massive stature, standing 3 meters tall with extraordinarily large claws, its skeletal hardness paled in comparison to Byron, who had cultivated the sacred wheel of demons. In the clash of palms, Byron pierced through the Archdemon's flesh. With crimson flesh and shattered bones strewn about, the Archdemon roared in agony. Yet, despite the pain, it remained composed. For it hailed from the crimson hell, capable of easily regenerating its body. In a fit of rage, the Archdemon seized a lesser demon, draining its blood. As its wounded palm began to writhe and regenerate swiftly, Byron observed the Archdemon's rapid recovery, realizing his opponent possessed remarkable stamina, making a swift victory improbable. Especially with so many lesser demons around, which could serve as endless sustenance for its restoration. The Crimson Archdemon charged at Byron once more, brimming with confidence in its physical prowess, knowing that the demons of the Crimson Hell excelled in close combat. In a flurry of strikes, Byron's fists moved with astonishing speed, creating afterimages as he effortlessly countered the Archdemon's attacks. However, even as Byron's punches penetrated the Archdemon's form, it could still restore itself by consuming the blood of the surrounding demons. Blood-flesh regeneration. Byron had heard of a martial path practiced by immortals that, upon reaching the pinnacle, allowed for transformations and blood regeneration, akin to the Archdemon's blood magic. Yet, the Archdemon's level was far too low to attain such legendary capabilities. It seemed Byron was engaged in a futile endeavor, yet he remained undeterred, continuing to clash vigorously with the Archdemon. Any ordinary night-level expert would likely have their hands reduced to pulp under such immense force. However, fortified by the sacred wheel of demons, Byron's robust physique could withstand the Archdemon's relentless blows. It is indeed not without cost. Ultimately, there is consumption, Byron mused as he sensed the crimson energy flow diminishing. With each strike, the Archdemon's essence grew increasingly unstable. Though its body was still mending, Byron knew that if this continued, the demon would inevitably succumb. Roaring in fury, the Crimson Archdemon sensed its vital essence waning, realizing it was on the verge of being worn down by Byron. This human's formidable strength surpassed that of the Archdemon, each punch fracturing its bones and rendering its flesh to ruin. "Did I mention that you are quite loud?" Byron remarked nonchalantly, his aura suddenly surging. His innate energy reached its zenith, flowing wildly within him, his muscles swelling as if he had grown in stature. In his perception, the Crimson Archdemon had reached its limit. Akin to an overinflated balloon, only a gentle poke would suffice to burst it. Heavenly Buddha's welcome. The technique that had slain Bart appeared once more in Byron's hands. This straightforward strike, if powerful enough, could cleave jade and shatter stone. A brilliant yellow light erupted, the majestic presence of the Buddha intimidating the lesser demons, who retreated in fear, daring not to approach, thus preventing the Archdemon from easily obtaining sustenance. Byron's aura soared, nearing the innate level. As this palm strike carried a semblance of the Buddha's shadow, ethereal and fleeting. His hand pressed firmly against the Archdemon's chest, caving it in and fracturing its ribs. The force of the Buddha palm instantly radiating throughout the Archdemon's body, making it feel as though countless ants were gnawing at it. As the palm force spread, the Archdemon's body erupted violently, shattering into countless pieces, leaving behind only a complete head. 10 energy points acquired. The Heavenly Tao System's notification echoed. Chapter 54, Annihilation, Part 7. Ryset observed the dwindling fighting spirit among the small demons, as a certain tumult seemed to arise at the heart of their legion. Seizing the opportunity of their wavering morale, the soldiers pressed forward with fervor, reducing one demon after another into mere pulp. These small demons had been united into an army under the command of the Crimson Greater Demon. Now, with its demise, the absence of a black iron-level creature's orders naturally plunged them into chaos. Rysid had led his forces into the very center of the fray. There, he beheld Byron. Towering over 2 meters like a diminutive giant, his broad chest and sinewy frame radiating strength. His muscles, resembling molten lava, were visible through the remnants of his torn shirt, with only his resilient trousers remaining intact. At that moment, the Lord's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His formidable physique delivered an unparalleled impact and sense of oppression. He stood with one foot upon the crimson head of the greater demon, rendering the distinction between demon and conqueror utterly ambiguous. After slaying the Crimson Greater Demon and gaining 10 points of energy, Byron immediately exchanged them for the Heavenly Demon 7-kill technique. The essence of this blade technique surged into Byron's mind, as this strike was birthed from the 10,000 Calamities Demon blade. To master it required a profound understanding of human anatomy. For executing this move necessitated that one's essence traverse perilous pathways through the meridians and acupoints. Any miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic backlash, resulting in a fatal calamity. Once, the demon lord Feng Ming had disseminated this technique far and wide, compelling countless blade slaves to serve as test subjects. Through dissection and scrutiny of their bodies, he had discerned the secrets of the demon blade, forging this malevolent and sinister strike from the flesh and blood of thousands. A domineering demonic aura erupted from Byron, circulating through his meridians as the technique demanded mastery for it to reach its zenith. With the blade technique came the intent to annihilate the world, as if it had cleaved its way from the depths of hell, flooding Byron's consciousness and threatening to unleash boundless slaughter upon his psyche. The demon will responded to this intent, seemingly stirred, and began to turn slowly, eager to embrace this heavenly demon's murderous will. With the detection of the demon wheel, the Heavenly Demon 7-kill technique's intent could merge. Without hesitation, Byron recognized the immense potential of this fusion, trusting in the Heavenly Tao system's unparalleled predictive capabilities to dominate similar martial arts. Demon Wheel. Heavenly Demon 7-kill technique merged into the Heavenly Demon Wheel. Heavenly Demon Wheel, a sacred will infused with the intent to annihilate the world, capable of drawing sustenance from countless demonic techniques to grow ever stronger, culminating in the mastery of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels. As the demon will consume the intent to annihilate the world, transforming into the Heavenly Demon Wheel, its sacred technique began to operate. Originally, the enhancement of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels was meant to drive the demon wheel's rotation, but now, the very rotation of the wheel invigorated the cultivation of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels. With this process came a formidable surge of internal energy, relentlessly honing Byron's physical form and fortifying his body. In an instant, the aura of the Heavenly Demon Wheel surged, transforming the previously stable demonic will into a tempestuous force. As if a black sun had erupted into the sky, fierce and domineering. Byron's bones roared, and his blood thickened like mercury. It began to display a state of coexisting solid and liquid, viscous as lead, possessing both a metallic quality and the fluidity of water, indicative of his perfected blood transformation. Then, with the sound of thunder and the roar of tigers, every sinew in Byron's body rejoiced. His physical form neared a grand attainment, laying the foundation for breaking through to the innate realm. Propelled by the feedback from the Heavenly Demon Wheel, Byron achieved the second rotation of the sacred technique of the Demon Wheel, the Brow Wheel. When Yin-Fei assumed control of his original form, he already stood at a height of 1.8 meters, as the innate vital energy continued to strengthen him. Coupled with the current breakthrough of the Demon Wheel to the Brow Wheel level, his physique expanded, bones elongated, and a cacophony erupted from his body, reaching an astonishing height of 2.5 meters. In this form, Byron unleashed the full potential of his physical strength, his innate vital energy coursing at full capacity. With both rotations of the sacred technique of the demon will activated, he felt as though he could rend a greater demon asunder, reducing it to mere pulp. The sensation of reclaiming what was lost was exhilarating. He reveled in the profundity of the Heavenly Demon 7-kill technique, as if reuniting with a long-lost friend. An overwhelming joy enveloping his being. Characteristic: Heavenly Demon Wheel status. Activated, second rotation. He gently grasped the hilt of Corcella's sword, which now seemed almost like a mere toothpick in his hands. However, as Byron infused his fierce energy into it, the sword emitted a resounding roar. Enveloped by his substantial internal energy, transforming into a nearly 2-meter-long blade under the enhancement of his innate vital energy. The consumption was significant. It appeared that the 3 meridians and 7 wheels could not be activated frequently. Byron resolved in his heart that he would only activate the heavenly demon wheel when facing formidable foes, while maintaining a regular form for lesser encounters. Spotting a hellhound nearby provided an ideal opportunity for a trial. Byron did not rush to return from the state of the heavenly demon wheel. Instead, he exerted his legs with force and leaped, cracking the ground beneath him, soaring 5 to 6 meters high. Ricet, focus on exterminating the demons. Byron commanded the infantry commander to accelerate the offensive before departing. Yet, Ricet remained astonished by Byron's extraordinary transformation, attributing it to the unique abilities of bloodline nobility. The soldiers, though taken aback by Byron's giant stature, felt no fear. Rather, they brimmed with pride and honor in their lord's might. After all, in ancient epics, those heroes who achieved greatness were often said to possess divine bloodlines in peculiar forms. Compared to beings with lion heads and human bodies, or those with 3 heads and 6 arms, their lord was merely a tall man. Was it not just a slight increase in height, perhaps a touch of overnutrition? The soldiers called out with renewed vigor, their strikes growing ever more forceful. Now believing wholeheartedly that they could stand alongside Baron Byron in this demonic calamity, achieving great deeds and being immortalized in the songs of bards. After all, with demons now manifest, the psychological resilience of ordinary people had significantly increased. Continue the assault, Ricet shouted, raising his sword high. At that moment, he felt immense admiration for Byron's explosive physical prowess. Chapter 55, Annihilation, Part 8. Alfred led the cavalry into an assault against the towering hellhound, which stood over 3 meters high. Flanking from both sides, he called out to Roy. The red-haired boy promptly signaled, and the cavalry split into 2 squads. One followed Roy, while the other accompanied Alfred. The 2 formations charged towards Nunuel in a crescent formation, with Alfred gripping his steel sword, channeling life energy, and fixating on the colossal beast before him. The first objective was to sever its limbs. Unlike Roy and the others, who lacked experience in battling such titans, Alfred was well-versed. During the Wisteria Blossom campaign, they had hunted giant monsters, and although they were not fully prepared now, they were not without the means to fight. Nunuel, observing the approaching ants, opened its massive maw, lowering its forelimbs to the ground in a predatory stance. The 2 cavalry units circled around, aiming to strike at the beast's legs. Nunuel growled, swinging its claws to the side, seizing the moment while the hellhound attacked the cavalry on the opposite flank. Alfred unleashed his strength, swinging his steel sword in a cross slash against its foreleg. The blade cleaved through the armored scales, leaving a deep, bone-revealing cross-shaped wound. The beast roared in pain, retaliating by thrusting its tentacles at 2 cavalrymen, impaling them and draining their life energy with its suction cups, reducing them to lifeless husks. Simultaneously, a sweeping attack caught several cavalrymen off guard, sending them flying. Their bones shattered under the immense force, leaving them dead on the spot. Roy crouched low, narrowly evading the devastating blow, then urged his steed forward, raising his steel sword to strike at Nunuel's leg. However, the sword merely sparked against the crimson scales, failing to inflict any significant damage. Lacking sufficient strength, it was nearly impossible to penetrate the tough armor. Only someone near knightly prowess could harm this otherworldly hellhound, and Alfred was the only one present capable of posing a threat. In this charge, 5 of the 20 knights fell, their sole achievement being a mere scar on the hellhound's foreleg. This beast's hide was exceptionally tough. Roy felt a sense of frustration. His mastery of breathing techniques was still too nascent, and he was far from possessing knightly strength. If they had traps or nets, it might have made confronting the creature easier, but there was no time to prepare. Alfred sighed. Typically, humans required extensive preparations to deal with such titans or needed specialized weapons aimed at large species. Humanity excelled at utilizing tools, and only in dire circumstances would they confront giants without assistance, for the disparity in size made ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Just as the cavalry prepared for another charge, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous impact that sent up a cloud of dust. My Lord Baron? Roy recognized the figure. Though its appearance seemed somewhat amiss, the giant-like form of Baron Byron was visually striking. Baron Byron, Alfred observed, filled with curiosity. He recalled that the Sewell family lineage was supposed to possess the blood of the phoenix. When had they also acquired giant blood? Do not be alarmed. I have merely activated my bloodline power, Byron casually explained, preempting any excessive speculation from his subordinates. Leave this hellhound to me. You all retreat. Fixating on the monstrous beast, Byron summoned knowledge of the creature from his mind. Name: Hellhound type, demon. Beast rank: black iron weakness. Fear of thunder description: a hideously spiked creature from the depths of a twisted hell. Fond of siphoning energy from unfortunate humans before tearing them apart. They are scouts from the abyss. Energy content: minimal. The cavalry obediently obeyed Byron's command, confident in their lord's strength. Alfred, however, did not sheath his sword. Instead, he positioned himself to support the Baron, prepared for any eventuality. Alfred watched the impending battle with keen interest. Even during the Wisteria Blossom campaign, he had seldom witnessed a noble of such bloodline, a power that belonged to the realm of the extraordinary. The Hellhound fixated on the towering figure before it, sensing the aura of crimson demons and countless lesser fiends. A lethal warning resonated within its instincts. Tensing its limbs, Nunil shook its head, its dark mane billowing, before revealing its sharp teeth and charging at the human. The beast propelled itself forward, a foul wind trailing in its wake. Yet Byron stood firm, unyielding, engaging the Hellhound in a contest of strength, refusing to budge as Nunil strained against him. With sudden force, Byron exerted his legs, leaning back to execute a throwing maneuver that sent the demon reeling. Before Nunil could recover from its disorientation, Byron mounted the creature, channeling innate energy and unleashing a barrage of powerful punches upon its body, shattering flesh and bone alike. The demon's corrosive blood splattered onto Byron, but it barely inflicted any harm. It merely eroded the surface of his skin, unable to penetrate his second chakra-activated form. Roy watched in astonishment as the Baron appeared to discipline a disobedient pet, dominating the giant beast. Alfred, equally astonished, realized he was witnessing a human capable of contending with a giant creature for the first time. Typically, only those inheriting powerful beast bloodlines possess such immense strength. Byron seized the Hellhound's head, hurling it away with force, causing it to crash into the ground and kick up a thick cloud of dirt. However, this creature, much like the Crimson Demon, seemed capable of utilizing life energy to regenerate its body. To Byron's perception, the Hellhound's aura had not diminished significantly. Although its physical form was shattered, as long as it retained stored life energy, it could recover. He would need to utterly obliterate its vitality to slay such a creature, or else it would only die a slow death. Then let us see how you fare against the 7 kills of the Celestial Demon, Byron declared, drawing Corsair from his waist. What a fortunate little dog you are. Chapter 56, Annihilation Part 9. In the moment Byron drew Corsair, his entire demeanor shifted, transforming from a fierce and domineering presence to one of sinister and uncanny allure. Alfred and the others felt as though something was awakening from the depths of hell, an entity that seemed to be humanity's arch-nemesis, intent on slaughtering all life, obliterating everything in its path. Byron slowly unsheathed his sword. Corsair bore dual edges, capable of being wielded as both a longsword and a cleaver, exhibiting formidable prowess in both swordsmanship and the art of cutting. The Celestial Demon, also known as the Demon King, is most famously represented by the ruler of the 6th heaven of the Desire Realm, Pastan, who, discontent with the beings transcending the 3 realms, caused various disturbances to Buddhists and practitioners. Following Pastan, the most widely recognized is the Extreme Path Celestial Demon, a terrifying demon lord of unfathomable power. It can be said that the Celestial Demon is the mortal enemy of all sentient beings. And the 7 killings technique of the Celestial Demon embodies the intent to annihilate the world. The 10,000 Calamities Celestial Demon, a manifestation of the 7 killings. Byron raised Corsair above his head, channeling innate celestial energy, and a powerful, vigorous inner force erupted from the sword. The gigantic blade nearly 2 meters high standing upright against the sky. The cavalry, however, exhibited entirely different reactions. Their horses, startled, whinnied restlessly and retreated in fear. The riders felt as if they had plunged into a frigid abyss, an overwhelming despair rising within them. What manner of swordsmanship is this? Alfred was astonished, sensing the terrifying nature of Byron's technique even before it was unleashed. For reasons unknown, he felt that once this blade was swung, all life in the world would crumble beneath its might. Byron's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging. An invisible ripple spread through the air as the Celestial Demon will began to rotate, overwhelming demonic energy course through his meridians to his upper arms, palms, and heart, causing his blood to surge. Every ounce of power within Byron was summoned forth by this strike. With a swift motion, the 7 killings technique pierced through neural flesh and blood separated, the red skin and black fur completely detaching from the body, leaving behind a translucent, immaculate skeleton devoid of any impurities. Even lacking a trace of blood, utterly cleansed. The bizarre organs continued to pulsate and leap, seemingly unaware of the fate that had befallen their master. This vivid tableau of fresh entrails and white bones constituted a marvel of nature, arguably the most exquisite specimen in existence. In scarcely a second, with a resounding crash, all the innards fell to the ground, the hellhound breathless and lifeless. A notification echoed from the heavenly Tao system, granting Byron 10 energy points, equivalent to that of a major demon. As the blade was unleashed, Byron's manifestation of the celestial demon wheel reached its zenith. He envisioned the wheel retreating in his mind, gradually closing the chakras and returning to his normal form. Such a terrifying technique. This is not a skill that mere mortals can master, Alfred remarked slowly. At the instant the blade was unleashed, the knight felt as though his very soul was freezing, his body paralyzed, resigned to face death. My lord. That strike nearly made me feel as though I were destined for demise, Roy said, still shaken, realizing for the first time that such horrific killing techniques existed in this world. It's merely a unique method of utilizing energy, not as fearsome as you perceive, Byron replied. Returning to his normal stature, adjusting to his reduced height of 1.90 meters, still feeling somewhat disoriented. With diligent training, you too may have the chance to reach such heights. He accepted the clothing Roy offered, draping it over himself, offering a few encouraging words. Encouraging his subordinates had become a habit of his. Should they, through his encouragement, manage to surpass their limits, it would be the greatest comfort to him. Truly, my lord? Roy's eyes sparkled with hope, clearly believing Byron's words. Alfred, standing silently beside them, felt a pang of sorrow for Roy. Without the inheritance of blood, the pinnacle for a great knight would be the limit of a mortal. It was unlikely that this red-haired boy would ever attain the heights of his lord. And what of Alfred himself? After decades of arduous training, he too lingered at the threshold of becoming a great knight. The nobleman endowed with bloodlines needed merely to mature naturally to achieve extraordinary martial prowess. This truth was undeniably disheartening. With a tinge of self-mockery, Alfred soon adjusted his mindset. He understood that in the midst of calamity, following such a leader as Byron was indeed a stroke of fortune for Roy. Yeoman, I have avenged you. Alfred observed the battlefield littered with corpses, the minor demons utterly routed, howling in despair as they resisted the onslaught of the Resso Legion. It would not be long before this beautifully orchestrated ambush reached a perfect conclusion. Unbeknownst to them, Lawrence and Eliza had descended from the cliff. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and the ground was devoid of any imminent danger. The siblings witnessed Byron's slaughter of the Crimson Demons and the Hellhound, casting doubt in their minds regarding whether this young noble was truly human or perhaps some creature cloaked in flesh. Baron Byron, are you related to demons? Abel asked, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity, unable to contain his question. You were so terrifying just now. While such inquiries from adults might seem impolite, Byron, seeing the innocent child of 8 or 9 years, took no offense and even jested. Indeed, I am a demon clad in human skin, prowling at night, preying on children. His wicked smile turned Abel's face pale, causing him to retreat behind Eliza. Abel, how rude. Quickly apologize to Baron Byron, Eliza chided. Some may appear as demons, yet possess hearts as pure as the sanctified. Others may shine with outward beauty, yet their souls have long since descended into the abyss. Not at all, Byron reassured, unperturbed. He suspected that many around him shared Abel's sentiments, but refrained from voicing them due to his status. Mortals' understanding of power remained woefully superficial. Fixating on appearances would ultimately lead only to self-imposed confinement and decay. To seek power while wishing to avoid sacrifice, such perfection is a rarity in this world. Chapter 57. Battle Achievements. The battle concluded swiftly with the demise of 2 black iron-level demons. Byron instructed Resso and Lawrence to account for their losses. Approximately 50 men from Byron's legion had perished. Despite the advantage of terrain and ambush, the casualties were significant. This outcome did not surprise Byron, for in war, death is an inevitable companion. They had faced over 400 demons with a mere 200 soldiers, achieving a remarkable kill ratio of 1:8, which could be deemed an unprecedented victory. The blood-red twilight gradually faded as the sun's last rays illuminated the earth, blending the blood of mortals and demons indistinguishably. Soldiers tasked with collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades had to be exceedingly careful to discern the remains of humans. After tallying the casualties, it was imperative to ensure that the compensations for the fallen soldiers were dispersed appropriately. Byron instructed Lawrence not to let the soldiers feel disheartened. Those who sacrificed their lives for their Lord deserved honor and rewards in return. All fallen soldiers would be laid to rest in the cemetery of the Sibyl territory, a site constructed on the suggestion of Elaine. Though these brave souls could no longer enjoy the accolades of life, they would forever be revered and honored in death. After all, they had fought and died for the Sibyl domain and for Byron himself. It is often said that the success of a general comes at the expense of many lives. If a leader cannot unite the hearts of his men, who would willingly lay down their lives for him? Rest assured, my lord, we have a complete roster of all soldiers and will not overlook a single one. Lawrence affirmed with a nod, understanding the gravity of the situation, which directly impacted the Baron's reputation. The location had robust defenses and ample supplies, rendering it exceedingly secure. Byron had changed into the noble attire prepared by his attendants and extended an invitation to the descendants of Baron Yalman to his territory. On one hand, Yalman's land had become perilous. On the other hand, without formidable assistance, Eliza and her brother would be unable to reconstruct their castle and restore the prosperity of the Yalman domain. Byron was more than willing to offer his support, provided they complied and placed the Yalman territory under his control. Please feel free to exercise your discretion, my lord. You are a great benefactor to our Yalman family, Eliza replied. Now, she could rightfully assume leadership of the family, as Abel was still too young to bear such responsibilities. The noble maiden harbored her own thoughts. She regarded Byron as a benefactor who had avenged their father's murder. Without an army, they could not safeguard anyone. In Eliza's view, relying on the Lord of Sibyl was not a poor choice. At least, this valiant leader, who led from the front and treated his soldiers fairly, appeared to be just and honorable. Currently, many lords sought to abandon their subjects amidst the chaos. Had it not been for the powerful suppression from the church and the royal family, the entire front against the demonic calamity would have long since collapsed. Eliza believed that a lord capable of protecting his subjects was akin to her father, who had fought valiantly for their land. Take good care of them, Lawrence, Byron nodded, acknowledging that the siblings were perceptive. Once he ascended to the rank of a great noble, a mere Yalman territory, as long as they complied, could remain under the stewardship of this brother and sister without issue. As long as they did not act recklessly, they would be safe. Even regarding the previously troublesome minor nobles, Byron had never intended to eliminate them outright. Instead, it was preferable to strip them of their armies and territories and allow them to live comfortably as affluent citizens. It should be understood that governance is not merely about slaughter. It is about maintaining long-term stability, though necessary force must not be shied away from. If one does not seize the prevailing circumstances, even with the strength to suppress all, forcing submission through overwhelming bloodshed would yield only diminishing returns. Precisely because he had extended kindness to the people of the Yalman territory, Eliza could so easily place her trust in him. This is the advantage of intertwining morality with ambition. Of course, foolish and incompetent collaborators were best left to others, such as Morton. Ignorance is not to be feared. But the truly terrifying aspect is the ignorance of one's own foolishness. Byron bore no disdain for the greedy, for they would strive to uphold stable relationships. However, he held contempt for the foolish, who often failed to recognize their circumstances and acted in self-destructive ways. This victory would undoubtedly please the church. It was essential to secure greater benefits. Slaying 400 lesser demons was no trivial feat, especially with the demonic calamity recently erupting. Byron's achievement would likely earn him substantial support within the Earth Goddess Church. He instructed Resso to promptly report these military accomplishments to the church, as delivering the demon corpses was the task typically assigned to the large man. Rest assured, my lord, Priest Judith will surely be quite pleased this time, Resso replied, clearly satisfied with the outcome. This victory was unprecedented in the history of the Sibyl territory, and it was unlikely that any neighboring domains could boast such accomplishments. Next, the focus must shift to breaking through to the innate realm. Byron pondered, feeling that he was merely a step away from achieving this state. Once he crossed this threshold, he would fully attain the innate realm. This step was crucial, as it represented the final phase of integrating physical power, purifying the body, and laying the foundation for martial cultivation. After reaching the innate state, one's energy, spirit, and body would be robust, free from ailments, and endowed with immense strength. By casting aside distracting thoughts and entering a state of concentration, he would develop his dantian and accumulate true energy. Referred to as nurturing the holy fetus in Buddhism and as cultivating pure vitality in Taoism. Achieving this would generate true energy within the body, which could be harnessed to fortify oneself or unleashed upon enemies. Once true energy filled his being, Connecting to the 12 meridians and breaking through the 8 extraordinary vessels would allow him to condense energy into a solid form, stepping into the realm of energy condensation. At that point, exhaling would manifest as energy, and forming swords with his fingers would be a mere minor skill. The various martial arts capable of fully harnessing the power of energy would truly astound, as human strength would reach its utmost limits, enabling one to sever rivers and defy gravity. Such extraordinary feats could only be conveyed by those who enter this realm. Beyond this stage, one would need to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Chapter 58. Commendation. These rural nobles truly are a pitiful lot. Oberon perused the reports from the front lines, most of which conveyed unfavorable tidings. Numerous lords with fiefdoms fled their territories, having spent their days indulging in the culinary delights of the capital and comparing the ostentatious adornments of their female slaves, utterly oblivious to the means of resisting the calamity of magic. As the castles of various lords fell one after another, these nobles could no longer remain idle and began their hasty retreats. However, with the military overseers dispatched jointly by the church and the royal family, most of these fleeing nobles found themselves condemned to the gallows, while the few who managed to escape were marked with bounties, condemned to live in obscurity for the rest of their lives as long as they remained in the Western territories. Yalman had met his demise in battle. It is worth noting that ascending from commoner to noble is a privilege not afforded to many. He had slain 400 minor demons, including 2 black iron tier beasts. Oberon was mildly astonished upon reading this report. It was indeed the work of Baron Byron, whom he had previously dismissed. This young baron had proven to be unexpectedly formidable. Oberon was well aware of the prominent young members of the Cywell family. Both the Blazing Rose and the Undying War Bear held considerable reputations in the capital. Yet this second son of the Duke of Cywell had remained largely unremarkable. Regrettably, despite his capabilities, he would never stand alongside me. Oberon understood that Baron Byron's fervent association with the Earth Goddess sect would eventually pose a significant threat to him. However, with the calamity of magic at hand, it would be politically unwise to openly suppress a meritorious individual, as it would likely incite discontent among the officials sent by the royal family. And the Earth Goddess sect would certainly not acquiesce to such actions. Imoten, I sincerely hope you do not betray my expectations. Oberon began to question the worth of his investment in Imoten. It was evident that Baron Byron was an unexpected contender amidst the turmoil, likely to emerge as a new star in Galaxy. Nevertheless, recalling Imoten's status as a wizard apprentice eased his worries. After all, should Imoten become a formal wizard, even if merely at the first tier, all investments would be deemed worthwhile. A wizard not only possesses the potential to purify the bloodlines of magical beasts, but also exceeds the strength of bloodline nobles. Furthermore, they have the opportunity to enter wizard academies for further training, and neither the Blazing Fortress nor the Ring Tower would be easily provoked by mere mortals. Commendation is certainly in order, but the specifics of the rewards are open to discussion. Oberon would naturally not allow this potential rival to ascend too rapidly. Within the Earth Goddess Temple of Shimmering City, Priestess Judith reported to Adrian, "This time, Baron Byron has truly surprised us." "Excellent. This will afford us more influence within the church," Adrian replied. "What accolades has Baron Byron achieved?" 400 minor demons, along with 2 black iron tier beasts, totaling 200 merits. Judith calculated and presented the result. The church's merit exchange mechanism is not static, initially designed to incentivize nobles against the calamity. The accumulation of merit has gradually tilted in their favor. However, as the calamity deepens, the increasing variety and intensity of magical beasts will inevitably diminish the value of merits gained from lower-tier adversaries. How many merits are required to construct a temple in the territory? I recall it being 100, correct? Adrian inquired, intending to establish a temple to the Earth Goddess in the Cywell territory. The costs of such a structure are not trivial. The construction expenses are secondary to the necessity of appointing apprentice priests, each embodying tangible extraordinary power. Each apprentice priest of the Earth Goddess sect possesses the ability to wield minor healing and growth spells, capable of healing the injured and accelerating crop growth. Moreover, as the temple's level rises, it can train temple knights, whose prowess equals that of knights achieved through breathing techniques. Yes, the cost of a first-tier temple is currently confirmed at 100 merits, specifically for candidates, Judith noted. While she was aware of Adrian's satisfaction with Byron's achievements, she did not expect the priest to be so generous. The merits for temple construction are secondary, the privileges associated are paramount. Generally, only nobles who have rendered significant service to the sect are afforded such a construction. Even candidates do not universally enjoy this privilege. Judith had initially hoped to secure greater benefits for Byron, as he was the first candidate she had discovered. The more merits he accrued, the more advantages it would bring her. Their fates were intertwined. Now, due to Byron's accomplishments against the magical beasts, Judith had successfully received divine infusion, becoming a first-tier temple knight and officially stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. In Judith's view, Adrian's offered commendation was already quite generous, considering it was merely an additional reward from the Earth Goddess sect. The church and the royal family would provide Byron with further accolades, which pertain to the noble hierarchy. This reward would be reported by the commander of the front line, namely Oberon, the Lord of Shimmering City. Thus, she chose not to elaborate further, recognizing Adrian's own judgment. It appeared the priest was quite invested in this Baron of Sywell. We must actively advocate for Baron Byron in regards to the commander's rewards. Oberon will undoubtedly attempt to withhold some, Judith asserted. Should he overstep, we shall petition the church for arbitration. Shimmering City is far from his dominion. Priest Adrian had already anticipated that Oberon would manipulate the commendation process, given that this Viscount had a history of such behavior. While their tensions had not escalated to outright hostility, both parties would seize any opportunity to undermine the other's influence when the time arose. Rest assured, Father, I will personally oversee this matter, Judith nodded. This victory marked their first significant triumph since the full eruption of the calamity, and they needed this success to bolster their confidence. Chapter 59. Seeking refuge. The rewards from the church and the royal family have arrived for Lord Baron. Elaine received a message from the City of Light and hurried to report to Byron. Oh, what news do you bring, Elaine? Byron inquired, pleasantly surprised by the bountiful rewards, though uncertain if their contents would truly satisfy. The Earth Goddess Church will construct a temple on our territory free of charge, a privilege that many viscounts do not enjoy. Elaine was taken aback by the church's generosity. Many nobles had beseeched the church to build temples on their lands, even offering substantial sums, yet all had been denied. The church only needed to build churches to garner faith, as a temple signifies the church's significance to a location. Please extend my gratitude to Judith and Father Adrian for their generosity, Byron nodded, aware that acquiring a temple through merit would have cost him 100 points. Now, having received it without any expense, it was clear that the Earth Goddess Church had substantially increased its investment in him. Since the church is willing to erect a temple in the Siebel territory, we cannot simply accept this gift without contributing. We shall bear the cost of construction and labor ourselves. Byron was more than willing to undertake these superficial gestures, as they required minimal expenditure while demonstrating sincerity to their collaborators. It could be said that the reward secured by Oberon for Byron was indeed precious, leaving no room for dissent. However, its symbolic value far outweighed its practical significance, as this boon held little utility for a territory currently besieged by calamity, and the 1,000 Galaxy gold coins were barely of any consequence. As expected, Byron mused. He was not surprised. To him, receiving 1,000 Galaxy gold coins from Viscount Oberon was already commendable. After all, who would willingly support an enemy they knew would become adversarial in due time? What Byron remained unaware of was that Oberon had originally intended to withhold even that sum, and it was through the efforts of the Earth Goddess Church that it was procured. Such a claim, though somewhat disingenuous, delighted the royal officials, who viewed it as an undeniable truth. What could possibly compare to the meager bone offered to a dog by its master? The recipient ought to feel profoundly honored. Without further demands, there is no need to concern ourselves with Oberon. He will inevitably pay for his actions in time. There is no rush, Byron stated calmly, unperturbed by the situation, for he saw no reason to engage with a lifeless entity. Though Elaine was uncertain of the Baron's confidence, he found solace in the Lord's composed demeanor, which alleviated his concerns. Additionally, Miss Eliza and Knight Alfred request an audience with you. Oh, have they made a decision? Allow them to enter, Byron replied. Previously, he had proposed to the descendants of the Yalman territory that he temporarily oversee it, ensuring its defense and restoration. Once Abel reached adulthood, Byron intended to return the territory to him. However, this arrangement involved a wager. Should Byron successfully ascend to the rank of a powerful viscount during this period, then Yalman would become his vassal territory, and Abel would be obliged to swear fealty to Byron. This allegiance was akin to the Baron's bestowing of knighthood rather than an independent title. For instance, the Baron of Siebel would not be subject to the rule of the Viscount of Light City, but would only need to heed the commands of the royal family. Conversely, if this Baron were a vassal to a Viscount, then a subordinate relationship would exist. Under justifiable circumstances, a lord could strip a vassal of their title and territory, thus wielding considerable authority. Naturally, there were instances where vassals could surpass their lords in power and assert dominance, allowing them to disregard commands. As the royal family would not intervene to suppress a noble lord's own vassal. My lord, we are exceedingly grateful for your assistance. There's no need for excessive formality, Eliza. We are quite accommodating to our own. Byron gestured for the noblewoman to take a seat, while Paul promptly arranged chairs and tea for Eliza and Alfred. Eliza swiftly surveyed Byron's chamber. The lord preferred not to meet guests in the reception room. If not for necessity, he could manage most affairs within this space. Simple, orderly, and classical, these were Eliza's impressions of Byron's taste. It seemed that the Baron of Siebel possessed a monk-like virtue, eschewing extravagance. The room contained hardly any superfluous items. The few decorations bore a profound sense of history, while books dominated the space, suggesting that this baron was quite learned. Such a person valued practicality and benefit over pretense and ostentation. Eliza, possessing keen intellect from an early age, adeptly discerned character traits to tailor her strategies accordingly. My lord, Abel and I have carefully considered your proposal. We are immensely thankful for your generosity. However, I sense an element of unfairness within the terms of this treaty. A sly glimmer flickered in Eliza's bright eyes. Oh, Byron did not display anger. He was curious to ascertain the conditions she had in mind. Your magnanimous assistance in restoring the Yalman territory's prosperity merits more than requiring us to pledge fealty only after you attain the rank of Viscount. The Yalman family shall stand with you through thick and thin. We shall swear our allegiance to you now. By the Black Horn, Alfred added, I too shall pledge my eternal loyalty. The noblewoman and the knight bowed deeply to the Baron of Siebel. Since they were all in the same boat, why not commit even more thoroughly? I have an affinity for intelligent individuals, Byron remarked, casting a deep gaze at the noblewoman before smiling. Chapter 60. The Temple Judith, with her golden hair cascading behind her, wore a ceremonial robe that gracefully revealed her exquisite collarbone. Having ascended to the rank of a first-order temple knight, she exuded a delightful fragrance. Yet, it was merely a hollow title, lacking the tangible rewards bestowed by the church. Byron had long noticed Judith's peculiar transformation in his perception. The aura of this priestess had inexplicably shifted. Although the flow of energy remained consistent, each strand had solidified and grown significantly in strength. Her life force had elevated to a new echelon. If a knight's vitality resembled a flickering flame, Judith's now resembled a roaring bonfire, vibrant and full of vigor. She had indeed transcended the boundaries of mortality, yet seemed to fall short of the innate prowess of the extraordinary. Byron quietly compared the strength of this temple knight with that of innate martial artists. Should he break through to the innate realm, his vitality would likely far surpass Judith's. However, Byron was no ordinary practitioner of the innate realm. This time, he owed a debt of gratitude to Priestess Judith. He instructed Bord to present the carefully prepared gifts, offerings he intended for the Earth Goddess. I have not exerted much effort, he remarked. Father Adrian is quite pleased with you, my Lord Baron. Judith smiled as she accepted the jewels. Each time Byron encountered her, he would willingly contribute to the church, regardless of the sincerity of his faith. His attitude alone was commendable. The temple's construction has commenced. Once completed, we shall dispatch an apprentice priest. The candidate has been selected, Priest William, a devout believer with great potential to become a full-fledged priest. Father Adrian has meticulously chosen him as your assistant. Any individual with the potential to become a formal priest is considered a seed of the church. It seems Father Adrian has indeed invested considerably this time. Would you care to inspect the progress of the temple's construction? The site was chosen with great care, Judith inquired. I have arranged for the housekeeper to prepare a holy meal for you. You may depart after enjoying lunch. Byron had several inquiries he wished to pose to this priestess, as he sought a deeper understanding of the extraordinary forces at play in this world, for the avenues to acquire knowledge were exceedingly limited. Mastering martial arts did not imply the absence of intellect. Understanding oneself and one's adversaries was essential for triumph in battle. Byron was not averse to exploring paths related to otherworldly knights, wizards, and even deities. Through such diverse inquiries, he hoped to glean valuable insights. Then I thank you for your hospitality, Judith replied, showing no reluctance to engage in deeper dialogue with this prospective ally. As a representative of the sect, she indeed required greater awareness of the Lord's ideological currents. However, the temple knights behind her were taken aback. Judith seldom lingered in the domains of nobility. Even the lesser barons and earls could not entice her presence. The transcendent status of the church instilled a sense of caution among these nobles. For Judith's identity transcended the mere role of Father Adrian's assistant. Accompanied by Byron, they swiftly toured the perimeter of the castle. Byron had bestowed a name upon this region, Sibir City, a simple yet unassuming title referring to the city of the Sibir territory. Yet it brimmed with Byron's ambitions for expansion. He intended to develop this area into a bustling city encompassing commerce, forging, metallurgy, mining, herbalism, and fur trading, fully unleashing the potential of this domain. Judith did not merely skim the surface, she meticulously observed Byron's territory. And it became increasingly evident to her that Father Adrian's decision to establish the temple here was astute, provided they could weather the calamity of magic, or rather, draw sustenance from it. This city would rapidly flourish. Though still in its infancy, the ambition of the Baron of Sibir was unmistakably apparent. The planning was grand and systematic. If fully realized, it could rival the illustrious Radiant City. At that time, the Earth Goddess's Church would stake its claim as the sole faith in this uncharted territory of belief. It is evident you have put forth great effort, Judith praised, noting that Byron had situated the temple at the very heart of Sibir City, underscoring the church's significance, which greatly pleased her. It is only fitting, Byron replied with a smile. The Earth Goddess's Church had consistently supported him, and he naturally aimed to reciprocate. A cake must not only grow larger. The portion shared with allies cannot be diminished. Balanced distribution of benefits is essential for strength and growth. Of course, this presupposes that the allies possess strength that he acknowledges. Yet, Byron would not trample upon his principles merely because of his burgeoning power. In his cultivation, this principle was known as maintaining precepts, a method of spiritual refinement espoused by the divine. Although not a martial technique, it effectively prevents one from losing oneself in the pursuit of power. After inspecting the construction progress of the temple, Judith and Byron shared a meal. This was a holy meal prepared specifically by Bor. After consulting with the priest of the Earth Goddess's Church, the dining standards for temple clergy were strictly defined. Lavish feasts were not permitted. Byron regarded this as contrary to the essence of cultivation, yet the clergy relied on divine power, ascending in rank through divine grace, rather than drawing sustenance from food. Byron could not tolerate such deprivation. After Judith departed, he had a designated time for a substantial meal. Each sect possesses its own sacred meal rituals. For the Earth Goddess's Church, bread and wine symbolize the flesh and blood of the Earth Mother. During the ceremony, the faithful partake, commemorating the Earth Goddess's suffering for the redemption of humanity. Ah, I see, Byron mused, enlightenment dawning upon him as the fog shrouding this world began to lift. Although Judith had not divulged many secrets, he had nonetheless gained considerable insight. According to Judith, the church's hierarchy retained a wealth of knowledge for sale, accessible through merit. At times, such esoteric knowledge is invaluable. Once he transcends the innate realm, he must address the latent dangers left behind. Upon his arrival in this world, Byron had not recklessly unleashed chaos. With his martial prowess diminished, he no longer possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Provoking insurmountable foes would lead to calamity. Certain actions were beyond the capacity of those below the innate level. Others could only be undertaken once strength was restored. Once he broke through, he would no longer be so constrained, though caution would remain paramount. Byron sensed that the depths concealed beneath this world were likely profound. Chapter 61. Innate. Once the innate realm is transcended, many of Byron's plans and aspirations shall gradually come to fruition. The transition from the acquired to the innate realm is not an instantaneous affair. It demands tranquility of mind and spirit, serendipitous opportunities, and the discernment to cultivate true energy from a perfected physical form. This step poses no significant challenge for Byron. It merely requires patience and diligence. And he is currently making his final preparations. First, he seeks to further reinforce his physical body, fortifying his foundation until no further advancement is possible. This war has bestowed upon Byron a total of 40 energy points. After the exchange for the Celestial Demon 7 kill technique, he is left with 30. He intends to use this energy to elevate the demonic wheel sacred art, unlocking the third chakra, which represents the maximum number of chakras accessible through the acquired realm. Should he desire to awaken a fourth chakra, although he could attain formidable physical might in a brief span, he would soon succumb to exhaustion and perish. Essence and energy are mutually reinforcing. The reason martial arts practitioners pursue the refinement of essence into energy lies in the fact that essence cannot be infinitely augmented. Overly rigid forces are prone to fracture, and without the balance provided by energy, the human body cannot sustain such overwhelming power. Just as the 8 gates of life and death symbolize humanity's boundless potential, once these gates are opened. The individual is perilously close to death unless sustained by robust true energy, allowing them to endure the ensuing backlash and briefly unleash all human capabilities. The second level of the demonic wheel's sacred art requires 30 energy points for enhancement. The celestial system manifests the energy points necessary for this elevation, draining him once more. Byron feels discontent, suspecting that this system is ever poised to exploit his energy. Nevertheless, utilizing energy for such external martial enhancements appears to be the most economical choice. Had it not been for a fortuitous circumstance whereby Byron advanced through the demonic wheel by devouring the celestial demon blade's essence, he would have had to painstakingly refine his body over several months to breach the second chakra. He consumes 30 energy points to enhance the demonic wheel's sacred art. As the energy points vanish, the demonic wheel stirs once more, powerful energy surging into Byron's being. At this moment, Byron can no longer contain the rotation of the demonic wheel. His garments burst under the pressure of his expanding physique. The unlocking of the third chakra sends waves of energy pulsating through his limbs, causing his meridians to expand anew. His ribs begin to converge, coalescing into a single plate resembling a tortoise shell, with blood vessels protruding and twisting like dragons. This extraordinary manifestation of the human body, born from rigorous training, is a testament to an invincible physique that surpasses even the might of tigers and leopards, and the vitality surges forth like quicksilver. His muscles tighten together, akin to the stripes on a fierce tiger's back. Byron strives to suppress the burgeoning force, his feet crashing into the ground, fracturing the floor beneath him. Unable to withstand the energy he discharges. At this juncture, Byron's form rises again, reaching a towering height of 3 meters, akin to that of a great demon. Yet his aura vastly eclipses that of the demon, resembling a raging dragon. Beneath the calm exterior lies a tempestuous will to battle and an overwhelming thirst for annihilation. The second level of the demonic will sacred art transforms into the third level. The throat chakra awakens. With the opening of the third chakra, a faint golden hue begins to manifest in Byron's eyes. Should all 7 chakras be unlocked, Byron would gain the extraordinary vision of the azure-eyed golden gaze, a near-divine ability bestowed by the awakening of the 7 chakras. This power resembles the celestial eye of the Buddha in the distant sight of Taoist sages, allowing one to enhance their vision and gaze across vast distances. The human body harbors infinite treasures. As one delves deeper, various miracles can be awakened. With the azure-eyed golden gaze being merely one of many, the essence of life cannot be added to, nor can it be sullied by pests. It flows without hindrance, embodying the essence of auspiciousness in the path of sincerity, symbolizing the limits of human potential. Yet, this is not enough. Although Byron senses the energy within him swelling, and the innate true energy nearing its limits, he still lacks that final push. The stronger the body, the more potent the true energy produced. Yet the shackles to be broken grow ever more formidable. Were he of lesser physique, he might have already transcended the innate realm through the sheer force of his unyielding true energy, but he has yet to reach his zenith. He retrieves the life fruit acquired from the cult and consumes it in haste. The verdant fruit bursts within him, unleashing a torrent of profound life essence that invigorates his true energy. Suddenly, it feels as if a certain restraint is shattered, and a true energy is born within Byron. Initially feeble, it rapidly swells, filling him entirely. The innate true energy, the breath of the Tao, the demonic aura of the demonic wheel, and the Buddhist essence of the divine palm have now taken root within Byron as 3 seeds. The third layer of innate true energy requires 200 energy points for advancement. With the achievement of the innate realm, the innate true energy naturally breaks through to the 4th layer. The energy required to ascend from the 4th to the 5th layer escalates exponentially. Strong, fierce, and indomitable. This is the formidable true energy cultivated through the innate realm. Each type of true energy carries the characteristics of foundational martial arts, mirroring the path of the martial artist. In an instant, Byron's almost demonic physique contracts, reverting to the size of an ordinary person, his immense strength coiling to its utmost limit. Akin to a mortal who knows naught of martial arts. This is the state of returning to simplicity after transcending the innate realm. As long as he refrains from exerting himself fully, he can conceal the traces of his training, such as the power of the innate realm, enabling complete mastery over one's strength. Calm as a maiden, yet fierce as thunder. When at rest, he appears as tranquil as still waters, yet when he strikes, he unleashes a tempest of fury, a harbinger of death. Feeling the vast power contained within him, Byron is immensely satisfied. At this moment, He finally feels somewhat grounded in this world, no longer needing to anxiously augment his strength, ever fearful of uncontrollable circumstances. The innate martial prowess instills in Byron the confidence to suppress all within a short span, for even the so-called first-tier bloodline knights would pose no challenge to him. And even those revered wizards would only discover the truth after a confrontation. However, Byron does not rush to depart. He requires a few more days of seclusion to solidify his realm, having just broken through to the innate. He intends to nurture his true energy while capitalizing on this momentum. I may now begin to gradually implement my plans. Byron's thoughts settled, he closes his eyes, channels his internal energy, and enters a profound meditative state, refining his innate true energy. Chapter 62. Secrecy. After Byron broke through to the innate stage and solidified his realm, he did not make a grand announcement. Instead, he continued to reflect silently in his chamber. He was perusing some secret scrolls exchanged from the Holy See, which recorded various paths and systems of knowledge. According to Judith, for bloodline nobles to ascend swiftly, they must rely on bloodline secret scrolls. These scrolls represent profound research into a specific bloodline and the accompanying combat techniques, making them of utmost importance to a bloodline noble family. However, the priestess was unaware that Byron had no actual bloodline. It was all merely a guise. From these scrolls, Byron discerned the characteristics of the Phoenix bloodline. During its initial revival, this bloodline would enhance one's recovery and significantly boost physical strength. As the bloodline matured further, humans would gain golden eyes akin to those of the Phoenix and harness the power of flames. The golden eyes coincidentally matched the attributes of the azure and golden eyes. Byron realized that his masquerade as a Phoenix bloodline was indeed a prudent step. However, he did not yet possess the power of flames. In due time, he would only need to acquire a martial art capable of wielding fire. Such arts were not rare. Whether it be the wrath of the fire god from the four symbols of destiny, the southern fire mystique of the Nangong family, or the Kunlun fire palm, among numerous others that Byron could conceive in an instant. Provided the energy was sufficient, this would not pose a challenge. At this moment, Byron increasingly acknowledged the significance of the Phoenix bloodline disguise. Martial arts, which had never appeared in this realm, must never be revealed lightly. Otherwise, he would become a target for all. Nevertheless, Byron would not be deterred by this, nor would he act with trepidation. He resolved to separate his martial identity from that of Byron. However, this required meticulous planning. Everyone knew him as Byron, yet Byron was merely a minor bloodline noble. The one who practiced martial arts was Yen Fei. What relation did that have to Byron? By employing multiple layers of disguise, he could effectively prevent the exposure of his true identity while also allowing him to operate behind the scenes, discreetly managing matters unsuitable for a Lord of Cybele. For instance, the looming threat of Immortan. Byron would not allow this pressing concern to grow unchecked. According to the subtly conveyed information from Judith, Baron Immortan was, in fact, the wizard within his territory, albeit not a full wizard yet, merely an apprentice. Judith briefly introduced Byron to the enigmatic powers of wizards. They are relentless seekers of truth, mastering various forces of nature through the study of laws and transformations, enhancing their mental prowess through meditation, thereby elevating their existence and embarking on the path of evolution. From her description, Byron recognized the terrifying nature of the wizard profession. Mere possession of power is not daunting, but understanding the origins of such power is truly formidable. Many practitioners of martial arts may lack comprehension of the principles behind their skills. Only those who grasp both the essence and the reasons behind it can genuinely master that power, achieving an unwavering state of enlightenment. However, Byron believed that even among wizards, those who thoroughly comprehend wisdom and possess countless secrets would be few. Judith's assertions corroborated this. Ancient wizards were indeed seekers of truth, tirelessly researching various models of witchcraft, bloodline mysteries, and bloodline nobility, which may merely be byproducts of their studies. Wizards can inherit bloodlines, and they are capable of inheriting far more than bloodline nobles, as their innate talents enable them to fully inherit the bloodlines of extraordinary beasts, ultimately mastering their gifts. These wizards are known as sorcerers, practitioners of the bloodline system. As sorcerers delved deeper into their studies, they discovered that mortals could also inherit bloodlines, though without strong regularity and with limitations. This knowledge, once disseminated, established the first generation of bloodline nobles. However, with the decline of ancient wizards, those currently active in the Western realm are no longer the seekers of truth. Illusions and superficiality have prevailed among the wizard factions in the Western realm, with many simply pursuing ultimate power without emphasizing empirical evidence and research. thus forsaking the greatest advantages of the wizard system. Nonetheless, even so, there have emerged wizards capable of contending with deities, wielding the power of the fifth tier. The Radiant Moon Wizards. Yet, the knowledge of such matters is scanned in the scrolls, often merely glossed over. After all, delving into the secrets of the divine is a matter of caution for those who document such scrolls. Ordinary wizard apprentices would not stand a chance against silver-tier bloodline nobles. Byron learned from the scrolls that among bloodline nobles, the silver, gold, legendary, and mythical bloodlines correspond to the first, second, third, and fourth tiers of power, respectively. Tiers serve as a more universal measure of strength in this world. First-tier apprentices are the lowest tier, possessing only slightly stronger mental faculties and some resistance to spells, far inferior to knight-level individuals. Second-tier apprentices experience a transformative change, radiating energy particles within them that enhance their physical capabilities significantly, with minimal magical assistance. They can be likened to the peak of knight-level strength, perhaps able to withstand formidable knights. Third-tier apprentices can master 4 to 5 spells, their energy particles granting them robust resistance to magical and physical attacks. Byron carefully studied the records concerning wizards within the scrolls. Although these accounts pertained only to those prior to becoming full wizards, they were invaluable to him. Immortan was merely a wizard apprentice, and currently, he should not pose a challenge to him after breaking through to the innate stage. Even a third-tier wizard apprentice would be inadequate. He was determined to quell this enemy in its infancy. Although he yearned to experience the intricacies of wizardry through confrontation, such opportunities would abound in the future. Let Yen Fei make his debut in this realm. Byron donned a finely crafted iron mask over his face, fitting it snugly. This mask bore no expression, revealing only the cold, indifferent gaze of his eyes. As the sound of shifting bones resonated, Byron transformed, his stature and physique now utterly distinct, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with his former self. To be prudent, he decided that the abilities employed by his two identities must be distinctly separated. Chapter 63. Intrusion time is of the essence. If Halika can assist me in locating the graphite elixir, I shall ascend to the rank of a first-level wizard. At that point, Byron will be of no consequence, nor will Oberon. Imitan's heart raced with excitement. He was but a breath away from becoming a first-level wizard. Given his innate talents, advancing from a third-level apprentice to a full-fledged wizard in a short span seemed nearly impossible. However, recent whispers from the Glimmering City spoke of the graphite elixir, a potion capable of exponentially enhancing a wizard apprentice's mental fortitude. Should Imitan consume the elixir, he would possess a formidable assurance of his elevation to a legitimate wizard. Becoming a legitimate wizard represents the first formidable threshold within the wizarding hierarchy, allowing one to transcend human limitations. The crux lies in the formation of a solidified mental model. A wizard must select a specific spell structure to crystallize their mental energy into a tangible form. Once this model is solidified, it can be transformed into a wizard's innate abilities, akin to instinctual spells. Such abilities naturally radiate energy, posing irreversible and terrifying harm to ordinary folk, while simultaneously enabling the practitioner to learn and wield various forms of sorcery as per their needs. Yet, there lingered doubts in Imitan's mind regarding Halika's capabilities. This master from the Thieves Guild, as Imitan's ally, was not merely dedicated but possessed an earnest desire for Imitan's rapid ascension to wizardry. For Halika, the stakes were high, as he sought Imitan's assistance in purifying the bloodline of magical beasts, thereby elevating himself to the status of a primordial bloodline noble. This mutual agreement was the bedrock of their collaboration. Halika willingly placed himself at Imitan's service, driven by an insatiable yearning to break free from his current limitations. He had lingered at the mortal level for far too long, and a wizard willing to purify the magical beast bloodline had proven elusive. It must be acknowledged that even within the Glimmering City, legitimate wizards were a rare breed, their esteemed status rendering them nearly untouchable, even by Oberon, who was bound to exhibit utmost politeness. Imitan's ascension from a first-level apprentice to a third-level apprentice transpired swiftly, owing to the legacy of a second-level wizard from his lineage. The remnants of that wizard's legacy facilitated Imitan's rapid advancement and significant increase in mental fortitude. However, once he reached the third level, the ancestral resources began to dwindle. Thus, Imitan dispatched Halika to the Glimmering City to unearth information regarding the graphite elixir. Should it prove genuine, he would pursue it at any cost. Soon, I shall render you powerless, unable to live or die at your own volition. The memory of Byron's humiliation ignited a flame of rage within him. Yet the prospect of imminent ascension to wizardry soothed his spirit. After all, what was merely a bloodline noble? Even with some strength, they were but dust in the grand scheme of things. It was lamentable that Byron chose to grasp at a path leading to his own demise, oblivious to the opportunity to join me in grand endeavors. In a century, bloodline nobles would merely become a pile of bones, while his elevation to wizardry would grant him a lifespan of 300 years, a vantage point from which to witness the rise and fall of history and the ebb and flow of nature. With these thoughts cast aside, the Baron resumed his meditation, refining his mental prowess. He reveled in the burgeoning strength he felt, occasionally contemplating the abandonment of his territory to pursue academic advancement. What sense was there in a wizard apprentice wallowing in the mundane, when wealth and glory were but fleeting illusions? However, such notions swiftly dissipated, as the weight of reviving the Imiton family legacy pressed heavily upon him. He resolved to expand the family's territory and elevate their nobility, after which he would seek further education at the academy. Once I have annexed the surrounding lands and attained the title of Viscount, I shall make my way to the academy. Suddenly, an unsettling chill enveloped him, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. The door to his chamber swung open, revealing a faceless figure clad in a mask, coldly fixated upon him. The gaze was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, devoid of warmth or compassion. Imiton shouted, demanding to know who dared intrude upon his castle. The intruder was none other than Byron, who had traversed the short distance from the Westvale territory with ease. By threatening a few subjects along the way, he had discerned the location of Imiton's castle, and the internal layout was of no concern to him. With the aid of Qualsera, he could effortlessly infiltrate Imiton's stronghold. In terms of stealth capabilities, Byron surpassed even Jennifer in this moment. His innate prowess allowed him to conceal his presence, making him far more agile than those who practiced the secret arts of the Serpent Guild, reflecting the disparity afforded by foundational physical attributes. Without uttering a word, Byron wasted no time in allowing Imiton to register his astonishment. As his innate energy surged, he concealed himself within a voluminous black cloak. The iron mask obscured his features, but could not eclipse the aura of dominance he exuded. In a swift, ruthless motion, he unleashed a punch that created a sonic boom, aimed directly at Imiton's face. Byron refrained from wielding Qualsera, as the sword would easily betray his identity. Instead, he activated the void effect to mask his presence. Imiton, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the masked figure, struggled to comprehend the situation. Why did this intruder arrive without a word, seeking to take his life? Were assassins of the present so brutish? Were they not supposed to utilize a dagger and sneak in through a window? The direct approach through the front door was starkly at odds with the conventional methods Halika had described. Despite his confusion, Imiton quickly shifted into a defensive posture, sensing the formidable power behind the incoming strike. Should he fail to defend himself, death would be a likely outcome. Even as a legitimate wizard, he would only possess physical strength akin to that of a high-ranking knight. However, they wielded immense mental energy, allowing them to construct barriers for protection. You wish to kill me? Imiton scoffed inwardly, resolved to ensure this intruder paid dearly for their audacity. He would employ sorcery to torment the masked figure, extracting the identity of the one who dared to orchestrate his assassination. As Byron's punch collided with Imiton's mental barrier, it felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall, reverberating with a resounding thud that sent shockwaves through the air. The force of impact struck Imiton's mental shield, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Is this fellow some kind of magical beast? Such strength! The overwhelming force reverberated through his psyche, instilling a sense of dread within Imiton. Fortuitously, he had activated his mental barrier in time. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death. What a pity! Byron shook his head. What is there to lament? To attempt to assassinate a wizard with mere physical strength is the height of folly. Imiton misconstrued Byron's expression as regret for the failure of his powerful punch, and he prepared to unleash his sorcery to subdue the would-be assassin before him. I lament that I had intended to leave you whole, but it seems that will not be the case. The words fell lightly, almost carelessly. Chapter 64. Annihilation. Immortan prepared to cast the spell he had stored. As a wizard apprentice, he could not summon magic instantaneously. He was required to chant incantations. His ascension beyond the third level of apprenticeship had been brief, as he had dedicated himself to meditation to enhance his mental fortitude since inheriting the meditative techniques. Consequently, he had scarcely any time to study magical models. At present, he had only mastered the lesser fireball and lesser corrosion spells, both belonging to the school of transmutation. As the iron-faced figure swung its fist, its hollow eyes fixated on Immortan, as if attempting to pierce through him with a gaze that could solidify. For reasons unknown, Immortan found himself captivated by those profound eyes. Clearly perceiving the metallic sheen flowing across the iron mask, this seemingly unremarkable mask, devoid of expression, oddly reflected the emotions of its wearer. Inexplicably, Immortan felt as though the mask twisted into the visage of a demon or a venomous serpent, leaving him disoriented and engulfed in an unexplainable dread. He emitted a sharp, piercing scream. Byron attacked Immortan's consciousness with a mental strike. Ordinarily, with Immortan's formidable mental strength, he would not sustain any significant damage. However, although now a wizard apprentice, Immortan had minimal combat experience, leaving him somewhat flustered. The sensation of an alien force disturbing his mind interrupted his spellcasting. Had he endured the pain, he might have completed the incantation, potentially causing Byron some trouble. But now, time was no longer on his side. Byron would not grant him another opportunity. He unleashed the celestial demon wheel. In an instant, Byron activated his third chakra, liberating his physical prowess. The previous punch had merely been a test, employing only 50% of his normal strength. If he struck with full force, Byron felt confident he could shatter the barrier before him, yet he aimed to ensure absolute certainty. A single blow must obliterate Immortan completely. When hunting a rabbit, one must exert all their strength. In his daze, Immortan beheld the iron-faced figure swell, transforming into a towering giant over 3 meters tall. Its formidable physique akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. What on earth are you? In his panic, he gazed at the peculiar creature before him. Could it be an assassin dispatched by demons? What deep-seated enmity could compel such fiends to invade his territory and attempt his assassination? The mind's eye converged, harmonizing the vital energies. The quenching of the curve, the surge of the spring. After breaking through the innate realm, Byron swiftly mastered 2 more forms of the Tathgata palm, leaving only the 9th and 10th forms unlearned. At this moment, he employed the 8th form, the boundless Dharma. This palm summoned Byron's true energy, radiating a brilliant golden light, distinct from his internal breath. The Buddhist light was vast and magnificent, as if a true Buddha had descended to the mortal realm. No, Immortan roared with all his might, desperately channeling his mental strength, causing the thickness of his barrier to solidify considerably. He wished to recite the incantation again, but it was too late. The broad, powerful hand descended, enveloped in unmatched force. The strike was swift and potent. As Byron swung, the air stirred, generating invisible ripples around him. The Buddhist light illuminated Immortan's entire room, momentarily resembling a divine presence, exuding unparalleled compassion and warmth. Yet beneath this benevolent facade lay the wrath of a fierce king, a resolute intent to protect the path through extermination. The robust palm struck Immortan's mental barrier as if seizing a sphere, then unleashed an overwhelming surge of true energy upon it. The mental barrier shattered instantly under the palm's might, as the tremendous force and dense energy bore down upon the wizard apprentice. Immortan could not fathom how this iron-faced figure possessed such formidable power. Even at the peak of mortal capability, one could not breach his mental defenses. As a golden-blooded noble, when had he offended such a being? Immortan could scarcely contemplate when he had crossed paths with such a terrifying force. A golden-blooded noble was a paragon of strength capable of subduing an entire city. In his recollection, even silver-blooded nobles did not possess such ferocity. Was this individual truly human? However, the current circumstances left no room for further reflection. He felt as though crushed beneath dozens of tons of weight, his bones fracturing instantaneously, tattered garments and flesh merging under immense pressure. Immortan's eyes bulged from their sockets, then burst from the overwhelming force. It seemed the Baron wished to utter something more, but his tongue and throat were crushed into fragments, rendering him voiceless. He aspired to become a full-fledged wizard, to restore the Immortan family, to rise as a prominent noble in the Western territories. He had so much yet to achieve. How had he suddenly reached the brink of death? I refused to accept this. Immortan's heart screamed, before his thoughts extinguished, and everything ceased abruptly. The reality of his mangled remains was the most poignant reflection of his demise. Byron released his grip, allowing the shattered remains to tumble to the ground. None could have imagined that mere moments ago, this mass of flesh had been the most esteemed master of the surrounding lands. A warrior who has not yet grown is nothing at all. Byron returned to his normal size, shaking his head at the corpse before him. In his past life, he had encountered too many exceptionally gifted martial geniuses. Regardless of their innate talents, if they could not persevere to the end, all was in vain. Had Immortan truly become a formal wizard, he would have posed a considerable threat, according to the records in the secret scrolls. Those peculiar spells might not be entirely decipherable by him at this stage. Thus, the urgency to eliminate Immortan was paramount. Strike first to avoid calamity. Knowing the potential threat he posed, Byron would not permit his adversary to grow stronger. Once Byron's form returned to normal, he did not hasten to leave. The castle's steward, servants, and guards had long since been dealt with by Byron, leaving him unconcerned about Immortan's summoning aid. At that moment, the black cloak still concealed Byron's figure, and his garments had not been torn by his earlier physical expansion, composed of materials exchanged for merits from the Earth Goddess sect. Renowned for their excellent resilience, Byron intended to search Immortan's chamber. A wizard apprentice should possess a wealth of collections, while riches were secondary. Byron sought greater insights into the wizarding profession. Just as he prepared to rummage through Immortan's bookshelf, he suddenly sensed a faint stream of air approaching stealthily. It seemed there was yet another little mouse slipping through the cracks. A faint smile crept upon the corner of the iron mask. Chapter 65. Submission in an instant. The master thief sensed something amiss, a premonition of impending trouble. Alerted, Halika swiftly drew his dagger and crouched forward. Although Halika had aged and passed the zenith of his vitality, his strength gradually waned. He had discovered a secret technique in his youth known as the essence locking technique, which allowed him to stifle his life force and minimize the loss of vitality, thereby preserving his power to the fullest extent. After decades of navigating the treacherous paths of life, Halika had secured a place within the Thieves' Guild of the Glimmering City, establishing himself as a masterful adept and wielding considerable influence in the city's shadows. All masters are warriors who have honed their skills to an extraordinary degree, capable of unleashing power that transcends their original rank, black iron challenging silver, mortals daring to confront the extraordinary. Yet, this was merely a fade, without transcending the ordinary. They remained but mortals. Even after decades of skill refinement, Halika could never hope to rival a silver noble, a poignant truth for warriors in this realm. Unable to accept the gradual depletion of his vitality, Halika sought out Immortan under peculiar circumstances. He was willing to serve the Baron, provided that Immortan, upon becoming a full-fledged wizard, could purify the bloodlines of magical beasts for him, granting him the opportunity to ascend to the status of a noble by blood. Immortan was not the ideal collaborator. However, Halika had no other options. The Baron appeared affable but was merely a facade, a pretense of magnanimity. Damn it. It was all just one step away. An unsettling feeling gripped Halika. He sensed that Immortan had encountered some form of peril. The Baron had become a third-level wizard apprentice, merely a step away from becoming a full wizard, poised to assist him in purifying his lineage. He stealthily approached the castle, only to find the corridors lined with corpses. Each body lay quietly on the ground, serene in death, as if ensnared in slumber. Halika's pupils dilated as he advanced to inspect one of the bodies, realizing that the deceased had not even perceived their assailant before being swiftly dispatched, devoid of any suffering. A crushed vertebra, a single fatal blow. This indicated that the intruder possessed extraordinary stealth skills and immense power. Who could it be? Halika pondered, wondering who would send an assassin after Immortan. He considered the Baron of the Sibyl territory, but that noble, having come from the royal capital, was unfamiliar with the local shadow organization and likely lacked the necessary influence. A third-level wizard apprentice was not to be trifled with. Halika maintained a degree of confidence in Immortan. Despite the Baron's lack of combat experience, he was, after all, a bona fide wizard apprentice, and no ordinary individual could easily slay him. Halika glided along the wall, employing a secret technique that mimicked a gecko's abilities, allowing him to traverse silently. He cautiously made his way to the window of Immortan's chamber, preparing to peer inside. It was eerily quiet, the air thick with a palpable tension, instilling in Halika an ominous foreboding. What was that? Halika's heart raced. He caught sight of a figure, cloaked in darkness, seated at Immortan's rectangular desk, lifting its head to gaze at Halika, revealing a visage obscured by an iron mask. Such a figure was unknown within the Thieves' Guild. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the masked figure, Halika felt an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying gaze akin to that of a specter. He could not discern Immortan's presence, though he seemingly noticed a viscous substance on the floor, yet he failed to associate it with the Baron. His body trembled as he spun and leaped through the window, unleashing a flurry of daggers from his cloak. He refused to believe that Immortan had perished so easily. The Baron represented his sole hope of transcending the ordinary. The iron-masked figure remained motionless at the sight of Halika's whirlwind approach, seemingly indifferent. At the moment the daggers were launched, the figure suddenly rose. As it did, a terrifying aura emanated from it, sending forth a torrent of energy that instantly deflected all the daggers. A surge of fear gripped Halika's heart. He felt as though he were a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger, yet it was too late to retreat. In the midst of his spinning form, a blade emerged, and with the technique of acceleration, he aimed to harness the force of his rotation for a killing strike. The iron-masked figure loomed larger in Halika's mind, and the closer he drew, the more he sensed the horror of its will. How many lives had this being extinguished? Halika recognized the cloying scent of blood, so thick that even he, a master of assassination, felt a wave of nausea. Facing Halika's spiraling blade, the iron-masked figure did not flinch. Instead, it delivered a single, powerful punch. The force was tremendous, igniting fear within Halika's heart as he realized that such power could not belong to a mere mortal. The punch magnified in his vision, drawing ever closer, as if it were destined to dominate his very consciousness. No, spare me. I know Immortan's secret. In an instant, the master assassin uttered 3 desperate pleas, shrinking his form in rapid retreat, fully aware that he could not hope to contend with this being. That punch would surely obliterate him. The fist approached with blinding speed, halting just before Halika, yet the violent energy it carried did not wane. Like a tempest unleashed, the force of the punch sent Halika's cloak billowing. His silver hair swept up in waves for several seconds. Sweat drenched the brow of this master assassin as he gulped, his throat tight with dread. How fortunate he was. Had he been a moment slower, he feared he would have been obliterated by that strike. What had Immortan done to provoke such a terrifying entity? Halika's heart raced. Oh, so you are aware of all the treasures possessed by a wizard apprentice. The iron-masked figure regarded him, and although it had just unleashed that formidable punch, Halika sensed that the figure regarded him with the casual indifference one might reserve for a mere insect. A surge of humiliation coursed through Halika, yet he dared not reveal it. Here he stood, a master of assassination, an elder within the Thieves' Guild, yet he felt utterly disregarded. Yes, my lord. I am fully aware of all of Immortan's secrets. Halika nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. When humility was warranted, he embraced it. This master had weathered countless storms throughout his life, and had he not adopted a self-preserving attitude, he would have perished countless times over. He had no intention of sacrificing his life for Immortan. The trifling rewards offered by the Baron were hardly sufficient to purchase his survival. Chapter 66, Scavenging. So, you were merely a collaborator of Immortan? Byron inquired succinctly of the elderly gentleman before him, despite his silver hair. Halika's robust physique belied the frailty typically associated with old age. Indeed, my lord, I aligned myself with Immortan solely for the purpose of bloodline transplantation, Halika divulged. Fully aware that his very existence hinged upon the whims of the man before him, he dared not engage in any deceit. Is this ring the heirloom of the Immortan family? Byron toyed with a black ring in his hand, seemingly oblivious to any extraordinary qualities it might possess. Item: token of the Flame Fortress category, Sorceress Artifact effect, enables the activation of sorceress aptitude, yet the celestial system indicated that this was indeed no ordinary object. Only those endowed with sorceress aptitude could awaken the ring's potential. Halika recalled Immortan stating that mortals were incapable of utilizing such a ring. Are you suggesting that I lack the aptitude of a sorcerer? The Iron Mask turned his gaze towards him. It should be, perhaps, that this ring reveals certain truths. Byron mused, casting a regretful glance at the sorceress artifact. It appeared that this vessel was devoid of sorceress aptitude. This was hardly surprising, as the ancient texts recorded that such aptitude was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one among thousands possessing it. His foundation lay in martial arts. While it was somewhat regrettable not to learn sorcery, it would not impede his aspirations. Byron was confident that he could ascend to the pinnacle solely through martial prowess. Moreover, he believed that the greatest virtue of the sorceress system lay not merely in power, but in knowledge and the pursuit of understanding. This pursuit bore resemblance to a form of spiritual cultivation he had encountered in a previous life, wherein knowledge was sought through observation and comprehension. Perhaps in the future, he could amalgamate the wisdom of sorcery to forge unique martial techniques. Though he could not wield mental energy to manipulate elemental forces, certain specialized martial arts allowed for the control of earth, water, wind, and fire, achieving similar outcomes. Yet, such aspirations were a distant goal, to be considered only after reaching the realm of mastery. To forsake the fundamental laws governing the understanding of the world in a mere quest for power would be a grave error. The same applies to martial arts. Every martial technique is founded upon principles and concepts, honed through the scrutiny and refinement of countless individuals before attaining great heights. Through the comprehensive study of the Tao, Huangchang was able to establish the 9 manual, while the 5 distinct realms thrived through mutual discourse and exploration, giving rise to the 5 realms' divine art. It was only after years of dedication that Wan Gui gleaned insights into the cultivation method of the 6 void circles, ultimately triumphing over the formidable fishmonk of the diamond lineage, thus asserting his dominance across the realm. This illustrates that the martial path is also a journey towards enlightenment, albeit from a different perspective of observing the world and understanding the human form. Halika observed the Iron Mask's prolonged silence, internally calculating whether he had inadvertently offended the man before him. When he unearthed the sorceress ring from the heap of flesh, he aghast in horror at the gruesome fate of the Baron. This realization rendered Halika increasingly cautious. He had no desire to share a similar fate as that pile of remains. Has Immortan's wealth been entirely consumed? Byron inquired, puzzled. Halika explained that Immortan had expended all his riches in exchange for sorceress materials, as the costs of sorcery training were exorbitant. Some items could be procured with gold coins, while others required the exchange of magical stones among sorcerers. Indeed, Immortan had stripped his domain bare to hasten his ascent to the rank of a 3rd-level apprentice. Aside from these tomes, were there no other valuable possessions? Byron rapped his knuckles on the desk, scrutinizing the array of books before him, all chronicling sorceress knowledge, regrettably beyond his current comprehension. Within those pages were peculiar runes likely representing a method of cultivation, yet only those with sorceress aptitude could meditate upon them. Otherwise, they held no utility. Yes, my lord. All valuable tomes are contained herein. Alongside sorceress knowledge, there are also blueprints for equipment, heirlooms of the Immortan family, seemingly intended for a specialized class of soldiers. The basement houses some of Immortan's research tools and sorceress materials, though they are not easily transportable. Halika spoke humbly, shedding the arrogance he had previously displayed within the Thieves' Guild. Such is the nature of this world. Some individuals tower like mountains before the weak, yet must lower their stature in the presence of the truly powerful. Quite satisfactory. Byron examined a blueprint before him, detailing information about a 1st-tier military unit known as the Black Lion Iron Guard, a class of soldiers required to wield shields. While Byron could not yet muster the formidable soldiers necessary to forge the Black Lion Legion, it could serve as a strategic reserve for when his strength proved sufficient to restore this army. Give me a reason not to kill you. Halika, now exceedingly compliant, sensed Byron's intention to spare him. I am willing to offer the entirety of my life's accumulated wealth to you, my lord, amounting to 50,000 Galaxy gold coins. Additionally, I possess secret techniques of the Serpent Sect, various knightly martial skills, and arcane methods. While you may find little use for them, they may serve as reference or reward for your subordinates. I am one of the elders of the Thieves' Guild in Glimmering City, commanding a shadowy network of dozens of assassins, capable of providing assistance to you, my lord. Though I am but a frail old man, I am willing to toil for you for several more years. Halika spoke rapidly, fearing that a moment's delay might result in Byron delivering a fatal blow. I shall consider it. Byron acknowledged that amidst Halika's numerous statements, there was indeed something of value to him. Yet, he remained wary of entrusting this old rogue. With a swift gesture, Byron unleashed his energy, immobilizing Halika's limbs completely. The master of assassination was struck with terror. What manner of power was this? It was neither derived from bloodlines nor sorcery, but bore a semblance to life energy, albeit far more potent. After rendering the old man unconscious, Byron tucked him under his arm like a bundle and departed from Immortan's castle. Until he had made a definitive decision, he intended to confine Halika within the secret dungeon of the Sibyl Fief. He did not believe anyone could deduce that he had slain Immortan. Perhaps some might suspect his involvement, but it was unlikely they would think he had acted personally. All witnesses, except for Halika, had been eliminated, and Immortan had been utterly annihilated. Before his departure, Byron set the castle ablaze, eradicating all traces of his presence. Naturally, he did not overlook the sorceress materials in the basement. These too held considerable value, and he diligently gathered all that was easily transportable. Chapter 67. Return. As the matter concluded, he departed, concealing both his achievements and his name. Should he desire to remain hidden, it would be a simple task to elude the soldiers who were hardly extraordinary. After extinguishing his enemies, Byron felt a serene calm. The death of Immortan stirred no ripples within him. Those who had perished were now mere echoes of the past, not to mention the nobles. Even deities and sorcerers are reduced to mere dust upon their demise, utterly worthless. As for Halika, the cunning old man had been cast into a secret dungeon. His power sealed by Byron's true energy, and that dungeon, forged from fine iron, ensured that Halika, shackled, could not escape. Byron intended to instruct Lawrence to select trustworthy soldiers to guard that dungeon, allowing not a single fly to escape. His confidant was exceptionally reliable. Knowing precisely what inquiries were appropriate and what should remain unasked, he was steady in his actions, earning Byron's utmost trust. Although Resso was currently loyal, his boisterous nature led Byron to withhold certain sensitive tasks from him. Utilizing individuals according to their skills and resources was a principle Byron adhered to quite adeptly. He refrained from executing Halika immediately, primarily because this old man commanded the assassin faction within Shimmering City. Byron's roots were too shallow. Having traveled 1,000 miles from the royal capital, aside from the influence of his territory, he had little support. However, if he could seize control of Halika's assassin network, Byron could establish a firm foothold in Shimmering City, even nurturing his own clandestine forces. He planned to lead this power under the guise of the Iron Mask, neatly severing ties with his noble identity to address matters that Byron himself could not handle directly. This ring, although of no use to me, may serve to identify suitable talents within my domain. It would not be impossible to cultivate a sorcerer. Byron gazed at the sorceress ring resting quietly in his palm. Its surface was a deep black, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern intricate, minuscule patterns that wove together an unfathomable design. Nevertheless, Byron did not harbor great expectations. As the requisite talent for sorcery was exceedingly rare, perhaps he might not find even a single candidate. Even if someone possessed the potential, Byron would need to assess their resolve. Should they harbor rebellious intentions or be obstinately stubborn, he would not wish to cultivate a traitor, inviting unnecessary troubles. Although Morton had expended his wealth to acquire resources for sorcery, he had nonetheless left behind a considerable trove of valuable items. Byron laid out the books and materials he had scavenged from a Morton-esque castle upon the table. The essence of sorcery lay in the arrangement of runes. The more abundant the mental energy within, the greater the runes one could construct. When a sorcerer apprentice sought to learn sorcery, the simplest approach was to utilize a sorcery model by infusing mental energy into it. The sorcery model would present the internal arrangement of sorcery runes in the most intuitive manner until the user fully mastered it. Thus, Byron understood, the strength of sorcerers resided in their ability to construct something known as a sorcery model. During their apprenticeship, they required objects or incantations to facilitate their casting. However, once they transcended to the status of formal sorcerers, they could unleash spells instantaneously, avoiding interruptions akin to the one Byron had inflicted upon Morton with his eye blade. Furthermore, these formal sorcerers exuded an aura known as radiation, capable of inflicting irreversible harm upon the human body, though those with robust life force could overcome such effects. Should potent sorcery be cast instantaneously, it would indeed pose a lethal threat to me. Byron quietly contemplated that to counter the sorcerer profession, one must swiftly close the distance to the opponent and possess means of withstanding their assaults. Otherwise, one could be struck down from afar without ever reaching the sorcerer's hem. This explained why most bloodline nobility were seldom a match for sorcerers. Techniques such as instantaneous movement, soul locking from miles away, and 100 steps flying sword could effectively resolve this dilemma. Furthermore, he needed to continuously bolster his defensive capabilities, physical defense, spell resistance, and protective true energy could all significantly enhance Byron's survivability against sorcery attacks. As for the more enigmatic curses of sorcery, Byron held little judgment until he encountered them firsthand, for only through practical experience could one truly grasp their intricacies. The bloodline nobility was, at present, of no concern to Byron. This cultivation system was overly restrictive, yielding little in terms of achievement. According to the world's criteria, if innate levels were considered extraordinary power, Byron felt he could easily surpass a first-tier bloodline noble. The other two mainstream systems in this world were sorcery and divinity. Sorcerers, without doubt, were formidable and enigmatic, representing a potential major threat to Byron's future, necessitating utmost caution. In truth, the greatest peril stemmed from the unknown, once the mysteries of this profession were unraveled. Byron was confident in his ability to confront them, even discerning their weaknesses to exploit. There exists no invincible martial prowess, only invincible individuals. Likewise, there is no unbeatable system. Only those exceptionally gifted individuals who can fully realize its potential. Byron believed that throughout the history of sorcerers, There must have been countless formidable predecessors. Yet not everyone could attain such heights. For instance, Immortan, even as a sorcerer apprentice, was ultimately just another soul lost to Byron's hand. Not everyone possesses the caliber of a morning star, and those forebears that exist solely in legend remain tantalizingly out of reach. Throughout the annals of martial history, there are those who can dominate the ages, as well as supreme beings capable of transcending all realms. What connection do these figures hold with Byron? One might argue that the martial path has shaped them, or conversely, that they have shaped the martial path. Their transcendence through martial arts does not guarantee the same for others. While Byron may not comprehend why he alone has traversed into this other world, he firmly believes that what others can achieve, he too can attain. What others cannot accomplish, he shall endeavor to realize. The will of martial arts is the most profound foundation of a warrior's spirit, the unwavering obsession pursued with fervor, the very path that sustains a person's essence. Byron perceived the marks of skill refinement upon Halika, who had nearly reached the limits of humanity. Yet, Halika would forever struggle to transcend mere mortality through his own efforts. This was not due to the end of the road, but rather a depletion of spirit. While the path may be renewed, a deadened heart finds no salvation. Without a personal will of martial arts, one could never hope to become a true powerhouse. What defines the will of the strong? It is the courage to strike against all that exists, akin to the legendary King Galen Lawbar of the past century. The choice to strike or not is a decision. However, the presence of courage is fundamental. Chapter 68. The news of death. The sudden news of Immortan's demise reached Oberon, leaving him astounded. The wizard apprentice had inexplicably vanished. Although reports indicated that no body had been discovered, the Baron's castle lay in ruins, with the steward and servants brutally slain. It was evident that Immortan was in grave peril. Could it have been the Earth Goddess cult? Oberon harbored doubts, though he also considered Byron. However, he did not believe this Baron of the Sibyl territory possessed the capability to eliminate a third-level wizard apprentice. While a wizard apprentice might not stand a chance against a silver noble, slaying one was no trivial task. Furthermore, it was rumored that Baron Byron had been ailing, remaining confined within his castle for nearly half a month. Oberon's suspicions gravitated towards the Earth Goddess cult, a faction teeming with hidden power, capable of easily dispatching a wizard apprentice. Yet, the question lingered, why? Oberon pondered whether the cult intended to wage an all-out war or if they were confident he would not retaliate. Gagula, investigate this matter thoroughly. Immortan is under my protection. His death cannot remain shrouded in mystery. Oberon resolved to refrain from acting rashly until the truth surfaced, for the cult's influence was a cornerstone of Bright City. A conflict with them could severely weaken the city's strength. In ordinary circumstances, the extermination of the cult might be feasible. However, given the current onslaught of demonic forces, he could not afford to sustain losses. Nonetheless, if it were proven that the Earth Goddess cult was involved, Oberon would not let it slide easily. They would have to pay a commensurate price. As you command, my lord. Gagula, a knight of the War Master cult, had long been infused with divine power, far surpassing the newly anointed knights like Judith in terms of experience. Clad in imposing silver armor, his cylindrical helmet bore the insignia of the War Master. With arms crossed firmly on the hilt of a massive black steel sword plunged into the ground, an aura of formidable strength radiated from him. The followers of the War Master were indeed warriors at heart. Immortan is dead? Judith exclaimed, her shock palpable. Despite her disdain for the Baron who had betrayed the cult, the Earth Goddess cult had not taken direct action against him. Currently, their strategy prioritized the demonic calamity. Could it be Byron? Judith quickly considered the possibility. Given the Baron's character, such an act was conceivable. Yet, his strength and timing did not align. Although Byron had ascended to a silver noble, he was merely a bloodline noble without any secret techniques to harness the power of the Phoenix bloodline. To quietly assassinate a third-level wizard apprentice with such limited abilities seemed far-fetched. Moreover, Priest William had recently arrived in the Sibyl territory, reporting no signs of Byron's departure from his castle. The identity of the murderer was secondary. What mattered was Oberon's reaction. Judith remained clear-headed, recognizing that the cult would likely be the first suspect in the Lord's eyes, potentially bearing the blame for the true culprit's actions. If it were you who killed him, that would be a different matter. Judith did not mind if Byron had indeed slain Immortan. While risky, it could be deemed a prudent decision. Should Byron be responsible, her regard for him would undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, should they take the fall, it would not be entirely without merit. However, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. Judith furrowed her brows, uncertain of her next move. Byron had sent Priest William to deliver a letter to Judith, requesting her assistance in a particular matter. He was willing to pay a handsome sum, offering to assume Immortan's territory as lord, should she succeed, promising 10,000 Galancy gold coins. In other circumstances, this task would be easily accomplished, as Immortan's territory was on the front line of the demonic calamity, deterring most from venturing there. Even if Immortan had perished, the crown and the church were already planning to appoint a lord to combat the demonic threat, unless the entire territory fell to the demon horde, becoming irrevocably lost. Yet, should the territory be directly transferred to Byron, Oberon would likely oppose it, employing every means to thwart the endeavor. It seemed she would have to seek assistance from Father Adrian. Although Judith held a prominent position within the church, she lacked substantial influence in Bright City and had to rely on the elder. Does Baron Byron desire Immortan's territory? Adrian perused the letter from Byron, unfazed. He was aware that this Baron of Sybil had already taken control of the Yalman territory, a gateway to the north. Should he also acquire Immortan's lands, he could expand southward. Thus, the entire path through the Black Forest would be firmly under Byron's control, providing both offensive and defensive advantages, effectively consolidating 3 territories into a smaller barony. The resources in these lands were plentiful, with fertile soil, food supplies, mines, forests, and rivers, enabling Byron to achieve self-sufficiency, laying the foundation for a great noble dynasty. Do you believe that Baron Byron's West City could rival Bright City in the future? Adrian did not provide a direct answer, instead posing another question to Judith. Indeed, Father, in terms of scale, population, resources, and design, I believe West City holds great promise. Provided it survives the demonic calamity, it will undoubtedly become another jewel in the Hamo River Basin. Judith continued. Moreover, the calamity has resolved Byron's most significant demographic challenge. As long as development keeps pace, the city will swiftly flourish. Indeed, I too hold a favorable view of this Baron. Although the identity of Immortan's killer remains unknown, it has undoubtedly aided him significantly. Leave this matter to me, Adrian assured her. As long as Byron could transform West City into the next Bright City, Adrian would establish a new place of faith for the Earth Goddess. This achievement was worth the risk. Furthermore, he valued another aspect. West City was open to the influx of refugees, a feat that Bright City could not accomplish due to its saturated population. Byron's West City would become a beacon of hope for the afflicted during the calamity, a tower of faith and a gathering place for the displaced, ultimately yielding substantial rewards for the cult. But what of Oberon? Judith expressed concern, fearing the complexity of the situation. It is merely a matter of exchanging interests. As long as the stakes are sufficient, it is but a trivial matter. Adrian chuckled lightly, unperturbed. He still had several friends within the royal court, ensuring that Oberon would have little say in the matter, as there was no direct harm to his interests. Chapter 69, Division of Labor. Reverend William. The successful annexation of Immortan's territory owes much to your assistance. Byron felt a surge of joy, astonished that the Earth Goddess Church had indeed aided him in acquiring the land of Immortan. Although the endeavor cost 10,000 Galancy gold coins, it proved to be an exceedingly profitable transaction. Reverend William, with his fair complexion and youthful appearance, exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a court scholar rather than a mere clergyman. Ah, Baron, you are too kind. It is my honor to be of assistance. William was acutely aware of Byron's significance to the church, and given his intention to work beneath the Baron, he was careful not to appear overly presumptuous. Moreover, the Reverend's inherently gentle and modest nature was a deliberate arrangement by Adrian, who understood Byron's resolute character and thus refrained from sending a volatile individual. Allow me to introduce you all. We shall soon be united as one. Byron surveyed the core members of the territory, preparing to present them to William. With the recent augmentation of their strength, Byron had restructured the management of territorial affairs for greater efficiency. This is the Minister of Affairs, Lord Elaine, a wise and magnanimous individual responsible for overseeing all matters of the territory. Welcome, Reverend William, Elaine greeted him with a smile, both being well-educated men with a certain similarity in their demeanor. This is my personal guard, Lawrence. Lawrence acknowledged William with a nod, his expression remaining stoic. William's initial impression of this attendant was one of stability and competence, evoking a sense of reliability. He would undoubtedly be the type of soldier willing to sacrifice everything to complete his mission. This is my defense officer and commander of the Legion, Resso. The large man with a fearsome visage offered a grin, yet his smile did little to conceal his menacing aura, almost accentuating his ruthlessness. This is the territory's construction supervisor, Robert. Reverend, I am a devout follower of the Earth Goddess. I shall frequently come to you for prayers. Robert performed a pious gesture. Having led his family to embrace the Earth Goddess after Byron established her as the sole faith of the territory. Your welcome is greatly appreciated. The Reverend appeared genuinely pleased. This is the territory's tax officer, Miss Eliza. Byron had relieved Elaine of tax duties upon Eliza's arrival, entrusting this noble lady with the responsibility, thereby alleviating some of Elaine's burdens. Greetings. Hello. William nodded in acknowledgement. This is Sir Alfred, Resso's deputy. Byron placed considerable trust in Alfred, appointing him as Resso's deputy and overseeing cavalry training. Alfred bore the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betraying his age. Yet his gaze remained sharp, and he spoke little. Byron concluded his introductions, the sequence reflecting each member's standing within the territory. Elaine ranked foremost, having consistently supported Byron while possessing a broad perspective on matters. Lawrence, though not responsible for any administrative duties, was placed second due to Byron's trust in him, serving both as Byron's attendant and messenger, especially given the significant responsibilities Byron intended to assign him. Resso, as the highest military officer of the territory, rightfully held the third position. Robert, having allied with Byron before Eliza and Alfred, assisted in thwarting the schemes of Davis and de Morton, thus securing the fourth rank. Both Eliza and Alfred hailed from the Airman territory, but had pledged their allegiance to Byron, their commitment unwavering, albeit their lack of notable contributions relegated them to the last positions. As the Lord of Alfred, Eliza naturally could not be placed behind him. William was quietly astonished at the caliber of talent among Byron's subordinates. 3 knights graced their ranks, while the remaining officials appeared equally astute. Reverend William has already been introduced to you. He shall henceforth oversee all matters of faith within the territory. Byron had previously held a grand welcoming ceremony for William, thus bestowing considerable honor upon the Earth Goddess Church. However, all present understood that despite Byron's close ties to the church, William remained somewhat of an outsider. While Byron could afford to be magnanimous, each individual had to discern what was appropriate to say or refrain from saying. With the acquisition of the Airman and de Morton territories, we can now focus on the development of West Ber City. These 2 lands will serve as a protective barrier, allowing us to remain unperturbed by demonic incursions. Byron gestured at the map, indicating the locations of the territories. However, it is imperative to enhance the defenses of these lands. The Airman territory will serve as the northern bulwark, while de Morton will fortify the south. Byron envisioned establishing military outposts in these territories to secure the north-south passage. Once accomplished, the West Ber territory can cease worrying about defense and concentrate solely on growth, soon flourishing into prosperity. By relocating the inhabitants of both territories, we can also avoid the dispersion of our forces and their protection. Resso will oversee the garrison at the Immortan outpost, where a fortress will be constructed primarily for military training and defense. Let us name it the Southern Watchtower. Alfred, already responsible for the defense of the Airman territory, is likely well acquainted with the area, and thus you shall command the garrison at the Airman outpost. This shall be the Northern Watchtower. Byron outlined his plans for the fortification of the 2 territories. Following consolidation and training, we now possess 350 soldiers. Aside from retaining 50 for the defense of West Ber City, each of you will command 150. Resso and Alfred stepped forward to accept their orders. Henceforth, the Southern and Northern Watchtowers will primarily serve military functions, necessitating continuous reinforcement of defenses and military training. Elaine, Robert, the construction of West Ber City must be expedited. Immortan boasts over 1,000 inhabitants, and hundreds have fled from Airmen. Sufficient housing must be erected to accommodate them. We must seek new arable land beyond West Ber City and delineate farmland. The construction of various sectors must also accelerate. With the establishment of the Southern and Northern Watchtowers, West Ber City can devote itself to development. Byron intends to transform this place into a stronghold. In less than 3 months, I shall ensure that the development of West Ber City is firmly on track. Byron spoke with unwavering confidence. Chapter 70. The 10,000 Buddhas. Since the recent annihilation of over 400 demons, the city of Shibwa has enjoyed a brief respite. However, Byron is acutely aware that this tranquility will not endure. Following the outbreak of the demonic plague, the assaults by demons are expected to become increasingly frequent. The temple has been constructed, with Priest William overseeing its affairs in the development of faith, guiding the populace to bolster their psychological resilience. The suffering endured by the people during the calamity has been immense. They require a spiritual refuge. Although Byron places his trust solely in himself, Believing that one should contend with fate rather than rely on deities, he refrains from interfering with the beliefs of his subjects. After all, not everyone possesses the strength to become formidable, and many seek solace for their souls. In recent days, Byron has received numerous letters from neighboring lords congratulating him on acquiring the Immortan territory, laced with flattery and admiration. This is a direct consequence of his military intervention to assist Yalman, and these lords hope that Byron will extend his hand in their times of distress. Nevertheless, Byron currently harbors no intentions of further expansion. He aims to prioritize the development of Shibwa. Presently, the city is home to 5,000 subjects, and he continues to accept refugees, resulting in a steadily increasing population. Previously, he refrained from cultivating land outside the city due to concerns about potential demon incursions, fearing that the harvest would be lost. With the establishment of the northern and southern watchtowers, Byron can now embark on agricultural endeavors beyond the city walls. Relying solely on purchases for sustenance is untenable. Self-sufficiency must be achieved through farming. In his search for talent among the refugees, Byron has indeed uncovered a wealth of skilled individuals, blacksmiths, hunters, and troubadours. He has earmarked these individuals with exceptional abilities as potential reserves for his domain, assigning them specific tasks within the territory. In the future, he plans to establish a hunting team dedicated to sourcing resources from the Black Forest. It is imperative to find a skilled hunter to lead this team. However, Byron has yet to locate such a person. It is easier to find soldiers than to discover a capable commander, highlighting the scarcity of talent among the common folk. The technique he seeks to master is notoriously elusive. With the exception of its founder, few have ever succeeded in its cultivation. It demands an understanding of a state that transcends life and death, a concept only comprehensible to those on the brink of death. Byron is unwilling to place himself in peril for the sake of mastering this technique, if necessary. He can rely on energy to cultivate the 10th form. For now, he must first thoroughly grasp the 10,000 Buddhas bowing in homage, the essence of this 9th technique. The 10,000 Buddhas bowing in homage lies in the cultivation of qi through the lesser yin and blood through the lesser yang. It emphasizes the principle that small accumulations can lead to great achievements. To master this technique, one requires a foundation in innate realms, for it necessitates the flow of qi through the yin meridians and blood through the yang meridians, an impossibility without genuine energy. Byron sits in his chamber, diligently practicing the heart method to accumulate the true qi of the Buddhist teachings. The phrase 10,000 Buddhas bowing in homage refers to the grand gathering of Buddhas as they impart teachings. Legend has it that when the Buddha delivered his sermons on the spiritual mountain, the bodhisattvas from the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity gathered to listen, thus giving rise to the concept of countless Buddhas paying homage. The practice begins with the emergence of the Buddha's light and culminates in the homage of the multitude, threading the teachings of Buddhism throughout. To perfect this technique, one must comprehend the essence of the Buddhist sect, which embodies the will to overshadow all Buddhas and assert one's singular supremacy. I am the Buddha, all shall bow before me. Byron envisions the figure of the Buddha, evoking an overwhelming aura of dominance. In his mind, the figure points to the heavens with one hand and to the earth with the other, embodying a supreme being destined to enlighten the 3 realms and disseminate wisdom across the universe. This technique is imbued with unparalleled authority. While the previous 8 forms each emphasize different aspects and describe the Buddha's majesty, only this form seeks to fully comprehend the divine power of the Buddha, eschewing the typical portrayal of compassion. The essence of this dominant Buddha resides within Byron's heart, its energy seemingly boundless. He cannot discern the Buddha's visage clearly, perceiving only myriad arms and hands, merging into one, a visage that fluctuates between the appearance of an elder, a youth, a man, and a woman, as if embodying all sentient beings. Among the 9 techniques, only this particular form embodies the true essence of the Buddha. Just as the Buddha approaches a moment of true manifestation, an unforeseen disruption occurs. The demon wheel, unwilling to yield to the Buddha's burgeoning power, begins to revolve, seeking to usurp the halo above the true Buddha's head. This halo, present behind both the bodhisattvas and the Buddha, is referred to as the round light or Buddha light, symbolizing boundless illumination. Byron suppresses the tumult of the demon wheel with his innate vital energy. At this moment, the 3 energies of Taoism, Buddhism, and demonology take root within him, yet the most potent among them remains the pure yang energy derived from his innate essence. He refuses to permit these energies to act independently. The pure yang divine intent represents Byron's will, firmly establishing itself at the center of his consciousness, while the pure yang energy concurrently resides in his dantian. Although the energies of Buddhism and demonology continue to swell, they remain distinctly separate. While true mastery of the three energies into a cohesive force requires the attainment of the condensed vitality realm, Byron recognizes that for the time being, he can merge the divine intents of the demon and Buddha, achieving a form of unity. He contemplates that without refining these three energies into a singular force, their distinct identities will only lead to internal conflict. Only by achieving the condensed vitality realm can he truly amalgamate the foundations of the three teachings, allowing the divine essence of martial arts to circulate within the condensed force. However, this fusion transcends mere energy amalgamation. Without a unified divine intent, it would merely be superficial, devoid of true power. Byron resolves to first achieve the unity of demon and Buddha before employing the grand methods of Taoism to govern their foundational energies. Having resolved this, he loosens his grip on the demon wheel momentarily. The wheel swiftly darts forth, replacing the halo behind the Buddha. At this moment, a black sun looms ominously behind the great Buddha, as if poised to devour all existence. This is no longer a symbol of boundless light, but rather embodies an essence of profound darkness. Under the shadow of this black sun, the Buddha's expression appears to shift, taking on an enigmatic and malevolent quality, exuding an indescribable aura. As the image of the Buddha solidifies, Byron's true energy surges, and the silhouette of the thousand-handed black sun Buddha coalesces behind him. The instant this formidable presence manifests, a weighty resonance of Buddha's voice reverberates, akin to a divine roar. Standing at the entrance, Lawrence hears the sound and, in that fleeting moment, perceives an incomprehensibly majestic entity, causing his mind to falter. Byron hastily withdraws his energy, and the silhouette of the thousand-handed black sun Buddha vanishes in an instant. At long last, he has mastered the ninth form of the Buddha's divine palm. The 10,000 Buddhas bowing in homage. This is no longer the original 10,000 Buddhas, it has been infused with the essence of demonic intent. The multitude no longer venerates the Buddha but instead reveres the demon Buddha. With the infusion of true energy, the yin and yang meridians, two of the 8 extraordinary meridians, have also been opened within Byron. Chapter 71, The Transmission of Martial Arts. The territory of Zybier has entered a brief period of tranquility. Ryuzuo and Alfred lead their forces to eliminate the scattered demons in the lands of Yale and Emiton. This nearly month-long campaign has once again provided Byron with 30 points of energy. Though modest on a daily basis, it accumulates to a considerable amount over time. They have commenced the construction of the southern and northern watchtowers, deliberately choosing locations other than the former Baron's castle. Military fortifications do not necessitate the burden of territorial politics and economic functions. Rather, they must secure vital transportation routes, warranting a selection of positions that are easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Byron intends for the 2 nights to establish small outposts centered around the fortifications, creating a network defensive structure that maximally prevents the demon legions from reaching Zybier. Refugees continuously flood into Zybier, and various construction projects are advancing fervently, with several territories vying to seize this crucial construction period. Battles may erupt at any moment. Byron summoned Lawrence into his chamber, prepared to convey a matter of utmost importance to this knight. Lawrence, you are a commendable squire. Byron regarded the squire before him, his expression stern and meticulously composed. Thank you, my lord. Lawrence placed his left hand on his shoulder and bowed deeply, displaying no hint of pride from Byron's praise. Rather, he remained steadfast and serious. I have a highly confidential and significant task for you. Byron's tone turned grave, indicating that what he was about to disclose was of great consequence. I am ready to serve, even at the cost of my life. Lawrence knelt on one knee, lowering his head to await orders. This matter must remain a secret. You are forbidden from disclosing it to anyone, even to Elaine or Ryuzuo, including your own family. Even if it means my utter destruction, I shall not utter a word. The squire responded resolutely, prepared to sacrifice himself for his lord. Excellent. Byron nodded. He had previously hesitated, but ultimately resolved to form a clandestine faction that required management, and he had chosen Lawrence for this purpose. However, Lawrence's abilities were rather limited. In Byron's vision, he sought to establish a shadowy force founded on extraordinary beings to assist him in addressing the issues that his public identity could not handle. Thus, he aimed to enhance Lawrence's prowess, planning to impart fundamental internal martial arts to enable him to transcend into the realm of the extraordinary through his own strength. Undeniably, this was a daring endeavor, yet it was an inevitable step. Byron, possessing innate strength, felt confident he could manage everything in a short time and was not in a rush to recruit members. Instead, he aimed to cultivate a shadow capable of managing this organization on his behalf. Take a look at this manual. Byron handed Lawrence the simplified manuscript of fundamental internal martial arts he had prepared, striving to use the most accessible language, though he was uncertain whether Lawrence would comprehend it. Meridians, acupoints, internal breath. Lawrence received the manual, as if a new world had opened before him. However, a significant problem arose. The content was too obscure for him to understand. Lawrence gazed at the manual, perplexed, unable to even decipher its text, let alone practice it. Indeed, it seems inadequate. Byron was not surprised. He had described the martial arts in the most concise manner possible, yet for an ordinary individual to learn something completely foreign was still exceedingly challenging. Byron patiently explained the fundamentals of internal martial arts to Lawrence, guiding him through the concepts of acupoints and meridians, allowing the squire to grasp the meanings of these terms. This process took an extensive duration, nearly an entire day, before Lawrence could barely comprehend the contents of the manual. It appears I was somewhat presumptuous. Byron suddenly realized that his expectations might have been unrealistic. If he were to truly establish a secretive faction and have its members practice martial arts, they might risk losing themselves to madness and perish. Unless he personally guided them, it would consume an excessive amount of time. Objectively speaking, Lawrence's aptitude was not lacking. Yet understanding martial arts proved to be immensely difficult, attributable to the disparities in their respective environments. The inhabitants of this foreign realm had never been exposed to Byron's previous cultural atmosphere, rendering them incapable of grasping the so-called divine intent and artistic conception inherent in martial arts, which posed a significant challenge for them. Furthermore, in terms of human anatomy, they had never heard of meridians or acupoints, only knowing of blood vessels, organs, and bones. Lawrence, upon examining the manual, had initially thought it fanciful and nonsensical. Yet out of trust in his lord, he believed that the contents indeed existed. Now, the squire confronted a new dilemma. My lord, does the text imply that one must see the divine in their heart, suggesting a belief in deities? Lawrence inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. The fact that this typically stoic squire displayed such myriad expressions attested to the profound impact of the internal martial arts manual. Byron shook his head repeatedly. Had he handed this book to Lawrence without explanation, who could fathom the potential consequences? He gradually elucidated. What does it mean to see the divine? The divine in the Danjing does not refer to the ethereal deities above, such as the god of light or the lord of war. Rather, it pertains to the multitude of sensitive acupoints within the body, which govern its operations, akin to the deities that preside over all things in the universe. This is the so-called divine in martial arts, the essence of martial divinity. Lawrence appeared to grasp the concept to some extent, yet his eyes remained clouded with confusion. Very well, let us teach one step at a time. Byron had momentarily given up hope on disseminating martial arts unless he could systematically present it in a manner more comprehensible to the inhabitants of this world. However, having already begun instructing Lawrence, he resolved to ensure the squire's understanding, no matter the time investment required. He patiently addressed the query swirling in Lawrence's mind, demonstrating with meticulous care, knowing he rarely devoted such earnest effort to teaching martial arts. How extraordinary, my lord! This manual can allow one to advance into the realm of the extraordinary without relying on bloodlines. Lawrence finally comprehended the significance of what his lord had entrusted to him. Realizing the immense trust placed in him, this knowledge was of paramount importance. Should it be discovered, it would undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar. No wonder the Baron approached the matter with such caution. Train diligently, Lawrence. I still need your assistance in many endeavors. Byron patted the squire's shoulder, encouraging him. He estimated that it would take a considerable amount of time for Lawrence to truly assimilate the teachings of this foundational internal martial arts manual. It seems I must revise my plans, Byron mused inwardly. Chapter 72. Research. At this moment, Byron sat in his chamber, lost in contemplation. Lawrence's progress in martial arts was far from satisfactory, if he sought to cultivate a group of extraordinary individuals through martial prowess. It was evident that such an endeavor could not be achieved in a short span of time. Moreover, the associated risks were considerable, as it would likely expose their true capabilities. Unless he became formidable enough to fearlessly confront those divine beings, he could not establish his own sect. Gathering talents from across the realm to pursue martial enlightenment, much like the martial ancestor imparting his wisdom, Byron resolved to adjust his strategy. Preparing to amalgamate the breathing techniques from the otherworld with the arcane knowledge he had acquired, in hopes of devising a martial system suitable for beings from that realm. In essence, he envisioned a mortal version of the Knight's Path, one that did not rely on bloodline ascendance, which he deemed too unstable. He was certain that breathing techniques could generate internal energy. However, they only produced this energy without understanding its proper application. If he could resolve this conundrum, he might shatter the limitations imposed by these techniques. It was implausible that the inhabitants of the other world had not contemplated this matter. Byron believed some among them must have pondered the utilization of life energy. Yet, the missteps that led to their current predicament were evident. After all, pioneering an unprecedented path requires countless individuals to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of discovery. The possibilities were manifold, and Byron found it challenging to ascertain the truth of the matter. Nevertheless, he was now prepared to tackle this issue. Although his intellect might not surpass that of all the knights in the history of the otherworld, he possessed a martial mindset, expansive knowledge, and the forecasting capabilities of the celestial system. Sometimes, the inability to resolve a problem does not stem from a lack of intelligence, but rather from an erroneous direction. A single misjudgment can yield entirely different outcomes. The tomes of sorcery he had plundered from Imogen had greatly inspired him, particularly the 12 runes. Although Byron did not fully comprehend the significance of these runes, he sensed they represented the rules governing some form of power. Why could those with sorceress aptitude, through meditating on the 12 fundamental runes, attain mental prowess? Perhaps it was because the composition of these runes aligned with certain principles. In recent days, Byron had meticulously studied those ancient texts, leaving no passage unexamined, and had engaged in profound contemplation. The cognitive approaches of martial arts and sorcery diverged significantly. Sorcerers often possessed clear objectives, conducting empirical research to achieve specific ends. Conversely, the martial practitioners he knew typically approached their craft with a trial-and-error mentality, often unaware of the reactions that various elements might produce when they collided. Yet, through persistent experimentation, they uncovered numerous phenomena, including wondrous martial techniques and enigmatic elixirs. This was what one might call metaphysics. Byron now employed the typical mindset of a martial artist, to experiment freely, regardless of the odds. Since he had arrived at this juncture, he resolved to try. He did not even fully grasp what the 12 fundamental runes represented. Yet he felt they encapsulated some form of power's rules. Though uncertain of how to harness these rules, he could validate them through experimentation. Byron summoned his internal energy to simulate these runes, but soon they dissipated, yielding no enhancement in power. Perhaps a specific positioning was required? He did not feel disheartened. Such failures were entirely commonplace, as attempts often required thousands of iterations before yielding results. Of course, there were moments of serendipity when a single effort would succeed, contingent upon a bit of luck, or perhaps an understanding of metaphysics. Some grandmasters even believed that the so-called meridians and acupoints were mere fabrications of ancient minds, as these nearly invisible phenomena could only be discerned by those who diligently circulated internal energy throughout their bodies, probing the deeply concealed mysteries of human anatomy. Yet, should such an individual exist, their fate would likely be dire. Without a fixed pathway for internal energy, relying solely on blind experimentation could easily lead to fatal consequences. Thus, in some respects, those who recklessly pursued danger inadvertently advanced the progress of civilization. Sorceress apprentices adhered to a specific sequence and positioning while meditating on the 12 fundamental runes. Byron, with tome in hand, pondered this carefully. Perhaps the issue lay in his previous positioning. Could this sequence be related to celestial phenomena? A sudden thought jolted him, entirely illogical, purely speculative. For, in many instances, celestial charts represented certain principles, and numerous miraculous techniques were derived from the regulatory patterns of specific star maps. Upon traversing to the otherworld, Byron learned of the 12 zodiac signs. According to ancient scrolls, a primordial sorcerer proposed the concept of the zodiac, differentiating constellations and designating the 12 as symbols of cosmic orientation. Furthermore, it foretold an individual's innate character and talent based on the positions of celestial bodies at their birth. Might there be a correlation between the arrangement of the 12 runes and the 12 constellations? Byron began to experiment, yet he faced continuous failures. As each rune had 12 possible arrangements, he resolved to employ an exhaustive method to explore them one by one. There were a total of 792 permutations, not an overwhelming number. The process of experimentation was lengthy and tedious, yet Byron remained patient, repeatedly employing his internal energy to construct each rune in accordance with the positions of the 12 constellations. Suddenly, after countless failures, he sensed a subtle reaction. To his astonishment, something truly responded. Although he was uncertain of the outcome, he recognized he was indeed on the right path. This was the essence of metaphysics. Clearly, this time, metaphysics had triumphed. After correlating the runes with the 12 constellations, Byron utilized his internal energy to delineate the model of each rune. This time, they did not swiftly dissipate. Instead, upon the completion of the 12 runes, a chain reaction ensued, augmenting Byron's power in some manner. Yet, the effect was fleeting, dissipating rapidly. Nonetheless, it was a promising sign. The direction was correct. Although his research had not achieved complete success, and he remained uncertain of the nature of this newfound power, he was confident that the trajectory was fundamentally sound. The next steps would be entrusted to the celestial system. Chapter 73. The essence of combat energy. The Tau system's predictive capabilities are divided into two modes, passive and active prediction. The former operates seamlessly, akin to the fusion of the mind's eye with the martial artist's intuition to create the martial heart's vision, or the amalgamation of the demonic wheel with the demonic 7-kill blade intent to form the heavenly demonic wheel. When the Tau system detects the potential to unify closely related attributes, it engages in prediction, thereby optimizing and harmonizing the inherent powers for enhanced efficiency and smoother operation. This form of prediction incurs no energy cost, as it does not result in any tangible loss. The latter mode, active prediction, assists Byron in deducing martial arts, spells, and various peculiar systems. However, it necessitates energy expenditure. In a sense, this process is akin to creation rather than integration. Yet, such creation is conditional. It requires Byron to provide direction and possibility, along with a semblance of rationality, to satisfy the predictive criteria. The greater the flow of information, the stronger the possibility and the less energy consumed in the prediction. Should one compel the Tau system to conjure a martial art out of thin air, the energy consumed could reach astronomical levels, far exceeding that of exchanging for a martial art of the same caliber. Thus, this predictive capability serves more as an auxiliary function. In fact, if Byron were willing to invest time into experimentation, he could potentially reach the level of the system's predictions, though it would be an arduous and protracted endeavor. The Tau system's predictions enable the host to bypass a multitude of tedious steps and time-consuming processes. The prediction stabilizes the routes of foundational meditation runes in accordance with the order of the zodiac. The energy required for this operation is 20 points. The energy expenditure is minimal, as the primary direction has already been established by Byron. This step is, in fact, the most challenging. After all, who could intertwine internal energy with runes, and subsequently connect runes to the celestial bodies? Achieving this step is entirely attributable to Byron's metaphysical insights. Having expended 20 points of energy, the prediction culminates in the acquisition of an unnamed martial art. The arrangement of runes devised by the Tau system materializes within Byron's mind, albeit with slight deviations. He observes that the rune arrangement does not adhere strictly to the positions of the zodiac but exhibits subtle displacements. Could this signify the movement of celestial bodies? Byron contemplates, recognizing that the positions of celestial bodies are not entirely static. Rather, they are often imperceptible to the human eye. However, he cannot ascertain the reason behind this phenomenon. Following the celestial map provided by the Tau system, Byron constructs one rune after another using his internal energy, progressing with remarkable fluidity and virtually no interruptions. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. The runes are sequentially filled in accordance with the arrangement of these constellations. As the 12 runes coalesce, an unfamiliar energy is born within Byron, with internal energy circulating among the 12 runes, forming a self-sustaining cycle that is incompatible with true Qi. This energy represents a distinct system, separate from martial arts. Its nature is wild and ferocious. Were it not for the suppression of true Qi within Byron, it might have erupted uncontrollably. In that very moment of creation, Byron observes that one of the runes within the zodiac seemingly glimmers, though fleetingly. This energy possesses distinct attributes. Byron discerns a fiery essence within this energy. According to the sorcerers, it appears to be referred to as fire elemental energy particles. Byron relaxes his suppression of this energy, and a surge of fire energy bursts forth, scorching a mark upon the wall, its intensity fierce and searing. Although its power does not compare to innate true Qi, it bears similarities to ordinary true Qi while embodying distinct attributes. Byron realizes that this newly forged system of cultivation harbors potential. Though it presently only encompasses the initial stage of breakthrough, the path ahead remains unclear even to Byron, its creator. He decides to name this energy combat energy. Combat energy signifies the spirit of a fighter, aligning with the ferocity encapsulated within this energy. Correspondingly, The profession is termed fighter, with those successfully condensing runes and birthing combat energy categorized as first-tier fighters. Byron refrains from adopting the terminologies of silver or gold, believing that measuring strength by tier is more appropriate and universally applicable. Intriguingly, Byron further experiments with this fiery combat energy, discovering that it can produce effects akin to true chi, yet fundamentally, it remains an entirely different entity. True chi is more versatile and dynamic, a product of meridians and acupoints, embodying a structured martial path. The potency of combat energy appears to correlate with physical strength, suggesting a tendency towards a corporeal system, albeit lacking the nurturing effects of true chi. This energy is too volatile, potentially harming bodily functions and diminishing lifespan, while mortals may transcend their limits through its use. Gaining formidable life energy and enhanced physical prowess, frequent reliance on combat energy could rapidly deplete this vital essence. This aspect diverges from Byron's martial arts cultivation, which emphasizes both power and longevity, striving for a harmonious union of heaven and humanity. The deeper the understanding, the longer the lifespan. More experimentation is required. Byron has grasped the characteristics of combat energy and understands how to cultivate this force, though he arranges the runes using true chi rather than wholly employing internal energy. He must ascertain the outcomes of rune arrangement using internal energy. Ideally, he seeks a concrete object of observation. Moreover, he wonders if others could cultivate combat energy of differing attributes, contingent upon lineage, physicality, or perhaps the soul, as described by the sorcerers, or even influenced by celestial phenomena. The combat energy system remains notably incomplete, yet Byron does not aspire to perfect it at this juncture. His capabilities are insufficient, and the energy expenditure would be excessively demanding. Additionally, there is no pressing need. He pursues martial arts, where the horizon is vast and the path clear. This discovery is merely a serendipitous occurrence. Thus, he designates this technique as fundamental combat energy. Byron believes that naming should not be overly complex. Brevity and clarity are paramount. Technique: fundamental combat energy category. First-tier fighter system technique description, a foundational cultivation method established by Byron through internal energy, mystical runes, and zodiac influences. As for experimental materials, he recalls a ready subject, Harlika, whom he has imprisoned in the dungeon. Unbeknownst to Byron, the moment he birthed combat energy, an unimaginable tremor reverberated through the divine, thrown high above in the heavens. Chapter 74. The experiment. Byron donned his iron mask and cloak, stealthily making his way to the dungeon. Despite being on his own territory, such disguise was deemed necessary, as he did not wish for Harlika to behold his true visage. The soldiers, upon encountering a masked figure entering the dungeon, showed no surprise and permitted passage, having been instructed by their commander not to obstruct this esteemed individual. Upon entering the dungeon, Byron found it contained solitary cells, sealed with utmost security. Without entering, one could not ascertain the conditions within, save for a small hatch through which food was delivered. Harlika, shackled and fettered, with his powers suppressed by an invisible force, sat quietly on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. Although he harbored fears that the Iron Mask might deem him worthless and eliminate him, worry proved futile. He could only pray and await his destiny. Since his confinement, no one had sought him out, leading Harlika to ponder whether he had been forgotten by the Iron Mask. He had attempted to breach the oppressive energy, suppressing his powers with his life force, yet to no avail. The barrier remained unyielding, impervious to his efforts. As the cell door swung open, Byron entered and observed that Harlika seemed to be in relatively good condition. The old man had reached the pinnacle of knightly prowess. Despite his advanced age, his foundation remained intact, making him an ideal subject for experimenting with the energy system. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord." Harlika suppressed his inner excitement, realizing that the Iron Mask had finally acknowledged his existence, and perhaps he might see the light of day again. Byron approached and released the suppression on Harlika's energy, yet the master assassin dared not move. With his abilities, even a surprise attack would lead only to his demise. Although the Iron Mask's aura appeared tranquil, resembling that of an ordinary man, a single strike from him could unleash cataclysmic destruction. "Follow my instructions and refrain from questioning. Otherwise, you shall perish." Byron engaged in minimal dialogue, tossing a manual on basic energy cultivation to the assassin. "What is this?" Although puzzled, Harlika dared not inquire further and obediently picked up the manual, studying it intently. "Memorize these 12 runes, alongside the anatomical positions I will teach you. Channel your life energy and construct these runes in sequence." Byron, unlike with Lawrence, exhibited no patience towards Harlika. His sole interest lay in determining whether this method could enable a breakthrough beyond mortal limitations. Compelled by Byron's coercion, Harlika complied, activating his life energy and commencing the construction of the runes as depicted in the manual. However, as he built the first rune, he discovered he could not halt the flow. His life energy surged forth like a torrent, relentlessly infusing into the rune. He pressed on, constructing one rune after another. Yet, upon reaching the sixth rune, he realized his life energy had dwindled to less than half. "My lord, I feel as though my life force is being consumed," Harlika exclaimed in alarm. "If this continues, I shall wither away." He sought Byron's assistance, now entirely unable to control his own body. Byron observed Harlika in silence, contemplating whether the old man's age and diminished vitality were the culprits behind his failure to successfully construct the runes, or if this breakthrough inherently carried a risk of failure, necessitating an unwavering resolve to succeed. Byron infused a portion of his energy into Harlika's body, stabilizing his form and temporarily invigorating the assassin's life energy. With Byron's aid, Harlika felt he could barely endure. However, as he approached the 12th rune, he sensed an insurmountable barrier preventing him from consolidating it. Suddenly, he felt the Iron Mask's aura shift, domineering, perilous, fraught with lethal intent. Was he to be slain? Harlika's heart raced with terror. Without a breakthrough, his existence held no value. If he could not surpass this trial, he would perish. Byron's aura intensified as he struck toward Harlika's head with a clenched fist, devoid of jest. Should Harlika fail to demonstrate his worth, that blow would extinguish his life. In an instant, Harlika found himself teetering on the precipice of death, his mind blank, fixated solely on the unstoppable fist approaching him. The encroaching specter of death sent his heart into a frenzy. "No, I do not wish to die. I must transcend the mundane. I want to survive." The overwhelming desire for life compelled the master assassin to unleash his life energy with fervor, disregarding the toll on his body, determined to forge the 12th rune. With a resolute will to survive, the old man fervently drew upon his life energy. His organs beginning to show signs of exhaustion, blood flow slowing as his physical form approached its limits. At last, a flicker of unknown energy ignited within him, and he succeeded. Upon the complete formation of the 12 runes, one rune shimmered, birthing energy within Harlika, a manifestation of true power. Excellent. Byron's fist halted. Harlika had proven his value for survival. Twice now, Harlika, drenched in sweat, realized he had narrowly escaped Byron's lethal intent once more. He scarcely had time to comprehend the transformation within his body. Impossible. The master assassin discovered the energy burgeoning within him. His life energy had multiplied severalfold, propelling him into the realm of the extraordinary. Previously, he had willingly submitted to Imiton's control solely for the sake of transcending to this level. Yet the Iron Mask had neither bestowed upon him a bloodline nor transplanted power. Instead, he had enabled Harlika to construct runes using life energy to achieve this breakthrough. This shattered Harlika's preconceived notions of reality, leaving him in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. "Activate that energy," Byron commanded. Harlika complied, unleashing a torrent of energy particles imbued with shadow attributes. It appeared that the attributes of the energy activated varied from person to person, confirming Byron's suspicions. "Do you feel invigorated once more?" Byron teased, noticing a glimmer of joy in the master assassin's demeanor. With a swift motion, Byron struck Harlika, sending him crashing against the wall, the force imbued with energy, sealing the assassin's newfound power once more. "I can elevate you, yet I can also annihilate you. Remain obedient and harbor no unwarranted thoughts." Harlika struggled to rise, ultimately kneeling in earnest humility. "My lord, I harbor no ulterior motives. Your assistance in helping me transcend my limits is a debt I can never repay." Byron regarded the prostrate figure of the elder noncommittally. He remained unconvinced. Trust, after all, is a commodity that requires investment. Chapter 75, The God of Killing Elijah, Do You Perceive It? A male voice echoed through the void, its timbre ancient, as though it had witnessed the world's transformation over countless millennia. Indeed, the blood moon heralds a tremor from fate. The entity known as Elijah was enveloped in a radiant, divine light, obscuring his visage. Although the cause remained shrouded in mystery, the essence of the world's origin had intensified. Were it not for the arrival of that unknown presence, which had completely shattered the web of fate, we might have unraveled the reasons through its strands. Nevertheless, this remains a fortuitous occurrence. The voice of the blood moon continued to resonate from the void, vast and boundless, as if emanating from all directions. Martial arts had failed to gain the world's acknowledgement, for they were foreign paths, and the will of the world naturally repelled all external routes. Conversely, the martial energy was an entirely new system birthed from the foundational powers of this realm, capable of instigating profound transformations in the future and stirring the essence of the world itself. Are you still holding on, Elijah? Barely, he replied. Indeed. Every power exacts its price. Although we have acquired the method of cultivating faith from that world, we have inevitably succumbed to its corruption. Our time is running short. Byron, after examining Halika's physique, cast the old man into the dungeon and reinforced the vigilance over him. It appeared that transcending the extraordinary realm through martial energy was feasible, provided one reached the limits of mortality and possessed ample life potential. Halika's breakthrough had amply demonstrated this. He had refined his body to what this world deemed the mortal limit but had nearly perished during the rune condensation process. The pinnacle of the great knights is not common, even within the shimmering city. However, these individuals are likely eager for a breakthrough. And if Byron were to present the method of martial energy cultivation, it would undoubtedly draw them in like moths to a flame. Yet, not all among them are benevolent souls. There may well be cunning hyenas lurking, seeking to exploit them. Thus, it would be prudent to keep them leashed, lest they turn against their master. The method of cultivating martial energy is more palatable than martial arts, as it encompasses concepts comprehensible to knights, and its origins are entirely traceable. Unlike martial arts, which seem to emerge from the fabric of momentum without explanation, Byron decided to instruct only Lawrence in martial arts for the time being, while imparting martial energy to the other aspiring transcendent beings, allowing them to explore their potential independently. He would then harness the wisdom of these otherworldly beings to enhance his own path of martial energy, ultimately reaping the rewards of their efforts. Next, it was time to deal with the spider matriarch lurking underground. Having now transcended to the innate realm, Byron prepared to eradicate the source of the demonic spiders below and exploit the secret silver mines. This vein would provide inexhaustible sustenance for the growth and development of Westberg. The drawn blade technique was due for an upgrade. This swordsmanship had become insufficient for Byron's advancing pace, yet it still bore potential for one last evolution. Transforming into innate swordsmanship, consuming 10 energy points, the drawn blade would advance to the god of killing blade strike. The heavenly system's notification chimed. Well, the energy has been depleted once again. Byron glanced at the energy bar, its figures reverting to 0. However, it was a worthwhile expenditure, and defeating those demonic spiders should yield significant returns. Additionally, strengthening his subordinates and military forces to harvest energy through them would prove the most efficient strategy. Byron examined the panel for the god of killing blade strike, an innate sword technique. Although its power did not rival that of the Demon Slayer's 7 kills, it possessed its unique intricacies. Could it truly evolve? Byron pondered in mild astonishment. God of Killing blade strike, innate sword technique. Description: an exquisite assassination technique evolved from the drawn blade. The God of Killing blade strike is a peerless martial art of the Yagyu clan from the Eastern Isles, emphasizing a single, lethal strike. With its ultimate move named Snow Flurry's Descent, it is imbued with a formidable killing intent. Consuming 100 energy units allows for its evolution into the condensed martial art skysling sword technique. Byron recalled how Yagute Mori had executed this technique to ambush and slay a top master from Shaolin, though he later fell to a phantom sword from the Central Plains martial world. This sword technique's core essence lies in its commitment to delivering a fatal blow, condensing boundless killing intent to instill dread in an instant, followed by a decisive strike to vanquish foes. Compared to the drawn blade, it incorporates a greater mastery of killing intent, sword energy, and sword momentum, enhancing its potency and extending its reach. It also features a marvelous technique, Snow Flurry's Descent, which transforms the assassination art into an open and dignified swordsmanship. The sword energy unleashed during this technique cascades like falling snowflakes, concealing boundless lethal potential. At this moment, Byron had elevated all his martial arts to the innate level, advancing his power further. Character: Byron, Yin Fei. Occupation: martial artist, warrior rank. Innate: first-tier warrior skills. Innate vital chi, 4th layer. Sacred Wheel of Magic, 3rd cycle. Buddha's Palm, 9th style. Demon Slayer's 7 kills, perfected. God of Killing blade strike, perfected. First-tier martial energy, horsemanship LV7. Master of swordsmanship, master of blade techniques, West Region Common Language LV7. Valyrian Elvish LV3. Traits: martial hard SI perfected, Eye of the Sword LV1. Unupgradable, demon wheel, unity of magic and Buddha, ribbed muscles, blood and chi like Mercury, thunderous roar of beasts. Colossal strength, flame martial energy. Energy, 0 items, void secret sword, Corsella, ring of flames, ring of sorcery. The character panel updated once more, displaying significantly enhanced abilities compared to before. The next step was to accumulate true energy and open the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Besides the slow grind, many martial arts inherently contain the secrets and shortcuts to unblocking meridians. For instance, the move 10,000 Buddhas pay homage had allowed him to unblock both the yin and yang meridians. It is indeed time to begin exchanging for these martial arts. Byron meticulously planned his martial path. Beyond solidifying his foundation, he needed a technique that could unify the foundations of the 3 teachings into a condensed path. Pure yang, innate energy, Demon Slayer's world destruction, Buddha's divine might. He needed to merge the 3 into one. Byron had already selected this technique. Now, he merely required the energy to proceed. 3 divisions of primordial chi, condensed martial art, requires 200 energy points for exchange. Description: a peerless martial art painstakingly created by the leader of the World Association, Xiangba. Based on the 3 divisions of primordial chi by the elder of the 3 absolutes. It thoroughly amalgamates the enduring essence of Wind God's leg, the fierce force of cloud-pushing palm, and the chilling inner strength of Frost Fist into a single system of 3 divisions of primordial chi. It further derives a technique superior to the 3 absolutes called the 3 divisions divine finger. Byron plans to use the true energies of the 3 teachings as a foundation, with the 3 divisions of primordial chi as a framework, to create his own 3 divisions divine art. Chapter 76. Delving deeper, Byron once again descended into the depths of the copper mine, alone. If he could eliminate the lurking dangers here, he would be able to organize a team to extract the precious mithril veins. This time, Byron intended to venture even deeper underground to investigate the condition of the lower levels and ascertain the current state of the aberrant life form mentioned by Wendell, which had now awakened to an unknown extent. He also planned to establish a camp here, serving both as a temporary base for the extraction of mithril and copper, and as a final refuge for the Sibyl territory. The presence of an underground river ensured ample water supply, and light could be provided through magical crystals, which could be obtained in exchange for merits. The greatest threat remained the unknown creatures lurking below. If Byron could resolve this issue entirely, he could contemplate the construction of an underground city. The population capacity here was vast, capable of accommodating a significant number of inhabitants. It seemed that the number of demonic spiders had increased. What sustains their need for flesh and blood? Byron sensed a multitude of magical spiders in motion. These demonic beasts were far more active in the depths than before. Moreover, the aura emitted by these demonic spiders was distinctly different from that of lesser demons, greater demons, and hellhounds. Perhaps their existence was not solely related to the demonic calamity, but also tied to the aberrant life form dwelling beneath. Byron speculated that the Church had previously conducted no research on the existence of such life forms. Yet, the demonic calamity had not only erupted once. If demonic spiders had not appeared in previous calamities, their origin was likely complex. Everything could be unraveled by descending into the depths. Byron followed the path to the cliff where the Ember Mother Spider resided, dispatching the demonic spiders he encountered along the way with ease. These creatures no longer posed a threat to him, and with no one else in sight, he felt no need to conceal his strength. The sword energy unleashed by Quizera was invincible, effortlessly tearing through the bodies of the demonic spiders. On his journey, he passed the secret chamber where he had discovered Quizera. Byron intended to re-enter and examine if he had overlooked any clues. He aimed to carefully inspect Wendell's remains, perhaps from the corpse of this void sect assassin. He could discern the attack patterns of the aberrant life form. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Wendell's body was missing. Byron was shaken. Who could have moved this corpse? The demonic spiders would not be interested in a mere skeleton, and the entrance to the underground had been completely sealed, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Yet, the body had mysteriously vanished. Byron distinctly remembered Wendell's remains lying quietly in the secret chamber, but now the place was empty. There were no signs of movement. The dust bore no footprints, as if it had simply evaporated into thin air. Byron was filled with doubt. He felt that the disappearance of Wendell's body was anything but simple, perhaps concealing some sinister mystery. He drew Quizera, which still radiated a bright yellow light, showing no signs of abnormality. It was best to proceed into the depths. He was confident that this corpse did not vanish without reason. Upon reaching the cliff, The Ember Mother spider still loomed in midair, exhaling a searing breath. The spider eggs within the webs had multiplied. With over a dozen demonic spiders lurking within the massive web, Byron resolved to bring the giant spider down to the ground to confront it, lest it attack him from above and maneuver swiftly through the webs. You small spiders may retreat for now. Byron unsheathed Quizera, unleashing his innate vital energy, enveloping the entire blade in a domineering aura. Infused with murderous intent, a chilling atmosphere began to spread outwards. Byron leaped down, cleaving through the air with countless flashes of blade light. The blade energy surged forth, instantly wreaking havoc among the swarm of spiders. Those demonic spiders caught in the path of the domineering blade energy exploded upon impact, their viscous ichor spraying everywhere, while the resilient webs were swiftly severed. The blade energy continued unabated, striking the cliffs and leaving deep gashes, several meters in depth. Snow flurries upon the earth. The blade energy cascaded like snowflakes, and Byron's figure erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire stone wall in a ghostly white. Hiss! The Ember Mother spider, unable to evade, was struck by the blade energy. Its enormous form splattered with green blood as it let out a wretched howl. Its 8 eyes bore into Byron, filled with venomous rage. Before it could react, Byron severed the webs with his snow flurries upon the earth, causing the Ember Mother spider to plummet. The swarm of demonic spiders was decimated in an instant, with only a few remaining, while the multitude of spider eggs was shattered, leaving a scene of devastation. Byron harnessed his vital energy to momentarily suspend himself in midair, then pressed against the cliff wall, launching himself downwards with tremendous force. In his perception, the Ember Mother spider still clung to life. After crashing to the ground, it quickly flipped over, facing the descending foe and unleashing a strand of webbing imbued with intense heat, seeking to ensnare Byron. This web not only radiated extreme heat capable of melting steel, but also harbored lethal toxins that could slay prey. Divine Palm of the Tathgata. A powerful palm strike descended from above. Byron formed the swastika seal with his hands, executing a formidable blow from above. Propelled by the acceleration of his descent, the force of his palm grew, and a colossal handprint appeared in the air. Now, even silver-tier magical creatures were no longer worthy of Byron's concern. He didn't even need to unleash his full potential to suppress the spider with a single strike. The instant the webbing touched the immense palm of vital energy, it disintegrated. The Ember Mother spider, unwilling to yield, desperately shot forth venomous acid, its innate ability known as scorching acid. This liquid was infused with fiery elemental energy particles and potent toxins, capable of corroding even the toughest materials. At that moment, the molten patterns on the spider's body flickered wildly, and a violent aura coalesced around it, its strength progressively amplifying with the gathering of fiery elemental energy particles. However, Byron's palm strike approached ever closer, the gust from his attack leaving shallow impressions upon the earth, as if sweeping dust aside to reveal a palm-shaped outline centered around the spider. A scorching ray formed from the fiery elemental energy particles erupted from the spider's mandibles, colliding violently with Byron's palm strike. The ray pierced through Byron's handprint, creating an opening, but he deftly dodged the ray, and his overwhelming palm force struck true against the Ember Mother spider. Chapter 77. Acknowledgements. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have supported me along this journey, and to each reader whose companionship has provided the motivation for my perseverance as an author. This book is projected to reach a completion of 200,000 words, with daily updates consisting of over 2,000 words each. The frequency of additional updates will be determined by the generosity of your votes and contributions. I sincerely hope that those who are able will consider supporting my endeavors. Your kindness would be immensely appreciated. I kindly request that you subscribe, as my aspiration is to achieve a steady readership of 500. Thank you once again for your support. Chapter 78. The finale. As Byron's palm pressed against the back of the spider matron, he was enveloped by an intense heat, as if he were being scorched in the very flames themselves. The essence of fire. Chapter 79. The doorway. The corpse of the spider mother lay quietly upon the ground, and Byron did not hasten to depart. Once a creature transcends into the realm of the extraordinary, it gives birth to demonic organs and... Chapter 80. Mithril. Was it tainted by the void? Why did I not feel any discomfort? Byron stepped away from the stone door, seemingly distancing himself from the magical influence of Amira. The emptiness. Chapter 81. Forging. Byron gazed upon the 20 sets of armor before him, each infused with a trace of mithril, their dark metallic exteriors possessing a subtle sheen. This precious. Chapter 82. Investigation. All traces have been meticulously eradicated. How astute. Gagula examined the castle of Immortan, which had long since been reduced to mere ruins by a devastating fire. Chapter 83. Divine Techniques. The Temple Knights are formidable warriors infused with extraordinary divine power. They wield their bodies, enhanced by divine strength, and employ divine techniques imbued with the essence of deities to strike down their foes. Chapter 84. Qualifications. Chapter 85. Shadows. We have not heard from you in quite some time. In the shadows, a figure. Chapter 86. The underworld. A man reclines upon a formidable throne, his form slightly leaning back against the chair's support, entirely shrouded in the shadows cast by a black cloak. The man. Chapter 87. Legacy. What is the ultimate path? It is the relentless pursuit of perfection, shattering limits, and an endless journey. This is the foundation that Yin Fei has established for his faction, although it's still. Chapter 88. Black smoke. As night fell, Byron did not take rest. Instead, he sat upright in his chamber, honing his true energy. With his realm having transcended the innate level, he had attained the ability to forego sleep. Chapter 89. Resolution. Byron did not hasten to take action. Instead, he quietly observed the confrontation between Halika and the dark mist. In his perception, that mist seemed to lack corporeal existence, and it. Chapter 90. The art of movement. Was it Aaron, Lester, or perhaps the wild sorcerer? At the very moment the dark smoke spell was dispelled, Morin sensed it. In his perspective. Chapter 91. The transaction. Is it you, little mouse, who wishes to meet me? A black crow spoke, its jet black eyes filled with disdain towards Halika. Chapter 92. Puppet. Morin silently observed the experimental materials before him. He picked up a test tube and poured the crimson liquid into the petri dish, the corpse having been soaked in the special potion. Chapter 93. Pursuit. The sky above flashing city gradually darkened as ominous clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the entire slum, suffusing the atmosphere with a sense of gloom and oppression. The ground was. Chapter 94. The strike. Adjacent to the shimmering city lies a dark forest, which serves as one of the sanctuaries for the enigmatic sorcerer. Within this secluded realm, concealed from prying eyes, is a laboratory belonging to Morin, where he diligently conducts his arcane studies. Chapter 95. Collision. What a troublesome individual. At this moment, at his shoulder. Chapter 96. The marvelous object. As the colossal fist was about to descend, Morin activated a Tier 1 sorceress artifact, the Flesh and Blood Golem, which possessed the extraordinary ability to temporarily transform a person's body into a flowing stream of water. Chapter 97. Traces. Byron summoned the Celestial Ladder martial arts, first harnessing immense strength and true energy to leap over 10 meters into the air. Then, with the true energy surging from his feet, he propelled himself upward once more, performing a spiraling ascent. Chapter 98. Return. What is the Yakuza? Oberon found himself engulfed in profound doubts, as he had never heard of such a formidable force existing in Shimmering City. Chapter 99. Harvest. The presence of the celestial force has been detected. The heavenly ladder can be optimized and merged, requiring the consumption of 10 energy points. Certain martial arts exhibit an extraordinary affinity, thus necessitating no additional energy. Chapter 100. The trial. Rizzo, have you not always had questions you wish to pose to me? Byron summoned the towering figure to his chamber, preparing to bestow upon him the legacy of the demon hunter. Chapter 101. The seal of Dharma. That sensation is truly unpleasant. Chapter 102. Power. After acquiring extensive knowledge of monster hunting and mastering various combat techniques, Lyso departed from the city of Sibir and journeyed towards the southern watchtower, eagerly anticipating the onset of his murderous endeavors. Chapter 103. Nirvana. Additional update. In the drawing room, Byron and Victor were engaged in conversation. Elaine had arranged for the place to be refurbished, enhancing the sense of grandeur for the arriving guests. Chapter 104. Nightmares. Chapter 105. The castle. Throughout the journey, Byron discovered. Chapter 106. Corruption. Why must you force me? I merely wish to inquire for directions. Byron felt utterly helpless in the face of the girl's outburst, as he concentrated. Chapter 107. Ascending the stairs, Byron found no further revelations in the room on the first floor, encountering only a few scattered nameless individuals whom he dispatched with ease. After a brief survey, he discovered scant clues. Chapter 108. The banquet. Indeed, I ought not to harbor excessive expectations regarding this so-called banquet. Byron was guided by the butler to a designated seat, and on the opposite table. Chapter 109. Turning against each other, the steward approached with a cup in hand, bending down to replace Byron's soiled vessel. Byron fixed his gaze intently upon Sean Julia as the steward just began to lower himself. Chapter 110. The conclusion of Chapter 109. The thunderous roar of the deities resonated like the celestial dragon's chant. after Byron perfected the 10th form of nirvana. The sound of the Buddha carried an ethereal quality, transcending the mundane world, and the essence of compassion seemed to. Chapter 111. History. Thus it was that Byron, after vanquishing the frenzied creature at the dinner, ascended to the other chambers on the second floor, where he discovered within the regal estate. Chapter 112. The 7 wheels. After plundering the knowledge within the manor of kings, Byron did not hasten to ascend to the 3rd floor. Instead, he chose to restore his vital energy while simultaneously fortifying his strength in preparation for the impending challenges. Chapter 113. The King Elvis sat majestically upon the throne. This monarch of the Giriza, at this moment, was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of molten lava, resembling a charred piece of withered wood. His skin. Chapter 114. The awakening Elvis's form crashed heavily to the ground, his regal body marred by cracks resembling parched earth, as though it were on the verge of crumbling into dust at any moment. Chapter 115. Life and death. Elvis did not grant Byron another opportunity to speak. A mysterious force surged within him, and a dragon spear, crackling with the essence of lightning, was drawn forth from the void. Chapter 116. Thundergun, the nirvana of Tathagata. Byron activated this supreme divine ability, the essence of life and death coursing through his being, significantly enhancing his bodily functions in an instant, shattering. As Elvis's soul fire was completely extinguished, the protective power bestowed by the king vanished entirely, and the blood moon descended in an instant, resembling a deep crimson eye. Chapter 118. Realm. However, my current state appears to differ from Elvis's understanding. Byron found himself not quite aligned with the typical envoy. Chapter 119. Behind the door. After several consecutive days of recuperation, Byron had fully restored his vitality. He was now prepared to descend into the depths in search of Amira to ascertain the veracity of this individual's claims. Chapter 120. Intrusion. The Surima clan, a faction among the numerous dark elven tribes of the subterranean realm, does not possess particularly formidable strength. The matriarch, Firil, has merely recently achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 121. Control. Byron effortlessly swatted Gale away like a mere fly, leaving the second strongest of the Salarma clan sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. A group of dark. Chapter 122. Seclusion. According to Filray, for several centuries, they had never heard of any passage leading to the surface, nor had they encountered any human beings. However, Chapter 123. Prosperity. Fong. Behold this magnificent and resplendent city. It is astonishing that after the calamity of magic, the Siberian territory did not decline. Instead, it has flourished even more. Chapter 124. The forest. If Legaia were to acquire this longsword, she would undoubtedly be quite pleased. Fine took the longsword from Lundisa and toyed with it for a while, feeling compelled to. Chapter 125. The giant lizard. Act now. Thundered Lunsasa, channeling the life energy of a grand knight as he swiftly turned and unleashed a fierce wave of sword chi, the weapon he wielded. Chapter 126. Struggle. Given the prowess of both Lundisa and myself, it seems we are indeed somewhat overreaching in our attempt to contend with a first-tier magical beast, as I witnessed Lundisa being hurled away by the Greystone Lizard. Chapter 127. Demon Hunter Alder. Just as the Greystone Giant Lizard was about to indulge in a feast, a powerful gust of air suddenly struck, sending its immense body hurtling away. Chapter 128. Fear. After Lyso vanquished the Limestone Giant Lizard, Victor stepped forward to disassemble the carcass of the beast. It is well known that silver-tier magical creatures possess considerable worth in every material upon their form. Chapter 129. Truth. In the slums of Shimmering City, a throng of people congregated, representing the most wretched of lives, the refuse and detritus of this metropolis. No one. I must take a day off. The workload has become insurmountable. I apologize to everyone. Today, I shall toil diligently to organize my tasks and will resume updates tomorrow. Chapter 130. Infiltration. Vlamo, you are late. A man clad in a blue robe emerged from the shadows, holding a crimson glass orb in his hand. Chapter 131. Speculation. Very well. Upon witnessing that Lester indeed possessed a method to break through the secret runes and witchcraft array, Valamo nodded in satisfaction. The question remained whether one could retain the bestowed gifts. Chapter 132. Gus, please take a seat. Byron is currently in the reception hall meeting with visitors from the Blacksword Adventurers Guild. Chapter 133. The Blacksword. You are truly generous, Gus remarked, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Although he was the one who ought to express thanks, he found himself receiving exceptional care from Byron, it must be said. Chapter 134. Fasting. The actions were quite swift. Byron pondered as he perused the battle reports sent by Alfred, with the inclusion of the Black Sword adventurers. Chapter 135. The path ahead. I am not fond of the taste of oranges. Perhaps next time it could be made with grape flavor instead. Byron, though somewhat at a loss regarding Lesso's request for the flavor of the potion, decided that since there was. Chapter 136. Strengthening the military. This comprises 100 sets of Black Lion battle armor and 100 sets of White Bear armaments. Chapter 137. Troop rotation. The conflict in the Northern District raged fiercely. The troop rotation served not only as a moment of respite for oneself, but also as an opportunity for the soldiers under one's command to recuperate and regain their strength. Byron spoke slowly. After attending to all matters concerning the territories, Byron once again arrived at Shining City. Assuming the role of the leader of the Extreme Path Society, to assess the candidates for promotion proposed by Halika. Chapter 139. Monitoring. First, let us meet the individuals you have selected. Byron intended to address the organization's hidden risks at a later time. He was prepared to seize this opportunity to experiment with the effects of true energy on combat aura. Chapter 140. Peering in. Has the so-called leader of the Yakuza finally made an appearance? A certain rune upon Lester's crystal orb flickered, signaling the arrival of crucial information. Chapter 141. Yin and Yang. As Byron was intently focused on Gruel's breakthrough, an unexpected tremor of unease coursed through him, stirring a sudden sense of agitation. Chapter 142. Completion. Gruel is indeed fortunate. If one were to require extreme Yin, pure Yin energy, I have yet to master the harmonious convergence of Yin and Yang. Thus, I am unable to transform at will. Chapter 143. Elements. To slay one is to slay, and to slay two is also to slay. If I eliminate all the wizards in the City of Radiance, none shall dare to cast their gaze upon me, as long as I have not yet attained. Chapter 144. Ambush. Is this indeed the location where the sorcerer is concealed? Byron led 6 lords of the Stellar Palace to a secluded and hidden corner, in accordance with Chapter 145. Magnificence. In the fleeting moment of his leap, Halika's body spun, unleashing a multitude of daggers infused with shadowy energy that shot forth in all directions. This technique was one he had long mastered, yet he wielded it with newfound finesse. Chapter 146. Dark Fire. The energy of fighting spirit comprises elemental energy and life energy. As I do not place significant emphasis on the practice of breathing techniques, I have not paid much attention to the so-called life. Chapter 147. Cooperation. The strength was overly dispersed, lacking effective collaboration, failing to integrate completely. The battle between Halika and others with Aaron was observed by Byron. Chapter 148. Storm. The shadow of the lion leaped forth alongside Gruel's powerful punch. At this moment, the fiery-haired combatant's hair and beard billowed, reminiscent of a lion sprinting across the prairie, exuding an untamed ferocity. Indeed, it seems my intervention is necessary. A chillingly authoritative voice suddenly resonated, neither jarring nor harsh, yet imbued with an enigmatic strength that shattered. Chapter 150. Imprisonment. 20 points of energy were expended to enhance the life and death talisman. The Heavenly Tao System's notification resonated. It had been quite some time since Byron last consumed energy. Lord, this. Gruel, upon hearing this, refrained from taking action. To strike against the leader is a profound disrespect, especially considering the potential harm that could ensue. I request a day off due to some personal matters. I did not anticipate utilizing my leave request so swiftly this month. My apologies to everyone. Chapter 152. ZY. All right, you may descend now. Ensure that Ellen is guarded well, with 2 individuals on duty at all times. Report any unusual activity to me promptly. Chapter 153. The Emperor. Where is this? Aaron awoke from his stupor to find himself ensconced within a pitch-black cage, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 154. Awakening. Aaron intended to initiate the elemental transformation of his body, only to discover that the elemental power contained within him was ensnared by a peculiar energy. Chapter 155. Dragon Language. The Magical Contract. Byron had encountered such sorcery in the secret scrolls and the grimoire. A contract could only be established on the basis of voluntary consent from the wizard, and furthermore. Chapter 156. The Covenant Language. Draconic. Learnable. Introduction. The ancient language of the dragon kin, imbued with a certain elemental power. To study. Chapter 157. Rules. Perceiving the constraints of an unknown force, consuming one energy core can nullify the limitation. As the power of order entwined around Byron, the Heavenly Tao System proceeded. Chapter 158. Return to the city. How is your recovery progressing? Byron inquired, directing his gaze towards Ellen. At this moment, the once disheveled sorcerer had shed his former state of disarray and donned a fresh, immaculate attire. Is this power referred to as fighting spirit? Chapter 160. Preparations, please. Share the details, Rasua. What are the movements of this demonic army? Byron had yet to introduce Ellen into the council. He was not yet inclined to reveal. Chapter 161. Discussion. What shall we do, Charles? The northern nobility now finds themselves in a state of utter disarray, as the legion of thousands of demons ravages the north, leaving no respite.